Eternal Heart Chapter 775 to Chapter 827. 5,000 feet around Venerable Fallen Moon was a chaotic dark yellow splendor, exuding a powerful and disdainful pressure. Xianxia did not show any weakness. He released his will of space and demonic will, and a mass of violent black light rushed forward. The power of the two wills intertwined. Black and yellow light flickered incessantly in the void, producing an invisible destructive force. The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Xianxia was evenly matched with Venerable Fallen Moon in a contest of the will of heaven and earth. Xianxia could not help but look askance. At first, she did not understand why Venerable Fallen Moon wanted to fight with Xianxia. In her opinion, this battle was meaningless. But now, her perception had changed. Venerable Fallen Moon's eyes shone with a strange light. He once again felt that Xianxia was not simple. In fact, Xianxia would not have been able to do this before the God of Cookery feast. After the God of Cookery feast, when he was in Black Demon Valley, he often used the third-level secret training room to simulate the pressure of a king to sharpen his will. In addition, the unique skill Demon Descends to the sixth heaven focused more on the compatibility of the will of heaven and earth, so Xianxia had a deep understanding of the demonic will. As for the will of space, after the transformation of the mysterious heart, there was a sudden leap, and its level of understanding was comparable to the demonic will. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the violent black splendor pushed forward. Xianxia's power of will, in the collision with Venerable Fallen Moon, continued to grow stronger, and there were signs of it surpassing his opponent. Upon seeing this, Venerable Fallen Moon immediately took action. As he raised his hand, a layer of chaotic dark yellow splendor turned into a huge aurora, blasting forward, destroying everything in front of it, turning into the most dazzling existence. Facing Venerable Fallen Moon, Xianxia did not hold back. In an instant, he activated the mysterious pattern demon body, and the hideous black demon patterns on his body surged. Boom, he punched out, and the demon fist that could devour heaven and earth fell, shattering Venerable Fallen Moon's move. At the same time, Xianxia's palm formed into a claw and tore, and a hideous black demon claw rushed toward Venerable Fallen Moon. If it was before the God of Cookery feast, Xianxia could only choose to defend himself when facing an expert like Venerable Fallen Moon. However, things were different now. He only had one goal as he faced Venerable Fallen Moon, and that was to defeat him. You really didn't disappoint me. Venerable Fallen Moon's dim eyes became brighter and brighter. His aura gradually rose like a mountain, suppressing everything. With a low shout, both of his palms struck out. Two streaks of chaotic dark yellow splendor tore through everything, piercing through heaven and earth as they descended. At this moment, Venerable Fallen Moon attacked with all his might. The might of these two palms was enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary peak middle stage Void Sea Realm cultivators. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light surged in Xianxia's hand, and a ferocious-looking bone sword suddenly appeared. Break! He shouted loudly, and his imposing manner shot up like a rainbow. His sword swept out, and the pitch-black and violent devil sword was like a tsunami that shook the heavens as it rushed out and swallowed everything. Xianxia used his full strength in this attack. His physique erupted completely. Combined with his demonic intent realm and space intent realm, Venerable Fallen Moon found it hard to dodge. What a powerful sword move. The Yin-Yang twin moons were shocked. If any of them were to face this sword alone, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Xianxia had a bitter smile on her face. Back in the first round, Xianxia could only use his best defense to deal with her. However, at this moment, the attack that Xianxia had just unleashed had actually rendered her powerless. Shattering Sky Meteorite. Venerable Fallen Moon shouted as he struck out with both of his palms. Chaotic dark yellow splendor gathered around him and swept in all directions. Boom! Bang, bang! The two forces collided violently, and the sky and earth rumbled. Rocks exploded, and the wind and clouds rolled. Gradually, the power of the battle became more and more terrifying. The naked eye could only see two figures flashing back and forth in the dark yellow storm. The ground around them was full of holes, and the two mountains were beyond recognition. 50 moves, and there's still no winner. Xianxia stared at the battlefield. Before this, no genius of the same generation in the southern region had been able to exchange more than 50 moves with Venerable Fallen Moon. But today, such a person had been born, and the record was constantly being broken. In the chaotic storm, Qinyu and Venerable Falling Moon continued to fight. The area around them was like a forbidden area, and the terrifying power was rampaging, occasionally affecting Qinyu and Venerable Falling Moon. At some point, the two of them collided, and the two powerful forces scattered in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, Venerable Falling Moon took a few steps back. There were 2 sword chi wounds on his body, and the wounds were faintly black. On the other side, Qinyu didn't retreat at all. A few rays of light fell on his body, leaving deep dents. However, in the blink of an eye, the half-inch deep wounds healed, and the marks gradually disappeared. He was as good as new. This, Venerable Falling Moon couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. Although Qinyu had also suffered some injuries in the previous battle, they weren't obvious, so he didn't take a good look. At this moment, seeing this scene, how could he not be shocked? Air capturing hand, Qinyu operated the power of space and suddenly launched a counterattack. A grayish-silver space hand condensed around Venerable Falling Moon and grabbed him. The next moment, Qinyu waved the 9-bone demon spirit sword and launched an attack. What? How is that possible? The Yin-Yang twin moons exclaimed when they saw the scene. It was hard to imagine that Qinyu could suddenly turn the situation around and gain the upper hand. This boy's recovery ability just now, could it be? The old man with a wooden staff narrowed his eyes, and a glimmer of light shone in his turbid and deep eyes. He didn't say a word when Qinyu and Venerable Falling Moon were fighting before. At this moment, he finally showed a look of surprise and couldn't help but speak. Swoosh, up in the sky, Venerable Falling Moon suddenly burst out, and an incomparably bright dark yellow light shone from his body, blurring the scene in front of him. This is the Moonlight Body, a special body that can only be activated when the Falling Moon's skyfalling technique has been cultivated to the 6th level. Inu couldn't help but exclaim. A layer of ancient patterns appeared on the surface of Venerable Falling Moon's skin, emitting a dark yellow moonlight. He broke free from the restraint of the sky-capturing hand, hurriedly attacked, and smashed Qinyu's sword. A storm of black and red intertwining swept around him. Venerable Falling Moon, who was in the middle of it, was inevitably affected. The rampaging black light sword chi rushed toward him. But when any attack landed on his body, it was like falling into water, stirring up a layer of ripples, and then dissipating. The Moonlight Body has the miraculous effect of reducing attacks. After activating this special body, Venerable Falling Moon can attack without any scruples. Within 5 moves, he can definitely defeat Qinyu. Yang Yu revealed a faint smile. Just now, she really thought that Venerable Falling Moon would be defeated by Qinyu. Not necessarily. The special body cultivated by the Falling Moon's skyfalling technique is probably not as good as Qinyu's body. Elder Huai said slowly. What? That's impossible. The Falling Moon's skyfalling technique is one of the most powerful cultivation methods of our sect. The Moonlight Body in it can even reduce all injuries in a short period of time. The Yin-Yang twin moons could not believe it. Let's continue to watch the battle. Elder Huai did not say more. The next battle would explain everything. Venerable Falling Moon, who had activated the Moonlight Body, attacked more fiercely and violently. But Qinyu, who had the indestructible body, was not afraid at all. He was even more ferocious. Under such circumstances, attacks constantly fell on the two. Venerable Falling Moon indeed relied on the Moonlight Body to reduce his injuries. It was not a big deal at first, but as time went on, Venerable Falling Moon began to feel uncomfortable. Qinyu was also heavily injured, but they healed in the blink of an eye. The battle went on for a while, and it could be seen that the injuries on Qinyu's body were always the same, never increasing. Yin was dumbfounded. She could imagine that once Venerable Falling Moon stopped attacking, all the injuries on Qinyu's body would probably disappear. Elementary indestructible body. The voice of the old man with the wooden staff was slightly hoarse. Venerable Falling Moon, who had the Moonlight Body, was indeed powerful and invincible. But compared to the elementary indestructible body, the Moonlight Body was instantly inferior. One could reduce the damage, while the other could heal all the injuries on the body. The two were not on the same level. Venerable Falling Moon, who was fighting against Qinyu, had already noticed this. His face was unprecedentedly serious. He had not expected that the battle would be so intense that it would be difficult to determine the winner. For the first time, he felt the sense of danger of being defeated by a genius of the same generation in the southern region. Falling Moon, Heavenly Death. Venerable Falling Moon suddenly stepped back, putting some distance between him and Qinyu. Qinyu's body was strong, and with the addition of the elementary indestructible body, he could not defeat him unless his attack could instantly crush Qinyu. Apart from that, there was another way: soul attack. Boom, a vast spiritual force surged out of Venerable Yunyu's body and converged in the sky, turning into a bright moon. In the next moment, the moon disk flickered with brilliance, and then a strand of silent and condensed spiritual energy poured down. Swish, the soul fixation pearl suddenly appeared above his head, and a layer of dark light film surged out from it. It quickly expanded and enveloped Qinyu. The moonlight pouring down shone on the dark light film, but it did not penetrate it. Instead, it slowly flowed down like water. Qinyu, protected by the soul fixation pearl, was safe and sound. Even the soul attack is useless. Inua's face showed a hint of anxiety. She had never thought that Qinyu could force Venerable Falling Moon to such an extent. Falling Moon cut. Venerable Falling Moon's eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. With determination, he seemed to be going all out for the last blow. Light gathered on his outstretched palm. It was incomparably bright, like a crescent moon, constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth, emitting a terrible momentum that could suppress all things. You are the first to see my first heaven trampling. In the face of Venerable Falling Moon's all-out attack, Qinyu was fearless. His demonic will soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. It turned into a huge shadow of a demonic foot, like a giant mountain floating above everyone's head. The next moment, it was as if a moon had fallen, as if a giant demon was trampling the sky. The two terrible forces collided, and the ripples that could destroy everything spread in all directions. Step back. Elder Huai shouted coldly. But the Yin-Yang twin moons and Yi Luofeng were too focused on the battle, and were still a step too late. Whoosh, Elder Huai waved his sleeve, and a huge silver light curtain floated out, blocking all the power, and they were safe and sound. In the chaotic storm, a figure retreated several steps. Bang, the other person was directly sent flying, crashing to the ground in the distance. No one had seen the figure that had suddenly landed in the distance. However, they could clearly see the figure standing in the sky. It was none other than Qinyu. How could this be? Master Falling Moon lost to Qinyu. The Yin-Yang twin moons couldn't accept the fact. Master Falling Moon had been number 1 on the southern region's genius list for 4 years. No one had been able to shake his position. They had even thought that Master Falling Moon would hold this title until he was 50. But today, Master Falling Moon had been defeated. A legend had come to an end. Ahem. Master Falling Moon climbed out of a huge pit and coughed a few times. His injuries were obviously serious. I lost. Master Falling Moon looked a little confused and incredulous. He had lost to Luo Tiansheng at the God of Cookery banquet, but he had been mentally prepared. He had been determined to win this battle from the very beginning. This kind of result made him feel a great sense of disparity. I didn't expect you to have a beginner mortal body. Elder Huai's old voice drifted like a gust of wind, attracting everyone's attention. He has a beginner mortal body. It's not a shame that I lost. Master Falling Moon's mind was attracted by Elder Huai's words. The disappointment and discomfort in his heart were finally relieved. He thought that if Qinyu didn't have a beginner mortal body, he would have already been defeated by his fierce attacks. But he forgot that Qinyu didn't even use his bloodline power in the battle. The opportunity at the God of Cookery banquet had made Qinyu's body stronger. The mysterious heart's transformation had also given him a beginner mortal body. The combination of these two opportunities was even more effective than the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix. Of course, if he had used his bloodline power, Qinyu would have been able to defeat Master Falling Moon even faster. I can only say that Master Cookery's cooking skills are amazing. I suddenly realized that I had this body type after participating in the God of Cookery banquet. Qinyu blamed the God of Cookery banquet for his beginner mortal body. Elder Huai didn't say anything else. After that, everyone returned to the evil moon cult. In a quiet valley, there were layers upon layers of formations and inscriptions. I will send the two of you to Kunyan realm now. Within 2 years, the evil Moon Church will send the next batch of people over. By then, there will be no more alien races in Kunyan realm. Elder Huai said calmly. He didn't expect Qinyu and Yi Luofeng to be able to expel the outsiders completely. No matter what the current situation was in the Kunyan realm, when the next batch of people from the evil Moon sect arrived, the foreign races would definitely be expelled, and the Kunyan realm would return to how it was before. Let's go. That's the evil Moon sect sky cruise ship. It can travel in the outer realm and avoid dangers such as spatial turbulence. Elder Huai's gaze landed on one of the teleportation formations. There was a large black ship on it. It was 100 feet long and covered in dark silver inscriptions. This was the tool that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng used to return to Kunyan realm. It was common knowledge that the space between the planar boundaries was a void filled with spatial turbulence, as well as some extremely terrifying disasters. There was no essence chi in the void. If they relied on their own ability to fly, they wouldn't be able to last long. Once their true essence was exhausted, they could only wait for death. All you need to do is activate the sky cruise ship and it will automatically take you to your destination. As a tool for exploring the outer realm, this ship will detect the stability of the space and avoid spatial turbulence. As long as there are no special circumstances, you might be able to reach Kunyan realm in a few months. Elder Huai gave a brief explanation. After all, this kind of tool for space travel was extremely rare. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng shouldn't have come into contact with it. Then, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng boarded the sky cruise ship. The ship was very large and had all the necessary facilities. When you're ready, I will send you out of the great cosmos realm. Elder Huai said solemnly. Qinyu didn't answer immediately. Just then, half of the jade pendant on his body suddenly reacted. There might be clues about his biological parents in the great cosmos realm. The opportunity to return to Kunyan realm cannot be missed. Even if I stay and look for clues, I might not be able to find anything. Qinyu took a deep breath and made a decision. Thank you, Elder. He looked at Elder Huai calmly and seriously. Once he returned to the great cosmos realm from Kunyan realm, he would search for the mystery of his identity. Whoosh, Elder Huai waved his arm and a silver light surged out, merging into the ancient teleportation array below the sky cruise ship. Whoosh, the inscriptions on the ancient array lit up and the light flickered. A powerful spatial power fluctuated. As the array operated, the light on it became brighter and brighter, slowly swallowing the sky cruise ship. Whoosh, the huge inscription suddenly bloomed and then dimmed. The sky cruise ship was no longer on the ancient teleportation array. Now that he has left, the first place of the elite list is still yours. The cultivation effect in the lower realms is definitely not as good as in the great cosmos realm. This is the best time for you to surpass him. Elder Huai turned to look at Venerable Fallen Moon and said sincerely. The Yin-Yang twin moons wanted to say something but stopped. Logically speaking, Qinyu had already defeated Venerable Fallen Moon and should be ranked first on the elite list. But from the looks of it, Elder Huai was planning to hide it. After all, only a few of them knew about the battle. When Qinyu returned, as long as Venerable Fallen Moon defeated him, there would be no problem. When he returns, I will definitely defeat him. Venerable Fallen Moon had a determined look. He could have broken through to the peak mid-stage Void Sea realm a long time ago. At that time, Venerable Fallen Moon didn't want to bully the weak, so he didn't break through and fought with Qinyu with his mid-stage Void Sea realm cultivation level. Now, he would focus on cultivating and improving his strength while waiting for Qinyu's return. Meanwhile, in Xiaoyao Palace, there were dozens of teleportation arrays of various sizes on an open-air square. All of a sudden, one of the largest spatial formations in the group began to activate. Soon, a figure slowly appeared in the layers of silver light. The elegant middle-aged man in azure clothes instantly turned into a shadow and shot into the distance. Soon, he came to an elegant and quiet place with mountains and rivers. He landed in a pavilion in the middle of a lake. Palace Lord, I have learned where the Kunyan realm is from the Skywolf realm. The elegant middle-aged man said solemnly. An elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion slowly stood up. Well done. Immediately prepare a spatial ship to head to the Kunyan realm. Xiaoyao Palace knew that the Blood Star sacred pill was in Qinyu's hands. However, Qinyu was an inherited teachings disciple of Black Demon Valley. They didn't dare to attack him rashly. Therefore, they thought of another solution. Back when Fang Yanling went to the Blood Star realm, she knew where the other three parties were. Xiaoyao Palace didn't know where the Kunyan realm was, but by beating around the bush, they found the Skywolf realm and learned of its location from the ruling faction of the Skywolf realm, Skywolf Palace. As long as we occupy the Kunyan realm or find Qinyu's relatives in the Kunyan realm, we can make him surrender and hand over the Blood Star sacred pill. Xiaoyao Palace Lord revealed a smile. Palace Lord, if we force Qinyu to hand the Blood Star sacred pill to Black Demon Valley, the elegant middle-aged man stopped talking. If they really forced Qinyu, he could choose to hand the Blood Star sacred pill to Black Demon Valley and let Black Demon Valley attack Xiaoyao Palace. That's not true. I don't intend to force him to do anything. Xiaoyao Palace Lord shook his head slightly and said calmly, what we are doing now is just to get a bargaining chip to negotiate with him. When the time comes, we will pay a price and trade the Blood Star sacred pill with him. It will be mutually beneficial. Now that Qinyu was an inherited teachings disciple of Black Demon Valley and had a keen realm master. Under such circumstances, Qinyu might not even give Xiaoyao Palace a chance to negotiate. Therefore, they came up with such a plan. With Qinyu's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the King realm. In other words, the Blood Star sacred pill wouldn't be that useful to him. When the time comes, the possibility of both sides coming to an agreement was very high. Although the Blood Star sacred pill can increase the probability of breaking through to the King realm, the price seems too high. The elegant middle-aged man was puzzled. Even if they came to an agreement in the end, their actions would still offend Qinyu. That's only for ordinary people, Xiaoyao Palace Lord said meaningfully. Seeing the scholarly middle-aged man's puzzled expression, he laughed and continued, the source of power for the star condensation realm is called the elemental energy star. A single elemental energy star is able to contain a powerful profound energy. If we cultivate to the late stage of the star condensation realm, we can condense 3 origin energy stars. But do you know that during the Middle Ages, there was a technique that condensed 6 origin energy stars in the vast cosmos realm? 6? The elegant middle-aged man was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The star condensation realm was divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. At each stage, one could condense 1 origin energy star. With 3 origin energy stars, how much stronger would one be compared to a star condensation realm cultivator of the same stage? Do you think I would be so stupid as to offend a star condensation realm sovereign and a 3.5 star force for a pill that can increase the probability of breaking through to the star condensation realm? Xiaoyao Palace Lord asked again, making the elegant middle-aged man speechless. Although pills that could increase the probability of breaking through to the star condensation realm were rare, the vast cosmos realm did have them. However, to condense 1 more star per level than an ordinary star condensation realm cultivator was not something that could be done casually. In fact, the Myriad Medicine King had accidentally found out about the cultivation method of the 6 revolution stars. He also had the ambition to embark on this path. Through the teleportation array, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng boarded the skycruising ship and arrived at the extraterritorial space. After leaving the vast cosmos realm, the entire space was pitch black. Although there was an occasional dark gray color, it was because of the space turbulence. Once they got close, they would most likely die. The skycruising ship had the ability to detect the stability of space. It would automatically avoid the space turbulence and send Qinyu and Yi Luofeng to the Kunyan realm. 3 months later, the skycruising ship arrived outside the Kunyan realm. From the outside, one could clearly see that the entire realm was surrounded by an invisible light membrane. One couldn't feel any aura of the realm. Buzz. Boom, at the top of the skycruising ship, the array was activated. Above the cabin, a circular array plate was raised. There was a sharp spike in the center that pointed to the front. The array plate lit up. Rays of moonlight were emitted and gathered on the sharp spike. A moment later, the sharp spike was like a glowing pillar. It was extremely bright in the pitch-black world of nothingness. Get ready to enter. Qinyu reminded Yi Luofeng. He circulated his true origin and pressed a button in the cabin. Suddenly, the light pillar on the array plate shone and landed on the light membrane in front of him. Instantly, where the bright moonlight shone, the light membrane dissipated and a hole appeared. Let's go. Qinyu grabbed Yi Luofeng's hand. After putting the sky-cruising ship into his interspatial storage, they smoothly went through the hole. In the next moment, the world lit up. The barren origin chi and all kinds of chaotic auras blew over. It made Qinyu feel like he hadn't felt for a long time. Sacred Heart Lake, Kunyan Sacred Ground. An elder rushed out of the array formation with an anxious look on his face. After a while, he came to a solemn hall. There was a dignified and elegant woman sitting at the top of the hall. Her sapphire blue hair swayed slowly like waves. Her breathing seemed to affect everything in the surroundings. A formless pressure filled the surroundings, causing the surrounding 100 meters to fall silent. There was not a single sound. This woman was one of the two protectors of the sacred ground, Protector Lan Yu. Her power in the sacred ground was only below that of the sacred lord. Why are you so flustered? What happened? Protector Lan Yu opened her deep blue eyes and asked calmly. Protector Lan Yu, I have been guarding the array formation. Just now, I found a loophole in the realm's defense formation. It seems that a living being has broken into the Kunyan realm. The elder half knelt on the ground and reported. What? Protector Lan Yu couldn't keep calm after hearing this. The realm defense of the Kunyan realm was very stable. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a loophole. And this time, a living being from the outside world had broken in. Did an overlord from another realm enter the Kunyan realm? Protector Lan Yu's face was solemn. If that was the case, the intruder was definitely not simple. What was his purpose? Do you know where the intruder is? Protector Lan Yu's face was solemn and the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The elder's blood suddenly froze and he found it difficult to breathe. The intruder is in the northern plains, the elder said with difficulty. I will take care of this myself. You can leave now. Protector Lan Yu's voice was cold. After the elder left, she slowly stood up. This is a serious matter. I must tell the sacred lord. After a while, a slender and elegant woman flew over. Her skin was as white as snow and she had a pair of beautiful sapphire eyes. She looked very pure and charming. If Qinyu was here, he would definitely recognize this beautiful woman as his fourth junior sister, Yu Buyu. Buyu, help me tell the sacred lord something, Protector Lan Yu ordered. Yes, master. The pretty lady, Yu Buyu, turned around and left with a solemn expression. As expected of the legendary extremine flaming body. Under this seat's nurturing, in a short 7 years, your cultivation has actually reached the late stage of the origin returning realm. Truly enviable. Protector Lan Yu sighed and revealed a mocking smile. Unfortunately, when her cultivation reaches the Void Sea realm, the sacred leader will use her as a cauldron to increase his spiritual body talent and break through to a higher realm. I'm finally back. Qinyu took a deep breath. That long-lost sense of familiarity gradually emerged. After 7 years, he returned to the Kunyan realm. He just didn't know what had happened in the Kunyan realm in the past 7 years. This doesn't seem to be an ancient country. Yi Luofeng said as she sensed the yuan qi of the world. The heaven-earth yuan qi here was abnormally thin. It was difficult to find such a place even in an ancient country. Could it be northern plains? Qinyu felt an unusual sense of closeness and familiarity, which was why he made such a guess. After flying for a while, a majestic city appeared in front of him. Let's go and ask. Qinyu said. He then took the lead and flew over. Above this huge city, there were guards patrolling. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky and approached at an extremely fast speed. Stop. Xianxia City forbids flying. 2 of the guards, who were tall and wore golden armor, immediately shouted. Many people were lining up to enter the city. When they saw a man and a woman in the sky planning to fly directly into Xianxia City, many people had disdainful looks on their faces. The others just wanted to watch a show. Forbids flying? Qinyu shook his head and smiled. All rules were for the weak. And the strong were the ones who made the rules. Plus, Qinyu was only going to ask about some things and leave immediately. He flew directly into the city and was about to ask about something. At this moment, one of the golden-armored guards with a cold expression stared at Qinyu, killing intent flashing in his gloomy eyes. They violated the rules of Xianxia City. Attack and take these two down. The gloomy golden-armored guard immediately gave the order. The others didn't dare to disobey his order. He was the leader here and had reached the late-stage viscera refinement realm, close to the chi transformation realm. Fire! With the order, all the guards on the city drew their bows and released sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of light arrows flew toward Qinyu. Qinyu was stunned. He didn't expect these people to attack directly. He had a trace of disdain on his face as he stood calmly in the air with his hands behind his back. He didn't look like he was going to attack. This kid must be scared silly. He's not running or defending. One of the onlookers laughed. However, in the next moment, his face stiffened and his jaw almost dropped. When all the arrows were within 30 zhang of Qinyu, they stopped in the air as if they were frozen. This scene caused all the people who witnessed it to gasp in astonishment. The arrows are floating in the air. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing all living beings to instinctively tremble and prostrate on the ground. The guards on the city wall felt a suffocating pressure. The guard in golden armor felt as if his heart was being gripped by a giant hand. The threat of death enveloped him and his life was no longer under his control. At this moment, an elder in golden robes flew out from a golden palace in the city. His eyes were sharp and his aura was extraordinary. Who are you? Why have you come to Xianxia City? The golden-robed elder flew over at an extremely fast speed. He sized up Qinyu with a burning gaze and found that the youth in front of him was like a giant mountain, extremely tall and vast like a vast ocean. This person's cultivation is at least at the chi transformation realm, maybe even at the origin returning realm. Such a terrifying young expert, could he be from a sacred land? The elder in golden robes had a bad feeling. Your Highness, this person. The guard in golden armor spat out a few words with great difficulty. The elder in golden robes reached out his palm and gestured for the guard to not speak. I only have one question. Qinyu looked at the elder in golden robes and said calmly. May I ask? The elder in golden robes had a solemn expression. He did not know what secret this youth wanted to ask. Where is this? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone who was listening intently was dumbfounded. They all thought that Qinyu wanted to ask about some shocking secret. In the end, Qinyu asked a question that all of them felt was extremely simple. The elder in golden robes who was mentally prepared was also stunned for a moment. He then revealed a strange expression and replied, Yan Country, Xianxia City. Yan Country? Northern Plains? Qinyu heard a familiar name and could not help but laugh. He did not expect to return to Northern Plains. This was quite a coincidence, but it was also what he wanted. Luofeng, let's go. Qinyu turned around and disappeared into the distance with the icy fairy. At this moment, the feathers of the arrows in the sky fell down in unison. Below Xianxia City, countless people were still stunned. They would never be able to forget the scene they had witnessed today. A young peerless expert had suddenly descended and asked, Where is this place? It seems that this person is not an expert from a sacred land. The elder in golden robes saw Qinyu leave and let out a sigh of relief, but why do I feel that this person is somewhat familiar? Luofeng? I remember that Qi country once had a peerless genius. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the elder in golden robes shuddered. His eyes shined with excitement and he could not contain it. Your Highness, what is it? The golden armor guard with a cold expression asked. Northern Plains was currently in a special period. Thus, when someone disobeyed his orders, he attacked. I know who that person is. The elder in golden robes said excitedly, this person is Alliance Leader Qinyu. Alliance Leader Qinyu. The nearby guards and the people of Xianxia City all called out this name. 14 years ago, the Three Kingdoms and the Snow Mountain 9 Division started a war. At this moment, a peerless genius appeared in Chu country and created many miracles. He turned the situation around and defeated the Snow Mountain 9 divisions, becoming one of the 3 alliance leaders. In the end, even the late-stage origin realm expert of the Snow Mountain tribe died because of Qin Yu. Chu country and Yan country shared a border. With Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng's speed, they arrived at Chu country's Xianxia city in a day. Chen clan. Qin Yu's return shook the entire clan. The patriarch and the old ancestor came out personally to welcome him. Welcome Alliance leader Chen. Qin Yu was one of the alliance leaders of the three kingdoms in Northern Plains. He was one of the few people with the most authority in the entire Northern Plains. Even if his seniority in the clan was not high, just this identity alone was enough for all the elders to greet him. Save it. Qin Yu said casually. He had seen all kinds of storms in the outside world. No matter how big a scene the Chen family created, it was like child's play to him. You. In the crowd, a well-dressed woman cried out involuntarily and quickly walked over. Behind her, a middle-aged man walked out with a faint smile. These two people were Qin Yu's parents. I'm back. Qin Yu revealed a gentle smile and hugged Chen's mom. After so many years, you still hasn't changed at all. Chen's mom sized up Qin Yu carefully. Because of Qin Yu's cultivation realm, his appearance and physique didn't change much after he became an adult. Only his temperament became more mature and steady. But his parents were much older than he remembered. Especially Chen's father, he already had some white hair. Let's talk about it when we get back. Qin Yu returned to Chu country this time to accompany his parents. You, this lady is? Chen's mom sized up Yi Luofeng. Her eyes lit up as if it was the first time she saw such a beautiful lady. Yi Luofeng was stunned on the spot. She had a strange expression and didn't know what to say. Hello auntie, I am, you're finally mature. You finally have a family. Chen's mom seemed to have understood something. Qin Yu only came back once every 10 years and only brought a woman. It was obvious that he was bringing his daughter-in-law back to his hometown. You've finally grown up. You finally settled down. From Chen's mom's point of view, Qin Yu had already settled down outside and was now bringing his daughter-in-law back to his hometown. Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Luofeng in a different light. Her gaze was filled with love and kindness. She believed that her son had the ability to find a fairy-like woman. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luofeng immediately felt uncomfortable, and her cheeks heated up. Just as she was about to explain, Qin Yu interrupted her. That's right. Mom, this is my wife. Qin Yu's words left Yi Luofeng dumbfounded. She felt even more flustered, not understanding why Qin Yu would say such a thing. At the same time, she felt both happy and annoyed. She transmitted back, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't be staying here for long. I might have to return to the great cosmos world, and I don't know how many years it will be before I return again. Just make my mother happy and put down that heavy stone in her heart. Qin Yu transmitted back. Hearing this, Yi Luofeng also felt the same way. She couldn't bear to refuse Qin Yu's filial piety. On the other hand, she was looking forward to playing the role of Qin Yu's wife. At most, I'll accompany you to your hometown and pretend to be your husband to make your parents happy. That way, we'll be even. Qin Yu said confidently. After all, he was one of the leaders of the Three Nations Alliance. He could be said to be a role model for the younger generation of the Three Nations. Yi Luofeng's parents would definitely be satisfied to see him. Hearing this, Yi Luofeng felt that not only did Qin Yu want to take advantage of her, but he also wanted to take advantage of her in a different way. But her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Were they going to meet their parents? Suddenly, Yi Luofeng felt a large, thick, and warm hand touch her waist, causing her body to instantly stiffen, and she felt slightly uncomfortable. Why aren't you greeting your parents? Qin Yu said, acting like he was Yi Luofeng's husband. Seeing this, Yi Luofeng couldn't avoid it, so she could only allow Qin Yu's hand to wrap around her waist. Yi Luofeng slowly walked forward, her face as cold as melting ice and snow. With a shy smile, she shouted, Father, Mother. Not bad. Qin Yu praised him telepathically. Then, they entered the Chen family. On the way, Qin Yu took the opportunity to caress Yi Luofeng's slender waist. However, Yi Luofeng didn't seem to notice it and didn't have much of a reaction. On that night, the entire Qin clan held a welcoming banquet for Qin Yu. The younger generation disciples of the Qin clan looked at Qin Yu with gazes that carried reverence and adoration as if they were looking at a god. After the banquet, Qin Yu accompanied his parents and chatted for a while before returning to his room to sleep. In the spacious room, the dim candlelight flickered. "Come, wife, it's time for us to sleep." With a smile on his face, Qin Yu walked forward and subconsciously reached out to hold Yi Luofeng's slender waist. Moreover, he placed his other hand over and pulled Yi Luofeng's body closer. As he held her graceful and lithe body in his arms, Qin Yu looked at the beautiful face before him that was a feast for the eyes. "Who's your wife?" Yi Luofeng's gaze flickered slightly as she snorted coquettishly and seemed to want to break free from Qin Yu's embrace. "Weren't you my wife just now?" Qin Yu said shamelessly. Just now, Yi Luofeng was speechless. Just now, she was indeed Qin Yu's wife. But didn't they say it was just a disguise? Right at this moment, Qin Yu leaned forward and pressed against Yi Luofeng's body, touching her soft and alluring breasts. Yi Luofeng immediately panicked. Her body trembled slightly as she stepped back. Qin Yu immediately leaned forward. Just like that, one retreated while the other advanced. The two of them kept approaching a large bed at the back. Bang! Because of her nervousness, Yi Luofeng did not notice it at all. She tripped and fell backward. Ah! Yi Luofeng could not help but scream. In the next moment, she was already lying on the bed. Qin Yu's hands were on both sides of her body, staring into her eyes. This scene instantly made her cheeks turn red and hot. "What are you doing?" "We said it was a disguise." Yi Luofeng snorted in a low voice with a hint of annoyance. She pushed away Qin Yu's arm and did not dare to look at Qin Yu as she ran away. "Haha, you're so nervous." Looking at Yi Luofeng's slightly curled back, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Just now, it was indeed difficult for him to resist the urge to make the disguise real. However, Yi Luofeng obviously had no experience in love. She was somewhat conservative and nervous. Poof! Qin Yu took the opportunity to lie down on his bed and stretch his body. The room was very spacious and there was also a bed on the other side, so he did not have to worry about Yi Luofeng not having a place to rest. It was a quiet night. "Good morning, my dear." The next day, Yi Luofeng had just met Qin Yu, who grinned and greeted her, revealing his snow-white teeth. Seeming to feel that her behavior last night had embarrassed Qin Yu, Yi Luofeng was very into the role at this moment and showed a gentle smile. "Good morning, my dear." Finally returning to the Kunyan realm, Qin Yu decided to spend more time with his parents. After all, he did not know when he would be able to come back again. Also, Qin Yu took out some precious materials that could prolong life from his storage space, neutralized the large amount of medicinal power in them, and gave them to his parents. In just a month, Qin Yu's parents looked much better, especially Chen's mom. Her face was rosy and her skin was white, as if she had become 10 years younger. At the same time, in this month, Qin Yu also learned about the current situation in Northern Plains from the Chen family. There was not much information, but Qin Yu had a rough understanding. 3 years ago, a group of uninvited guests came to the Snow Mountain 9 tribes, claiming to be the Sacred Land's envoys, and said that they wanted to unify Northern Plains and be under the control of Kunyan's Sacred Land. The Snow Mountain 9 tribes naturally did not agree, but soon after, the 3 tribes fell and became the subordinates of the Sacred Land's envoys. In 2 years, another 3 tribes fell under their control. The remaining 3 tribes could only ally with Qi, Chu, and Yan to resist the Sacred Land. Alliance leader Chen, now that you have returned, our 3 kingdoms and 3 tribes have a greater chance of winning. The Chen family's patriarch said with a smile. No matter what, Qin Yu was once one of the alliance leaders, and his strength stood at the peak of the entire Northern Plains. His participation would definitely be able to change the situation. I will go and settle this in a few days." A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Northern Plains was too remote before, so the Sacred Land didn't care about it. But after he left, the Sacred Land extended its claws here. It was obviously because of Qin Yu. This time, Qin Yu returned to Kunyan world, worried that the alien races would take revenge on those related to him. As expected, the Sacred Land was doing that. "I must expel these alien races." He made up his mind. The night was cold and the moon hung high in the sky. Swish! Swish! Swish, two men and a woman flew in the dark night. When they approached a brightly lit building, they stopped. This is the Qin family, also the birthplace of Qinyu. The man in a blue robe, who was the leader, sneered. Haha, it's just a secular family. The strongest person in it is at most a qi transformation or postnatal cultivator. Lord Deng actually sent Brother Liu, a sacred guard candidate. What a fuss. The short young man snickered. Lord Deng is just a precaution. The man in a blue robe smiled and said casually, capture everyone related to Qinyu and kill the rest. Yes. Sacred guard. The short young man and the woman in a red dress chuckled and flew out. Boom, the true qi in their bodies surged, and the powerful aura of the qi transformation stage spread out in all directions. A violent wind blew, and sand and stones were sent flying. Who is it? One of the guards exclaimed in shock. He was suppressed by this powerful aura to the point that he could not move. Die. The short man pointed his finger and a wisp of dark green light flashed. Dong, a head rolled to the side. Enemy attack. Exclamations of shock resounded out as the entire Qin clan was instantly illuminated like it was daytime, and numerous figures flashed out. Leave a few for me. The woman in a red dress smiled seductively. She put her hand under her mouth and blew gently. A cloud of dark purple mist surged out. Everything in the way of the dark purple mist rotted and withered. The body on the ground rotted and only bones were left. Run. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Qin family was scared out of their wits. This is a qi transformation postnatal, no, a connate cultivator. The ancestral patriarch of the Qin family trembled. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. I didn't expect that you would come looking for me. In the next moment, the ancestral patriarch of the Qin family saw a figure appear in front of him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Who are you? The woman in a red dress smiled disdainfully. You are. Meanwhile, the short man beside him immediately widened his eyes in shock as he stared at Qinyu's face. It really was Qinyu. The Kunyan sacred ground had the highest level of bounty, and the target was Qinyu. As long as they killed or captured Qinyu, or even clues related to Qinyu's whereabouts, they could get a huge reward. But the highest level of bounty also represented great danger. At least, the information on the bounty stated that Qinyu was a golden emblem holy guard, and the two of them couldn't even be considered as holy guards. The person who will kill you. Qinyu's expression was cold. At this moment, the dark purple mist enveloped Qinyu. Take care of yourself first, haha. The woman in a red dress saw that her poisonous mist had completely enveloped Qinyu, so she laughed. She was from the Crimson Sky Nation and had never even entered the sacred ground. She didn't have a deep impression of Qinyu. She only knew that there was such a person, and she didn't expect that she would meet Qinyu. But the next moment, she was surprised to find that Qinyu, who was standing in the poisonous mist, wasn't hurt at all. The corrosive poisonous mist she refined couldn't even hurt Qinyu's hair. Qinyu. At this moment, she finally recognized him. Suddenly, the purple mist that enveloped Qinyu spread to the woman in a red dress and the short man. Run! The short man yelled. But he found that he couldn't move at all. The woman in a red dress next to him was the same. What's going on? The two qi transforming connate experts were horrified and couldn't understand. Qinyu didn't even move his hand, but he made the poisonous mist fly backward, making them unable to move. The woman in a red dress and the short man were covered by the dark purple poisonous mist, and their flesh and blood were rotting. After a while, there were only two skeletons left. And from beginning to end, Qinyu stood in the same place, not even moving a finger. When the Qin clan members saw this scene, they were all frightened as if they had seen a ghost. Their stiff bodies trembled slightly. What kind of method is this? The Qin family's ancestor's eyes were about to pop out and his heart was beating violently. From start to finish, Qinyu didn't move at all. Two qi transformation realm Xianxia experts died on the spot. It was no wonder that these people couldn't understand. Even the short man and the lady in red who were already dead probably died without knowing why. Just now, Qinyu had only released the power of the concept of space. Empty sea realm experts could communicate with heaven and earth and comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. The concept of space was one of the best among the various concepts of heaven and earth. The two Qi transformation realm experts couldn't feel the power of space at all. They were confined on the spot and couldn't move. The poisonous fog was also pushed by the power of space and enveloped the short man and the lady in red, killing them both. The entire process didn't require Xianxia to make a move. He only needed to release his spiritual power and communicate with the concept of heaven and earth. In the forest far away, a blue-robed man stood rooted to the ground. A strong wave of fear suddenly rolled over him like a tsunami. The three of them had passed through the most dangerous defense line of the three kingdoms and three tribes. They thought that everything would go smoothly and they would get a great merit after dealing with the Qin family. But the blue-robed man didn't expect that Xianxia was in the Qin clan. He was just a substitute sacred guard, while Xianxia was a gold emblem sacred guard in the sacred land. Whoosh, the blue-robed man's face was pale as he turned and ran. "Did I let you go?" Just as he turned, Xianxia's cold voice came over. It was like an icicle that pierced into his mind, causing him to shiver. The blue-robed man's hair stood on end as he broke out in a cold sweat. Boom, the true essence in his body surged out and turned into a green wave that burned. The powerful true essence wave shocked the surroundings. An Origin Realm expert. Oh my god, an Origin Realm expert actually made a move against our Qin clan. The Qin clan was filled with exclamations. In their eyes, an Origin Realm martial artist was an unreachable existence. A single word from them could decide the fate of the entire Qin clan. But at this moment, the Origin Realm expert was like a mouse that saw a cat and immediately fled. "Stay here." Xianxia coldly barked, and an invisible spatial energy descended around the blue-robed man. The man burned his true essence, preparing to escape with all his strength. But to his horror, he discovered that no matter what he did, he couldn't take even half a step forwards. "No," the blue-robed man screamed in horror. He frantically mobilized the true essence in his body, causing it to burn. But his struggles were futile. His body seemed to be glued to space, unable to move. Even though he had already burned half of his true essence, it didn't have the slightest effect. "Who?" A gust of cold wind blew from behind. The blue-robed man suddenly discovered that Xianxia was standing right in front of him. This strange and unfathomable speed caused him to feel even more despair. Even if he could escape, he probably wouldn't be able to escape from Xianxia. "Xianxia, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The blue-robed man immediately begged for mercy. He was about to kneel and beg for mercy to show his sincerity, but he realized that he still couldn't move. He couldn't even kneel if he wanted to. No need. Xianxia's expression was cold. He could guess that these three people were definitely sent by the Sacred Land forces in the northern plains to deal with the Qin clan. "I'm just curious, why are you guys willing to work for the different races?" Xianxia's words were filled with intense disdain. During the battle between the Sacred Land and the Blood Moon organization, the upper echelons of the Sacred Land had exposed the identity of the different races. "This is the world of martial power. We had no choice but to submit to the Sacred Lord and seek a path of survival." The blue-robed man revealed an unwilling and sorrowful expression. Immediately after, he shouted, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to betray the Sacred Land. I'm willing to help the human race and fight against the different races." "No need." Xianxia said those three words again. In the next moment, black demonic flames seemed to burn in his eyes. A terrifying demonic aura burst forth. The blue-robed man seemed to see a demonic figure that was hundreds of feet tall staring at him with a pair of eerie eyes. It was as if he saw the most terrifying scene in the world. His body trembled and his pants became wet. Boom, the demonic intent on Xianxia's body gradually rose and the terrifying demonic intent rushed into the blue-robed man's mind. In the next moment, his consciousness was completely destroyed and he fell to the ground. This was Xianxia's demonic intent. It was powerful and overbearing, and it could destroy one's mind. When facing an expert of the same cultivation realm, it could affect the opponent's mind. When facing a weaker opponent, it could directly erase their soul consciousness. An Origin Realm is dead. The Qin clan members looked at the motionless blue-robed man and couldn't calm their hearts. In an instant, two Qi transformation realm experts died on the spot. The Origin Realm experts seemed to have been scared to death by Qinyu. Previously, the Qin clan members respected Qinyu more. But now, there was fear in the depths of their hearts. Alliance leader Chen, these three are? The Qin family's ancestor couldn't help but ask. They still didn't know why these three experts suddenly appeared and why they wanted to attack the Qin clan. They also didn't know the grudge between Qinyu and the sacred ground. People from the sacred ground. Qinyu said casually. It's actually that despicable sacred ground. The Qin family clenched their teeth. To them, this group of people who claimed to be envoys from the sacred ground were invaders and the main reason for the war in the northern plains. The Qin family's ancestor and some of the higher-ups looked at Qinyu and pondered. Why would such a powerful sacred ground send people to attack a small clan in the secular world of the Chu country? There must be a reason. In addition, those people clearly recognized Qinyu. They had already guessed that the reason why these people attacked the Qin clan was probably because of Qinyu. But facing Qinyu's terrifying strength, even if they guessed it, they didn't dare to show it. The next day, Qinyu bid farewell to his parents and left with Yi Luofeng under the escort of the Qin clan members. Seeing Qinyu and Yi Luofeng disappear in an instant, the Qin family was filled with emotions. I wonder what level Yu's cultivation has reached now. No matter what, Alliance leader Qin will definitely be able to defeat the sacred ground and return peace to the northern plains. The battle between the sacred ground and the three tribes and three countries was concentrated in the territory of the Snow Mountain 9 tribes. The sacred ground was now stationed in the former Jade Sea tribe. And the three tribes and three countries were mainly concentrated in the Battle Alliance tribe. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Battle Alliance tribe, the experts of the three tribes and three countries were gathered, cheering endlessly. Logically speaking, the three tribes and three countries were at a disadvantage in the battle against the sacred ground. But now, they were holding a celebratory feast. All of this was because of one person, Meng Qixiong. When the 9 tribes were defeated, he left the northern plains to train outside. A few days ago, when Meng Qixiong heard that the northern plains was in trouble, he hurried back. In less than half a month, under Meng Qixiong's leadership, the three tribes and three countries captured 2 enemy strongholds and won 2 battles. This battle raised the morale of the 3 countries and 3 tribes. As expected of General Meng, he is already at the peak of the late-stage Origin realm at such a young age. With General Meng's talent, he will definitely break through to the star condensation realm and become the #1 prodigy of the northern plains in the past thousands of years. In the palace, many experts were flattering Meng Qixiong. Even the experts of the 3 countries greeted Meng Qixiong with smiles, not daring to be negligent. In the current dangerous situation, the 3 countries and 3 tribes only had Meng Qixiong, a peak of the late-stage Origin realm expert. He was the only hope to defeat the sacred ground. Everyone is overpraising me. Meng Qixiong sat upright, his expression was calm, his eyes were deep and firm, his every movement emitted the aura of an expert. I wonder where Yu is now. In Yinhui Gate, Elder Mao sighed. Back when the 3 kingdoms and the Snow Mountain 9 tribes fought, Meng Qixiong was the hero of the 9 tribes, the undefeated god of war. But in the end, he lost to Qinyu 3 times. Seeing Meng Qixiong's extraordinary achievements, Elder Mao couldn't help but think of his own disciple. Although he did not know Qinyu's situation, he felt that Qinyu's current achievements were definitely higher than Meng Qixiong's. Report, urgent enemy situation. Suddenly, a shout came from outside, breaking the celebratory atmosphere of the banquet. But none of the experts present were angry. Speak. Meng Qixiong's eyes dimmed. The sacred ground forces suddenly attacked the iron smelting tribe and the barbarian 2 tribe. An intelligence officer half knelt on the ground. What? They actually split their forces and attacked the 2 tribes at the same time. Many experts were shocked. In this situation, they could even attack the enemy's base. Since they dared to do this, they must have made preparations. If we take the initiative to attack, we will be walking into a trap. Meng Qixiong expressed his opinion. The current him was like a ruler. General Meng is right. The iron smelting tribe leader nodded. Let's end the banquet, please reinforce the 2 tribes, I will guard this place. Meng Qixiong analyzed and gave the order. Next, the experts gathered here split into 2 groups to reinforce the iron smelting tribe and the Mantu tribe. However, on the afternoon of the same day, enemy attack, enemy attack. Shouts could be heard. Whoosh, Meng Qixiong, who was sitting on a large chair, flew up and jumped out. From afar, tens of thousands of people were charging over. Most of them were originally Northern Plains people, but had already submitted to the Sacred Land envoys. At the front of the army, there were three figures. They were the Sacred Land envoys. The leader had short hair and wore a blue robe embroidered with golden patterns. He had an arrogant expression as he looked ahead. This sacred guard had thought that you would lead your troops to attack my base, or reinforce the other two sides, to think that you would be here, as expected of Meng Qixiong. The leader of the short-hair man praised with a smile. You are the leader of the Sacred Land envoys, Deng Quan? Meng Qixiong's eyes flickered with sharp light as he stared at the short-hair man Deng Quan. This person was not simple. Meng Qixiong had a feeling that he could not see through his opponent. Meng Qixiong, I will give you one last chance. Submit to the Sacred Land, and you will obtain the best cultivation resources, and even have the same status as this sacred guard. Deng Quan laughed loudly. With Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng's speed, they would reach the Snow Mountain tribe in less than half a day. However, Qin Yu had no idea about the situation at the front line, and the Qin family was a small family. Thus, Qin Yu went to the Yunhui Gate. When he arrived at the gate, the guards of the Yunhui Gate were stunned when they saw Qin Yu. In the next moment, they knelt down. Greetings, Grand Elder. Rise. Qin Yu said casually and entered the Yunhui Gate. Is that really Grand Elder Qin Yu? Grand Elder Qin Yu just talked to me. As if awakened from a dream, the two disciples cried out in pleasant surprise. When Qin Yu passed by the Yunhui Gate's inner disciples area, he saw a huge black statue. It was Qin Yu. With such a huge statue, it was no wonder that the new disciples of the Yunhui Gate recognized Qin Yu immediately and knelt down. A moment later, Sect Master Yunhui came to the guest hall to welcome him. Grand Elder, you're back after so many years. Sect Master Yunhui said with a smile. Qin Yu was one of the great elders of the Yunhui sect. Even the Yunhui sect leader's status was lower than his. This time, my main purpose of returning to Northern Plains is to resolve the current chaos of war. Tell me the general situation. Qin Yu went straight to the point. He did not plan to stay in Northern Plains for long. The whole of Northern Plains was just a small remote area compared to the Kunyan world. If he wanted to defeat the variant humans, the real battlefield was the three ancient countries. The Sacred Land forces stationed in Northern Plains are at the place where the Jade Sea tribe used to be. The three ancient countries and the three tribes are gathered at the Battle Alliance tribe to fight against them. As a major sect in Chu country, the Yunhui Gate knew a lot more information, allowing Qin Yu to have a clearer understanding of the situation. From Sect Master Yunhui, Qin Yu even learned that the leader of the Sacred Land faction was called Deng Quan. It's actually this guy. Qin Yu muttered to himself. He had some impression of this Deng Quan. Back at the Konghai Mountain trial, Qin Yu had a conflict with Deng Quan. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. I'll rush to the battlefield now. After obtaining the basic information, Qin Yu prepared to take action immediately. Sect leader, there's something important to report. A loud voice came from outside the hall. Can't you see that I'm having a discussion with the Grand Elder? Sect Master Yunhui shouted in displeasure. Not only was Qin Yu the Yunhui Gate's Grand Elder, but he was also one of the leaders of the Three Nations Alliance. His status far surpassed that of the other Grand Elder in the sect, Gong Yang. It could be said that as long as Qin Yu was alive, the Yunhui Gate would never decline. It might even develop to the level of the Bone Demon Palace. Since he was already disturbed, Sect Master Yunhui had the other party present the information. After reading it, Sect Master Yunyue's expression changed. What happened? Qin Yu sharply sensed that it seemed to be bad news. The Sacred Land forces suddenly launched an attack. The Iron Forging tribe and the Barbarian Tu tribe were both attacked. Grand Elder Gong Yang ordered the Yunhui Gate to send reinforcements to the Iron Forging tribe. Sect Master Yunhui immediately arrived. The Sacred Land forces were originally at an advantage. Now that the enemy had suddenly attacked, they must be very confident. There's no need to send reinforcements. Qin Yu's calm voice suddenly sounded. What? Sect Master Yunhui was stunned for a moment. There was no need to send reinforcements? I'll just make a trip there. Although Qianyu spoke very casually, his words were filled with absolute confidence. After bidding farewell to sect master Yunue, Qianyu and Yi Luofeng immediately set off for the iron-forging tribe of the Snow Mountain. Is he going to create another miracle? Sect master Yunue smiled and then waved his hand. There's no need to send reinforcements. The iron-forging tribe was built on a stretch of mountains. At that moment, the sound of explosions and weapons clashing reverberated continuously within the mountains. The iron-smelting tribe was surrounded. Many Chu cultivators and tribesmen relied on arrays and defensive measures to fend off the enemy while waiting for reinforcements from behind. Elders, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Once I break through this place, you will only be able to become prisoners. In the sky outside the tribe, a red-haired man crossed his arms in front of his chest in an unrestrained manner. Inside the tribe, the expressions of the Absolute Yin Patriarch and the iron-forging tribe leader immediately darkened. You little brat, you have no manners at all. The iron-forging tribe leader had a bad temper and immediately scolded. In this world, strength is everything. What's the use of manners? The red-haired man had a mocking look on his face. In the next moment, an incomparably scorching crimson flame erupted from his body and transformed into a surging cloud of fire that covered the sky. As the red-haired man waved his hand, the crimson fire cloud condensed into a giant fireball that fell from the sky. Stop it, Absolute Yin Patriarch. The iron-forging tribe leader's expression changed as he yelled at the Absolute Yin Patriarch. Instantly, the two peak mid-stage returning Origin Realm cultivators joined forces and coordinated with the tribe's array to block the red-haired man's attack. But the tribe's array was also weakened by the attack. This kid's strength is terrifying. The iron-forging tribe leader's heart palpitated. The red-haired man was at the late-stage returning Origin Realm, but his strength was extraordinary. The iron-forging tribe leader and the Absolute Yin Patriarch were no match for him even when they teamed up. From the looks of it, the red-haired man had not used his full strength. It was as if he was just playing. The Chu Kingdom's reinforcements will need at least a day to arrive. The Absolute Yin Patriarch's eyes darkened as he had a bad feeling about this. Could they hold on for a day? Since all of you are hiding, there's nothing more to play with. The red-haired man in the sky shook his head and sighed as he revealed a mocking smile. Break through this place in 1 hour. In the next moment, the red-haired man's expression changed as he yelled. 1 hour. This person wants to break through us in 1 hour? Within the iron-forging tribe, everyone was shocked and panicked. Even the returning Origin Realm cultivators were shocked as they panicked. The Chu Kingdom's reinforcements would need a day to arrive, but the enemy actually said that they would break through this place in 1 hour. The moment the order was given, the Sacred Land forces launched an all-out attack. Apart from the red-haired man, the opposing party had another 5 Origin Realm experts. At this moment, all of them were attacking at the same time, covering the skies with their attacks. Tribe leader, the west side's array is heavily damaged. We can't hold on here any longer. In less than 5 minutes, the array was broken and the Sacred Land forces charged in. Let's go together. The Absolute Yin Patriarch and the iron-forging tribe leader went up against the red-haired man. You really think this Sacred Guard can't do anything to you? The red-haired man sneered. In the Sacred Land, he was a Silver Emblem Sacred Guard, but he already had the qualifications to become a Gold Emblem Sacred Guard. His true strength could probably defeat a late-stage returning Origin Realm cultivator within 20 moves. The red-haired man waved his palms, unleashing 2 clumps of raging flames, which turned into 2 fiery dragons with a shocking aura. Rumble in the exchange of blows, the iron-forging tribe leader and the Absolute Yin Patriarch were pushed back by the red-haired man's palm. Many parts of their bodies were charred black. This is his true strength? The Absolute Yin Patriarch had a bitter expression and felt powerless. Even the iron-forging tribe leader was powerless. They had already accepted reality. Their fighting spirit was dispirited, and they were ready to face the result of a crushing defeat. But suddenly, the red-haired man in front of them widened his eyes. His pupils constricted, and his face filled with terror as he shook his head. No, impossible, the red-haired man stared into the distance and said with a trembling voice. The Iron Forging tribe leader and the absolute patriarch were shocked, not knowing what had happened. The arrogant and domineering red-haired man had suddenly become like this, as if he had been frightened by something. No, why is he here? The red-haired man's fear increased. Retreat! He shouted loudly. This order caused everyone to be dumbfounded, and they did not understand what it meant. Especially their own people. They were about to take down this place, but their leader suddenly shouted for retreat. Was there something wrong with his head? At that moment, an icy voice with boundless pressure could be heard from afar. Where are you planning to retreat to? The sky changed colors and the wind blew. The sacred land forces all shivered as fear rose in their hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distant sky, two figures descended. Xianxia? The absolute patriarch was shocked when he saw Xianxia. Who would have thought that at this crucial moment, Xianxia, who had never appeared in northern plains, would come to help? You. Among the crowd, Elder Mao was also excited. Whoosh! The red-haired man and the two returning Origin Realm experts turned and ran. Among the three of them, the red-haired man was a silver emblem sacred guard, while the other two were backup sacred guards. They knew about Xianxia's situation. Don't think of going anywhere. Xianxia's cold gaze swept across the front and he snorted. This snort was infused with the profound of the demonic sound howl, turning into a distorted sound wave that blasted forward. PFFF, the three returning Origin Realm experts instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Apart from the red-haired man, the other two returning Origin Realm experts fell and died on the spot. Their organs had already been shattered by Xianxia's snort. What is going on? The tribesmen were all dumbfounded. Xianxia didn't even make a move, just a snort and two returning Origin Realm experts died on the spot. The red-haired man was heavily injured, but in the next moment, he used all his strength and a secret technique to increase his speed. He turned into a crimson-red flame and flew far away. Great, the danger is over. The iron-smelting tribe leader sighed. Two returning Origin Realm experts died, and the strongest red-haired man escaped. This battle, the tribe and the three kingdoms won. Looking at Xianxia, the iron-smelting tribe leader was in awe. He couldn't imagine what cultivation level Xianxia had reached after disappearing all these years. I said, don't think of going anywhere. Xianxia stared into the distance and pointed his finger lightly. A blood-colored sword chi burst forth. This was the Yangming sword finger, but against a silver emblem sacred guard, he only used 10% of his strength. Swoosh, the blood-red sword chi flew across the sky and headed straight for the red-haired man who was thousands of feet away. I have already escaped thousands of feet away. Why? He was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge it. Pooh, the blood-flame sword chi pierced through his chest, leaving a huge hole. The red-haired man's corpse fell to the ground. The vast battlefield suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of gasps could be heard. The red-haired man was the leader of a faction. His cultivation was profound, and neither the iron-making tribe leader nor the absolute forefather could withstand a single blow from him. However, the man had already fled more than 10,000 feet away. Xianxia had taken his life with a single point of his finger. Was he the king of hell? Otherwise, how could he take someone's life so easily? The iron-making tribe leader and the absolute forefather were shocked as well. Just what level has this kid's cultivation reached? He's so terrifying. The absolute forefather was shocked. If Xianxia wanted to destroy the Bone Demon Palace with that move just now, he could probably do so with a wave of his hand. The absolute forefather shook his head and sighed. How could there be such a monster in the world? Faction leader Chen, I didn't expect you to come. Grand Elder Gong Yang came out to greet him happily. He only had respect and fear for Xianxia. Respect stemmed from his admiration for the strong. Fear stemmed from the fact that he hadn't taken care of Xianxia when he was still weak. Instead, he had treated him coldly. That was all in the past. Xianxia was the Yunhui Gate's lucky star now. With Xianxia around, the Yunhui Gate would never decline. It might even become the top sect in the Chu Kingdom. In fact, if Xianxia had stayed at the Yunhui Gate, that title would have been theirs. I didn't expect Faction Leader Chen to return. Faction Leader Chen is truly amazing. He killed the enemy's senior members with one move and left them defenseless. Many senior members of the tribe and the Chu kingdom came to greet him and praised Qinyu to the heavens. This was all because Qinyu's move had been too shocking. Outside the tribe, the sacred land forces were all frozen to the spot, dumbfounded. Victory had been right before their eyes, but in the next moment, their leader and 2 backup holy guards had all fallen. The battle had ended just like that. The defeated side didn't even dare to flee. All of them became captives. Such a shocking reversal, such a satisfying victory, stirred the hearts of the 3 armies. Guild leader Chen, please stay here for a day or 2 so that the ironworking tribe can properly thank you. The iron-making tribe leader said with enthusiasm and anticipation. All right then. Chen Yu agreed. After this victory, there would definitely be a celebratory feast. He would stay here for a day. In any case, he had nothing urgent to do. The main purpose of returning to the Kunyan realm this time was to expel the alien races. Secondly, Chen Yu also wanted to stay here for a while and remember it. He did not know when he would be able to return to this place the next time he left. Perhaps he would not return at all. You, how have you been in the ancient kingdom all these years? Elder Mao asked with a gratified look on his face. Accepting Chen Yu as his disciple was probably the proudest thing he had ever done in his life. He knew that Chen Yu had gone to an ancient country, but he didn't know that Chen Yu had already left for another realm. Don't worry, master. I'm doing well. Chen Yu did not intend to tell the truth. If his master knew that he had offended the ruling force of the entire Kunyan realm, he would probably worry about him every day. However, just as the tribe was resting, an urgent report arrived. The Sacred Land's main force is attacking the Battle Alliance tribe. General Meng is asking everyone to return as reinforcements. A messenger half-knelt on the ground. He was going to hand the report to Ancestor Absolute Een or the iron-making tribe leader, but when he saw Chen Yu, he immediately handed the report to him. General Meng? Meng Qixiong? Chen Yu could not help but recall some things that had happened when he returned to Northern Plains. Meng Qixiong was not an enemy now, but an ally leading Northern Plains against the Sacred Land. Looks like we can't hold a celebratory feast. The iron-making tribe leader smiled helplessly, but he was not disappointed at all. It was a matter of life and death for Northern Plains. How could he indulge in pleasure? Return immediately. He immediately gave the order. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Chen Yu calmly and casually said. Since it was an urgent report, it was better to return early. Also, the Sacred Land's invasion of Northern Plains was largely due to Chen Yu. He felt guilty for causing his homeland to suffer the flames of war. Thus, he would not tolerate anyone from the Sacred Land. With that, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng left. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 flew away at a speed so fast that it was almost the blink of an eye. So fast? No, the 2 of them are flying in the air without using much primordial energy, yet they can reach such a speed. This method, could it be the legendary Konghai supremacy? The Absolute Een forefather's pensive expression suddenly turned into one of extreme shock. Void Sea Realm experts could communicate with the power of heaven and earth, thus flying in the air only required a small amount of primordial energy. Returning Origin Realm experts completely relied on primordial energy to fly, which consumed a lot of primordial energy. What? Both of them are Void Sea Realm? The iron-making tribe leader was shocked when he heard that. For thousands of years, Northern Plains had never given birth to a Void Sea Realm expert. But now, there were 2, how could they not be shocked? In Chen Yu's impression, Meng Qixiong was indeed a hero. But now, Northern Plains' enemy was the Sacred Land forces. The Sacred Guards of the Sacred Land were all top geniuses carefully selected from the 3 ancient kingdoms. If not for Meng Qixiong's appearance, Northern Plains would not have lasted until now. Chen Yu muttered inwardly as he increased his speed. According to the route, this place seems to be closer to Jade Sea Tribe. When Chen Yu looked at the map of Northern Plains, he suddenly discovered something. The Sacred Land forces in Northern Plains were stationed in the original Jade Sea Tribe. In that case, let's besiege them and destroy their nest. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smile. Then, she and Yi Luofeng changed their route and attacked Jade Sea Tribe. Jade Sea Tribe was built on a large island in the middle of a lake. Such a special terrain made Jade Sea tribe easy to defend and hard to attack. Any enemy that tried to get close would have nowhere to hide. Let me do it this time. Yi Luofeng's expression was cold. Up until now, Qingyu had been the one doing it, she had not done anything. Alright, then let my wife do it. Qingyu grinned evilly. Yi Luofeng, who had a cold expression and a serious expression, almost stumbled. Her face turned red as she glared at Qingyu angrily. Whoosh, she did not speak and flew towards the island in the lake. In the tribe, many guards looked at the heaven immortal descending from the sky in a daze. Enemy attack. A shout rang out, jolting everyone awake. How dare they attack here? Arrogant lowly Northern Plains person, let this sacred guard execute you on the spot. Within the Jade Sea tribe, 2 young men dressed in blue robes charged into the sky with a dignified aura and arrogance on their faces. Eh? I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in a remote place like Northern Plains. One of them saw Yi Luofeng's lineup and immediately revealed an evil smile, his eyes darting around Yi Luofeng's body. Yi Luofeng frowned and her eyes became extremely cold. An extremely cold power turned into a sharp sword intent and instantly burst out. Puff. Puff, 2 lines of blood spurted out. The man who had an evil smile on his face suddenly screamed miserably and covered his eyes in pain. Hiss. A silver emblem sacred guard next to him felt his hair stand on end as fear spread. The sword intent that bloomed from the eyes of that devastatingly beautiful woman had actually pierced his companion's eyes. What kind of technique was this? At this moment, the 2 silver emblem sacred guards finally felt the powerful true essence and sword intent from Yi Luofeng. That true essence fluctuation made them unable to resist. That cold sword intent seemed to be able to pierce through their hearts at any time. Mercy, fairy. The 2 immediately knelt down. However, Yi Luofeng's expression did not change at all as she lightly waved her hand. A pure white and icy cold azure sword chi, 50 to 60 feet long, descended from the sky with the immense power of heaven and earth. Swoosh, after the sword chi slashed through the air, the figure was gone, only a pile of scattered ice shards were left behind. With the death of the 2 Sacred Lands envoys, the entire Jade Sea tribe was in chaos. No one is allowed to leave here, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Yi Luofeng's cold voice resounded and those who were preparing to leave the island abruptly stopped in their tracks. Then, Yi Luofeng randomly picked a person and said coldly, I'll give you a chance to inform Deng Quan, quickly scram to meet him. Yes, this lowly one will go now. A green hat man shuddered as he frantically ran out. His cultivation had reached Qi transformation Xianxia and was considered a very powerful existence among these people, thus the speed at which he went to inform was slightly faster. Whoosh, in the sky, a figure suddenly descended. The members of the Jade Sea tribe looked over and were instantly dumbfounded. Alliance leader Qingyu. Everyone here was from Northern Plains and immediately recognized him. Battle Alliance tribe. Ha ha ha, Meng Qixiong, why are you hiding? Come out and fight with this sacred guard. Arrogant laughter resounded between heaven and earth. Deng Quan's eyes swept across the front with disdain. In the Battle Alliance tribe, Meng Qixiong had a deep wound on his chest that revealed his bones. His face was pale as he sat cross-legged to heal. The surroundings were dead silent. Recalling the scene just now, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Meng Qixiong, who was at the peak of the late stage of Origin Realm, the strongest expert of the 3 kingdoms and 3 tribes, was defeated after exchanging 10 moves with Sacred Guard Deng Quan. He was even severely injured and almost lost his life. The enemy is too strong. Let's surrender. In the Battle Alliance tribe, many of the higher-ups had a painful and helpless expression. If it wasn't for the Battle Alliance tribe's protection array, which was known as the strongest array among the 9 divisions, this place would have already been broken. Ha ha ha, Deng Quan's wanton laughter continued to echo. At this moment, a green hat man rushed over and shouted, Not good, chief, the tribe is being ambushed. The excited Deng Quan's laughter stopped abruptly. The tribe was being ambushed? How was this possible? Right now, they were launching an all-out attack. The 3 tribes and 3 kingdoms couldn't even take care of themselves. How could they have the manpower to ambush their territory? The rest of the people looked at the green hat man with doubt, wondering if he was stupid. The Green Hat Man saw that Dang Quan didn't respond and thought that Dang Quan didn't understand. As a member of the Jade Sea tribe, he was concerned about the safety of the Jade Sea tribe. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Chief, our home is being ambushed." Dang Quan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He frowned and shouted unhappily, "Who did it?" He believed that the 3 kingdoms and 3 tribes did not have any extra troops to attack their base. Moreover, there were 2 silver emblem sacred guards with strength comparable to late-stage Origin Realm experts. In addition, Jade Sea tribe's terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack. Who else in Northern Plains could attack their base? Thus, Dang Quan believed that this was all a lie made up by the Green Hat Man. The Green Hat Man was most likely a traitor. He purposely made up such a lie to make Dang Quan retreat and solve the crisis of Battle Alliance tribe. It was a girl as beautiful as a goddess. 2 sacred land envoys were killed by her with a wave of her hand. The man in the green hat was very emotional. That scene was really terrifying. At that time, he was so scared that his legs went soft. Oh? A woman broke into our camp and killed 2 envoys from the Holy Lands? Dang Quan's lips curled into a mocking smile. This was impossible. Northern Plains was such a poor and desolate place, how could there be such an expert? Yes, that girl is Yi Luofeng. The Green Hat Man continued. Yi Luofeng was once a genius of Chu country. He had some impression of her. Yi Luofeng. Dang Quan was astonished. Previously, he thought everything was made up by this person. But now, it seemed like it wasn't the case. Dang Quan also had an impression of Yi Luofeng. Back at Mount Konghai, he and Shen Han took the initiative to befriend her but were rejected by Yi Luofeng. With this girl's talent, after so many years, her strength might be close to mine. She has the strength to kill 2 silver emblem sacred guards. Dang Quan pondered. During the war between the Sacred Land and Blood Moon, many Sacred Land members defected. Yi Luofeng was also missing. She most likely defected to Blood Moon. This damned girl, spoiling my plans at such a crucial time. Dang Quan gritted his teeth as his eyes flashed with a cold light. A moment later, he made a decision and sneered, "But it's fine. After so many years, let me capture her and bring her back to the Sacred Land. Sacred Lord will definitely reward me." For those who betrayed the Sacred Land, once they were captured, they would suffer a fate worse than death. The person who caught the traitor would also be richly rewarded. To Dang Quan, the Northern Plains could be conquered at any time, but if Yi Luofeng ran, it would be a pity. Retreat. Dang Quan immediately gave the order to the army. How dare she steal from our home, headquarters? This holy guard will definitely make her pay a heavy price. Dang Quan glanced at the man in the green hat and found that he had been unknowingly led astray by him. Rumble, the enormous Holy Land forces suddenly retreated. This scene bewildered many warriors of the Fighting League. Why did they suddenly retreat? Could it be a trap? I heard them say Yi Luofeng. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. After all, victory was already in sight for Dang Quan and the others. For them to suddenly retreat at this moment was truly strange. Luofeng. In the crowd, the High Sword Sect's elder Duanmu stood up. She was Yi Luofeng's master in the High Sword Sect. After a while, the great formation of the tribe of the Fighting League opened, sending out scouts to check the situation. Report, the enemy has indeed left. Is Luofeng really back? She directly attacked the enemy's headquarters? Elder Duanmu's expression changed slightly, showing a trace of worry. Dang Quan had already returned. If Yi Luofeng did not retreat in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even Meng Qixiong lost to Dang Quan in 10 moves. Yi Luofeng was definitely not Dang Quan's match. Finally, after the higher-ups discussed, they decided to split into 2 groups. The main army would reinforce the Barbarian 2 tribe. A few powerful higher-ups would go to the Jade Sea tribe to scout the situation and reinforce Yi Luofeng. After some discussion, Meng Qixiong, the High Sword Sect's ancestor, as well as Elder Duanmu and the others, decided to reinforce Yi Luofeng. The Fighting League tribe leader would stay here, while the rest of the people went to reinforce the Barbarian 2 tribe. More than 4 hours later, Dang Quan led the army back to the Jade Sea tribe. The island in the distant lake was extremely tranquil, not a single person could be seen from the outside. It was extremely strange. It seems that the headquarters was really attacked. Dang Quan's expression darkened, but he could clearly feel countless aura fluctuations in the Jade Sea tribe, proving that everyone was inside. Yi Luofeng, I know you're still inside. Come out. Dang Quan flew over the lake, approached the island, and said coldly, you and I used to be members of the Holy Land. Now that you've turned back, I'll plead with the Protector to spare your life. However, there was no movement in the Jade Sea tribe. This made Dang Quan a little angry, but at the same time, he was a little more cautious. Yi Luofeng might have prepared some trap here. Just as Dang Quan slowly approached, a powerful aura fluctuated. You're finally willing to come out, Yi, Dang Quan said calmly, but halfway through his sentence, he forcefully swallowed it back down. A man appeared in front of him, tall and straight, his figure somewhat imposing, giving him an invisible sense of oppression. This person was Qin Yu. How come it's you? Dang Quan's expression immediately froze, and he blurted out. He really did not expect to see Qin Yu here. Oh, brother Dang, you don't want to see me that much? Qin Yu asked with a smile, but that smile was very cold in Dang Quan's eyes. Ha ha ha, how could I not want to? In the Holy Land, who knows how many people want to capture you? Dang Quan calmed down from his shock, and laughed loudly. His laughter was even louder than when he was in the Battle Alliance tribe. Compared to Qin Yu's brain, Northern Plains and Yi Luofeng were nothing. The Holy Lord had once promised that whoever captured Qin Yu would take him in as his last disciple. The Holy Lord's disciple had higher authority in the Holy Land than the elders, and could even receive personal guidance from the Holy Lord. Today, this Holy Guard will capture both you and Yi Luofeng. Dang Quan laughed loudly. He believed that his strength was stronger than Qin Yu's. The higher-ups of the Holy Land had publicly stated that Qin Yu was heavily injured by the higher-ups of the Holy Land, and had escaped to hide. How could the cultivation environment outside compare to the Holy Land? Moreover, Qin Yu was also heavily injured, and if he recuperated, his cultivation progress would be even slower. After saying that, a purple sword appeared in his hand, and a reddish-purple flowing light burst out, causing heaven and earth to change color. A terrifying pressure shrouded the world, causing countless creatures to tremble. This person's cultivation has reached the half-step Void Sea realm. Qin Yu felt the aura and judged Dang Quan's cultivation. When he was in the Holy Land, the other party was a Golden Emblem Holy Guard, and now he had probably become a law enforcement Holy Guard. But Qin Yu's current cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage Void Sea realm, and he could break through to the mid-stage at any time. This was the gap, and this was also the opportunity that Qin Yu had obtained in the Great Cosmos realm. Slash! Dang Quan shouted coldly, and the sharp sword in his hand slashed out. A reddish-purple sword aura broke through the sky, and then fiercely slashed down. However, when this sword fell on Qin Yu's head, it suddenly became extremely slow, as if it had fallen into a swamp, falling bit by bit. How is this possible? Dang Quan thought that he had seen wrongly, and he was dumbfounded. How could his attack become so slow? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 5 breaths, that sword slowly fell on top of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly. Bang! That reddish-purple sword aura instantly broke into pieces, turning into powder. This gentle flick seemed to have flicked on the hearts of all the enemies, causing them to tremble all over. Dang Quan's eyes widened, and beads of sweat gradually secreted on his forehead. He found that he had been completely wrong. He had underestimated Qin Yu's strength. Although he did not want to believe it, the truth was in front of him. With Qin Yu's performance just now, even if he wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. Thinking of this, Dang Quan only had one thought left in his mind: escape. He waved his palm, and a blue array flag suddenly appeared, and a huge amount of true essence poured into it. Splash, splash, splash. Around the Jade Sea tribe, the lake water surged up, turning into 6 blue water pillars. Between the water pillars, a transparent ripple of water formed, connecting with each other. It's our Jade Sea tribe's array flag. A Jade Sea tribe's upper echelon exclaimed. At this moment, the Jade Sea tribe's array was activated by Dang Quan, and the array formed by the 6 blue water pillars surrounded the Jade Sea tribe, of course, including Qin Yu. Swoosh! The next moment, Dang Quan turned and ran, his speed extremely fast. Among them, there were 2 silver emblem holy guards who also fled with him. Even if I can't capture Qinyu, I can still get a handsome reward if I report news of him to the sacred land. Dang Quan was unwilling. After all, he had fled back to the sacred land this time. However, the next moment, Dang Quan's entire body trembled, and he suddenly stopped, staring straight ahead as if he had seen a ghost. Not far ahead, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. That person was Qinyu. Aren't you trapped in? Dang Quan turned to look at the array behind him in fear, and found that the array was undamaged, but Qinyu was no longer inside. Suddenly, an invisible hand appeared in the air, instantly grabbing Dang Quan, making it hard for him to breathe. Qinyu, let me live, I'm willing to join the Blood Moon organization, and rebel against the sacred land. Dang Quan immediately shouted, even his voice was trembling. At this moment, he could not care so much, as long as he could survive. You must die. Qinyu's expression turned even colder. The enemy leader in this battle of Northern Plains was Dang Quan. Because of him, Northern Plains was in chaos, countless people lost their lives, and Dang Quan even sent people to infiltrate Chu, attempting to attack Qin tribe, and Qinyu's parents. Regarding this, Qinyu could not tolerate it. Rumble, in a radius of 500 feet, demonic chi rose, and demonic will filled the sky, rampaging everywhere. Being in this place, Dang Quan and the other 2 silver emblem holy guards screamed as if they were being tortured. Suddenly, in this demonic chi domain, a flame rose, and in the blink of an eye, heaven and earth were burning with black flames. Looking from afar, there seemed to be an incomparably huge black sun in the sky, emitting a forbidden pressure. Concept of fire. Qinyu was slightly startled. He did not expect that under his anger, he would actually comprehend the concept of fire. In an instant, Dang Quan and the other 2 turned into ashes under the influence of the concept of fire and demonic. Kong Hai, before Dang Quan died, he spat out 2 words. In the sky, there seemed to be a black sun, blazing with demonic flames, emitting a forbidden pressure. The 3 envoys of the sacred land were killed. In the past, when the envoys of the sacred land came to Northern Plains, they were unstoppable, easily taking down the 3 tribes. Their threat was so great that the tribes of Snow Mountain and the 3 kingdoms allied together to resist, but they could not stop their edge. But now, the glorious envoys of the sacred land were casually killed, dying without a burial. This scene was indescribably shocking. He has returned, just like in the Battle of Northern Plains, all who obstructed him died. A higher up of the Jade Sea tribe sighed. He still remembered that in the battle between the tribe and the 3 kingdoms, Qinyu had also walked like this, defeating tribes one after another, turning the impossible into the possible, finally obtaining victory. It was still the same now, but it was even more straightforward, directly killing. The army of the Jade Sea tribe that had rushed back were all stunned, not knowing what to do. Whoosh, in the distance, several figures carefully approached. These people were the top experts from the Battle Alliance, including Meng Qixiong, High Sword Sect's ancestor, Elder Duanmu, and others. Their goal was to receive Yi Luofeng. If Yi Luofeng had already left, they would immediately leave, not staying here for a moment. After all, this was the enemy's main camp. Heavens, what is that? Elder Duanmu was instantly attracted by the phenomenon in the sky, feeling incomparably shocked. It was hard to imagine how great one's ability was to create such a vast scene. In the void, an enormous demonic chi flame covered a radius of 500 zhang, forming a circle like a black sun. The surrounding heaven and earth were also illuminated in darkness. Everyone's hearts trembled inexplicably. This is the power of the void sea concept. Meng Qixiong's expression was grim. He, who had traveled outside and was about to touch the threshold of the Void Sea realm, had a deep understanding of this realm. Void Sea realm experts could use the power of the will of heaven and earth to increase their battle power. The most ordinary Void Sea realm venerables could use the power of heaven and earth to effect a radius of 100 zhang. And at this moment, the phenomenon in the world covered a radius of 500 zhang. This is at least a middle stage Void Sea realm, to create such a vast scene. Meng Qixiong was even more shocked, because he understood the Void Sea realm. What, middle stage Void Sea realm? Why would such an expert come to Northern Plains? Could it be powerful reinforcements sent by that so-called Holy Land? The others were horrified and horrified. In the northern plains, the one with the highest cultivation level was Meng Qixiong, who was at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. But at this moment, they suddenly discovered that there was a terrifying expert in the middle stage of the Void Sea state here. If this mid-stage Void Sea state cultivator was really the reinforcements from the sacred land, then Yi Luofeng would be dead for sure, and the three kingdoms and the three tribes wouldn't have to struggle anymore. At this thought, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in the hearts of the few of them. Suddenly, whoosh, the black demonic flames in the sky quickly dissipated, and a figure appeared within them. It's actually him. Elder Duanmu cried out involuntarily. The expressions of everyone else changed. After being stunned for a moment, all sorts of interesting expressions appeared on their faces. I didn't expect it to be this kid. Looks like Deng Quan might have already died a horrible death at his hands. The old ancestor of the soaring sword sect sighed with a smile. He also had a deep impression of Qinyu. Back in the Qi Kingdom's battlefield, Qinyu fought with Elder Chai in 3 moves and injured him. After that, he repeatedly created miracles and even sat on the position of the alliance leader, equal to him. At that time, the old ancestor of the soaring sword sect still felt somewhat unbalanced in his heart. But now, he only had admiration and emotions in his heart. Suddenly, Qinyu, who was far away, cast his gaze over. Meng Qixiong, long time no see. How have you been? Qinyu's voice transmitted over. Among these people, he had a deep impression of Meng Qixiong, although they were enemies in the past. Long time no see. Meng Qixiong's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness as he also greeted. It seemed that Qinyu's strength had probably reached the middle stage of the Void Sea state. He could easily detect them from far away. Although he had lost to Qinyu 3 times, at least in terms of cultivation, he had always been ahead of Qinyu. But now, he had been left far behind by Qinyu. With such a huge gap, he would probably never have a chance to catch up. In life, encountering such a strong opponent, it was worth being happy that the opponent was very strong, but it was also sad that the opponent was too strong. The Sacred Land envoys have been eliminated, the rest is up to you. Qinyu said to Meng Qixiong and the others. Due to the sudden appearance of the Sacred Land forces, Northern Plains was in chaos, especially the Snow Mountain 9 tribes, 6 of which were occupied by the enemy, and their former friends became enemies. Now that Deng Quan and the others were dead, the 9 tribes and the 3 kingdoms had to discuss how to deal with them. Qinyu could not be bothered with these, and he would not stay in Northern Plains for too long. In the following chat, Qinyu learned that there was still a portion of the Sacred Land forces attacking the Barbarian 2 tribe. Don't worry, we have already sent a large number of reinforcements, we will definitely be able to repel them. The old ancestor of the Soaring Sword sect smiled. Originally, they were in a precarious situation, but suddenly, victory descended. He was naturally very happy. We can't let them leave so easily. Qinyu's expression was indifferent. When he returned to Kunyan World, his opponent was not just a few Sacred Land envoys, but the entire Sacred Land. At least, he could not let these holy guards pass the news of Qinyu's return to the sacred leader. Swoosh, Qinyu flew into the air, his speed was so fast that Meng Qixiong could not catch up. Not long after, Qinyu arrived at the Barbarian 2 tribe and killed a few holy guards with a wave of his hand. Thus, the Sacred Land forces in Northern Plains were completely eradicated, and peace was restored in Northern Plains. Next was the post-war matters. Regarding this, Qinyu did not ask anything. After this battle, the tribe and the 3 kingdoms had cooperated, and both sides had become much more harmonious. At least, they were not like before when they would not interfere with each other's business. After staying for a period of time, peace was restored in Northern Plains, and Qinyu prepared to leave for the ancient country. However, at this moment, Yi Luofeng suggested, "Didn't you say that you will return to my hometown with me, and pretend to be my husband?" When she said this, her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look straight into Qinyu's eyes. Qinyu was startled for a moment. He had indeed said this, but it was just a joke, and he had forgotten about it afterwards. He did not expect Yi Luofeng to remember and even mention it now. "Alright, then let's go meet my future mother-in-law and father-in-law." A month later, Qinyu came to Secluded Moon Mine again. Right now, Secluded Moon Mine was already under Yunhui Gate's control. In every year's Yunyu competition, Yunyu Gate would send a few of their most outstanding disciples to the ancient country to train according to their wishes. However, this teleportation ancient formation was too old, and every time it was activated, it required mid-grade primeval stones. In northern plains, mid-grade primeval stones were very rare, and only origin-returning realm experts would have some. Also, there was a limit to the number of people that could be teleported. It could not be more than 3 people, or else accidents might happen. Qinyu, this time, our sect is planning to send a disciple to the Yunjiao nation for training. Why don't you let her go with you? Sect leader Yunyu was discussing with Qinyu. Beside him, there was a girl dressed in pink. She was delicate and charming, and she was currently staring at Qinyu with a pair of clear and bright eyes. After all, the person standing in front of her was a legendary figure in the entire northern plains, and also the idol of countless girls. Alright then. Qinyu did not want to bring someone with him, but it was not a big deal. Hurry up and greet the Grand Elder. Sect leader Yunyu snorted. He did this because he hoped that his sect's genius disciple could learn from Qinyu. According to Meng Qixiong, Qinyu was very likely a mid-stage Void Sea Realm expert. As long as Qinyu gave this girl a few pointers, she would benefit for the rest of her life. Disciple Song Xiaodai greets the Grand Elder. The girl in pink, Song Xiaodai, immediately ran in front of Qinyu and bowed. After that, the 3 of them entered the Serene Moon Mine and ignored the strange force field inside. After embedding mid-grade primeval stones, the group left the northern plains. At the same time, in a huge mountain in Yunjiao Nation, the teleportation ancient formation lit up, and Qinyu and the other 2 appeared. Same old. Qinyu said casually as he scanned his surroundings. Grand Elder, although Yunyu Gate will send disciples to Yunjiao Nation every few years to train, they have never exposed this place. Song Xiaodai said immediately. Yunyu Gate knew the severity of the matter. Once the teleportation ancient formation was exposed, it was very likely that this place would be controlled by the ancient nation. In the future, if Yunyu Gate wanted to send disciples to the ancient nation, they would need to get permission from the other party. This would put them in a passive position. Let's go to the Demon-Free Academy first. Qinyu already had a direction in mind. He was not clear about the situation in the ancient nation, so he had to find someone familiar to understand. The Demon-Free Academy was his former school, and it played an important role in the entire Yunjiao nation. In addition, his master, Elan Tian, was the deputy dean. Let's go. Qinyu and the other 2 hurried to Yunlai Royal City and prepared to use the teleportation ancient formation to go to the Sky River Prefecture where the Demon-Free Academy was located. However, as soon as they arrived at Yunlai Royal City, Qinyu saw many wanted posters on the city walls. Among them were him and Yi Luofeng. Eh? Grand Elder, and Sister Yi, why are your portraits up there? It was Song Xiaodia's first time in the ancient nation, so she was curious about everything. When she saw the portraits on the city gates, she was in disbelief. Has the entire Yunjiao nation submitted to the sacred ground? A bad thought came to Qinyu's mind. If the Blood Moon organization was completely eradicated by the sacred ground, and the 3 ancient nations had submitted, it would be unrealistic for him to go and expel the sacred ground alone. At that moment, a figure wearing a black veil and a bamboo hat walked over. From the figure, it was obvious that it was a woman. Qinyu, is that really you? After the woman entered the room, she lifted the veil of her bamboo hat, revealing a pair of peerlessly beautiful face. Her bright eyes carried a hint of vigilance as she looked at Qinyu. You are Princess Yunning. Qinyu recognized the woman. She was the daughter of the Marquis of Yunlai Prefecture, Yunning. The 2 of them had crossed paths during the Yunjiao Nation's college tournament. But why was the daughter of the Marquis of Yunlai dressed like this? Yunning did not expect that she would meet Qinyu when she came to ask for information. Qinyu was a wanted criminal of the Yunjiao Nation. How dare he swagger around here? He must be tired of living. Fortunately, he met her. Otherwise, he would have died here today. Come with me. Yunning did not say much. She brought Qinyu to a remote wooden house outside the city. She took off the bamboo hat on her head. Her beautiful black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing a beautiful and refined face. Princess Ning, why are you dressed like this? Chen Yu asked. In fact, he already had a guess. My father has been arrested. I am also a wanted person of the Yunjiao nation. Yunning looked at Chen Yu. Her eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. That's right. I also found a portrait of this sister on it. Song Xiaodai had a good memory. She said this seriously, but her words were clearly out of place. Marquis Yunlai has been arrested? Chen Yu frowned. He could not help but think of a handsome middle-aged man. He had just arrived in the ancient nation and participated in the Yunlai hunt. It was the first time he met Marquis Yunlai. Later, because of Luo Haochen's death, the Luo family sent people to investigate. Marquis Yunlai had protected Chen Yu. Otherwise, the Luo family of the 10 ancient clans would not have let it go so easily. After that, Princess Yuning gave a brief account of the situation in Yunlai royal city and the entire Yunjiao country. The Yunjiao nation's royal family had now submitted to the Kunyan sacred ground. But before this, the royal family was divided into 2 factions. One faction opposed submitting to the foreign races. Marquis Yunlai was one of them. Under the thunderous attack of the faction that submitted, the other faction suffered a serious blow. Among them, Marquis Yunlai was arrested. I happened to not be in the royal palace at the time, so I was not arrested and escaped. At this point, Yun Ning's eyes became misty. She sobbed. Just a few days ago, the current ruler of Yunlai Manor announced to the Yunlai Manor that my father is stubborn. In half a month, he will be beheaded in public in the royal palace. Yun Ning told Chen Yu everything and could not help but reveal her true feelings. In truth, she already had a favorable impression of Chen Yu to begin with. In addition, there were also wanted posters of Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng in Yunlai royal city. From this, it could be concluded that even though Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng had joined the Holy Land as holy guards, they had long since betrayed the Holy Land and were no longer serving the Holy Land. Killing a member of the royal family in public? Chen Yu shuddered. Generally, if a member of the imperial family was convicted, they would be detained in the Yunyang sacred residence and sentenced there. Furthermore, ordinary people would not be allowed to watch. This time, the royal family was probably trying to make an example out of him. They wanted to tell the world that anyone who resisted the Holy Land, including the royal family, would end up like this. I heard from my father that the current sacred emperor is already a puppet of the sacred land. Yun Ning continued. Chen Yu's expression was inexplicably shaken as he recalled the scene before he left the Holy Land. That great battle back then could be said to be extremely tragic. The Sacred Land had used a secret psychic technique to enslave many human experts and self-destruct to kill their enemies. Among them, his eldest senior brother, Sun Wuhai, and elder Yun, who had helped Chen Yu in the Yunjiao nation, were all victims. Chen Yu was a little angry at the thought of this. Chen Yu, are you willing to help me save my father? Princess Ning asked with a pitiful expression. I owe Marquis Yunlai a favor. Naturally, I will not stand by and watch him be beheaded in public. Chen Yu's expression was solemn. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Moreover, Marquis Yunlai was resisting the rule of the foreign tribes. Since he had encountered him, Chen Yu would not stand by and watch him die. Come with me. Princess Ning wiped away her tears and smiled as she said in a low voice. Then, she led Chen Yu and the other 2 away from Yunlai royal city to a nearby mountain range. She took out a flag and waved it in front of her eyes. Suddenly, a ripple of a formation appeared and an opening appeared out of thin air. Looking through the opening, one could see a valley with many wooden houses built around it. Princess, you're back. Not far away, 2 muscular men in ordinary clothes came to greet them. When they saw the outsiders, they were immediately on guard. Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng? The 2 of them exclaimed in shock after carefully examining it. Before the ancient nation was in chaos, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were the heaven's favorites of the 4 academies and later entered the sacred land. Now, the wanted posters of the 2 were pasted on the walls of Yunlai royal city. Naturally, they left a deep impression on them. After a while, a dozen people gathered in a spacious wooden house. Brother Chen, I am very grateful that you are willing to help us save Marquis Yunlai. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man cupped his fists and bowed with a serious expression. With Brother Chen's help, we have a greater chance of saving Marquis Yunlai. Not only that, Miss Yi has also joined us. Thank you both. The others all expressed their gratitude. These people were all trusted subordinates of Marquis Yunlai. After Marquis Yunlai was captured, they gathered together to discuss how to save Marquis Yunlai. The leader was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man who used to be the commander of the Marquis Mansion's Imperial Guards. He was very strong and had reached the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm. The rest of the people here were all experts in the Origin Realm. Since Brother Chen and Miss Yi have joined us, then we need to reconsider our prison break plan. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man said with a serious face. Brother Chen and Miss Yi's abilities are probably very close to Commander Lin. I think we should arrange for them to be part of the rescue team. A white-bearded old man said slowly and then looked at Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. I wonder if the two of you are willing to take this risk? You want to break the prison? Qin Yu asked back and said his opinion. This is obviously a trap. The enemy announced the execution of Marquis Yunlai in front of everyone. They must have guessed that you are here to break the prison and have already set up all sorts of traps. Or they might have moved Marquis Yunlai to another place. When this group of people rushed in, they would be like a turtle in a jar. Everyone muttered. They had already expected this, but they had no other choice but to take the risk. Brother Chen, what do you think we should do? The tall and sturdy middle-aged Commander Lin asked. No need to break the prison, wait for Marquis Yunlai to be beheaded. Qin Yu was halfway through his sentence. One of the red-cloaked men stood up in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, if you don't want to participate in the rescue mission, you can back out. Don't talk nonsense here. To think that the Marquis protected you in the past. He must have been blind. Everyone shouted and looked at Qin Yu with disdain. They thought that Qin Yu was afraid of death and didn't want to participate. Lian Yuning looked at Qin Yu with a different expression. Her eyes were watery and filled with disappointment. Everyone, let me finish. I am saying that there is no need to break the prison. Wait for the day of Marquis Yunlai's beheading and directly rescue him. Qin Yu finished patiently. Everyone's reaction showed that they were panicking and anxious. That's not appropriate either. We have no chance of winning against the military of Yunlai Prefecture. Even if we save the Marquis, we won't be able to escape unscathed. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Don't worry. With me and Miss Yi here, there won't be any problems. Qin Yu smiled calmly. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know where Qin Yu's confidence came from. But when they remembered that Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng were geniuses of the Yunzhao nation, and they were said to have performed well in the sacred grounds, they didn't find it strange. The most confident and arrogant people in the world were the young geniuses. Commander Lin's deep eyes looked back and forth between Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. I can't see through them at all, he murmured to himself. As the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Marquis' residence, he was powerful and had good eyesight. But now that he was observing Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, he felt like he was observing a mountain and an ocean. How confident are you, Brother Chen? Commander Lin couldn't help but ask. Should be, 100%. Qin Yu replied after pondering for a moment. He couldn't think of anything that would make him and Yi Luofeng fail. Arrogant. You don't know your place. Many people in the room snorted. They felt that Qin Yu was extremely arrogant. If Qin Yu had said that he had a 30 to 40% chance, they would have believed it. But 100% chance? Who would believe it? Whoever believed it was a fool. Seeing that these people didn't believe him, Qin Yu had no other choice. In fact, he wanted to rush in and rescue Marquis Yunlai. Commander Lin took a deep breath. For some reason, he had a feeling that he believed Qin Yu. Everyone, let's believe in Brother Chen. As far as I know, Brother Chen was a Golden Emblem Holy Guard when he was in the sacred grounds. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid his strength is close to the level of a Holy Guard. Commander Lin said solemnly after a moment of silence. Commander, we can't do that. Some people objected, but under the persuasion of Commander Lin, some people gradually agreed. They had a general understanding of the Holy Guard. They had the strength of a half-step into the sea of emptiness, stronger than Commander Lin. If Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng both had such strength, then the chances were definitely not low. In fact, from the information they had obtained these days, it would be difficult for them to go deep into the dungeon of the prince's mansion. There must be a death trap inside. Since Brother Chen is so sure, then I will believe you this once. The man in red who had scolded Xianxia said. In the end, the plan to rescue Marquis Yunlai was to directly rob him on the day of the beheading. Xianxia, are you really sure that you can save my father? Yun Ning asked with great concern. After all, the person who was beheaded was his father. As long as your father is still alive, I can save him. Xianxia said with certainty. Seeing that Xianxia was so confident, Yun Ning suddenly felt relieved and looked at Xianxia with gratitude. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The day of the beheading of Marquis Yunlai had arrived. The beheading of a marquis returning Origin Realm expert in public would naturally attract the attention of many. From all directions, people had gathered at Yunlai Imperial City. With so many eyes, it was easy to sneak in. Xianxia, Commander Lin and a group of people had successfully sneaked in. On the plaza, the security was tight. A white-robed man with a wretched expression was escorted over by dozens of guards. It's really Marquis Yunlai. I heard that this man was rebellious and fought against the Holy Land. That's why he ended up like this. There was a lot of discussion, but most of them were hearsay and didn't know the truth. Father. Yun Ning looked at the man who was being escorted and couldn't control his emotions. Princess Ning, don't worry. We will save your father. Commander Lin looked at Yun Ning and his eyes became soft. In fact, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, he had always admired Princess Yun Ning. It really is Marquis Yunlai. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He had wondered if the enemy would pretend to be the real one to lure Commander Lin and the others to attack. In the end, he worked hard and lost his life. It seemed that the enemy was very confident and took out the real Marquis Yunlai. Song Xiaodai was a little nervous. She had never thought that Xianxia would be a wanted criminal in the ancient country, and the first thing she did with Xianxia was to steal a prisoner. On the other side, there was also a group of people who hid their true faces and hid in the shadows. Lord, is it too dangerous for us to take action this time? An ordinary-looking man transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Yes, Lord Chao. Marquis Yunlai was beheaded in public. The enemy must have been well prepared. Another person said. Lord Chao is here. What are you worried about? A man in green snorted with disdain. Don't worry. I'm going to take action personally this time, and I'm 60% sure. If the situation is bad, we'll retreat immediately. A fair-skinned man with a devilish appearance said in a low voice. This man was a newly appointed Lord of the Blood Moon organization. He was originally a Golden Emblem Holy Guard of the Holy Land. After he joined the Blood Moon organization and gained their trust, he was directly appointed as the Lord. But many people didn't accept him. For this reason, Chao Hui needed to make some contributions. This was a great opportunity. Saving Marquis Yunlai from the hands of the Yunzhou royal family was not only a blow to the rule of the Holy Land, but also a way to take Marquis Yunlai under his command and strengthen his own forces. In fact, there was another unknown factor to what he was doing. That was to gain the recognition of the Blood Lotus Saintess of the Blood Moon. Every time he saw the Blood Lotus Holy Girl, he would find it difficult to control his feelings. He wanted to get close to her, but she was too high up in the air. He could not touch her. For this reason, Chao Hui could only work harder to make contributions and strengthen himself. All of you, listen to my command and attack together. Chao Hui had made his decision. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the pavilion in front of the square. Marquis Yunlai has come out. Someone exclaimed. Marquis Yunlai had been arrested, so naturally, someone else had taken the seat. Only to see a fat middle-aged man walking over with a smile on his face. His eyes occasionally glanced at Marquis Yunlai with a hint of disdain. Cousin, when you and I fought for the position of Marquis of Yunlai Manor, I lost. But now, this position is still in my hands, including your life. Haha. The plump middle-aged man laughed inwardly. Every time he thought of this, he would feel an indescribable joy. When the plump middle-aged man sat on the throne, someone read out Marquis Yunlai's crimes. Yunzhou Kingdom's 36 prefectures, Marquis Yunlai of Yunlai Manor, disobeyed the royal family, rebelled against the sacred land, and committed treason. Today at noon, he will be executed in public. Time ticked by. Below, Commander Lin, Yun Ning, and the rest felt like a year. There are 10 Origin Realm Chi presences. Commander Lin transmitted a message. From the beginning until now, he had been observing the whole situation. 10 Origin Realm? Everyone's heart trembled. On their side, there were a total of 6 Origin Realm experts. Other than that, the total number of enemies was completely defeated. In fact, there was something that Commander Lin didn't mention. He had already discovered 10 Origin Realm experts. There might still be others hidden in the shadows that he hadn't discovered yet. Among the 10 enemies, the black-armored man next to the new Marquis has the same cultivation level as me. Leave it to me. Commander Lin began to analyze the strategy. I will leave the Marquis to Brother Chen and Lady Yi. After all, it was Qingyu who suggested to snatch the Marquis on the day of the execution. Hence, this mission fell on him. No problem. Qingyu shrugged. From his point of view, this rescue mission wasn't dangerous at all. What Qingyu was thinking was that it would be better if he could kill all the enemies in one fell swoop. It's noon. Execute. A loud voice echoed. The surrounding crowd looked over. Many of them were here to watch the show, but most of the original residents of Yunlai Manor couldn't bear to watch. Just as he finished his words. Whoosh, among the crowd, a dozen black-robed men suddenly rushed out and killed the guards in an instant. They rushed into the plaza. Kiki, the life of this Marquis Yunlai is mine. Chao Hui laughed evilly. With his men in battle armor, he approached Marquis Yunlai who was at the center of the plaza. Who is this person? Why is he saving me? Marquis Yunlai didn't know Chao Hui and was puzzled. Someone is here to cause trouble. Execute them. All. The new Marquis, the plump middle-aged man, shouted. In all directions, thousands of elite soldiers were mobilized, including the man in black armor next to the fat middle-aged man. He held a black blade in his hand, which rippled with a cold black blade aura, shocking people's souls. Ding, in the blink of an eye, Chao Hui and the man in black armor clashed. The sound of an explosion spread in all directions. A black-blue glowing storm swept across the place, killing many innocent people on the spot. Let's attack too. Commander Lin's expression changed as he shouted. I didn't think that there would be others who would come to save the Marquis. With their help, the possibility of us saving the Marquis has increased. The white-bearded old man revealed a happy expression. So, Commander Lin and the others appeared and charged into the battlefield. Marquis, we're here to save you. The white-bearded old man shouted. Old Jiang. Commander Lin, Ning-er. Marquis Yunlai saw these familiar figures and felt moved. Ding. Pung. Boom, the scene was chaotic as the three forces fought. Commander Lin took the initiative to meet the man in black armor and joined forces with Chao Hui to beat him back. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng also flew out to save Marquis Yunlai. But at this moment. So, two figures flew out from the Marquis's mansion and a terrifying aura came crashing down. The violent aura caused everyone on the square to be unable to resist it, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. Many Qi transformation cultivators were forced back a few steps by this pressure, their faces filled with fear and terror. In the next moment, a man and a woman appeared in the pavilion above the new Marquis's head. You finally made a move. Kill these rebels. The fat middle-aged man was surprised. Shut up. One of them, a thin old man, glanced at the fat middle-aged man with a pair of dead eyes. This glance made the fat middle-aged man feel like he had fallen into an abyss. His body trembled in fear and he said respectfully, Greetings, Elder of the Holy Land. Hee, I didn't expect the remnants of Yunlai Mansion and the people of Blood Moon to come out. This is a big harvest. A seductive woman in a dark green dress smiled wickedly. Her every frown and smile seemed to be able to steal souls. 2 elders of the Holy Land. Chao Hui trembled when he saw these 2 people. He used to be a Golden Emblem Holy Guard, so he naturally knew these 2 elders. It was just that he had never imagined that in order to rescue Marquis Yunlai, the other side would actually send 2 elders of the Holy Land to lie in wait here. One had to know that the Holy Land's elders were all Void Sea supremacies, Could he escape from two supremacies? On the other side, Commander Lin was also scared out of his wits. How could this be? Why were there two Void Sea supremacies lying in ambush here, at this moment? Bang! A man in a red dress not far from Commander Lin suddenly turned around and slapped at him. Caught off guard, a dark red palm imprinted on Commander Lin's chest and sent him flying. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. You! Fu Ren! Commander Lin stared at the man in red, his face filled with anger and disbelief. Traitor! The white-bearded old man looked at the man in red and shouted angrily. At this moment, how could they not know that the man in red was a traitor and a traitor? This man in red must have informed them of their actions in advance. That was why the other side mobilized two elders of the Holy Land to lie in ambush here. Commander Lin and the others were humiliated and fell into despair. Ha ha ha, everyone lives for themselves. I also live for myself. The man in red laughed loudly and walked toward the enemy camp. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, "You stay." Qin Yu's cold eyes stared at the man in red. He had some impression of this person. When they were discussing the rescue mission, the man in red was the first to scold him. Later, when Qin Yu suggested saving people on the day of the execution, he was also the first to agree. However, Qin Yu didn't expect this person to be a traitor. He hated traitors like this the most. This person is, Chao Hui looked at Qin Yu. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he blurted out, Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you're finally willing to show yourself. On the pavilion, the skinny old man's deep and hoarse voice sounded as if it came from a sinister graveyard. In order to deal with you, Elder Chu and I have personally taken action. You should be grateful. The woman in the black dress and her evil voice drifted over, causing one's mind to sway and feel dizzy. So, the two elders took action because of him. Chao Hui looked at Qin Yu with a bitter feeling in his heart. At least, if it was because of him, the enemy would send two elders. This proved that the Holy Land valued him. However, the truth was that the two elders' real target was Qin Yu. He was just taking care of them in passing. The man in red looked at Qin Yu with a mocking smile. Without thinking much, he returned to the enemy camp. He hid among Commander Lin and the others so that he could capture all of them in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect that Qin Yu would suddenly appear. Therefore, he sent the information back to attract great attention. Two elders of the Holy Land who were nearby gathered here just to capture Qin Yu alive. I'll let you stay. Qin Yu snorted coldly once again, unleashing a ferocious demonic aura. At this moment, a cold and overbearing demonic aura rose into the sky and spread in all directions. The man in red who was returning to the enemy's camp immediately felt a chill down his spine. A sense of fear spread from the soles of his feet to the rest of his body. What does this kid want to do? Both great elders have come forward, he's already dead for sure. The man in red cursed in his heart, but the fear in his heart was still increasing. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? The skinny old man let out a cold harumph as a deadly cold aura was emitted from his body, causing everything in its path to turn gray. The other woman in a black dress frowned slightly. She was also annoyed. The two elders of the Holy Lands had made a move, but Qin Yu hadn't even looked at them. It was as if he hadn't seen them at all. Instead, he had placed so much importance on an insignificant ant. This made the two elders feel inexplicably humiliated and angry. Elder Chu, leave this kid to me. The woman in the black dress had a charming smile like a fatal temptation. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill him. The skinny old man, Elder Chu, nodded coldly. The bounty issued by the sacred leader was to capture Qin Yu alive. Only by capturing him alive could they get the biggest reward. Killing Qin Yu would only get half of the reward. Relatively speaking, the woman in the black dress was better at capturing him alive. Qin Yu, run! Princess Xianning called out. At this moment, they had already decided to retreat. The few that could escape would count. This rescue operation had failed, but as long as they were alive, there would be hope for revenge in the future. However, Princess Xianning found that Qin Yu didn't have the slightest fear. He seemed to be very unhappy about being betrayed as he stared at the man in red. At this moment, swish, the woman in the black dress flew down like an illusory mist, making it difficult to see her figure clearly. She waved her hand gently, and a layer of dark green mist floated out. It then quickly dissipated and merged into the void, turning into an invisible mental energy that spread in all directions. Go. Princess Yunning finally sent a voice transmission. She couldn't care so much. She turned around and ran with Commander Lin and the others. Qiao Hui also reacted at this moment. Since the two Holy Lands elders are targeting Qinyu, then I still have a chance to escape. However, the next moment, all of them felt dizzy. The scene in front of them became blurry, and their consciousness became hazy. Damn it, mental hypnosis. Qiao Hui's heart trembled as he cursed. Thump, the two subordinates beside him immediately fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Qiao Hui broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this scene. If he were to fall asleep, who knew if he would ever wake up? He couldn't help but look at the square. The elder in the black skirt's hypnosis was mainly targeted at Qinyu. They were only affected by the aftershock. However, when Qiao Hui looked at the square, he found that Qinyu's expression was the same as usual, as if he was completely unaffected. How was this possible? Right at this moment, Qinyu raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The lady in the black skirt opposite him was startled. She had already used the mental hypnosis technique, but Qinyu seemed to be unaffected. He was still awake and staring at the ant with a firm gaze. Suddenly, a scream came from behind the lady in the black skirt. Save me, elder. She turned around. In the void, a dark silver hand appeared. It reached out two fingers and grabbed the head of the man in the red skirt, lifting him up as if he was a little chick. Qinyu. How dare you? The lady in the black skirt immediately shouted angrily. Her body emitted an invisible pressure that turned into waves of mist that spread in all directions. This time, she was really angry. Previously, Qinyu had ignored her. Now, Qinyu was attacking the man in the red skirt in front of her. Boom, the lady in the black skirt struck out with her palm. A dark green misty palm glow roared out, causing the chi of heaven and earth to tremble violently. However, before the lady in the black skirt's palm could land, the dark silver spatial hand gently squeezed. Bang! The head of the man in the red skirt exploded and red and white matter splashed all over the ground. This bloody and shocking scene reflected in the eyes of the surrounding people, causing their minds to go blank. Even the drowsy Yun Ning, Qiao Hui, Commander Lin and the others suddenly woke up as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but scream. While they were busy running for their lives, Qinyu actually managed to kill that traitor while facing the attacks of an elder of the Holy Land. If it hadn't happened around them, they wouldn't have believed it. However, because they were under the mental hypnosis technique, no one could see what had happened just now. I haven't seen you before. You must be the new elder of the sacred ground. After killing the man in the red skirt, Qinyu looked at the lady in the black skirt and said calmly. In the battle of the sacred grounds, the sacred ground won a great victory. However, they wanted to control the entire Kunyan realm and lacked manpower, so they recruited people widely. The lady in the black skirt and old Chu both joined the sacred ground later. The lady in the black skirt was dazed by Qinyu's words. At this moment, Qinyu finally noticed her, but she didn't feel happy because of it. Instead, she became even more annoyed. You, boy, you're courting death. The lady in the black skirt trembled with anger and her voice became a little sharper. She waved her arms and a pair of pitch-black claws stretched out. As her fingers danced, a dark green ethereal force fluctuated and turned into two incomparably huge dark green spiders. Swish! Swish, the two huge dark green spiders flew out, setting off a gust of chilly wind, and quickly approached Qinyu. At this moment, Qiao Hui, Yun Ning and the others couldn't help holding their breath. The means of avoid sea state venerable were too fast. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to react at all and would probably be crushed on the spot. The two dark green spiders were about to approach Qinyu. Get lost, Qinyu suddenly said. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, like the roar of a peerless demon, blasting out with a terrifying sound wave. Bang! Bang! The two dark green spiders that were less than a foot away from Qinyu trembled violently and instantly turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. The lady in the black skirt behind him felt her blood boiling, and her expression changed abruptly. Your cultivation. Her eyes were wide open with disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood why her previous secret mind technique didn't work on Qinyu. That was because Qinyu wasn't as weak as she thought. He was no longer the Golden Emblem Sacred Guard. The sound wave attack just now had slightly injured the lady in the black skirt. She finally realized that it wasn't Qinyu who was in danger, but herself. Swish, Elder Chu's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and he immediately flew up. Let's join forces. Elder Chu let out a low roar, and a gloomy and deathly energy spread out, covering a radius of 100 zhang, causing everything to become gloomy. Those who were within this range felt their vitality rapidly draining away. Swish, at the same time, Qinyu's figure flashed and he flew out, setting off a sharp and low roar of the wind. Watch out! Seeing Qinyu's explosive speed, Elder Chu immediately warned. *T. The lady in the black skirt felt an unprecedented danger, and her heart trembled violently. Swish! 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 Her figure flashed, and she retreated quickly. Her footsteps were unpredictable and extremely profound. However, by the time she stopped, Qinyu was already standing behind her without her realizing it. With the powerful space intent power, Qinyu knew everything within a 500 zhang radius like the back of his hand. In this domain, it was easy for him to determine the trajectory of the lady in the black skirt's movement. The lady in the black skirt was shocked, and she was tongue-tied. Scram! Qinyu spat out a word and waved his palm. His arm suddenly turned pitch black, and a layer of demonic light wrapped around it. Pa! The slap was loud and clear. The lady in the black skirt was sent flying dozens of zhang away, and her body fell heavily onto the ground. She was motionless, and blood flowed out slowly. How is this possible? Is she dead? Xiao Hui looked at the lady in the black skirt not far away, and his heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out. Dead, Qinyu killed a supremacy with one slap. Yun Ning, Commander Lin, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They could no longer tell if what was happening in front of them was real or fake. They even suspected that the woman in the black dress and Elder Chu were hired by Qinyu. How could a dignified High Lord, a peak expert with unparalleled power, be humiliated and slapped in the face by Qinyu? Maybe they were still in a state of mental hypnosis. Dead? Qinyu let out a soft cry of surprise. Then, he reacted. Previously in the northern plains, he killed casually, and he didn't think that the overall standard of the great cosmos realm's cultivators far exceeded that of a small realm like the Kunyan realm. Due to the lack of manpower in the sacred grounds, the recruitment requirements were much lower. The strength of the lady in the black skirt could only be considered ordinary among the Void Sea realm. Qinyu's slap had used the powerful power of the secret rune demonic body and demonic rune true essence, and it had actually cracked her head. So, this supremacy was slapped to death by Qinyu. What is your cultivation level? Elder Chu, who seemed unfathomable just now, asked in a trembling voice with a face full of fear. But after asking this question, he realized that he was really stupid. What was the point of asking this now? A Void Sea supremacy was slapped to death by Qinyu. Instead of running for his life, he stayed here and continued to be slapped by Qinyu. Swish, Elder Chu turned and ran, turning into a gray shadow and leaping out. In the pavilion, the new Marquis of Yunlai Manor, the fat middle-aged man, was hiding under the table in fear, shivering. On the square, Marquis Yunlai stood there from beginning to end, not doing anything. He saw everything with a blank look in his eyes. Why did you leave just like that? Don't you want to know my cultivation level? Qinyu chuckled and leaped out. His speed was far faster than Elder Chu's, and the distance between the two was instantly shortened. Damn it! Elder Chu's face was pale, and he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The true essence in his body surged out, turning into a gray air current that circled around him. Swish, his speed instantly increased by 60%, allowing him to widen the distance between him and Qinyu. After executing the secret technique, Elder Chu's figure became even thinner. However, at least he managed to escape, so he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a voice came from behind. Don't you want to know my cultivation level? This question made Elder Chu's heart jump. Initially, Elder Chu thought that he had escaped with his life. However, when he heard Qinyu's voice, he was frightened out of his wits. Why did you catch up? His voice was trembling, and he was filled with fear. Elder Chu had never thought that this would be the result of his attempt to capture Qinyu. If he had known, he would have spread the news and gathered more people to capture Qinyu. But it was too late now. He only hoped that he could escape alive. Because I don't plan to let you go. Qinyu had a playful smile on his face. He was extremely fast, and he quickly closed in on Elder Chu, looking very relaxed. Seeing that Qinyu was closing in, Elder Chu's fear reached its peak. He suddenly roared, "I will kill you." Whoosh, a gloomy and deadly energy spread out, covering a radius of 100 feet. Everything became gloomy, and the surrounding trees instantly withered. A gloomy and deadly true yuan quickly gathered between Elder Chu's palms. It seemed to contain the power of death that could destroy all life. Extinguishing light of life and death. Elder Chu thrust out his palms, and the gloomy and deadly ball of light burst out a gloomy light, causing the sky to lose its color and the plants to wither. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Qinyu, Elder Chu didn't see Qinyu make any move. This kid is looking down on me. But that's good. Even a peak early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator would be severely injured by this attack of mine. Elder Chu was secretly happy. Bang, the gloomy light accurately hit Qinyu's chest, and a wave of death energy that could extinguish vitality quickly invaded his body. I hit it. This kid is so arrogant to take my attack head-on. Haha. Elder Chu seemed to see the hope of escape, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. But the next moment, his face stiffened, and his heart was in turmoil. He saw that Qinyu, who had taken his attack head-on, was fine, and he was flying as usual. It was as if it was just an ordinary light that shone on him. Whoosh, in the next instant, Qinyu got close to Elder Chu, and a heavy pressure from his demonic Dao physique spread out. Elder Chu let out a muffled groan. He felt as if his body was weighed down by a boulder weighing thousands of kilograms. His knees bent slightly. At such a close distance, Elder Chu finally felt the frightening pressure coming from Qinyu's body. At the same time, he looked at Qinyu's chest. How is this possible? He's unscathed. Elder Chu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he shuddered in fear. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. It would be a joke if Elder Chu could hurt him. His engraved demonic body had reached the middle stage of the Void Sea Realm, and it was infinitely close to the peak of the middle stage. Even an expert at the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea Realm would find it difficult to injure him, let alone a puny early-stage Void Sea Realm. Before you die, can you tell me what your cultivation level is? Old Chu had lost all hope. Qinyu was too strong. It was as if he was a child and Qinyu was a giant. At this moment, Elder Chu could not muster up the will to resist. He knew that the only thing waiting for him was death. But before he died, he wanted to know Qinyu's true cultivation level. Qinyu must be at the middle stage of the Void Sea Realm, or even the peak of the middle stage, or even the late stage. Otherwise, how could he be so strong that he could play with the woman in the black dress? Peak of the early stage of the Void Sea Realm. Qinyu said casually, and then he slapped Elder Chu's head. Bang, Elder Chu's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen or heard something unbelievable. Outside the Marquis mansion, the square was in chaos. One of the elders of the two holy lands died on the spot, and the other fled. At this moment, the forces of the Yunlai mansion were far inferior to Chao Hui and Commander Lin, and they were retreating. Damn it, why are the elders of the Holy Land so useless? The plump middle-aged man hiding under the table looked around with his small eyes. He found an opportunity and dashed out, fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going? A majestic roar sounded, and an invisible pressure caused the fat middle-aged man's body to tremble, and his speed decreased by 40%. The fat middle-aged man scanned with his spiritual sense and saw Marquis Yunlai rushing over. Before, Marquis Yunlai was bound by a special spiritual artifact, and he couldn't use his true yuan, but now he was free. Cousin, don't kill me. I was just muddle-headed for a moment, and that's why I did such a thing. I'm willing to follow cousin to rebel against the imperial family and rebel against the Holy Land. The fat middle-aged man immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Marquis Yunlai hesitated. Although the person in front of him had almost killed him, he was still his cousin. Seeing Marquis Yunlai in deep thought, the fat middle-aged man's lips curled into an evil smile, and he pounced out. He waved his claws, and a fiery red light swept over. Marquis Yunlai's expression changed, and he panicked. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid even if his cousin attacked him. The key was that he had been tortured a lot in the days he was imprisoned, and his true yuan had been sealed. Now that he was injured, he couldn't use his true yuan as he wished. Marquis Yunlai quickly retreated, wanting to avoid his cousin's sneak attack. Just at that moment, Hong, a ferocious and terrifying force, descended from the sky, crushing toward Qin Nan in a domineering manner. In that instant, the fat middle-aged man's attack disappeared. As for the man himself, he was knocked to the ground by the demonic force and died instantly. Marquis Yunlai was stunned, and his face was filled with shock. He looked around, and didn't see anyone. Suddenly, he saw a person appear in the distance. It was Qin Yu. From tens of thousands of feet away, he was able to kill cousins so accurately. Just what level has his strength reached? Marquis Yunlai muttered in shock. Run! Qin Yu is back. The Yunlai Manor troops that were originally fighting saw Qin Yu arrive, and they were instantly scared out of their wits. They threw away their armor and ran in all directions. The square instantly quietened down. Qin Yu, it is all thanks to you that I was saved this time. I owe you a favor. Marquis Yunlai looked at Qin Yu. His every action gave him a feeling that he wasn't ordinary. This gave him a surreal feeling. Marquis Yunlai still remembered that Qin Yu had participated in his hunting competition and won the title of Hunting King. At that time, Qin Yu was still just a Ho-Tian-Chi transformation cultivator who had just begun to shine. Today, Qin Yu had grown to a level that he could only look up to. It is a small matter. Moreover, I have received your kindness. Qin Yu said casually, not putting this matter to heart. Which Saint Land elder? Marquis Yunlai asked. Dead. Qin Yu said simply, like he was talking about a small matter. Marquis Yunlai couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that he was thinking too much. The black-dressed woman was killed by Qin Yu with a slap. The other Saint Land elder probably wouldn't be able to escape. At this time, Commander Lin walked over. Brother Chen, I didn't expect your cultivation to be at the Void Sea Realm. I was blind and misunderstood you. Behind him was the white-bearded old man and the others. They had all misunderstood Qin Yu and wrongly accused Qin Yu of bragging and being ignorant. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu wasn't exaggerating at all. He was indeed 100% confident that he could save Marquis Yunlai. Even if the two Saint Land elders were lying in ambush here, his 100% confidence hadn't decreased. In the end, Princess Yuning also personally thanked him. On the side, Song Xiaodai, who had followed Qin Yu to the ancient country, stared at Qin Yu with admiration. The Supreme Elder is too powerful. Even the legendary Void Sea Realm powerhouse was killed by him with a single slap. Song Xiaodai's heart raced and couldn't calm down. In the northern plains, the Void Sea Realm was a legend. When she first came to the ancient country, she had witnessed the terror of the Void Sea Realm. But such a terrifying overlord had been killed by the Grand Elder casually. Seeing so many people thanking Qin Yu, even if it was a prisoner, she felt that the Grand Elder must have done the right thing. Everyone, let's leave this place first. Princess Yuning shouted. Although the new Marquis had been killed, Yunlai Manor had no master. But the Kunyan realm was still ruled by the Sacred Land, and the Yunjiao nation was also under the control of the royal Yun clan. As a criminal of the royal family, Marquis Yunlai couldn't stay in this position. Staying here would only attract more enemies. We can't go back to the previous hiding place, Commander Lin said. At this time, Qiao Hui led his men to Qin Yu. I'm Qiao Hui, one of the hall masters of the Blood Moon organization. Greetings, Qin Yu. Qiao Hui put down his arrogance and said respectfully. A hall master of the Blood Moon organization? A thoughtful expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. He was also a member of the Blood Moon organization. The Blood Moon organization had given him a mission. After he completed it, he would become a hall master. Lord Qin Yu, you killed the elder of the Sacred Land. The Sacred Land will never let you go. Why don't you come with me to the Blood Moon organization? Xiao Hui invited Qinyu. He joined the Blood Moon organization because he wanted to overthrow the sacred land. If he could rope in a venerable expert like Qinyu, he himself would have made a great contribution as well. Xiao Hui added, currently, the biggest force against the sacred land is the Blood Moon organization. I will go to the Blood Moon organization, but not now. Qinyu thought for a moment and said. Lord Qinyu, Xiao Hui was about to persuade him. You can go back. Qinyu interrupted him. Xiao Hui didn't dare to refute Qinyu. Lord Ho, how is the No Demon Academy? Qinyu turned to look at Marquis Yunlai and asked. Even the royal family was not spared. The two factions fought and Marquis Yunlai became a prisoner. What about the No Demon Academy? He wondered how his teachers and classmates were doing. As far as I know, the No Demon Academy is one of the biggest forces against the sacred land in Yunzhao country. Marquis Yunlai said after a moment of silence. He was the Lord Ho of Yunlai Prefecture, and the No Demon Academy was in Tianhe Prefecture. They were far away, so Marquis Yunlai knew very little about it. However, from Marquis Yunlai's words, Qinyu was sure that most of the people in the No Demon Academy were rebels. Even if there was a conflict between the two factions, the rebels would win. But this way, the No Demon Academy would be suppressed by the sacred land. In other words, the No Demon Academy didn't have much internal strife, but they were facing a stronger enemy. Lord Ho, I will take my leave. Qinyu left immediately. Everything that had happened before was just his conjecture. As for the specifics, he still had to go and see for himself. Brother Chen, you want to leave? Commander Lin and the rest looked over. This time, Qinyu had helped them greatly in saving Marquis Yunlai. They had not had the time to thank Qinyu. If Marquis Yunlai was still the lord of this prefecture, he could directly invite Qinyu into the prefecture and treat him well. That's right, I want to go back to No Demon Academy. Qinyu's words were very certain. When he was teleported to Yunzhao Nation, his final destination was No Demon Academy. It could even be said that No Demon Academy had helped Qinyu, allowing his strength to soar in 5 years, allowing him to take revenge after returning to Northern Plains. Marquis Yunlai was moved by Qinyu's loyalty, adding on that he owed Qinyu a big favor. He took the initiative to suggest, this Marquis will go with you. Wherever he went, Commander Lin, Yun Ning and the rest would naturally follow. No need, it is inconvenient for so many of you to follow me, you should find a place to settle down as soon as possible before making other plans. Qinyu's gaze swept across the group of people in front of him and immediately rejected. It was fine to bring Song Xiaodai with him, but if he brought such a large group of people, he would be asking for trouble. Marquis Yunlai also saw through Qinyu's deeper meaning. If so many of them followed Qinyu, they would not be helping Qinyu, but troubling him instead. In that case, if there is any need in the future, this Marquis will definitely help. Marquis Yunlai made a promise. After saying goodbye to Marquis Yunlai, Qinyu, Yi Luofeng and Song Xiaodai left. Watching Qinyu leave, Xiao Hui sighed inwardly. If he could rope Qinyu into Blood Moon organization, not only would it help the organization, he would also make a great contribution. Unfortunately, facing a terrifying venerable like Qinyu, he did not dare to force himself. If Marquis Yunlai has nowhere to go, our Blood Moon organization is a good place to stay. Xiao Hui looked at Marquis Yunlai. If he failed to rope in Qinyu, the Marquis of Yunlai wouldn't reject him, right? As a member of the royal family, I will not join any other faction. Marquis Yunlai hesitated. After all, in everyone's eyes, the Blood Moon organization was an evil force. Marquis Yunlai even had conflicts with them before. Moreover, the Yun clan's imperial family had a rule that the Yun clan's people were not allowed to join any other forces. Only the members of the other forces joined the Cloud tribe. Haha, at this time, Marquis shouldn't care about this. Besides, there are many ways to join the Blood Moon organization. Xiao Hui grinned and began to narrate. The first option was to directly join the Blood Moon organization and become a member. However, not everyone could successfully pass the test. The second was a cooperative model, where both sides helped each other. The second method was also because the Blood Moon was no match for the Holy Land, so they relaxed their policies and recruited more heroes. For example, forces such as the Black Prison Alliance, the True Luo sect, and the Lawless Temple had all submitted to the Blood Moon organization. If that's the case, I'll consider it. Marquis Yunlai fell into deep thought. In fact, he was already tempted. After all, the Yunjiao royal family had submitted to the Holy Land. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around on his own. So far, the Blood Moon organization was the most likely to overthrow the rule of the Holy Land. He even suspected that some of the royal family members who had been forced into a corner had also joined the Blood Moon organization. On the other hand, Qin Yu and the other two bid farewell to Marquis Yunlai and headed to the Imperial City. Grand Supreme Elder, what kind of place is the Demon-Free Academy? Song Xiaodai asked. It was the first time she had heard of the term academy. So, Qin Yu briefly explained the situation of the ancient nation to her. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of a palace that was heavily guarded. The entrance of the palace led to the teleportation point. It led directly to the capital cities of the 36 prefectures of the Yunjiao nation. Chen Yu. Yi Luofeng. The passers-by nearby exclaimed in surprise. The two of them were wanted criminals of the Yunjiao nation. The bounty on their heads was high enough to make anyone go crazy. Quick, inform the elders that Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng have appeared in front of the teleportation point. The guards at the entrance of the palace had also sensed the presence of Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng and immediately ordered someone to pass the message. The imperial city of Yunlai was huge. The entire process of Qin Yu killing the two elders and rescuing Marquis Yunlai had not been completed yet. For example, the people here had no idea what had happened. Grand Supreme Elder, where are we going? Song Xiaodai asked. She could clearly feel the desire and fear of the people around her towards Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. Guards kept appearing at the entrance of the palace. Soon, there were close to 1,000 of them. All of them looked at Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng gravely. This is the teleportation point of the Yunlai prefecture. Through the teleportation portal, you can be teleported to any of the 36 prefectures of the Yunjiao nation. Qin Yu explained calmly. I didn't expect the ancient nation to be so convenient. Song Xiaodai nodded. In the northern plains, there were almost no such large-scale teleportation portals. The three of them chatted leisurely, forming a stark contrast with the thousands of guards in front of them. In the eyes of an outsider, they were like three ignorant and stupid lambs approaching a wolf's den of their own accord. Has Qin Yu lost his mind? How dare he approach the teleportation portal? Is he a lamb walking into a tiger's den? The people around them gasped in shock. The situation in the Yunjiao nation was in chaos. Many forces were fighting against the imperial family and the sacred grounds. However, these forces would not dare to appear so brazenly at the teleportation portal. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Once the news spread, the imperial family could even use the teleportation portal to rush over and exterminate the criminals. Up until now, they had never heard of any wanted criminals daring to approach the teleportation portal so openly. They watched as Qin Yu and the other two approached the entrance of the palace. For some reason, the 1,000 or so guards felt a strong sense of unease. Their bodies tensed up and they began to tremble. Activate the joint attack formation. One of the captains bellowed. The cultivation of these guards was not high. They were all at the Qi transformation or postnatal stage. However, they had trained in the joint attack formation. Each joint attack formation could combine the strength of 100 people into one. The 1,000 or so guards began to move. Their footsteps were strange, and their essence, energy, and soul gradually became one. However, when Qin Yu approached the black dragon, there seemed to be an invisible force in the air, pushing the guards to the sides. Why are you pushing me? Is your footwork wrong? Have you forgotten the joint attack formation? The group of guards began to curse at each other. The onlookers outside were all stunned. They could not help but take deep breaths. All the guards in front of Qin Yu were pushed to the sides, creating a small path in the middle. Gradually, the guards came to their senses. All of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. However, when Qin Yu approached it, all the guards nearby felt an inexplicable sense of fear. They stood rooted to the ground, gripping their weapons tightly in their hands. However, they did not dare to swing them. Just like that, Qin Yu and the other two chatted as they passed through the 1,000 or so guards easily. They entered the teleportation center. The underground palace was connected in all directions and divided into many teleportation squares. Each teleportation square had a teleportation formation that corresponded to different teleportation locations. It's Xianxia. The arrival of the three caused another uproar. Many of the formation masters were stunned on the spot, forgetting to activate the formation. Xianxia had a good memory. He found the teleportation location to the Sky River Prefecture. Among the crowd, there were three men dressed in ordinary clothes. When they saw Xianxia and Yi Luofeng, their eyes flashed with evil light and revealed a cruel look. Boom! Suddenly, the three of them exploded with a terrifying and eerie aura. Their clothes were torn apart, revealing their original appearance. Hee, I didn't expect us Black Mountain 3 ghosts to be so lucky. Give us your heads. The true faces of the three were slightly sinister and sinister. The three of them were in the late stage of the returning origin realm. But due to their encounters, their cultivation techniques were extremely powerful. They were notorious in the entire Yunlai prefecture. It's the Black Mountain 3 ghosts. Run, I heard that the three of them cultivated an evil cultivation technique. They killed many returning origin realm cultivators and sucked their energy and souls. There's even a rumor that a supremacy, Kong Hai, died tragically under their encirclement. The crowd nearby fled. They didn't expect that the infamous Black Mountain 3 ghosts would disguise themselves and use the royal city's teleportation formation to escape. A gloomy and cold ghostly aura spread in all directions. In the void, ghostly shadows could be seen floating, making people shudder. Where did these three flies come from? Xianxia frowned and waved his hand. Boom! This gentle wave set off an incomparably terrifying pitch-black storm. It was as if a holy dragon had suddenly let out a furious roar and erupted. Pung! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Black Mountain 3 ghosts were sent flying. They spurted blood and smashed into the wall, creating a human-shaped pit. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Even the powerful Black Mountain 3 ghosts were sent flying like flies. In the depths of the teleportation center, a powerful and scorching aura fluctuated. Whoosh! A red-faced old man flew out. He was surrounded by flames and his aura was soaring like a volcano that was about to erupt. Who's causing trouble? The red-faced old man snorted coldly. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was the expert guarding this teleportation center. He was in seclusion and was disturbed. He was very angry and was ready to punish the troublemaker. However, when the red-faced old man came out, he happened to see the scene of the Black Mountain 3 ghosts being slapped away. The raging fire on his body was instantly extinguished as if a basin of water was poured on it. The red-faced old man's cultivation was only at the late stage of returning origin realm. The Black Mountain 3 ghosts were enough to kill him. But at this moment, the Black Mountain 3 ghosts were directly slapped away by Xianxia. Do you want to use the teleportation formation? After a few breaths, the red-faced old man forced a smile and asked in a low voice. If he was like an angry lion before, then at this moment, he was like a docile kitten. I want to go to the Sky River Prefecture. Xianxia expressed his intention. Get out of the way and let this lord go first. The red-faced old man suddenly shouted. In the end, under the shocked gazes of countless people, Xianxia and the other two teleported away. Quickly send a message to the Marquis of Yunlai. Xianxia and Yi Luofeng appeared in Yunlai Royal City and used the teleportation formation to leave. The red-faced old man's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. His voice was like a big bell. Report. The Marquis of Yunlai is dead. At this moment, the news of the new Marquis of Yunlai's death had just reached here. Sky River Prefecture Teleportation Grounds. Many teleportation portals were activated. Some were using the teleportation portals here, while others came from other places. One of the teleportation portals suddenly shone with a dazzling silver light. We're here. A calm but clear voice came from within. Then, a man and two women appeared on the ancient platform. It's Xianxia, the wanted criminal of the Yunzhao nation. Not only that, he's also on the most wanted list issued by the Sacred Ground. The Sky River Prefecture's teleportation grounds immediately descended into chaos. No one had expected that the wanted criminal of the Yunjiao nation would dare to use the teleportation portals of the 36 prefectures. In an instant, the surrounding guards, as well as the overseeing powerhouses, all appeared. However, the result was the same as at Yunlai Prefecture. Not even the army could stop him. Qinyu and the other two left safely. At the same time, news of Qinyu and Yi Luofeng appearing at Yunlai Prefecture and rescuing Marquis Yunlai spread like wildfire. The Yunjiao nation was shaken. Yunyang Sacred Mansion, Yunjiao Imperial Palace, in a majestic palace. Roar, a majestic saintly dragon aura suddenly descended. 9 crimson and gold dragon shadows swam in the air, roaring incessantly. A majestic man with a straight nose and wide face stepped onto the golden dragon throne at the center of the hall. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and was surrounded by dragon shadows and auspicious light. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The powerhouses on both sides of the hall shouted in unison. "Your Majesty, an emergency has occurred at Yunlai Prefecture." An old man with a long beard stepped forward and reported the matter to Qin Nan. "What is it?" The Majesty spoke softly, but it seemed to be filled with majesty that deterred all living beings. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng appeared at Yunlai Prefecture, rescued Guangjia, and killed the new Marquis Yunlai. The elder's words were filled with anxiety. "This is outrageous." The Majesty was enraged. His voice was like a dragon's roar that shook the entire hall, causing everyone in the hall to tremble. Not only that, Qinyu brazenly used the teleportation portal of Yunlai Prefecture to teleport to the Sky River Prefecture. This is a blatant disrespect to the imperial power of the Yunjiao nation. If we don't get rid of this brat, where is the dignity of our imperial family? Another middle-aged man walked out. In the main hall, many angry voices suddenly sounded. "Qinyu must be heading to the Empyrean River Prefecture to return to the Demon-Free Academy." Some people were guessing where Qinyu had gone. "The Magic-Free Academy hasn't been eradicated yet?" The Sage Emperor suddenly asked. After Yunjiao nation submitted to the Holy Land, many of the 36 prefectures rebelled against the imperial authority. Among them, the strongest factions were the Demon Academy and the Heavenly Sword Academy, the Fu clan, and a few ancient clans. Currently, the royal family was dispatching troops to encircle these forces. Among them, the Demon-Free Academy was at the top of the elimination plan. "Not yet." Someone replied softly. The Demonless Academy had colluded with the Blood Moon faction and the other resistance factions. Adding on the foundation of the Demonless Academy, they were extremely difficult to deal with. The Demon-Free Academy has always been a malignant tumor. Now that the wanted criminal Qinyu is returning to the Demon-Free Academy, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Failure is not allowed in this attack. There was a hint of anger on the Sage Emperor's face, and a terrifying aura kept surging. "Sage Emperor, let me go. I will destroy the Demon-Free Academy and Qinyu together." An old man with a wizened face walked out, and a formless murderous aura spread out. "General, shadowy cloud." Everyone looked over, and many of them looked fearful. The old man in front of them was the previous general of Yunjiao nation. He was the commander of millions of troops, and his cultivation was at the peak early stage of the Void Sea state. He was also an expert in commanding troops. It was said that 300 years ago, when there was a conflict at the border between Yunjiao nation and the barbarian Han's nation, this old general led 50,000 elite troops and defeated the enemy. He even used military tactics to trap and kill a Void Sea state venerable. "General Yun, this matter will definitely be resolved." Words of flattery rang out continuously. At that moment, "Shadowy cloud, you can't handle this matter." An ethereal voice suddenly descended, making many people feel uneasy, and the blood in their bodies tremble. In the next moment, a dark-skinned old man walked in from outside the hall. His deep eyes were a strange dark red color. A terrifying and oppressive aura spread out, and everyone who stood close to him felt an inexplicable fear. Shadowy Cloud, who had been questioned, looked extremely displeased, but when he saw the dark-skinned old man, he immediately shut his mouth. "So it's Elder Hong." The Sage Emperor, who was sitting on the golden dragon throne, smiled. This person's identity was definitely not simple if the Sage Emperor greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Grand Supreme Elder." Many people present bowed slightly. The dark-skinned old man's name was Yun Hong, and he was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Yun tribe. His seniority in the Yun tribe far surpassed that of the Sage Emperor and General Shadowy Cloud. Of course, Yun Hong's strength far surpassed the two. After all, this was a world where strength was everything. Since you are willing to help, then this matter will be settled. The Sage Emperor's solemn anger was swept away, and he said with a smile, in addition, I will also send 4 sacred dragon guards to assist Elder Hong in quelling the rebellion. Sacred dragon guards. Many people in the hall gasped in shock. There were only 10 sacred dragon guards in the Yunjiao nation. It was said that they were always hidden around the Sage Emperor to protect him. Who knew how many elite assassins had died at their hands? Now that Grand Supreme Elder Yun Hong had come personally, and the Sage Emperor had sent 4 sacred dragon guards to help, there should be no chance of failure. Don't worry, Sage Emperor. I will bring Rao Shichuan and Qin Yu's heads to you. Yun Hong's expression was cold, and his eyes were half closed, as if he was very confident. Rao Shichuan is the dean of the Demon-Free Academy, isn't he? I heard that Grand Supreme Elder Yun Hong had some conflict with Rao Shichuan when he was young. I guess that's why he's coming personally. I've heard of this as well. If Yun Hong hadn't let Rao Shichuan go, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the dean of the Demon-Free Academy. On the other side, Qin Yu and the other 2 appeared at the teleportation point of the Sky River Prefecture. They easily killed a few people and left after intimidating everyone. At the same time, the entire Sky River Prefecture was mobilized, ready to intercept Qin Yu and the others. However, with the speed of Qin Yu and the other 2, by the time they arrived, there would be no one left. This Sky River Prefecture seems a little different. Qin Yu released his spiritual consciousness to sense his surroundings. He realized that most people in the Sky River Prefecture's imperial city did not seem to be hostile towards them, nor did they avoid them in fear. Not only that, but there were people who approached Qin Yu. Are you Qin Yu? A voice rang out in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu glanced over and saw an ordinary-looking man in the corner of the street not far away. He was the one who had spoken to him. What do you want? Qin Yu asked. He was curious that someone had spoken to him. Senior Chen, I'm a student of the Demon-Free Academy, the man said excitedly. After a few seconds, he calmed down. Senior Chen, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's leave. He quickly left the imperial city after sending the voice transmission. After a while, in a quiet forest outside the wilderness, Qin Yu and the other 2 met the person who had spoken to them. He had thick eyebrows and small eyes. He took out the identity token of the Demon-Free Academy. Senior Chen, I didn't expect you to come back, the man with thick eyebrows said excitedly. Qin Yu stood at the peak of the Demon-Free Academy. He was the pinnacle that many students could not surpass. He won first place in the martial arts competition and the 4 academies competition. After entering the Holy Land, he became a Golden Emblem Holy Guard within a few years. Even when the Demon-Free Academy recruited students, they used Qin Yu's personal experience as a weapon to recruit students. What's the situation at the Demon-Free Academy? After arriving at the Sky River Prefecture and observing some things, Qin Yu gradually relaxed. Among the 4 academies, the Demon-Free Academy and Yunyang Academy are almost tied for first place. Even the Yunjiao imperial family has sent troops to besiege them many times, but they have all failed. The man with thick eyebrows said proudly. Is my master okay? Qin Yu asked again. This time, the man with thick eyebrows looked hesitant. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown at this scene. In the previous encirclement, the vice principal sustained some injuries in order to protect a large formation from being destroyed. He is still recuperating. The man with thick eyebrows told him the truth. Then, Qin Yu gradually learned more about the situation from the man with thick eyebrows. The Demon-Free Academy seemed to be fine. It had gathered many heroes and became one of the major forces against the imperial family. But because of this, the Demon-Free Academy was also at the forefront of the struggle, facing more powerful enemies. As long as the Demon-Free Academy could hold on, it would become stronger and stronger. But if it could not hold on, it would instantly collapse. Senior Chen, you're going in the wrong direction. The man with thick eyebrows suddenly reminded him. Wrong direction? Qin Yu felt that he could not remember wrong. Soon. Under the lead of the man with thick eyebrows, Yu and the other two arrived at the Demon-Free Academy. It turned out that the Demon-Free Academy had moved out after the first attack by the Cloud Zhao imperial family. The Demon-Free Academy was now hidden in the poison fog forest. Yu still remembered that he had come here to carry out a mission and was assassinated there. On the way, Yu found many hidden sentries everywhere in the forest. In the depths of the forest, they could see a huge dark light membrane. Inside it stood many tall, dark buildings of the academy. Under the lead of the man with thick eyebrows, Yu and the others passed through the barrier and entered. At that moment, people were rushing over from all directions. Is he Senior Chen? He's so young and handsome. The people around them were in a commotion. The Demon-Free Academy was well informed. Not long after Yu appeared in the Sky River Prefecture, they received the news. Therefore, they guessed that Yu might return here. Senior Chen, you're too famous in the academy. Back then, I chose the Demon-Free Academy because I admire you. The man with thick eyebrows was a little embarrassed. At that moment, a powerful aura fluctuation came from the depths of the academy. It was terrifying. A few figures dashed over. Mentor Liu. Yu looked at a man in a black robe. He was his mentor at Blood Fiend Peak. A middle-aged man in a cloak walked out slowly from the crowd. He looked a little sloppy and pale. There was a lazy gray cat on his shoulder. It opened its sleepy eyes and looked at Yu. It waved its paw as if it was greeting him. You're finally back. The black-robed man, Elan Tian, took a deep breath and said with a smile. Arriving at the Demon-Free Academy, Yu felt a surge of warmth when he saw the anticipation and excitement on the faces of his juniors, as well as the delighted faces of his mentors and masters. I'm back. Yu couldn't help but reveal a smile as he shouted. Brother Chen, long time no see. Among the crowd, an ugly man in black robes walked out. This person was Kong Zhong. Back then, he and Yu got to know each other during the big hunting tournament and entered the Demon-Free Academy together. He inherited his master's legacy and was now at the peak of the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm. He was also a mentor in the Black Star Academy. Yu even saw Ye Xian, Jin Zhuofeng, and the others in the crowd. Junior brother. Yuan Chen walked out with a warm smile on his face. He actually hugged Yu. Back then, the few of them had agreed to escape together, but something happened to Yu. Regarding this, Yuan Chen, who had escaped safely, had always felt guilty. Subsequently, Yu and the other two entered the inner part of the academy, surrounded by the crowd. Where have you been all these years? Elan Tian asked. In fact, if it wasn't for the Sacred Grounds arrest warrant, he would have thought that Yu had been killed by the Sacred Grounds foreign clans. In the few years that Yu had been missing, Elan Tian had also searched everywhere. He had searched all the places that Yu could have gone to, but he still couldn't find any clues. I went to a place that the Sacred Ground will never be able to find. Yu said mysteriously. Elan Tian could naturally tell that it wasn't convenient for Yu to say it here, so he didn't pursue the matter. After a while, the crowd arrived at a large hall. A blue-robed elder was sitting at the front. His hair was white and his face was covered in wrinkles like the grain of a tree's bark. He gave off a feeling of loneliness. The aura emitted from his body caused the rest of the people present to be silent. The blue-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of deep and murky eyes occasionally flashed with a divine light that seemed to be able to see through one's soul. This person was the dean of the Demon-Free Academy, Rao Shichuan. Rao Shichuan's gaze finally stopped on Yu. However, he noticed that he was actually unable to see through Yu at all. Yu seemed to be enveloped in layers of mist, causing him to be unable to see through Yu's true appearance. After a few breaths, he sighed. I'm old and useless. Yu was also observing the dean. He had seen Rao Shichuan before, but at that time, his cultivation was not high, so what he could see was limited. Now, he discovered that the old dean was nearing the end of his life. Looks like the situation in the Demon-Free Academy isn't as good as it seems, Yu thought to himself. Once this old dean passed away, the entire academy would lose its cornerstone, and the consequences could be imagined. Yu, what are your plans now that you've returned? Rao Shichuan asked. Everyone watched with bated breath. The current Xianxia could no longer be considered a student of the demon-free academy. At least, they had never heard of any Origin Realm cultivator still being a student of the academy. Furthermore, Xianxia's cultivation was at the Empty Sea realm. The demon-free academy had also received the news of Xianxia killing the elder of the sacred land and knew that the other party was now a high and mighty lord. Although the academy hoped that Xianxia would stay, they wouldn't force Xianxia. Everything depended on his own opinion. Banish the foreign tribes. Xianxia's expression was calm. This was indeed his final goal. In the main hall, many people took a deep breath and had a strange expression on their faces. They originally thought that Xianxia's goal was to strengthen the academy, to help the academy resist the oppression of the royal family, and to resist the rule of the foreign tribes. Unexpectedly, Xianxia said the words "banish the foreign tribes." In everyone's heart, the sacred land was an unattainable mountain. There were many geniuses, experts, and even the foreign tribes. There were even rumors that the master of the sacred land had already touched the illusory star condensation level. In the face of such a colossus, no one present could casually say the words "banish the foreign tribes." It is a good thing that you have this ambition. However, you have to act according to your own capabilities and think before you act. Perhaps in the future, you will really be able to do this. Rao Shichuan tactfully persuaded Xianxia not to set his goal too high and focus on what was at hand first. He was speaking the truth in the latter half of the sentence. He believed that as long as Xianxia was alive, there would be a day when he could grow to the same height as the sacred lord. When that time came, he would have hope of achieving this goal. Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed a few times and frowned slightly. Master, although your injury is not serious, if it is not completely healed, it will leave behind a huge hidden danger that will affect your future potential. Xianxia said with concern. Xianxia was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to see through his situation without him saying anything. He shook his head helplessly. What Xianxia said was indeed true, but there was no way to cure his injury unless he found some rare and precious elixirs. However, the situation in the demon-free academy was not optimistic and he couldn't leave rashly. Moreover, he couldn't openly appear in some auctions, so it was rather difficult to obtain these elixirs. I have some elixirs here that can heal your injury, master. Xianxia opened his palm and 4 small medicine bottles appeared on it. One was a greenish-purple spirit herb and one was a bone-chilling spirit fruit. This is the snow crystal fruit and purple cloud grass. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the spirit herb and spirit fruit in Xianxia's hand. These 2 treasures were extremely rare in the Kunyan realm and were almost extinct. Furthermore, these 2 precious materials were able to alleviate his injuries. In less than a month, he would be able to fully recover. The other people in the hall looked at these 2 treasures and were also extremely tempted. All right. Xianxia spat out and took the spirit fruit and spirit herb. Master, the elixirs in these 3 bottles are even more effective. Take one and your injury will be cured in a few days. Xianxia continued. What? Cured in a few days? Xianxia thought that he had heard wrong and stared at Xianxia for a moment. When he realized that Xianxia wasn't joking, he took the 3 jade bottles with more caution. He followed Xianxia's instructions and took the elixirs inside first. He swallowed 3 of them at once. Suddenly, his expression changed and he sat down cross-legged. His complexion slowly recovered and his mental appearance gradually changed. Everyone could clearly see that Xianxia's complexion was constantly improving. In less than 5 minutes, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly and looked abnormally spirited. My injury has actually recovered by 70 to 80%. Xianxia said in surprise. The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. Xianxia's serious injury had actually recovered by 80% in such a short time. As a super-large realm, the Great Cosmos realm was naturally rich in natural treasures. Moreover, the alchemy level of the Great Cosmos realm far exceeded that of the Kunyan realm. Some elixirs that were extremely rare in the Kunyan realm were very common in the Great Cosmos realm. That's only natural. What I just said is that Master's injuries can be completely cured by consuming any of the 3 pills in the small bottles. Master, it's only natural that you would have such an effect after consuming 3 pills at once. Qianyu explained. Ilan Tian laughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. Just now, he had taken 3 elixirs at the same time. The fierce effect made him feel uncomfortable all over, so he immediately activated his cultivation technique and used the elixirs to heal his injury. Ahem, I wonder if my young friend Shen has any elixirs that can extend one's life. I am willing to buy them. Rao Shichuan couldn't sit still and asked on the spot. The dean has taken something that can extend one's life, and your lifespan is nearing its end. Under such circumstances, elixirs that can extend one's life will be greatly reduced. Qianyu replied telepathically. After all, the dean was nearing the end of his life and it had a great impact. Once the dean died, the entire demon-free academy would collapse without the need for an enemy attack. I didn't expect my young friend Shen to be able to see through it. Rao Shichuan sighed helplessly. At the same time, he felt that Qianyu was somewhat unfathomable. Soon, the meeting was over. Senior brother Yuanshen brought Qianyu and the others to the residence of the inner yard students. He pointed to a large courtyard not far away and said, "Junior brother, your residence is here." Qianyu stood on the spot for a while. That courtyard was where he used to live in the demon-free academy. Once again returning to the place where he used to live, Qianyu thought about it for a while and settled down in peace. The courtyard was very large and there were many rooms. There was no problem for Yi Luofeng and Song Xiaodai to live here. When there was nothing to do, Qianyu would cultivate as usual. The cultivation environment in the Kunyan realm was far inferior to the great cosmos realm, but cultivation was already a habit for Qianyu. The next day, Qianyu came to the residence of his master, Ilan Tian. "You, what can I do for you?" Ilan Tian said with a smile. Now that his injuries had healed, his cultivation had improved. "Master, I want to help you break through to the Void Sea realm." Qianyu explained the purpose of his visit. Dean Rao Shichuan did not have much lifespan left, and Qianyu could not stay in the demon-free academy forever. He thought about it again and decided to help his master break through to the Void Sea realm. Ilan Tian was not old and his potential had not been exhausted. Qianyu had a certain degree of confidence that he could help him break through to the Void Sea realm. What? Ilan Tian was stunned and only reacted after a long time. "Master, you should know about the dean's situation." The master and disciple chatted for most of the day. During this time, Qianyu also briefly explained the situation when he left the Kunyan realm. In the end, Ilan Tian accepted Qianyu's suggestion. Qianyu took out many spirit pills and precious materials from his storage bag on the spot. Among the more precious ones were fire flaming wine, 100 flower honey, and earth essence crystals that could assist in breaking through. Ilan Tian was already mentally prepared, but he still could not help but take a deep breath. He did not know what to say. "I will definitely succeed." Ilan Tian had a solemn expression. Next, he focused on seclusion and prepared to break through to the Void Sea realm. While staying here, Yi Luofeng suggested leaving. She wanted to return to the Heavenly Sword Academy to check on the situation. On the 4th day, as Qianyu cultivated according to his habit, the secret pattern fiend body could no longer be suppressed and began to climb toward the peak of the mid-stage Void Sea realm. The inscriptions on his dark fiend body increased a little, and a terrifying demonic intent constantly fluctuated. Even several miles away, the people in the academy could still feel the terrifying aura where Qianyu was. It was as if that place was the 9 hells, and a peerless demon was hiding there. In the distance, bang, a beam of purple light shot into the sky and finally turned into a huge ball of light. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Countless exclamations came from the demon-free academy. At this moment, "Rao Shichuan, get out here!" A deafening voice rushed over like a flash flood. A layer of ripples appeared on the demon-free academy's array formation. In the next moment, figures appeared outside the academy and surrounded the entire demon-free academy. How did the enemy come so quickly? How is this possible? There are countless spies around the academy. How did they directly arrive here without anyone noticing? Logically speaking, as long as the enemy entered the poison fog forest, the demon-free academy should have received the news. But at this moment, the enemy had already attacked their doorstep. How could they not be shocked? Inside a secluded palace, Rao Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes in shock. This voice. Could it be him? Rao Chuan mumbled to himself, his face darkening. In the next moment, he turned into a flash of blue light and flew out. There's an enemy attack. The enemy is attacking. Inside the demon-free academy, people shouted and ran back and forth. The protective array around the academy was activated. Outside the enchantment shield, another layer of protection appeared. It was pitch black and had armor-like patterns on it, protecting the entire academy. Dean. Along the way, many people felt Rao Chuan's aura and bowed. Rao Chuan was in no mood to care. He came to the edge of the academy and looked outside the protective array. He was surrounded by elite soldiers of the imperial family. They were well-equipped and skilled in formations. On top of these soldiers, a dark-skinned elder floated. His face was dark and cold, and his eerie red eyes made people feel extremely dangerous. It really is you. Rao Chuan looked at the dark-skinned elder and exclaimed in shock. You're finally willing to come out, Rao Chuan. The dark-skinned middle-aged man, Yun Hong, stared at Rao Chuan coldly. After a while, a terrifying murderous intent spread from his body. The soldiers nearby were frightened. It was as if they were standing on the edge of a cliff. Their bodies trembled. I didn't expect you to come personally. Rao Chuan sighed, his heart sinking. Dean, who is this? A teacher nearby asked. From Rao Chuan's expression, the enemy this time was extraordinarily powerful. This person was the top genius of the Yun tribe 500 years ago. Not only was his bloodline extremely pure, but his bloodline also mutated during a fortuitous encounter. Rao Chuan gave a simple explanation, as if he didn't want to say more. In reality, when Rao Chuan was young, he had a good relationship with Yun Hong. Both of them were geniuses who stood at the top of the Yunjiao nation. Yun Hong's fortuitous encounter should have been his. But Yun Hong used despicable means to take it away. Perhaps out of guilt, Yun Hong let Rao Chuan go, and the two never saw each other again. From Rao Chuan's simple words, the people nearby knew that the dark-skinned middle-aged man was not simple. Apart from that, the pressure and sense of danger that the dark-skinned middle-aged man gave them were completely different from the previous enemies. At this moment, Yun Hong gave the order, attack. Kill. Tens of thousands of soldiers launched an attack on the Demon-Free Academy's protective array. Counterattack. Rao Chuan also gave the order. The grand protective spell formation of the Demon-Free Academy could be divided into countless connected smaller spell formations, some of which could be used to switch between offense and defense. A portion of the armor patterns around the formation suddenly opened up, and a saber, sword, spear, and other weapons that were dozens of feet long extended out. These weapons were pitch black in color and were formed by the power of dozens of people gathered in the formation. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Rao Chuan, I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Give up as soon as possible and submit to the imperial family and the Holy Land. That is the wise move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yun Hong stood proudly in the air with his hands behind his back. The demeanor of a powerhouse was on full display. His words and posture were filled with absolute confidence. Impossible. Rao Chuan spat out these three words resolutely. Yun Hong was not surprised. He shook his head slightly with a look of pity. Then, he smiled. Do you want to know why you only noticed us when we attacked the entrance of the Demon-Free Academy? Inside the formation, the faces of the higher-ups of the academy darkened. They were indeed puzzled but did not know the reason. But they did not want to know the reason from the enemy. Because the hidden sentries that you set up in the Ghost Fog Forest were too weak. They were all killed before they could discover us. Yun Hong revealed a mocking expression. That's impossible. The academy is surrounded by hidden sentries. How could you kill all of them alone? A branch dean rebuked angrily. He felt that Yun Hong said this on purpose to scare them. Did I say that I was the only one? The mocking expression on Yun Hong's face became even more intense. Suddenly, 3 figures dashed out from the surrounding soldiers. They were wearing the same tight-fitting black clothes with a circle embroidered with a golden dragon inside. The moment they saw this symbol, the higher-ups of the academy blurted out, the sacred dragon guards. It was said that the current sacred emperor had 10 sacred dragon guards. Their daily necessities were all under their protection. All assassins would be intercepted and killed by them. They were all elites at the Sky-Sea realm. They were good at concealment, infiltration, and assassination. They had rich combat experience. With these 3 sacred dragon guards and Yunhong himself, they could indeed wipe out all the hidden sentries in the poisonous creature forest. The moment the 3 sacred dragon guards appeared, they joined the attack. Bam! 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 A loud sound rang out around the formation, and the formation trembled slightly. I didn't expect the imperial family to send not only you but also 3 sacred dragon guards. Yunhong's expression was ugly, and his face became even paler. Hurry up and call Qinyu and the deputy dean. He secretly instructed the others. It had been a while since the enemy appeared, but Qinyu had yet to appear. He might have encountered some situation. However, the enemy was too strong. They needed Qinyu to act. Otherwise, their chances of victory were slim. In addition, even the deputy dean, Ilan Tian, did not appear. You don't have to think about it. The other resistance forces will quickly rush over to support us. This time, we rushed over in secret. It will probably be some time before they receive the news. Yunhong said again. In the past, when the imperial family attacked, they would use the teleportation formation to rush over. When the other resistance forces received the news, they would come to support them. They would attack from the front and back, causing the imperial family's encirclement to fail. However, this time, they had rushed over, so it took some time. It seems that this time, you plan to completely destroy the demon-free academy. Rao Shichuan had a bitter expression. This time, the imperial family's preparations were too ample. They were caught off guard. Inside the academy. Swoosh! Swoosh, 2 figures flew into the depths. One went to call the deputy dean, and the other went to call Qinyu. What's wrong with Senior Qin? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Is he afraid? As one of the male students thought to himself, the perfect image of Qinyu in his heart started showing flaws. Suddenly, he felt something cold on his neck. He reached out and touched it. Blood! He cried out in surprise, but no sound came out. Plop! As soon as he fell to the ground, a black figure scuttled over and took his body away. The blood on the ground was wiped away. The entire process was extremely fast and clean. No one noticed it. Qinyu, I'm afraid you didn't expect that I would sneak into the academy to assassinate you. The black figure came to a corner, changed into the academy's uniform, and walked out openly. He had short green hair, an oval face, and was slightly handsome. Whoosh, he went straight to Qinyu's residence. Senior Chen, the enemy is attacking. The dean asks for your help. He shouted loudly from afar with a panicked expression on his face. However, when he got close to Qinyu's residence, the green-haired guard's body suddenly froze. With Qinyu's residence as the center, a violent and heavy demonic aura spread over a radius of 100 feet. What a terrifying aura! The green-haired guard's gaze was fixed on Qinyu's residence. He had been curious as to why Qinyu had not appeared. At this moment, he finally knew that Qinyu seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. However, this was not a cultivation breakthrough. If he stopped at any time, there would not be any serious consequences. Therefore, the green-haired guard did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he waited quietly outside Qinyu's residence. At the same time, he occasionally shouted to let Qinyu know that there were people outside. When he came out later, he would not be too wary. Buzz buzz, there was a strange force field around Qinyu's residence. Demonic chi held here, and it was extremely heavy, making it difficult for people to breathe. After a while, the green-haired guard retreated a distance and said with lingering fear, "This is too terrifying. This kid should have broken through at the body tempering level, but why is he giving off such a terrifying aura?" At the start, the green-haired guard was very confident. He was ranked 3rd among the 10 sacred dragon guards, and his cultivation was at the peak early stage Void Sea realm. This was why Yunhong sent him to infiltrate the academy and assassinate Qinyu. But now, he suddenly felt a little unsure. At this moment, the oppressive demonic pressure in the surroundings suddenly disappeared without a trace. Then, the door to Qinyu's residence opened, and the surrounding array formation protection disappeared at the same time. Senior Chen, there are enemies attacking. The dean wants you to go and help. The green-haired guard pretended to be a student without demonic qi and urged anxiously. Got it. Qinyu replied calmly and flew up. He is so lax. This is a good chance. The green-haired guard had been observing Qinyu and found that he was very lazy and casual, full of loopholes. Boom, the green-haired guard's quintessential essence suddenly exploded, and he seemed to turn into a ferocious wolf as he pounced at Qinyu. A black dagger appeared in his hand. It shone with a cold black light, and it quickly slashed through the void, leaving a black afterimage. The green-haired guard's attack was lightning fast. The dagger in his hand seemed to be able to cut through everything as it slashed at Qinyu's neck. Puchi, in the void, a black arc suddenly appeared and slashed at Qinyu's neck. Got it. The green-haired guard was ecstatic. He had assassinated many people in the past, but he did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment after succeeding. But this time, he was very happy. It seems that I am too lax. Qinyu was a little surprised to hear this. Ever since he returned to the great cosmos realm, he had been very relaxed. At least, Qinyu believed that there was nothing in the demonic academy that could threaten him. Since that was the case, there was no need to be nervous. That's right, you are indeed too lax. The green-haired guard revealed a triumphant expression and was prepared to give Qinyu another fatal blow. But he suddenly discovered that the wound he had just left was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the wound was about to completely heal, the green-haired guard's mind was in turmoil. He was horrified, unable to believe everything in front of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! He hurriedly waved the dagger in his hand and drew two cold black arcs. Ding! Ding! There was only the sound of metal being cut and sparks flying. Qinyu was unharmed. Just now, Qinyu had been lax, allowing the green-haired guard to succeed. But this time, he activated the Enigma Fiend body. After advancing to the peak of the mid-stage, the Enigma Fiend body's defensive power was extremely terrifying. The green-haired guard's all-out attack did not even leave a trace. Are you tickling me? Qinyu turned to look at the green-haired guard with a teasing smile. Are you scratching an itch for me? Hearing this, the green-haired guard felt a strong sense of humiliation. But at this moment, he could no longer be angry. His heart had been filled with fear. Looking at Qinyu in front of him, he even wondered if the other party was the incarnation of a demon or ghost. With his strength, the wound left on the enemy's neck had actually healed in an instant, and then, his two full blows did not cause the slightest damage to Qinyu. At this moment, he found that his heart was not beating, but trembling. Bang! A dark light suddenly erupted from the feet of the green-haired guard, releasing a dark fog that shrouded the surroundings. Swoosh! In the dark fog, he seemed to be completely invisible, disappearing and fleeing into the distance. But suddenly, the green-haired guard felt a strong sense of danger. He could not tell where the danger came from, but all his hair stood on end. The next moment, an invisible hand grabbed him. No, could this be the concept of space? The green-haired guard's voice trembled. As a Void Sea Realm expert, he naturally knew the power of the concept of space. Poof, his voice stopped abruptly, and a sound of flesh and blood squeezing was heard. When the black fog dissipated, a pile of flesh and blood fell down. Even if his biological mother rushed over, she would not be able to recognize it. After killing the green-haired guard, Qinyu rushed outside. At this moment, he felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi. The yuan qi between heaven and earth was surging towards a certain location. Qinyu followed the feeling and looked over. That's Master's residence. Is he breaking through? Qinyu frowned slightly. Although he planned to help Elantian break through to the Void Sea Realm, only a few days had passed. Elantian's cultivation had not been consolidated at all, and he was not even prepared enough. The possibility of breaking through to the Void Sea Realm was greatly reduced. But Qinyu could also understand his master's feelings. Elantian had probably seen the enemy attack and the academy was in danger, so he decided to break through to the Void Sea Realm. Rao Shichuan, since you are so stubborn, when I break through the array, all of you in the No Demon Academy will be punished severely. In the void, Yunhong's face was stern and cold. His killing intent surged. He had already given Rao Shichuan a chance, but the other party was too stupid and didn't want it. Boom, Yunhong spread his arms wide, and a dark red quintessence soared up, turning into a dark red scarlet flame that gathered together. Above his head, there seemed to be a small blood-red sun, emitting an astonishing oppressive aura. This was not the end. The true essence within his body continued to pour into the blood-flame sun. The blood-flame sun slowly expanded, reaching a point that made one's heart tremble. Go! Yunhong gave a loud shout and waved both his arms. Boom, the fiercely burning blood-red sun fiercely fell, smashing into the Demon-Free Academy's defensive formation. Even though they were separated by the array formation, the higher-ups of the academy could still feel Yunhong's terrifying aura, as well as the power of this strike. His cultivation is actually mid-stage MTC. Mid-stage MTC realm. In the academy, many people were in despair. As the ruler of the Yunzhao nation, the Yuns had stood strong for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they were filled with experts. Otherwise, the throne of the Yunzhao nation would have been taken away a long time ago. But they did not expect that the Yunzhao nation would send a mid-stage MTC realm to deal with the Demon-Free Academy. Rao Shichuan gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. When he was young, he and Yunhong often sparred, and both sides won and lost. But as he grew older, he was no longer as strong as Yunhong. Yunhong was already a mid-stage MTC realm expert, and he was only at the early-stage MTC realm. The difference was so great that Yunhong could defeat him in one move. But Rao Shichuan did not give up. He took out a black array flag and poured his quintessence into it. In the next moment, the patterns on the armor on the formation suddenly opened up, and two dark blue hands stretched out from within to block the bloody sun. Boom, the blood-red sun collided, instantly breaking a few of the hands' fingers. As the blood-red sun continued to crush down, the two dark blue hands gradually turned into ashes. Kaboom, the shockwaves landed on the defensive formation, causing it to shake violently. The energy that supported the entire formation was being consumed at a speed far faster than usual. So strong. The Dean is no match for him even with the formation. Mid-stage MTC realm is too strong. Even the Dean and Vice Dean together with Chen Yu might not be a match for him. Voices of despair rang out all around. Suddenly, Yunhong looked into the depths of the Demon-Free Academy. Vice Dean Elan Tian is actually trying to break through to the MTC realm. Is this a desperate move? Ha ha ha. Yunhong could not help but laugh. Before dealing with the Demon-Free Academy, he had also received information about the academy. Vice Dean Elan Tian was seriously injured, and with his foundation cultivation, he did not have much cultivation to become Venerable Kong Hai. However, nothing was absolute. Yunhong had already made up his mind to take down the Demon-Free Academy as soon as possible. At this time, Chen Yu leisurely walked over. Chen Yu, you're finally here. Hurry up and join forces with me. With the help of the formation, we'll block this person. Rao Shichuan was slightly dissatisfied with Chen Yu's lateness, but he was still very happy that Chen Yu had come. As long as they held him back until the other resistance forces arrived, they could launch a pincer attack and severely injure the royal family forces. After saying that, Rao Shichuan took out a black formation flag and handed it to Chen Yu. This black formation flag could communicate with the academy's formation. He trusted Chen Yu, which was why he was willing to hand it over to Chen Yu. If the enemy's trader obtained this flag, he would be able to directly open the academy's formation. Outside the formation, Yunhong's expression suddenly turned solemn. He had clearly sent a sacred dragon guard to assassinate Chen Yu. But why did Chen Yu walk out unscathed? Could it be that the sacred dragon guard did not find a chance to strike? Yunhong sighed, feeling that he could only rely on himself in this world. No one else could be trusted. There's no need. Chen Yu responded to the dean's words. What? The old director was taken aback by Chen Yu's words, not understanding what Chen Yu meant. What did he mean? There was no need to resist anymore. The rest of the people nearby were also stunned, not knowing what Chen Yu was talking about. Open the formation. Chen Yu said again. He had already decided to take action and solve everything. However, the No Demon Academy's formation was the foundation of the academy. It could not be destroyed. What did you say? Rao Shichuan was stunned again, his voice mixed with anger. Qin Yu actually wanted him to open the academy's formation. Wasn't this letting the enemy in? What did he mean? Could it be that Qin Yu had already submitted to the royal family and the sacred grounds? Did he return to the No Demon Academy to be a traitor? Qin Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? You actually want us to open the academy's formation? We will not yield to the foreign races. We swear to resist till the end. Angry voices came from all around. Yun Hong was slightly stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Qin Yu actually wanted the dean to open the formation? That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Qin Yu, if you can persuade Rao Shichuan to open the formation and surrender, I can represent the Yun clan to plead with the Holy Lord. Rao Shichuan revealed a smile. Inside the formation, Qin Yu saw that the people around had misunderstood him and was about to explain. However, he suddenly realized that he could open the formation with the black formation flag in his hand. So, his consciousness seeped in, suddenly. Buzz, the academy's formation in front of him suddenly opened a square gap that was 10 feet wide. The academy's formation had been opened, the students, mentors, deans, and even the dean were all dumbfounded on the spot. They instantly felt cold, but their hearts were burning with anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. Qin Yu, what are you doing? You actually opened the academy's formation. You traitor. Yun Hong clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha, good. Qin Yu, you did well. Just then, Qin Yu's cold voice came. What are you laughing at? Old charcoal, I opened the formation just to come out and kill all of you. Then, he stepped towards the gap in the formation and walked out. Qin Yu, the dean was stunned again. He had mixed feelings and did not know what to say. Qin Yu was actually planning to go out and kill his enemies, but at the same time, he felt that Qin Yu was too stupid. How could he fight against the thousands of soldiers outside? There was no need for Qin Yu to show off at all. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in the academy and join forces with him to defend? Yun Hong, who was laughing with his head raised, suddenly heard Qin Yu spouting nonsense. He even called him Old Charcoal. Ignorant junior, you will pay the price for your stupidity. His eyes were like torches as he gnashed his teeth. Swoosh! 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 3 black figures rushed out from 3 different directions. They were the 3 sacred dragon guards. They attacked almost at the same time and attacked Qin Yu. Qin Yu, come back! The dean shouted. Even if he were to face 3 sacred dragon guards, he would probably die on the spot. But what happened next shocked him so much that he could not speak. Before the 3 sacred dragon guards reached Qin Yu, he suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Qin Yu appeared in front of one of the divine dragon protectors. At some point in time, his hand had already gripped the divine dragon protector's neck and lifted him up. The guard's eyes bulged and he stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. Creak, with a squeeze of his hand, Qin Yu killed the sacred dragon guard. The other 2 sacred dragon guards immediately froze. Their faces were filled with shock and their bodies trembled. Swoosh! Swoosh! Without another word, they turned and fled like mice that had seen a cat. All of you, die! Qin Yu's expression was cold. He circulated his physical strength and threw a punch. Boom! The punch seemed to have struck the void, emitting a thunderous sound. Shortly after, an incomparably huge ball of dark black light whizzed out, like a black hole, devouring everything in its path. No, save me, the 2 sacred dragon guards could not dodge at all. They were swallowed by the punch, and not even their bones were left. In the huge battlefield, the clamorous noises suddenly turned into a deathly silence. The 3 sacred dragon guards had just shown their faces when they were all killed by Qin Yu. Not a single one was left alive. The arrogant and domineering Yun Hong was completely dumbfounded. He could no longer laugh. His body trembled slightly. He realized that Qin Yu's true strength was so strong that it was unstoppable. The moment he left the academy's array, Qin Yu killed 3 sacred dragon guards with lightning speed. This scene shocked both sides, causing the soldiers and students who were fighting to forget about fighting and stay where they were. Originally, the imperial family had 4 Void Sea realms and had an absolute advantage. But in an instant, 3 Void Sea realms had fallen. How could they fight? This was a world of martial strength. When a person had absolute strength, even an army of thousands could not stop them. This was the situation now. One Qinyu made all the people of the imperial family feel that they could not resist. That fourth sacred dragon guard was also killed by you? Yunhong suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Among the imperial family's troops, a few people knew that the sacred emperor had actually sent 4 sacred dragon guards. When the people of the No Demon Academy heard this, their faces trembled again. It turned out that the imperial family had not sent 4 void sea realms, but 5. I don't know the sacred dragon guards, but when I came over just now, I killed one. Qinyu said lightly. When both sides heard this, they did not know how to express their current feelings. Yunhong's scalp went numb, and he had already forgotten about the war. Retreat. He immediately gave the order. None of his subordinates objected to this order. With the combat strength that Qinyu had just displayed, everyone saw that they could no longer crush the No Demon Academy as planned. Once the other resistance forces came to support them, they would face a pincer attack. Seeing the imperial family retreat just like that, the people of the No Demon Academy found it hard to believe. Such a dangerous situation was easily resolved just like that. Want to leave? Qinyu snorted coldly. Right now, the imperial family was still a servant of the Holy Land. If he let them go now, they would probably come to him again in the future. It was better to clean them up now. Hearing this, Yunhong secretly cursed in his heart. Facing Qinyu, he did not have any confidence in his heart. But at this moment, rumble, in the depths of the No Demon Academy, the huge breakthrough phenomenon, the huge vortex of energy, suddenly trembled a few times. Immediately after, the entire heaven and earth vortex of energy showed signs of instability, as if it was about to shatter. Not good, there's a problem with Lan Tian's breakthrough. Rao Shirtuan's expression changed. Master. Qinyu narrowed his eyes. Failing to break through to the Void Sea realm would result in severe injuries at the very least, reducing the chances of advancing to the Void Sea realm in the future. At the very least, one's cultivation would fall, and there was even a possibility of death. Either way, it wasn't something that Qinyu wanted to see. Whoosh, Qinyu did not chase after Yunhong. Instead, he turned and went straight to Elantian's residence. He had also tried to break through to the empty sea realm before, so he knew all the details and steps very well. Perhaps he could help his master. The members of the imperial family, who were about to leave, also noticed the situation of the magicless academy's Elantian. There was an accident while charging into the Konghai Sea? Ha ha ha. Yunhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. But suddenly, he noticed the delicate situation before him. Elantian encountered an accident while trying to break through to the Void Sea realm. As his disciple, Qinyu went to help. Then Qinyu would not be able to intervene in the battlefield. Now, their side had lost 4 holy dragon protectors, but Non-Demon Academy had also lost a Qinyu. The heavens are really helping me. The smile on Yunhong's face grew wider. Soldiers, listen up. Follow me to attack the Magicless Academy. Yunhong gave a new order. Elder Yun, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. As long as Qinyu is in Non-Demon Academy, we can't do anything to him. A general flew over and said softly. Fool. Yunhong shouted, causing the general's eardrums to vibrate, and his body to tremble involuntarily. If we return without accomplishing anything, how will the people of the world laugh at the Yun clan? Yunhong countered with a question. He then explained, moreover, we don't really need to attack the demon-free academy. As long as we destroy the array, kill some rebels, and kill Dean Rao Shirchuan, it will be enough to intimidate the other rebels. He had never thought of destroying the entire Non-Demon Academy, but he had to at least kill the dean and some of the upper echelons. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Kill. Kill. The huge army immediately turned around and attacked Non-Demon Academy. Yunhong was the first to bear the brunt. His aura was like a rainbow, and a layer of dark red flames rose from his body. Within a radius of several thousand feet, it turned into a blazing plain. Boom, a ball of blood-red flames flew out with a terrifying aura. Yunhong's target was the gap that Qinyu had just opened. Not good. The people of Non-Demon Academy hadn't expected the enemy to suddenly attack, and they instantly panicked. Rao Shichuan immediately took out the black flag and tried to seal the array. However, he was still one step too late. The array hadn't completely closed yet, and Yun Hong's attack had arrived first. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the entire array shook violently. A violent ripple spread in all directions. Another loud sound rang out, and the array that Yun Hong had attacked was torn apart, creating a huge gap. Rao Shichuan, let this old man end your life. Yun Hong flew in, staring at Rao Shichuan with a cold aura, and killing intent spread out. Boom, he waved his sleeve, and a violent dark red flame swept over, leaving Rao Shichuan nowhere to hide. Rao Shichuan's true yuan burned, and he waved his hands repeatedly. A dark blue whirlpool of water appeared in front of him, trying to dissolve Yun Hong's attack. Bang! However, Yun Hong's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, and his overall strength was much higher than Rao Shichuan's. He quickly destroyed Rao Shichuan's attack, and a layer of dark red flame slapped his chest. Bang! Rao Shichuan's figure smashed into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. I didn't expect you to be able to block this old man's attack. However, I won't be lenient with my next attack, and I will take your life. Yun Hong sneered, and he didn't care about their past relationship, preparing to kill. Suddenly, courting death. A cold shout came from afar, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The next moment, a sharp, ear-piercing explosion sounded out, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. Among them, Yun Hong felt a strong sense of danger. Boom! A frightening dark light, with a dense demonic intent, whizzed over. Almost in the blink of an eye, this dark and shocking sharp light arrived in front of Yun Hong. Yun Hong's hair stood on end, and a crimson-red broadsword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed out. Ding! A series of metal explosions rang out, spreading in all directions. That eerie black light penetrated Yun Hong's back and transformed into a pitch-black, sinister-looking bone spear. Yun Hong stood where he was, his arms spasming, and he lost all feeling. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked, and the broadsword in his hand trembled violently, and fell out of his hand. What a terrifying power! Yun Hong's heart was filled with shock. He had been on guard just now, and used all his strength to deal with it, but he still ended up like this, and even his spirit weapon fell out of his hand. Swoosh! The dark bone spear spun in the air, and set off a demonic storm. The next moment, the bone spear turned into a bone sword, and attacked Yun Hong. Damn it! Yun Hong's expression was ugly, and he could only use all his strength. However, the impact of that attack on him just now had not been completely eliminated. One man and one sword clashed, and Yun Hong was at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! The battle of one man and one sword created a terrifying destructive storm, and it spread out in all directions. With Qinyu's current cultivation, he could already control the 9-bone demon spirit sword at will, and unleash its full power. This is Qinyu's spirit weapon? The dean looked at this scene in shock. Qianxia did not attack himself, and only used his spirit weapon to restrain Yun Hong, and he had the upper hand, and he kept leaving wounds on Yun Hong's body. The infection characteristic of the 9-bone demon spirit sword made the wounds on Yun Hong's body extremely difficult to heal. The battle did not last long, and Yun Hong was gradually losing. How could this be? I can't even win against his spirit weapon. Yun Hong's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger, but the truth was in front of him, and he could not argue. At this moment, Rao Shichuan joined the battle, and together with the 9-bone demon spirit sword, Yun Hong's situation became even more disadvantageous. Rao Shichuan had already ignited his true essence, and his battle power had reached the peak of the early stage of the Empty Sea realm. At a certain moment, the 9-bone demon spirit sword, under Qinyu's control, seized the opportunity, and turned into a bone whip, wrapping around Yun Hong. Get lost. Yun Hong's face was filled with fear, and he madly activated the power of his bloodline, trying to break free from the restraint of the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Several miles away, Qinyu once again activated the shape-shifting characteristic of the 9-bone demon spirit sword, causing sharp bone spikes to grow on the bone whip, and pierced into Yun Hong's body. Ah! Yun Hong's scream rang throughout the world. The nine-bone demon spirit sword was like a long, ferocious snake, slithering on Yun Hong's body, and the tip of the bone whip fiercely pierced into Yun Hong's heart. Puff, the bone whip pierced through Yun Hong's body, bringing out a large amount of bright red blood. Plop, Yun Hong's scream came to an abrupt end, and his body fell to the ground. Dead. Rao Shichuan stood rooted to the ground, as if he had never thought that one day, Yun Hong would die in front of him. Swoosh, after killing Yun Hong, the nine-bone demon spirit sword flew to other battlefields, and everywhere it passed, terrified screams resounded. At a certain moment, the nine-bone demon spirit sword drilled into the ground. One breath later, thousands of black bone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing into the sky. On those thousands of black bone spikes, there were countless corpses of the royal family soldiers. However, the nine-bone demon spirit sword did not stop killing. Retreat. Run. Bursts of mourning cries rang out, and the royal elite soldiers threw away their helmets and armor, scattering in all directions. At the same time, thousands of miles away, a large group of people rushed into the poison fog forest in a mighty manner. They were led by an old man and a woman. The old man had already lost all his hair, and his whole body was emitting a shocking murderous aura. The woman had long blood-red hair, a delicate appearance, and a seductive aura all over her body. And among the many people behind, there was a fair-skinned, devilishly handsome man. It was Chao Hui. I hope the No Demon Academy has not been devoured, or the Holy Virgin will definitely be angry. Chao Hui thought to himself. In fact, he was still very puzzled. It was just to help the No Demon Academy. Was it necessary for the Blood Lotus Holy Virgin to mobilize 3 Hall Masters, 2 Great Elders, and nearly 10,000 people? Moreover, the Blood Lotus Holy Virgin's expression at that time was extremely serious, as if she wanted to do it herself. Stop. All of a sudden, the bald old man in the lead shouted coldly. After a while, the scattered soldiers of the royal family fled in panic and fear. Isn't that the royal army? How did it become like this? Chao Hui was shocked. They had come to help the No Demon Academy, but before they reached the No Demon Academy, they encountered a group of royal elite soldiers fleeing in all directions. With Yun Hong's death, the elite troops of the royal family were defeated and scattered. But they didn't run far before they encountered another force. Kill them all. The bald old man's face was filled with killing intent as he ordered. In an instant, all the people of the Blood Moon organization charged out. The defeated elite troops of the royal family were already panicking and had no will to fight. Now that they saw the people of the Blood Moon organization, they trembled in fear and felt despair in their hearts. I surrender. Don't kill me. Screams could be heard everywhere. The 2 elders watched the situation coldly. They didn't even need to do anything. I didn't expect to encounter the deserters of the royal family. It seems that the situation is beyond our expectations. The bald old man said in a deep voice with a shocked expression. It seems that it's just beyond your expectations. Don't count me in. The crimson-haired lady glanced at him. The bald elder didn't pay much attention to the crimson-haired lady's words. She was the favorite of the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden. Elder Lu, the elite troops of the royal family have been wiped out. Chao Hui flew over and reported respectfully. Go to the No Demon Academy. Although I don't know how they managed to repel the encirclement of the royal family, they must have paid a heavy price. The bald elder said coldly. Then, the 2 elders led the people of the Blood Moon organization to the depths of the poison fog forest and saw the No Demon Academy. The bald elder was a little dazed. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. The No Demon Academy had just experienced a battle and was now dealing with the aftermath. But the No Demon Academy in front of them was almost intact. The overall damage was less than 10%. If they hadn't seen the elite troops of the royal family escape, they wouldn't have believed that there had just been a battle. How could this be? The bald old man walked forward with deep doubts. Elder Lu, you're here. Rao Shichuan flew over. With such a large number of people from the Blood Moon organization, the movement was relatively big. Before they came, the No Demon Academy had already noticed it. Now that the Blood Moon organization was the biggest force against the sacred grounds, they had been in contact with each other many times and were already familiar with each other. Dean Rao, congratulations on repelling the royal family's encirclement. The bald old man, Elder Lu, still had a calm expression on his face, with a hint of coldness. Rao Shirchuan smiled and said, haha, yes, I didn't expect it to be like this either. He was already used to Elder Lu's attitude. Moreover, the other party was a senior member of the Blood Moon organization, so his status was different. Elder Lu was somewhat unsure of the meaning of Rao Shirchuan's words. After thinking for a moment, he asked, who did the royal family send this time? The Yunjiao royal family's operation this time was extremely quick, and the news was well hidden. Elder Lu did not receive any specific information. Yun Hong. Hearing this name, Elder Lu's pupils shrank in disbelief. Yun Hong was the Grand Elder of the Yun clan, a top-notch expert. In addition, there are also 4 divine dragon guards. Rao Shirchuan continued. What? This time, Elder Lu couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart and blurted out, causing his usual cold and calm image to disappear. However, he couldn't be blamed. The news was just too shocking. 1 Yun Hong and 4 sacred dragon protectors were actually beaten away by Non-Demon Academy, suddenly. Elder Lu noticed that there was an extremely powerful aura coming from the depths of Non-Demon Academy, causing the chi of heaven and earth to surge wildly. The bright day suddenly became extremely dark. It was obvious that this was caused by someone who had just broken through to the Void Sea state and was unable to control his own power as he wished. This scene caused the expressions of the entire Blood Moon organization to change slightly. In Yunjiao Nation, Void Sea state cultivators were definitely the overlords of a region. Swoosh! Swoosh, 2 figures flew over. One of them was wearing a black cloak and had a very obvious smile on his face. It was Elan Tian. Even the dark moon lynx on Elan Tian's shoulder was not sleeping in. The other young man had a relaxed expression, and his every movement exuded an otherworldly aura. Congratulations, Deputy Dean E, on breaking through to the Void Sea state. Elder Lu suppressed the doubt in his heart and revealed a trace of a smile. He had seen Elan Tian before, but he didn't pay much attention to him. However, Elan Tian, who had broken through to the Void Sea state, was different. Now that Non-Demon Academy had 2 Void Sea state cultivators, it would become even stronger. However, Elder Lu was a little puzzled. He had observed Elan Tian in the past and felt that the possibility of him breaking through to the Void Sea state was not high. At least, it was impossible at this stage. It was too strange. There were too many things in Non-Demon Academy that he couldn't understand. Qinyu, where have you been hiding all these years? The red-haired woman beside him took the initiative to greet Qinyu. Qinyu looked carefully at the beautiful, seductive woman and remembered that he had met this woman when he was on a mission in the Holy Ground. She seemed to be someone by the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden's side. Qinyu, since you're back, follow us back to the Blood Moon organization later. Elder Lu looked at Qinyu and nodded slightly. Given Qinyu's age, he had reached the Void Sea state. In the entire history of Yunjiao Nation, there was no precedent of this. He believed that if Qinyu stayed in the Blood Moon organization for a period of time, his strength would definitely increase rapidly and he would become a strong general against the Holy Ground. That's what I was thinking. Qinyu nodded. He had killed the 4 Holy Dragon Guards, including the Yun clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Yun Hong, causing great damage to the Yunjiao imperial family. In addition, Elan Tian had broken through to the Void Sea state. The Yunjiao imperial family would probably not dare to touch Non-Demon Academy in the future. Therefore, he could leave with peace of mind and go to the Blood Moon organization. The reason why he went to the Blood Moon organization was because it was currently the strongest force against the Holy Ground. Only when the strong joined forces could they defeat a stronger enemy. Apart from that, he also learned about the origins of the Blood Moon organization. Qinyu had already reached an agreement with the evil Moon Sect Elder, so after expelling the alien races, the Holy Ground would still be under the control of the Blood Moon organization. Chao Hui was stunned, and then he came to a sudden understanding. So, Supremacy Qinyu was originally a member of the Blood Moon organization. He smiled a little awkwardly. He did not expect to recruit someone who was originally a member of the Blood Moon organization. That was really a big joke. However, Chao Hui had only joined the Blood Moon organization for a short time, so it was understandable that he did not know about this. The people of the Blood Moon organization temporarily stayed in Non-Demon Academy. In a large hall, the upper echelons of the two forces gathered together. Lan Tian, I'm relieved that you've successfully broken through to the Void Sea state. Rao Shichuan sighed, a little envious. His time was up, and the position of dean would be handed over to Lan Tian. It's all thanks to you. If not for him, I'm afraid I would have failed and been seriously injured. Lan Tian shook his head slightly. His foundation was not solid, and coupled with his eagerness, there was an accident during the breakthrough. Fortunately, Qinyu appeared in time, helped him solve a series of problems, and guided him to the right path. Otherwise, he would definitely fail to break through to the Void Sea state. Elder Lu frowned slightly, finding it difficult to understand the meaning of this sentence. Was Qinyu not at the early stage of the Void Sea state? What help could he give Lan Tian? In the end, I didn't help at all. Lan Tian laughed dryly. Not only that, but he also caused trouble. If not for Qinyu, the Non-Demon Academy would be completely finished this time. Rao Shichuan thought about it in his heart. It seemed that he did not play a big role, and he immediately blushed. Next, the upper echelons of the two major forces exchanged ideas, including some information. At night, Elder Lu summoned two of his confidants. Have you heard the news? Elder Lu said coldly. I've heard everything. The man and woman looked at each other and stood up. Tell me what you've heard. Elder Lu took a sip of tea. Ever since he came to the Non-Demon Academy, he had many doubts in his heart, but he was too embarrassed to ask them directly, so he sent his confidants to inquire about the news in private. The 4 great sacred dragon guards were all killed by Qinyu. The man reported first. Oh? To be able to kill the 4 great sacred dragon guards, it seems that this boy's combat strength is not simple. Elder Lu looked surprised, and his words were filled with praise. In his opinion, Qinyu would definitely defeat them one by one. Yunhong was also killed by Qinyu. Immediately after, the woman spoke. Pfft, Elder Lu spat out the tea in his mouth. Then, he realized that his behavior just now was embarrassing, so he quickly returned to his cold expression. What did you say? Elder Lu asked with a serious expression. Reporting to Elder Lu, after many inquiries, I received the same answer. Yunhong was killed by Qinyu. The woman took a deep breath and repeated what she had said. Not to mention Elder Lu, even she couldn't believe it when she first learned about it. She quickly asked a few more people, and all of them received the same answer. Elder Lu's expression was solemn, and he felt very complicated. Killing the 5 great sacred dragon guards, killing the mid-stage Void Sea state Yunhong. Just how strong was Qinyu, in fact, if these people knew the specific details, they would be even more shocked. For example, Qinyu killed the sacred dragon guards in one move, killed Yunhong while multitasking, wiped out the imperial family's elite troops, and so on. 3 days later, the Non-Demon Academy returned to normal. Master, Dean, I'll be leaving. Qinyu bid farewell to the Dean and Vice Dean. Go. I hope you can achieve your goal soon. Rao Shichuan suddenly thought of something and said. When Qinyu came to the Non-Demon Academy, he asked Qinyu what his goal was, and Qinyu's answer was to expel the mutated races. At first, Rao Shichuan felt that Qinyu was biting off more than he could chew, but now, he felt that it might be possible. Young friend Chen, let's go. Elder Lu revealed a smile. Many members of the Blood Moon felt that the sun had risen from the west when they saw the usually cold and serious Elder Lu being so polite to Qinyu. Let's go. Qinyu turned around and left the Non-Demon Academy with the members of the Blood Moon. Grand Elder, I will definitely cultivate well. Song Xiaodai shouted as she watched Qinyu leave. She was left in the Non-Demon Academy by Qinyu. Although it was not safe here, it was much better than the Blood Moon. This was Qinyu's first return to the Blood Moon. He needed to go to the headquarters to claim his position. Half a month later, Elder Lu and the red-haired lady brought Qinyu to the Sky Army residence in the west of the Yunjiao Nation. When the 3 of them came to a secluded forest, Elder Lu took out a Blood Moon token and let it float in the air. He performed an incantation gesture and poured his true essence into the token in a steady stream, releasing waves of obscure spatial fluctuations. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. A spatial vortex slowly appeared and stretched to form a circular passage. After walking in, Qianyu's vision immediately darkened. He then found himself in a dark red secret land. A bright red blood moon hung in the sky. Because of this, the entire mystic realm seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red veil, looking strange and mysterious. The mountains, rivers, and pavilions and palaces were all unique in style. This time, Qianyu easily noticed the similarities between the architectural style of this place and the evil moon sect. Qianyu should have been here before, but in order to prevent the sacred ground from changing locations, the headquarters of the Blood Moon sect has just moved to the Sky June residence a few days ago. Elder Lu took the initiative to explain to Qianyu. The last time Qianyu came here was at the Lanling residence in the south. After flying for a distance, a majestic and solemn blood-colored palace appeared in front of him. Just by looking at it, one could feel the aura of heaven and earth, which made one feel reverence. Qianyu followed Elder Lu and the blood-haired lady into a spacious palace. There were already a few members in the main hall. Elder Lu, Elder Han, this must be Qianyu. In the main hall, an elderly with a pair of strange green eyes greeted the two elders. Immediately, his pair of green eyes landed on Qianyu. If it was anyone else being stared at like this, they would feel a chill down their spine and have goosebumps. But Qianyu's expression was calm as if he was just being stared at by an ordinary person. The green-eyed elderly nodded slightly. He had heard of Qianyu a long time ago. Qianyu's performance in the sacred ground was excellent, and the speed of his promotion to Holy Guard was far faster than other people who joined the sacred ground at the same time. Of course, to really pay attention to Qianyu, it started from the previous Sacred Ground War. At that time, Qianyu destroyed the array center of the sacred ground, causing the sacred ground to be in a crisis. Furthermore, after the Sacred Ground War ended, Qianyu went missing, and the Holy Lord actually issued the highest wanted order for Qianyu. A junior in the Origin realm made the Holy Lord pay so much attention to Qianyu, which made them pay more attention to him. However, ever since the Battle of the Holy Land, Qianyu seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Holy Land could not find any trace of him, and the Blood Moon organization could not find any trace of him. After so many years, Qianyu appeared once again. The attention on him was about to disappear. But the moment Qianyu appeared, he had killed the newly appointed Marquis of Yunlai and 2 elders of the Holy Land. This kind of accomplishment was shocking to the world, at a certain moment. The green-eyed old man's gaze met Qianyu's deep, pitch-black, ice-cold eyes. He immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Then, his mind and consciousness seemed to fall into Qianyu's pitch-black abyss-like pupils. An invisible, terrifying demonic intent seeped into his body and mind. The green-eyed old man fiercely blinked a few times, and then quickly shifted his gaze. This feeling suddenly disappeared. He took a deep breath and stopped looking at Qianyu. Heroes come from the young. I didn't expect Yunjiao Nation to produce such a genius. The green-eyed old man praised with a smile. The rest of the people in the grand hall did not notice the green-eyed old man's strange behavior. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with this praise. At this moment, a dark-skinned middle-aged man walked into the grand hall. He was in a layer of dark whirlpool, emitting a huge cold aura from deep within the mountains. The middle-aged man glanced at Qianyu, but his expression did not change. He casually found a seat and sat down. Qianyu had some impression of this dark-skinned middle-aged man. When he first joined the Blood Moon organization, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint recommended him to be a hall master. This dark-skinned middle-aged man was the leader of the opposition. Later on, it was also this dark-skinned middle-aged man who arranged a secret mission for Qianyu. Only by passing the test could he become a hall master. But now, Qianyu had already understood the ranks of the Blood Moon organization. All the hall masters present had a cultivation level above the late-stage Origin realm. With Qianyu's cultivation level at that time, it was normal for him to be a hall master. In the grand hall, people continued to arrive. Qianyu, nice to see you again. A bewitching man walked over and greeted with a smile. This person was Blood Maple, who had stayed in the northern plains. Suddenly, a loud female voice came from outside. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint has arrived. In the grand hall, everyone's expression turned solemn. Whoosh whoosh, a lump of rolling blood-colored mist floated over. In the blood mist, there was a beautiful woman floating. There was a blood lotus mark on her forehead. She wore a gorgeous blood-colored lotus dress. She was beautiful, but her eyes were extremely cold. She stood in an illusory blood-red lotus and slowly moved over. On both sides of the blood lotus maiden saint, there were two equally beautiful maidservants. But compared to the blood lotus maiden saint, they were like fireflies next to the bright moon. Senior Tong, Qinyu stared at the blood lotus maiden saint. Every move of hers was emitting the aura of a powerful expert. She was completely different from the Tong Yuling that Qinyu knew in the past. Swish, the blood lotus maiden saint's figure flickered and she sat on the highest seat. Her cold eyes swept over the people below and finally stopped on Qinyu for a while. Protector, I wonder what important matter you have gathered us here to discuss? Asked the green-eyed elder. The blood lotus maiden saint was already the protector of the Blood Moon organization. She was also the leader of the Blood Moon organization in the Yunjiao nation. Qinyu had already learned about this from Elder Lu, so he was not surprised. After all, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint used to be an expert who stood at the peak of the Kunyan realm. When Qinyu was still in the sacred ground, she had already reached the empty sea realm when he was only at the returning essence realm. Now, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint's cultivation level was still higher than Qinyu's, but the gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint looked at Qinyu. The coldness in her eyes faded a little, but there were occasional ripples. The next moment, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint turned to look at everyone in the hall and said solemnly, Qinyu accepted a mission from the Blood Moon organization in his early years. He sneaked into the sacred ground and made a great contribution to the organization. Now that he has returned to the Blood Moon organization, he has officially become a member. Of course. Congratulations to Qinyu for joining the Blood Moon organization. From now on, we will be comrades fighting together. Everyone was happy to see Qinyu join the organization. They even took the initiative to greet him. In addition, I will appoint him as an elder and let him take charge of the Hongyi mansion. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint then announced Qinyu's position. What? An elder? I don't think there's a rush to make a decision. We need to discuss it further. This time, everyone in the hall was slightly surprised. Many people tried to persuade him. With Qinyu's cultivation level, it was understandable that he would become an elder of the Blood Moon organization. But currently, no one in the Blood Moon organization had become an elder when they first joined the organization. Being an elder was almost the core of the Blood Moon organization. It was a matter of great importance. They needed to go through a lot of tests before they could be qualified. Moreover, Qinyu had disappeared for several years. Now that he had suddenly reappeared, it was necessary to carefully investigate where Qinyu had been and what he had been doing all these years. Guardian, with Qinyu's cultivation level, he is qualified to become an elder. But the position of an elder in the Blood Moon organization has never been determined by cultivation level alone. I think this matter needs to be investigated further. The dark-skinned middle-aged man stood up again. I've made up my mind. You don't have to say anything more. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint's face was cold and determined. Seeing that the guardian was so determined, the elders and hall masters did not say anything else. After all, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint had the final say in the Yunjiao nation. The dark-skinned middle-aged man sat down unhappily and snorted in his heart. If anything happens to this kid, it'll be your responsibility. I'm afraid you'll lose your position as a guardian. Seeing this scene, Qinyu couldn't help but be moved. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint, who used to be an elder, fought for the position of hall master. Now that she was a guardian, she disregarded the opinions of her subordinates and directly made Qinyu an elder. Next, everyone, please tell me about the overall situation in the Yunjiao nation. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint quickly said, moving the meeting to the next stage. Elder Chen, congratulations. Elder Lu, who was next to him, sent his congratulations to him. Qinyu nodded and listened to the contents of the meeting to understand the situation of the Blood Moon organization in the Yunjiao nation. After the Blood Moon organization had been defeated, they had scattered and hidden in the 3 ancient countries to recuperate. Now, the Blood Moon organization had regained some of its strength. Coupled with the exposure of the identity of the leader of the Holy Land, they had also recruited more helpers. However, the Holy Land was still the ruler of the Kunyan realm. Now, they were even more ruthless. They had subdued the royal families of the three ancient countries and taken control of the ancient countries. They had also taken control of the various forces in the ancient countries. Because of this, the current situation was not peaceful. The Blood Moon Organization and the Holy Land often clashed. Not long ago, a stronghold of the Blood Moon Organization in the Yunjiao Nation had been destroyed. All the members of the Blood Moon Organization had been killed. After some discussion, the meeting finally came to an end. The senior members of the Blood Moon Organization left one by one. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint stood up and left. Halfway through, she turned to Qinyu and said, "Qinyu, now that you are an elder, you are going to Hongyi Mansion. I have something to tell you. Come with me." "Okay." Nodding, Qinyu stood up and followed after her. This boy must have a close relationship with the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint. Elder Lu looked at Qinyu and smiled. He had felt it strange that the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint had asked him, another elder, and the three hall masters to support the Magic-less Academy. Coupled with the various things that had happened during the meeting, Elder Lu had a guess. After leaving the conference hall, the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint brought Qinyu to a quiet side hall. "All of you, leave." She gave an order coldly. The two maids and the nearby servants all left. Then, the two of them entered the hall. "May I know why the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint is looking for me?" Qinyu asked with a smile. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Qinyu did not feel unfamiliar with the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint. The Blood Lotus Maiden Saint frowned slightly. In the past, Qinyu had always called her senior sister Tong, but now he had changed the way he addressed her. Although she had always lived as the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint, she did not know why she felt a little disappointed when Qinyu addressed her as senior sister Tong. Perhaps, deep down, she still hoped that she was Qinyu's senior sister Tong. "You went to the Great Cosmos Realm, right?" asked the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint after calming down. "Yes." Qinyu was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint to guess it. However, he thought that the Shenluo token belonged to the Blood Lotus Maiden Saint, so it was not difficult for her to guess the origin of the token. The Blood Lotus Saintess knew where Qinyu had been all these years, but it was not appropriate for her to announce it. Once the investigation started, Qinyu would most likely not say anything. At that time, he would definitely fail the test. Therefore, she stood her ground against everyone's opinion and forcefully appointed Qinyu as an elder. "I originally thought that after you went to the Great Cosmos Realm, you would never return," said the Blood Lotus Saintess. She seemed to be a little emotional. She was from another realm, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to travel from one realm to another. Moreover, the Kunyan realm was already occupied by the alien races and they were well hidden. If they didn't purposely expose their location, it would be difficult to be discovered. Since you have the ability to return to the Kunyan realm, you must have borrowed the help of a superpower in the Great Cosmos realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to return with your own strength. Blood Lotus Saintess gasped. "That's right. The force that sent me back is called the Evil Moon Cult." Qinyu didn't hide anything and told him the truth. "Evil Moon Sect? What a coincidence." The Blood Lotus Saintess could not help but smile. She was not from the Evil Moon Sect, but as a guardian of the Blood Moon Organization, she naturally knew the relationship between the Blood Moon Organization and the Evil Moon Sect. "Did they say anything?" asked the Blood Lotus Saintess. "Within 2 years, the Evil Moon Sect will send experts to the Great Cosmos Realm to expel the foreign races," Qinyu informed the other party of this point. 2 years? The Blood Lotus Saintess seemed to be thinking about something. According to the information obtained by the Blood Moon Organization, the Holy Land Lord had been in seclusion for 3 years, seemingly preparing for something. The Holy Lord was likely to come out of seclusion in the next few years. At that time, he would definitely declare war on the Blood Moon Organization. Hopefully, the Evil Moon Sect would arrive in time. At that time, they would definitely be able to defeat the foreign races. "This is your identity token." The Blood Lotus Saintess took out a Blood Moon token and handed it to Qinyu. With this token, Elder Qinyu's identity was recognized. Looking at Qinyu's departing figure, the Blood Lotus Saintess sighed and closed her eyes. After leaving the Blood Moon Great Hall, Qinyu prepared to leave with the rest. Elder Chen, I'm Yuan, the Hall Master of the Scarlet Righteous Mansion's Blood Moon organization. A round-faced middle-aged man stood outside the Blood Moon Palace as if he was waiting for Qin Yu. Elder Chen is about to go to Hongyi Manor to take up a post. Let me bring Elder Chen there. Yuan had a friendly smile on his face. After all the members of the Blood Moon organization in Hongyi Mansion would have to listen to Qin Yu's orders in the future. As the Hall Master, he was also Qin Yu's subordinate. Although this young elder did not seem to be recognized by the other elders, he was still his superior. Let's go. Qin Yu nodded. He did not know anything about Hongyi Fu, so it was better to have someone to lead the way. After leaving the headquarters of the Blood Moon organization, the two of them went to Hongyi Mansion. The Great Righteousness Mansion is closer to the Holy Land, so there are more conflicts between them. It can even be said that the Great Righteousness Mansion is the vanguard of the entire Blood Moon organization. Yuan smiled bitterly. That's perfect. Qin Yu said disapprovingly. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden had forcefully given him the position of an elder, but she had also arranged for him to manage the chaotic land. Naturally, she hoped that Qin Yu would make contributions. This was not to put Qin Yu in danger, but the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden believed that Qin Yu, who had returned from the Great Cosmos realm, would definitely not be simple. Qin Yu also hoped to expel the alien clans as soon as possible. This Hongyi Mansion seemed to be a suitable place for him to show off his skills. Yuan, on the other hand, was stunned when he heard Qin Yu's words. He sighed inwardly. Young people are always so impulsive, but when they encounter a real crisis, they will understand that living is more important than anything else. Not only that, there is also the Shang family, one of the 4 super families, in Hongyi Mansion. They have now surrendered to the Holy Land. If we can make them change sides, it will be another force for the Blood Moon organization. Yuan continued. There were countless forces in Hongyi Mansion, and the largest was the Shang family, one of the 4 super families. The Shang family? Qin Yu thought about it. When he was in the Magicless Academy, he seemed to have had dealings with people from this family. With their speed, they left the Great Sky Mansion in a few hours and arrived at the neighboring Hongyi Mansion. The Blood Moon organization's forces in the Yunjiao Nation were relatively concentrated. This was so that they could quickly gather in case of an emergency. Kunyan Holy Land. More than a dozen figures gathered in the conference hall. Each of them emitted an extremely strong aura. Angry roars were heard continuously, making the place extremely terrifying and oppressive. Qin Yu has returned. Not only that, but he also killed 2 elders from the Holy Land and several MTC state experts from the Yunjiao Nation's royal family. This bastard has just appeared, and we have already lost several MTC state experts. Everyone present was extremely furious. Moreover, Qin Yu would definitely join the Blood Moon organization and become a problem for them. As for Qin Yu, how should we deal with him? He is the most wanted person in the Holy Land. An old man with a sharp nose asked with a cold expression. This matter has been handed over to the Protector. We only need to wait for orders. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. A young middle-aged man who was directly above said calmly. He was the Grand Elder of the Holy Land. He had a deep impression of Qin Yu because he was the one who picked Qin Yu from the Yunjiao Nation. On the other side, Protector Lan Yu did know about Qin Yu, but she did not make a decision. Instead, she came to the Holy Leader's place of seclusion. Next to Protector Lan Yu was an old man who was as tall as a child. Not only that, but he was also extremely ugly. When the two of them stood together, they seemed to be synonymous with beauty and ugliness. Although the short old man was ugly, he was another protector that the Holy Land had newly recruited. I heard that the death of the previous protector has something to do with this kid? The short old man, Protector Xianxia, asked with an ugly and strange smile. Only the Grand Elder and the 2 protectors knew about this matter. To the public, it was announced that Protector Yu Hai had disappeared without reason. That's right. Protector Lan Yu nodded, as if she was unwilling to communicate with the short old man. At this moment. Come in. An ancient voice came from the valley in front of the 2 of them, causing Protector Lan Yu and Protector Xianxia, who were outside, to tremble. In the valley, there was a deep blue spring with a piece of blue glazed jade in the middle. The holy leader was sitting cross-legged on top of it, and there seemed to be countless illusions flashing around him. "Didn't I say not to disturb me if there's nothing important?" the holy leader asked coldly. "Holy leader, Qinyu has appeared," Protector Lan Yu immediately said. If what she said today was not important enough, she would probably be punished by the holy leader. Buzz, the deep blue spring in front of them suddenly fluctuated, and a terrifying aura swept across all directions. At the same time, the holy leader opened his eyes. His deep blue eyes sent chills down one's spine. The two of them did not expect the holy leader to have such a reaction when he heard this name. The holy leader's cultivation has improved again. Protector Lan Yu thought to herself. Not only that, this kid just came back and killed several Void Sea Realm experts. It seems that he had some miraculous encounters during his disappearance. Protector Xiaoyun said. It seems that we have to move forward. The holy leader said slowly. Move forward? The two protectors were stunned. They naturally knew what the holy leader meant, which was to start an all-out war with the Blood Moon organization in advance. But why did it have to be brought forward, just because of Qinyu, to bring forward the plan to wipe out the Blood Moon organization? Wasn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Protector Lan Yu, what level has Yu Buyu's cultivation reached? The holy leader suddenly asked. Late-stage origin realm. Increase her cultivation to the Void Sea realm as soon as possible. The holy leader said calmly. Hee. Protector Xiaoyun laughed evilly in his heart. He knew from Protector Lan Yu what the holy leader wanted to do by keeping the little girl alive. In addition, send someone to test Qinyu. I want to know his true identity. The holy leader ordered again and then waved his hand to dismiss the protectors. I didn't expect him to return so soon. The holy leader muttered to himself. He could predict that Qinyu had used the Shenluo token to summon the experts from the Shenluo sect and left the Kunyan realm. It was highly possible that he had gone to the Great Cosmos realm. For Qinyu to return in such a short period of time, he must have borrowed the strength of the major forces from other realms. The holy leader had to prepare for the worst. Not only did he have to get rid of Qinyu as soon as possible, but he also had to contact the forces behind him and ask for reinforcements. Half a day later, Qinyu and Yuan arrived at the base of the Blood Moon organization in the Hongyi prefecture. This base was hidden in a dangerous forbidden area in the Hongyi prefecture. It was exactly the same as the Demonless Academy hiding in the Poison Fog Forest. The arrival of the elders of the Blood Moon organization caused a stir in the entire base. I heard that this elder is Qinyu. Qinyu? The Qinyu who appeared in the Yunzhao nation not long ago and killed the elders of the two sacred grounds? The upper echelons of the settlement were very curious about this elder Qinyu, who had been famous for a while. Although Qinyu was young, his strength probably surpassed that of an ordinary elder. In addition, he was personally guided by the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, which made them attach great importance to him. Elder Qinyu would be their superior in the future, and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden would be the leader of the entire Yunzhao nation. Qinyu descended from the sky above a plaza. The surrounding higher-ups all stared at such a young elder. He was indeed too young. If it wasn't for his shocking strength, there would be many people present who would not be convinced. Greetings, branch leader. The surrounding people bowed. Qinyu scanned the area with his spiritual sense and gained a clear understanding of the strength of the entire settlement. He was the only Void Sea realm venerable here, but there were many experts below the Void Sea realm. Two of the Hall Masters were at the peak of the late stage of the returning Essence realm. They were Yuan and Chao Hui. In the crowd, Chao Hui also stared at Qinyu. He felt bitter in his heart. He had also heard that the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden liked Qinyu very much. She went against the majority's opinion and appointed Qinyu as an elder. After the meeting, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden even met with Qinyu alone. To be honest, Chao Hui was very jealous. But he had to admit that he was no match for Qinyu. It's him? Apart from Chao Hui, there was a middle-aged man in a black cloak in the crowd. When he saw Qinyu, he murmured. Today, almost all the members of the Blood Moon organization in Hongyi Mansion had gathered here to welcome the arrival of the new elder. With an elder-level powerhouse overseeing, they felt more at ease. Following that, several higher-ups reported some important events to Qinyu. The main events could be summarized as the conflict with Hongyi royal city, as well as matters related to the Shang family. As the lord of a mansion, Hongyi Marquis naturally knew that there were many remnants of the Blood Moon organization hidden in his territory. The Marquis mansion was a force of the royal family, so he naturally tried his best to eradicate them. Thus, there were many conflicts between the two sides. As for the Shang family, according to the information presented, most of the higher-ups guessed that the Shang family seemed to have the mentality of rebelling against the royal family, and there was a possibility of recruiting and roping them in. After listening to the many discussions, Jinyu felt that these were all trivial matters. If he had to make decisions for all these trivial matters, he would be annoyed to death. Just act according to the original method. If there is nothing important, there is no need to report to me. After saying that, Jinyu returned to his residence. He came here to prepare to make a contribution and deal a heavy blow to the Holy Land. He was too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. He believed that as long as he let these subordinates act, there would definitely be enemies coming to the door. Therefore, Jinyu stayed here with peace of mind and came to wait for the rabbit to come to him. This Elder Chen doesn't seem to be in charge of things. That's good. Although Elder Chen is strong, in terms of management experience, he definitely doesn't know anything. If he randomly gives orders, isn't he sending us to our deaths? Most people were more willing to let Jinyu do as he pleased. After all, in this world, most people didn't like to be controlled and act according to other people's orders. In the room, Jinyu used all his time to cultivate. His cultivation had long reached the limit, and with some preparation, he could break through to the middle stage of empty sea. But the timing was not right. Firstly, he didn't know when the enemy would attack. If he was in seclusion, it would be bad. In addition, there might be traitors within the organization. Therefore, Jinyu used all his time to comprehend the demon descends to the sixth heaven and to refine the profound weapon. Master is right. Even with my abilities, it would be extremely difficult for me to refine this profound level weapon. Jinyu stared at the black halberd in front of him. Black flames surged on it, and demonic chi surged into the sky. It gave off a domineering aura that could shake the world. If Jinyu had not laid down a restriction, the appearance of this profound weapon would have been enough to destroy all the nearby buildings. But it's not completely impossible to refine it. During the first round of the Prodigy ranking battle, Situ Linyu had given Jinyu a secret technique that could be used to quickly refine spirit weapons. Although the secret skill was most effective against spiritual weapons, it was not completely useless against profound weapons. At this moment, Jinyu felt that this secret skill was somewhat useful. There seemed to be a destructive black dragon hidden within the ancient halberd. It was tyrannical and arrogant, its might towering to the heavens, resisting Jinyu's will. Jinyu wasn't in a hurry. He took his time and grasped this Xian artifact bit by bit. That night. Elder Chen. Yuan's voice came from outside. Jinyu kept the heavenly halberd and said, "Come in." As one of the two hall masters, Yuan had helped him a lot when he first arrived, so Jinyu had a good impression of him. The door opened and Yuan walked in with a middle-aged man in a cloak. As soon as they entered, their hair stood on end and their bodies and souls instinctively trembled in fear. They were shocked. Why did they feel such a sense of danger after entering Jinyu's house? Only Jinyu knew that it was the aura left behind by the heavenly halberd. "I'm Xianxia." "Greetings, Elder Chen." The middle-aged man in a cloak bowed. "What's the matter?" Jinyu asked calmly. "Elder Chen, my daughter is still in the sacred ground. Please save my daughter, Elder Chen." The middle-aged man in a cloak, Xianxia, revealed a sorrowful expression. "Yubuyu?" Jinyu could roughly guess. Among the 10 ancient clans, the Yu family, the Lu family, and the Tang family had already joined forces with the Blood Moon organization. Hall Master Yuan was from the Yu family, and the middle-aged man who came to visit also had the surname Yu, so Jinyu could guess it. "That's right. My daughter was enslaved by the Sacred Grounds Elder with a secret technique. She's being controlled. Please save my daughter, Elder Chen." Xianxia said with an agitated expression. After all, Yu Buyu was in the sacred ground and belonged to the enemy camp. He had participated in the last battle and knew that the sacred ground had enslaved many humans and used them to kill their enemies. Thinking of this, he was extremely worried. The entire Blood Moon organization was complicated, including the 3 ancient countries. There were very few people who were willing to help him. But Qinyu was Yubuyu's senior brother and had reached the Void Sea realm. If Qinyu took this seriously, there might be a chance to save his daughter. Please explain the situation in detail, Your Excellency. Qinyu's eyes narrowed. Then, Xianxia told him everything he knew, but the information was very little. He only knew that Yubuyu had been taken in as a disciple of Protector Lanyu of the Sacred Ground and had made rapid progress in his cultivation. However, he had never been to the battlefield and had not even left the Sacred Ground. The Sacred Ground has spent a lot of effort to nurture a human. It's impossible not to use him. Qinyu frowned, feeling that there might be other secrets in this matter. If he had never left the Sacred Ground, how could he save his daughter? A moment later, the 2 from the Yu family left. Sorry to disturb you, Elder Chen. Qinyu was not too disturbed by this matter. After calming himself down, he continued to refine the Xian artifact. 3 days later. An unexpected acquaintance of Qinyu's had arrived here. A graceful, gentle, and beautiful girl stood in front of Qinyu and said with a smile on her perfect and delicate face, Elder Chen, Lu Xian'er will be your maid in the future. Qinyu had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but recall that when he was in Chu, Xuefeng had said that if Qinyu joined the Blood Moon organization, Lu Xian'er would be his maid in the future. He didn't expect that Xuefeng would still remember this after so many years. Not long after Qinyu returned to the Blood Moon organization, he sent Lu Xian'er over. Looking at Lu Xian'er at this moment, Qinyu felt a little complicated. Although he had given his first time to her, they didn't have any feelings for each other at that time. They were even enemies. Later, the 2 were almost in 2 different worlds and didn't have much interaction. Therefore, Qinyu was a little familiar and a little strange to this woman who had skin contact with him. Elder Chen, what do you need to take care of? Just leave it to me. Lu Xian'er saw that Qinyu was staring at her in a daze and didn't speak for a long time. She pouted. Although she was a little dissatisfied, she still took the initiative to speak. After all, Qinyu was already an elder of the Blood Moon organization. Just clean up the room. Qinyu said casually. After saying that, Lu Xian'er walked around and cleaned Qinyu's room. In the following time, Lu Xian'er often went to Qinyu's residence. She completely followed Qinyu's instructions, and Qinyu also saw some seduction from Lu Xian'er's clothes and demeanor. As a woman, the first time was always unforgettable. Especially now that Qinyu was already a Void Sea Realm Venerable and an elder of the Blood Moon organization. From the bottom of her heart, Lu Xian'er hoped to follow Qinyu and stay by his side. This little vixen. Qinyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. There were a few times when he felt an inexplicable heat in his heart because of Lu Xian'er's uncomplaining and complete obedience. Every time this happened, another cold and beautiful figure would appear in his mind, causing him to gradually calm down. A month passed. Nothing major happened, and Qinyu's refinement of the profound artifact had finally succeeded in refining 10%. Amidst the dangerous mountains and precipitous ridges, a pale green mist floated past. Tens of thousands of people were stealthily moving inside. Occasionally, there would be ferocious beasts wandering around, but they didn't seem to see these people and passed by them. This is our Shang clan's treasure, the sky mist illusory cloud array? It's amazing. It's also my first time seeing the sky mist illusory cloud array. Among the people, many people were discussing in low voices. In front of these teens, there was an old man in a yellow robe sitting on a huge azure cloud array disc. Tadpole characters were flickering around him, and there were 9 small flags floating above him. Above the array disc, a continuous stream of light green mist floated out, covering all directions, causing everything in the mist to become a little illusory. This old man in a yellow robe was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shang clan, Shang Tianhong. The figures beside him were the many senior members of the Shang clan, including the clan leader. Grand Supreme Elder, these messengers from the sacred ground are really treacherous. They actually want our Shang clan to deal with the people from the Blood Moon organization. Our Shang clan has always been neutral. This time, they took the opportunity to make our Shang clan attack the people from the Blood Moon organization and force us to stand on their side. The senior members secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. A few days ago, the messengers from the sacred ground came to the Shang clan, claiming that they wanted to infiltrate the stronghold of the Blood Moon organization and needed to borrow the Shang clan's Sky Mist illusory cloud array. This array was the treasure of the Shang clan, and only the clan leader and Grand Supreme Elder could activate it. Later on, the messengers from the sacred ground even asked for the Shang clan's help with the reason of eliminating the rebellion. They couldn't refuse the powerful messengers from the sacred ground, so it became this situation. There's no need to discuss this anymore. The calm and slightly cold voice of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shang clan reverberated in the minds of the senior members. Immediately after, he glanced at the few figures in front of him and finally landed on a man in a blue robe. Among the messengers from the 3 sacred grounds, this man gave him an unfathomable feeling and was extremely dangerous. When he was talking to him previously, the Grand Supreme Elder actually had an illusion that he didn't dare to refuse the other party's request. Right in front of them. Haha, this stupid super family thinks that they can stay out of this matter just because they're neutral. An old man with an aquiline nose sneered and transmitted his voice. Grand Supreme Elder, you're really thoughtful. Using the excuse of borrowing the array, you further made the Shang clan send troops to help and let them fight with the people from the Blood Moon organization, forcing them to stand on the side of the sacred ground. Another purple-haired lady with an elegant temperament had a faint smile on her lips. It's just a mere Shang clan. I'm just doing it out of convenience. Our real goal this time is to test Xianxia. The Grand Supreme Elder, who was dressed in a blue robe and had an extraordinary temperament, maintained a calm expression, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Although it's just a test, since the Grand Elder is taking action personally, can this kid still escape? The hook-nosed elder said with a fawning smile. That was what the Grand Elder of the Holy Land had thought. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a clown. He still remembered the process of him picking Xianxia and bringing him to the Holy Land. At that time, Xianxia wasn't even worthy of his attention. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. But from all the signs, Xianxia was no longer the ant he used to be. Protector Lan Yu had asked him to handle this matter personally, which showed how serious she was about it. He could not fail. Before he set off, he received the intelligence report from the Yunjiao Nation. According to the report, the team sent by the Yunjiao Nation to encircle Xianxia had been forced to retreat by his own strength. The 4 divine dragon protectors were killed instantly without any resistance. Even the Grand Supreme Elder of the Yun clan, a mid-stage MTC state expert, died tragically at the hands of Xianxia. After receiving this information, the Grand Elder finally took this matter seriously. This task seemed simple, but it was not. He would be cautious and would never allow himself to capsize in a simple task. Remember, our goal this time is to test Xianxia. The Grand Elder said telepathically. Hee, Grand Elder is too modest. The hook-nosed elder smiled and did not take it to heart. The Grand Elder of the Holy Land was at the mid-stage MTC state. Because he had descended from another big world, he was almost invincible among his peers. He could rival the peak of the mid-stage MTC state of the Kunyan realm. It was said that if the Grand Elder's cultivation had broken through a little earlier, the position of the other protector would probably have been his. But even if he did not get the position of protector, it was still very likely that he could pull Protector Xiayun down and take the position himself. The stronghold of the Blood Moon organization is just ahead. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shang family, Shang Tianhong, said in a low voice. At the same time, everyone stopped. Now, start setting up the formation. Our target is Xianxia. If we can trap and kill him, the Holy Land will reward the Shang family greatly. Great Elder turned around and said. His voice seemed to possess a miraculous magical power that made others obey, not daring to defy him. His goal was only to test Xianxia. But to the outside world, they announced that they were going to kill Xianxia and swallow the stronghold. Only then would the Shang family be at ease to fight. A moment later, outside the stronghold of the Blood Moon organization, the powerhouses of the Shang family and the Holy Land quietly set up a killing array, waiting for the fish to fall into the net. Listen to my command, take down this stronghold. Great Elder shouted loudly, his voice like the beating of a war drum, resounding in everyone's hearts, causing them to all rush out. During this period of time, Qinyu had been staying in his residence, wholeheartedly refining the profound weapon. Occasionally, he would comprehend the essentials of the devil descends to the sixth heavens. Profound artifacts were the weapons of celestial condensation kings, and the difficulty of refining them was self-evident. The demon descends to the sixth heaven was similarly incomparably difficult, and it was unknown how many elites of the Black Demon Valley had stumped. After the Xian artifact refinement reached 10%, the refinement speed increased slightly. Qinyu stared at the heavenly halberd in his hand, his eyes burning with passion. If such a powerful divine weapon was completely refined, what kind of power would it have, at this moment? Enemy attack. Bastard, why did they suddenly attack here? A burst of noise, accompanied by a continuous series of loud booms, suddenly spread out. Waiting for the rabbit finally came. Qinyu kept the heavenly halberd in front of him and slowly walked out. He had been here for more than a month and did nothing, but it did not mean that he really did not want to do anything. Qinyu believed that with the Holy Land's hatred for him, they would not leave him alone and would definitely attack him. Rather than looking for them himself, it was better to wait for the enemy to take the initiative to come to him. Elder Chen, we did not know when the enemy approached the stronghold, but we did not notice it before. Yuan hurried over with a slightly flustered look on his face. This time, the enemy launched a surprise attack, and even this Hall Master level figure panicked. After all, they did not know the enemy's means, and they did not know how they sneaked in here quietly. What are you panicking about? Snorting coldly, Qinyu flew into the air. Elder Chen. Elder Chen is out. When the people in the stronghold saw Qinyu appear, they immediately felt relieved. He is Qinyu? On the Shang family's side, the Grand Elder Shang Tianhong, as well as many elders, stared at this famous genius. It was hard for them to imagine that the Kunyan realm could produce such a monster. At such a young age, he was already at the Void Sea realm and had killed several Void Sea realm experts. In the crowd, a noble and cold woman in white looked up at Qinyu with complicated feelings. She was the genius of the Shang family, Shang Han, who used to be a student of the Magic-Free Academy. In the academy, she even had some unpleasant conflicts with Qinyu. She still remembered Qinyu, but at this time, Qinyu might not still remember her. Qinyu, is the gap between me and you already so big? Shang Han sighed and lowered her head. The appearance of Qinyu instantly stabilized the morale of the Blood Moon organization. Many experts on the Shang family's side, including the Grand Elder Shang Tianhong, felt inexplicably frightened and uneasy when they looked at Qinyu. Just a bunch of useless soldiers and crab generals. Qinyu smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, the people on his side felt Qinyu's strong confidence, and the previous panic was immediately swept away. This kid is so arrogant. Shang Tianhong snorted coldly. Although he did not come voluntarily, as the Grand Elder, his entire family was humiliated by a young man. How could he, as the Grand Elder, swallow this insult? Set up the formation. Shang Tianhong yelled out. Instantly, the upper echelons of the family flew out together. A total of 10 experts around the late stage of the Origin realm. They formed groups of 5 and executed their mystical footwork to form a formation. In an instant, the 5 Origin realm experts on the left formed a large formation. Above the formation, there was an ice crystal giant sword that was 40 feet long. The chilling aura was astonishing, and the bone-chilling sword chi was howling in all directions. On the right, there was a scarlet giant saber. The blade of the saber was burning with flames, dyeing a radius of 100 feet red. This ice crystal giant sword and scarlet fire giant saber were like divine weapons that floated above everyone's head. This is the Shang family's saber and sword secret formation. It can be executed individually, but when used together, the power will be multiplied. Hall Master Chao Hui looked up and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The 4 great aristocratic families weren't ordinary people. Kill. Shang Tianhong gave the order. Boom. Swish, in the sky, the scarlet fire giant saber danced and the ice crystal giant sword slashed down. A violent and blazing whirlwind of flames and an icy aurora descended at the same time. The entire area was engulfed in the terrifying aura of both ice and fire. Child's play. Against the Shang family's secret formation, Qinyu smiled in disdain. With a wave of his palm, a demonic chi storm was formed. Boom, a black and violent demonic chi storm swept in all directions. It was like the roar of a peerless demon, and the imposing demonic intent intimidated all living beings. Boom. Boom, this pitch-black storm of demonic aura surged forward, instantly tearing apart the power of ice and fire and tearing it to pieces. How can this be? A casual attack is so powerful? The elders of the Xiang family were shocked. Some things were hard to understand unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. Previously, they had heard that Qin Yu was extremely powerful, but they didn't take it to heart. But today, when they personally faced Qin Yu's attack, it was engraved in their bones. The fear they felt today would probably never be forgotten. Boom, the power of ice and fire was forcefully torn apart, and the two great secret formations of the Xiang family were also broken. Nearly 10 senior members of the Xiang family spurted out blood at the same time and were sent flying. Swoosh, as soon as Qin Yu made his move, Shang Tianhong had sensed his opponent's terrifying strength and immediately retreated. The members of the Blood Moon were excited to see this scene. This was Elder Chen's power. Elder Chen, that person is the Grand Supreme Elder of the Xiang family. If we can rope him in, it will be good for the Blood Moon. Chao Hui hurriedly sent a message, afraid that Qin Yu would accidentally kill all the senior members of the Xiang family, including the Grand Supreme Elder. Got it. Qin Yu replied and chased after Shang Tianhong. As soon as he left the stronghold, Shang Tianhong stopped in front of him. At the same time, 3 figures descended from the clouds. Qin Yu, you're going to die today. Why aren't you surrendering obediently? The aquiline-nosed elder and the purple-haired lady's loud voices turned into a terrifying sound wave that whistled over. Between them, a man in a blue robe with a calm expression bellowed, "Open the formation." Rumble, the ground trembled, and a shocking energy wave soared into the sky. In an instant, the ground cracked, and 3 incomparably huge stone tablets jumped out from the ground. There were countless inscriptions and ancient words on the stone tablets, and they emitted a chilly aura of death like a tombstone. The 3 towering tombstones caused the area with a radius of nearly 1,000 feet to be filled with a deathly aura, as if it had turned into a gloomy and desolate graveyard. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, the elders of the 3 holy lands landed on the 3 tombstones respectively. Instantly, a grayish-black light burst out from the 3 tombstones and connected with each other, forming an enclosed space. As for Qin Yu, he was trapped inside the array. At the side, Shang Tianhong had a look of shock on his face. What formation is this? It's so terrifying that even I can't see through it. In this battle, the Shang clan was just bait. They just needed to lure Qin Yu into the formation. I heard that a long time ago, when the sacred grounds were exploring a secret realm, they unearthed 3 tombstones that contained a mysterious and unfathomable energy. Later on, the sacred leader improved them and turned them into formation tombstones that can activate an extremely powerful killing formation. Yuan's heart trembled. In order to deal with us, the Holy Lands not only sent out their first elder, but they also took out these 3 formation tombstones. Are they trying to kill us all? An upper echelon revealed a look of fear. I'm afraid not, Chao Hui smiled helplessly with a bitter expression. The Holy Lands probably used such a powerful force not to kill them, but to deal with Qin Yu. Ha ha ha, the fish has been caught. The aquiline-nosed elder's strange laughter echoed. Qin Yu, if you surrender now and submit to the Holy Lands, you might have a chance to live. The purple-haired lady sneered. Hee hee. Qin Yu, who was among the 3 tombstones, looked around and chuckled. I've taken the initiative to enter the trap, and I've finally lured you 3 out. What? Both sides were dumbfounded. It was obvious that the Holy Lands had sent the Shang clan to lead the attack to lure Qin Yu out. They did not expect Qin Yu to say that he had taken the initiative to enter the trap to lure out the elders of the 3 Holy Lands. In reality, Qin Yu had discovered that something was amiss from the very beginning. How could a mere Shang clan have the guts to attack the place he was overseeing? Hence, he probed a little and sensed that there were still 3 Void Sea Realm auras hidden nearby. Since the other party did not attack immediately, they were definitely waiting for an opportunity. Qin Yu simply followed the other party's plan and fell into the trap that the other party had meticulously laid out. Just like that, the 3 fish were lured out. If Qin Yu had displayed his full strength right from the start and annihilated the Shang clan quickly, The 3 void sea realms hidden in the dark might have fled at the sight of the wind. That was not what he wanted to see. Qinyu had come here prepared to go all out. This elder took the initiative to enter the trap and finally lured you 3 fish out. The moment these words rang out, the steep mountain range instantly quieted down. Countless people looked over, their faces filled with shock and surprise. Chao Hui and Yuan exchanged glances and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They knew that Qinyu was extremely powerful, but he was currently trapped in the array formation and surrounded by the 3 elders of the Holy Land, yet he could still say such words. Was he full of confidence or was he deliberately bluffing? Many people in the Shang clan immediately laughed mockingly, feeling that Qinyu was bluffing and seeking a chance of survival. Taking the initiative to enter the trap? Shang Tianhong was stunned. Their plan this time was to lure Qinyu to the array formation. However, they did not expect that Qinyu would actually say that he had long seen through all of this and deliberately walked into the trap. If all of this was true, then he was really a failure as bait. Junior, what nonsense are you spouting? You're about to die, yet you're still spouting nonsense. The Holy Land elder, the hook-nosed old man, immediately frowned in anger. Right at this moment, the first elder spoke, Qinyu, this is your last chance. Making an enemy of the Holy Land, your outcome will be so miserable that you can't imagine it. His gaze was pitch black and deep, like a dead sea. It seemed calm, but it seemed to hide infinite danger. His voice echoed through the heavens and earth. It contained a powerful and extraordinary might, causing all creatures to feel fear and submit to him. Qinyu also looked at the Great Elder. He still remembered that when he first entered the Holy Land, the Great Elder's cold and serious demeanor was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. His cruel methods, killing without hesitation, instilling fear in everyone. But things were different now. The Great Elder was still the Great Elder, but Qinyu was no longer the Qinyu of the past. Humph, those who make an enemy of me will also have a miserable ending. Qinyu snorted coldly. Really? The first elder frowned and asked softly with a cold expression on his face. The next moment, he stomped on the tombstone with his left foot. Rumble, the inscriptions on the huge, pitch-black tombstone shone with a deathly aura. A dark and chilling aura of death rippled out from the black hole, transforming into a shockwave that struck at Qinyu. This was a strike of the formation's power, and it was also activated by Great Elder. Its power was great, enough to instantly decay a vast forest. Boom, Qinyu lifted his palm, which seemed to tear the void and set off a violent demon chi storm, tearing the chilly death chi in front of him in half. What a powerful attack. Shang Tianhong was slightly shocked. The power of the formation activated by the 3 tombstones was very strong, but it was within his expectations. However, Qinyu's ability to shatter the array with a single strike was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the hawk-nosed old man and the purple-clothed woman circulated their true essence and slapped the tombstone under their feet. The inscriptions on the other 2 tombstones also shone, and a chilly death chi rushed out. 2 fists are no match for a deadly hand. If the 3rd elder of the Holy Land continues like this, he will be able to exhaust Qinyu to death. Shang Tianhong saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. The people of the Blood Moon organization were also extremely anxious, but a battle between Void Sea Venerables wasn't something they could interfere with. Boom! 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 The 3 towering tombstones launched an attack at the same time. The black aura of death surged out like a tide and filled the entire space of the formation. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling and screaming inside the black aura, causing one's heart to tremble. Haha, this kid has a sharp tongue, but I don't know if he's strong enough. Don't kill him in one go. The hawk-nosed old man smiled evilly. However, when the black aura of death dissipated, Qinyu, who was inside it, was completely unharmed. In fact, if Qinyu used a defensive method, it would be very easy for him to block these attacks. However, he had a beginner-level indestructible body, so even if he was injured, he could recover instantly. That was why such a scene appeared in front of him. Damn it, this kid is actually unscathed. The hawk-nosed old man was shocked. The Grand Elder squinted his eyes and felt that something was wrong. It seems that this kid's strength is indeed extraordinary, but I have to at least test his full strength, the Grand Elder thought to himself. It would be good if he could kill Qinyu, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't be too conflicted. Skeleton tomb formation, the Grand Elder ordered. The three of them immediately made a hand seal and infused their genuine qi into the tombstones. The next moment, under the three towering tombstones, three skeletons that were 15 feet tall crawled out. Their fingers were as sharp as blades, and the two eye sockets on their skulls were beating with ghostly green flames. Just now, the three Grand Elders had only used the simplest attack to attack Qinyu. At this moment, they displayed the power of the three tombstone death formation. Haha, small tricks. Qinyu chuckled. He was not interested in the three skeletons at all. At the same time, it was time for him to counterattack. First, he had to break the formation. Only after breaking the formation could he kill. He immediately took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword and stabbed it into the ground, then infused his genuine qi into it. Instantly, the ground trembled, and thick pitch-black bone spikes rose from the ground. Other than where Qinyu was, every inch and inch of the ground around him had bone spikes rushing out, growing crazily and piercing through everything. Gotcha! Before the three giant skeletons could get close to Qinyu, they were smashed into pieces and their bones broke into countless pieces. Rumble! Inside the formation, countless pitch-black bone spikes shot out in all directions, causing the entire formation to tremble. How could this be? The purple-haired lady trembled slightly, looking at everything inside the formation in disbelief. In an instant, Qinyu had broken their formation and launched an attack on the three tombstone death formation. That was not the end. If they could not stop Qinyu, the formation would be broken within 5 breaths. The three Grand Elders did not expect Qinyu's attack to be so powerful. It's already at this stage, but he doesn't seem to have used his full strength. The Grand Elder wore a serious expression for the first time. If that was the case, he could only unleash the full power of the three tombstone death formation. Initially, he did not plan to do so, as he only wanted to test Qinyu's strength. If he used the full power of the three tombstone death formation, wouldn't he be trying to kill Qinyu? Merge with the formation! The Grand Elder yelled, and his feet disappeared into the tombstones. Following that, his entire body sank into the tombstones. The other two Grand Elders were struggling and hesitating. Merging with the formation could unleash the full power of the formation, but it would also greatly affect them. If it lasted for too long, they might even be devoured by the tombstones. However, since the Grand Elder had already given his order, they could only follow his order. They executed a secret technique and merged with the tombstones. At that instant, 3 giant figures suddenly appeared among the 3 towering tombstones. They were the 3 Grand Elders. At that moment, they emitted a deathly aura that could intimidate all living beings, as if they were the representatives of the god of death. Within a few hundred zhang, the deathly aura lingered, and everything turned into decay. The people from the Shang clan and the Blood Moon organization retreated, not daring to get too close. Hee, these 3 stones are quite suitable as tombstones for the 3 Grand Elders. Mocking laughter came from the 3 tombstone death formation. You're courting death. I'll show you the true power of the 3 tombstone death formation. The aquiline-nosed old man's expression was slightly sinister. He waved his arms, and 2 huge ghostly claws appeared in front of the tombstone and attacked Qinyu. His cultivation was at the early stage Void Sea state, but he could merge with the formation. Even a peak early stage Void Sea state Venerable would be shocked by his attack. Bang! Crack! The bone spikes in front of him were all destroyed, and the 2 claws struck at Qinyu. This old man's battle prowess has increased so much. Qinyu sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had underestimated the 3 tombstone death formation. If the aquiline-nosed old man's strength was already so powerful, then the Grand Elder of the foreign races would probably be even more powerful. Interesting, I can finally show my true strength. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. What? Hearing that, the Grand Elder's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He, who had merged with the tombstones, communicated with the power of the formation, and was ready to attack. But before that, Qinyu had already made his move. He flew up, and the inscriptions on the pitch-black fiend sword shone. The hideous bone sword in his hand made a terrifying sound of bones rubbing against each other. Break! With a loud shout, Qinyu slashed out with his sword. A violent wave of demonic energy transformed into a gigantic crescent as it slashed out. Ever since he returned to the Kunyan realm, Jinyu had basically only used a little bit of his strength. This time, he didn't hold back. Whoosh, the two gigantic ghostly claws were instantly cleaved in half and vanished into thin air. No. The aquiline-nosed old man in the tombstone suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, and his face was full of fear. He couldn't believe that after merging with the tombstone and increasing his strength, he still couldn't withstand one attack from Jinyu. Bang, with a slash, the ghost claws were shattered, and the tombstone was sent flying. The aquiline-nosed old man's body rolled out of the tombstone. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. He looked like he had aged 20 or 30 years. Just at this moment, a pitch-black shadow swept over. The aquiline-nosed old man's body trembled, but he couldn't dodge in time. Poof, the fiend sword whizzed past and a head flew into the air, and blood spurted out. The spectators of the two great forces were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. To be honest, they had no idea what had happened. All they saw was Jinyu, who had been forced into a desperate situation, suddenly breaking the array formation and killing the Holy Land Elder with a single strike. All of this felt too surreal. What? The Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim. He was ready to make a move just now. In his opinion, even if Jinyu showed his true strength, the hawk-nosed old man would be able to withstand a few moves. But who would have thought that a single move would be able to destroy everything in its path? The three tombstones formation was broken, and he was forced out of the tombstones, gasping for breath. Before the Grand Elder could rest, he saw the hawk-nosed old man being sent flying dozens of feet away by Jinyu. Then, the demon sword in Chinyu's hand flew out like a sharp arrow, cutting off the hawk-nosed old man's head. In this way, the Holy Land lost another elder at the Void Sea State. The hawk-nosed old man died next to the tombstones, which seemed to confirm what Jinyu had said. These three stones were perfect for their tombstones. How? How can he be so strong? The Grand Elder's breathing quickened. The surroundings were also quiet. The sudden change of the situation made some of the spectators unable to react at all. Swoosh, swoosh, the 9-bone demon spirit sword returned after killing the old man. I seem to have used too much force. The corners of Chinyu's mouth curled up. He had been suppressing his strength for a long time. After all, the opponent was too weak, so there was no need to use his full strength. Perhaps because it had been too long, he couldn't remember exactly how strong he was. I've tested this man's strength. He's definitely above mine. I'm afraid he's very close to Lanyu or Protector Xiayun. Let's retreat. The Grand Elder immediately sent a voice transmission to the purple-robed woman. He knew the purpose of his trip, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Just based on Chinyu's previous attack, he was already no match for Jinyu. Hence, there was no need for him to continue testing Jinyu. Otherwise, even he would be in danger. What? His strength is close to that of a protector? The purple-robed woman was shocked and couldn't believe it. Before the Blood Moon organization caused trouble, the sacred leader was in seclusion all year round, and the two protectors were responsible for handling the daily trifles and maintaining the status of the Holy Land. The two protectors had reached the late stage of the Void Sea State, which was enough to sweep the three ancient kingdoms and stand at the top of the Kunyan realm. However, the first elder actually said that Chinyu's strength was actually close to that of the two protectors. Although it was hard to believe, it could be the truth. It was hard to imagine that Yunjiao Nation had given birth to such a terrifying demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them turned around at the same time and soared into the sky, turning into two streaks of light as they sped away. A fish that has fallen into the net, don't even think about escaping. Jinyu looked at the fleeing Grand Elder and the purple-robed woman. The blood-glazed flame quickly gathered in his right hand. All the people of the Blood Moon organization cheered when they saw that one of the two elders was killed and the other two fled. Amazing! Elder Chen's strength is actually so strong. Even the first elder of the Saint Lands wasn't a match for him, and he was forced to flee. His subordinates were full of admiration for Jinyu. With such a powerful elder overseeing things, their safety was greatly guaranteed. It was almost difficult for them to encounter any danger. As for the members of the Shang family, they looked as though they had lost their souls. The envoys from the Holy Land were defeated, and they also suffered. At this moment, swoosh, a beam of blood-red flame suddenly appeared in the void. Like a bolt of lightning, it quickly pierced through the sky. The terrifying power crushed everything in its path. The purple-haired woman and the Grand Elder thought that Xianxia had given up when they saw that Xianxia did not chase after them. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's attack suddenly descended upon them. The purple-haired woman felt a strong threat. She immediately used the power of the intent realm, and her inner yuan surged out, forming a wall of inner yuan behind her. However, when Yang Ming's sword finger pierced through, everything was useless. The thick inner yuan wall was like a fragile piece of paper, and it was instantly pierced through. The purple-haired woman was hit in the abdomen by Yang Ming's sword finger. A large piece of her clothes and the flesh on her abdomen were devoured, and her intestines fell out. Moreover, the area of the wound was covered in a blood-red glazed flame, devouring the flesh and blood. With the purple-haired woman's cultivation, there was no way she could suppress the power of the blood-glazed flame. She slowed down and screamed in pain, "Save me, Grand Elder!" The Grand Elder's heart trembled when he saw the miserable state of the purple-haired woman. He was about to help, but his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned around and retreated. "Grand Elder," the purple-haired woman screamed at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, she felt a strong wave of demonic will approaching. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had arrived behind her and was quietly looking at her with a pair of indifferent, pitch-black eyes. "Don't kill me, I can work for you, for the Blood Moon organization, don't kill me." The purple-haired woman screamed in panic, her body trembling. Smack, Xianxia's hand suddenly slapped on her head. The purple-haired woman's body fell to the ground. Her head was still intact, but everything inside had been shattered. After killing the purple-haired woman, Xianxia exerted his full speed, and a pair of golden wings suddenly spread behind him. There was a faint cry of a phoenix, accompanied by a scorching aura, echoing between heaven and earth. Swish, as the wings flapped, Xianxia's speed increased again, and he chased after the Grand Elder. "It's that pair of wings." When the Grand Elder saw the golden wings on Xianxia's back, he suddenly remembered something. When Xianxia returned from the Blood Star realm, his harvest was extremely rich, far more than that of the other sacred guards. Among them was a slightly broken pair of golden wings, which were 70% to 80% similar to the wings on Xianxia's back. How is this possible? With the weapon forging level of the Kunyan realm, it's impossible to refine that broken wing into a flying tool. The Grand Elder was shocked. Then, he remembered that Xianxia had been missing for the past few years, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Could it be that he left the Kunyan realm? The Grand Elder thought of a possibility. So far, only Yi Luofeng, Yilan Tian, the Blood Lotus Saintess and the Sacred Ground Lord knew that Xianxia had returned from the outer realm. The Sacred Ground Lord kept this matter strictly confidential, and he didn't even tell the two great protectors. Boom, behind the Grand Elder, a scorching demonic will kept approaching. For the first time, he looked panicked. Other than that, no matter what happened, it was all under the Grand Elder's control. Today, he finally encountered something unexpected. Water rippled around the Grand Elder, and a layer of blue halo appeared on the surface of his skin. In an instant, his skin turned dark blue, and there were many light blue stripes on it. The eyes and hair on his head all turned blue, and two transparent blue whiskers that were half a meter long appeared on both sides of his mouth, which looked like tentacles. The alien race. Is this the true appearance of the alien race in the sacred ground? Many people behind him were shocked to see this scene. Although they had heard that the senior members of the sacred ground were all alien races, not many people had seen what they looked like. At least not many people in this stronghold and the Shang family had seen the alien race's true appearance. After showing his true form, the Grand Elder sped up a bit, as if he was swimming in space. Even so, his speed was still not as fast as Xianxia. Xianxia not only had the golden phoenix wings, but also the space intent power. At a certain moment, his space intent power spread to the Grand Elder's body and instantly surged, causing his speed to drop by 30 to 40%. Die! Xianxia bellowed and punched out. When he saw the Grand Elder reveal his alien appearance, he couldn't help but think of the scene of the sacred ground enslaving humans to kill their enemies, and a ball of anger surged in his heart. This rage was infused into the punch and blasted out. Damn it, I've been forced to. This point by this kid. The Grand Elder's face was extremely ugly. He waved his arms, and a layer of extremely cold blue vortex appeared in the air, slowly rotating, sucking in everything in front of him. Boom, Xianyu's punch hit the center of the vortex. The Grand Elder's move was good at dividing true essence and strength, using softness to overcome hardness. But no matter what, there was a limit, and the Grand Elder's move was quickly approaching its limit. Bang, Xianyu's fierce and domineering punch pierced through the layer of icy blue vortex and shattered it. A powerful force of true essence and strength charged at the Grand Elder. What the hell, how can this kid's strength be so terrifying? The Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat. A layer of special scale armor appeared on his body, turning into a green-blue light pattern, blocking in front of him. This was the defensive measure of the upper inner armor he was wearing. Bang, the power of the punch collided and shattered the green-blue light pattern, causing the Grand Elder to take a few steps back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If this goes on, I'm very likely to die here. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. The next moment, his fingers tapped on his body a dozen times, and a shocking water Dao force burst out from his body, bringing a shocking pressure to the surroundings. The 2 strands of beard on the sides of the Grand Elder's mouth broke off, turning into 2 dozens of Zhonglong light bands, flickering with a faint blue-purple light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 blue light bands were like 2 long snakes, reaching Xianyu's side in a flash, and coiling around him. It was a secret technique that only the Bluebeard tribe could use, which could restrain the enemy. At the same time, the beard had poison on it that could paralyze the enemy. Xianyu did not expect the Grand Elder to have such a move. Furthermore, the 2 ribbons of light were incomparably bizarre. They were like spirit snakes, possessing an extremely strong immunity to ordinary True Yuan attacks. They rapidly closed in on Zhang Xian and coiled around him. At the same time, a biting cold poison assaulted him. Seeing that Xianyu was hit, the Grand Elder did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he turned around and ran. Who would have thought that I would encounter something like this? I've really escaped from death, the Grand Elder exclaimed. But suddenly, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing toward him, and he felt a strong sense of danger. His pores turned cold, and he retreated in a defensive stance. At that moment, whoosh, a dark purple cold light came from a strange angle and pierced into his body. The power of the Taiyin sword finger turned into thousands of thin threads that instantly swam around the Grand Elder's body, corroding his meridians, flesh, and bones. No. I don't want to die. The Grand Elder curled up his body and struggled in pain before his body fell. You should be proud of yourself for being able to last so long in my hands. Xianyu sneered, and the 2 blue light bands on his body slowly fell off. Behind him, the upper echelons of the Blood Moon organization and the Shang family chased after him to check on the situation. Coincidentally, the scene of the Grand Elder's falling body was reflected in their eyes. The first Elder's body fell from the sky. His face was still contorted in pain, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This seemed to be the first alien race elite to die since his identity as an alien race was exposed. Whoosh, the people from the Blood Moon organization and the Shang family happened to see this scene. They stopped in their tracks. Their hearts were filled with emotions, but they were also excited. The alien race elite was dead. And it was the first elder of the sacred ground. This news would probably shake the entire Yunzhao nation, including the Kunyan sacred ground. Although this would enrage the sacred ground, the consequences would be severe. But the death of the first elder would also weaken the sacred ground's strength. Elder Chen is mighty and brave. You killed the first elder of the sacred ground. Elder Chen has made a great contribution to the Blood Moon organization this time. Many of the senior members of the Blood Moon organization came forward excitedly. Their respect for Chen Yu had reached the point of prostrating themselves before him. Chao Hui's jealousy towards Chen Yu had completely disappeared, leaving only admiration. On the other side, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shang family, Shang Tianhong, took a deep breath and said, "The Shang family is willing to submit to the Blood Moon organization. Please show mercy, Elder Chen." In fact, the Xiang family had always been against alien races. However, the royal family was the most powerful in the Yunjiao nation, and the Kunyan sacred ground was the most powerful force in the Kunyan world. Even the Blood Moon organization had been defeated several times. Because of this, the Xiang family had always been neutral. But the first elder and the other two elders had pulled the Xiang family in this operation. Now that the third elder of the sacred ground was dead, if they did not submit to the Blood Moon organization, they would not be able to leave safely. After making this decision, Shang Tianhong heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer felt so depressed. Based on the current situation, the Blood Moon organization still has a good chance of turning defeat into victory. Shang Tianhong thought to himself. If that's the case, return to the Shang family immediately and prepare to move. Qin Yu did not care much and gave an order. In his plan, it was not a big deal whether the Shang family joined the Blood Moon organization or not. Now that the Shang family had made a decision, they could not stay in the Hongyi residence like before. They had to move to the Blood Moon organization. Of course, only a portion of those who passed the test could truly enter the inner circle. Most of them could only become external members. All of you, go back. I still have matters to attend to. Qin Yu then ordered the people of Blood Moon to return to the stronghold. After all the people from the Blood Moon organization and the Shang family had disappeared. Puff, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He revolved his quintessential essence and attacked his internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, his face instantly paled, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Damn it, the might of the spirit formation that those three people activated earlier was actually so strong that I was seriously injured. Qin Yu cursed in a low voice. After doing all this, he closed his eyes and descended. He thought to himself, I wonder if I can fish out this big fish that's hiding in the dark. After the mysterious heart's transformation, it had improved in many aspects, including its sensitivity to energy. Apart from that, Qin Yu also faintly sensed that there was another expert hidden nearby, possessing a profound and powerful concept of space. That was why he put on such a show. Tens of miles away, a short shadow appeared in the depths of a dense forest. An ugly and hideous face suddenly appeared. In the dark forest, it was as frightening as a ghost that had suddenly appeared. This person was one of the two protectors of the sacred ground, Protector Xiayun. He had followed the Grand Elder here for two main purposes. There were many rumors in the sacred ground that the Grand Elder had the ability to snatch his position as a protector. Therefore, he followed the Grand Elder, who was out on a mission. Perhaps he could find some dirt on the Grand Elder. Another reason was that he was very interested in Qin Yu. It was said that the mysterious death of the previous Dark Ocean Protector was closely related to Qin Yu. The leader of the sacred ground also held Qin Yu in high regard. Protector Xiayun had never seen Qin Yu before. Therefore, he was a little curious and wanted to see what the number one elite of Yunjiao nation looked like. However, as soon as he got close, he heard the sounds of battle and saw the Great Elder fall. This scene made him extremely solemn. Although the Grand Elder was weaker than him, he was not much weaker. Without a doubt, the young man who had killed the Grand Elder was the legendary Qin Yu. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even the Grand Elder died in his hands. I heard that the Grand Elder brought the Three Tombs formation with him when he went out. How did he end up like this? Protector Xiayun was filled with doubts. However, with the Grand Elder's death, the threat to his position no longer existed. To him, this was good news. At that moment, in the sky, Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked like he was on the verge of collapsing as he slowly descended. Protector Xiayun had sharp ears and eyes. In addition, the place was spacious and far away, so he could vaguely hear what Qin Yu had said. He's injured? Protector Xiayun's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat quickened. Initially, Protector Xiayun did not intend to show up. After all, if Qin Yu could kill the Grand Elder, he must be very powerful. Since his chances of winning were not high, he might as well not show up. But now, the situation was different. Qin Yu was seriously injured. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Grand Elder and the other two had brought the Three Tombs formation with them. Although this kid won, he must have paid a price. If I can capture or kill this kid, I'll make a great contribution. Protector Xiaoyun's breathing quickened. The Grand Elder had been killed by Qinyu, and he had brought back Qinyu's head. Just this alone was enough to establish his position. Apart from that, he believed that Qinyu must have encountered some great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have achieved what he had today, if he could obtain the treasures on Qinyu, coupled with the reward from the holy leader? If this operation was successful, it would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hehe, Qinyu, leave your puny life to this protector. Protector Xiaoyun laughed evilly. He did not expect this to be a trap. He was sure that Qinyu would not be able to detect that he was hiding nearby. Qinyu sat cross-legged in the woods, seemingly healing his injuries, but in fact, he was always on guard. He's coming. Qinyu's concept of space allowed him to sense everything within a radius of nearly 1,500 feet like the back of his hand. 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 1,000 feet, Protector Xiaoyun approached quietly like a ghost. The smile on his face grew wider. He raised his palm slightly, ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked down at his feet. The next moment, swoosh, a pitch-black, thick, hideous bone spur rushed out of the ground, like a fang that had suddenly emerged, exuding amazing demon intent. I've been discovered. Protector Xiaoyun looked a little embarrassed. He was very confused. With his late-stage MTC realm cultivation, how could he be discovered by a seriously injured cultivator at the early stage of MTC realm? Protector Xiaoyun had no time to think and retreated to the side. At the same time, swoosh, on the ground under his feet, pitch-black, hideous bone spurs kept piercing out in all directions. Swoosh. Protector Xiaoyun jumped up and soared into the sky, completely dodging the blow. In this way, he was completely exposed. Swoosh. A black bone sword rushed out and stabbed at Protector Xiaoyun. Protector Xiaoyun's face was gloomy, and 2 dark red metal claws appeared on his hands, bursting with frightening blood light. Clang! Protector Xiaoyun waved his claws, and a dark red tyrannical light trace rushed out, hitting the 9-bone demon spirit sword away. The 9-bone demon spirit sword flew into the distance and returned to the hands of a young man. Protector Xiaoyun. When Qinyu saw this short and ugly old man, the corresponding information emerged in his mind. Boy, how did you find me? Protector Xiaoyun shouted coldly, a little annoyed. Qinyu stared at the person in front of him. His cultivation has reached the late stage of MTC realm. The last time he fought against a late-stage MTC realm expert was on the demon-horned warship, where he encountered the black-robed elder of the Blood Clan. At that time, he was no match for the expert of the Blood Clan in a head-on fight. But how could an ordinary late-stage MTC realm expert of the Kunyan realm compare with a late-stage MTC realm expert of the Blood Clan? That late-stage MTC realm expert of the Blood Clan could defeat Protector Xiaoyun in less than 10 moves. In addition, Qinyu was not the Qinyu of that time. After participating in the God of Food feast, his strength happened to be in a stage of rapid improvement. You are so ugly. No matter where you are so different. It is not difficult for me not to find you. The corners of Qinyu's mouth curled up, revealing a touch of mockery. As an enemy, there was no need for Qinyu to reveal his details to the other party. Relatively speaking, he was better at provoking the enemy. ****, you are courting death. Protector Xiaoyun's eyes were bloodshot. It was the first time that he had been so openly ridiculed by a junior. Whoosh, the blood chi around him soared into the sky, and in an instant, it filled a radius of 500 or 600 feet, turning it into a bloody world. Swoosh! Protector Xiaoyun suddenly made a move, and the dark red metal claw waved violently. In the void, 5 cold and hard blood-red light thorns, shining with a bloody red light, bloomed and stabbed at Qinyu. Facing Protector Xiaoyun's attack, Qinyu instantly activated the secret pattern demonic body, waved his arm, and the 9-bone demon spirit sword met the attack. Bang! Bang, bang! Qinyu waved his sword a few times in a row, and a burst of loud explosions sounded. The 5 blood-red light thorns were shattered by him one by one, turning into flying ashes. His strength seems to be a little weaker than I thought. After exchanging a single blow, Qinyu muttered softly. At the same level, the cultivators of the Kunyan realm could not compare to the cultivators of the great Cosmos realm. Moreover, the Blood Tribe was a terrifying race that struck fear into the hearts of many. Compared to the black-robed elder of the Blood Clan, Protector Xiaoyun was also at the late-stage Empty Sea realm, but there was a big gap between them. You. Protector Xiaoyun was so angry that his eyebrows raised. As soon as the two met, Qinyu called him ugly. After exchanging one move, Qinyu said that he was too weak. Protector Xiaoyun had never been insulted like this by a junior. It was simply too much, but suddenly, Protector Xiaoyun noticed something was wrong. Qinyu's performance just now didn't seem to be seriously injured. Could it be, this guy discovered me from the beginning, and what he did was to lure me out? When this thought came to Protector Xiaoyun's mind, he was shocked, thinking that it was impossible. Between the steep mountains, the two stood facing each other. Protector Xiaoyun stared at Qinyu, who was not far away. It was hard for him to imagine that a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the Void Sea state was not afraid at all when facing a cultivator at the late stage of the Void Sea state. Instead, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. If Qinyu was not a fool, then there were only two possibilities in this situation. First, Qinyu was confident in his strength. Second, Qinyu had faced an enemy at the late stage of the Void Sea state. Protector Xiaoyun hoped that it was the first possibility. But he did not know that the actual situation actually contained both possibilities. Protector Xiaoyun suddenly attacked, and the blood qi around him surged, turning into a bloody world. Swish! Swish, swish! He waved his two metal claws back and forth, and a chaotic and violent blood-red storm gradually formed. The cold and violent blood qi storm, emitting a terrible power that could destroy everything, crushed forward, and all the plants around it were swept away, turning into dead wood and ashes. Good timing. A bright blood-red flame suddenly ignited on Qinyu's fist. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist, demonic patterns surged as Xiaoqin punched. A heavy, fiery fist with a majestic aura let out a ferocious roar as it charged out. The blood-glazed flame is indeed as the report said. Protector Xiaoyun showed a hint of greed. He had never seen Qinyu before, but he knew all the information about Qinyu. He was not surprised that Qinyu had called out the blood glass flame. But as a congenital spiritual flame, the blood glass flame needed to devour a lot of nourishment every time its quality and power improved. Protector Xiaoyun did not think that Qinyu had so many precious nourishment to improve the blood glass flame. And as a late-stage Void Sea state expert, he had the advantage in cultivation, so he might be able to suppress the power of the blood glass flame. But the moment the two attacks collided, Protector Xiaoyun's face suddenly darkened. Bang! The fiery fist hit the blood-red storm, making a loud noise that shook the world. A tremendous force was released from it, causing the blood-red storm to tremble and disperse slightly. Shortly after, a layer of blood-colored glassy flames flew over and instantly spread to the entire blood-red storm. The two forces intertwined for less than 2 breaths of time. An explosion spread out, and a force and flame rushed out, attacking Protector Xiaoyun. What? Protector Xiaoyun cried out in surprise. As a late-stage Origin Realm martial artist, his attack was actually broken by Qinyu head-on. At this moment, Protector Xiaoyun felt a strong sense of humiliation. You're courting death. His face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Blood light burst out from under Protector Xiaoyun's feet. He turned into a dark red blood shadow and leaped out, dodging the aftermath. At this moment, he displayed the speed of a late-stage Void Sea cultivator. At the same time, he no longer held back. The true essence in his body surged and condensed on the dark red metal claw on the back of his hand. Die, die, die. His eyes were ruthless and murderous as he struck out with both of his claws. Chi chi chi. From all directions, hundreds of cold and hard blood-red light thorns glowed with a bloody red light. They intertwined into a blood-red iron net, enveloping Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu was like a fish in this big net, with nowhere to escape. But suddenly, a fiery and violent force surged out from his body. An ancient bloodline pressure instantly spread out, causing all living beings to instinctively tremble. On Qinyu's skin, a layer of golden feather patterns appeared. On his back, a pair of golden wings suddenly spread out. Kill! Under the big net, Qinyu seemed to have turned into a phoenix, rushing towards the blood-red iron net and slashing with a demonic sword in his hand. After activating the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline, his life force became stronger, and his attacks carried fire attribute damage. Bang bang bang, a series of loud and dull explosions rang out continuously. At a certain moment, Xianxia shattered the blood-red iron net in the sky and flew into the sky. Swish! Swish! Xianxia's figure turned back and forth in the air. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly approached Xiaoyun. A huge and invisible force pressed down on Protector Xiaoyun. So fast. He can actually catch up with me. Xiaoyun was surprised. In this way, Xianxia's speed advantage as a late-stage empty sea realm expert had been equalized. However, Protector Xiaoyun did not clash head-on with Xianxia out of anger. According to the records of the Holy Land, as a body cultivator, Xianxia's close combat ability was amazing. Whoosh, Xiaoyun used all his strength to activate his speed, constantly dealing with Xianxia. He believed that he would be able to last longer in a battle of consumption. Moreover, Xianxia's bloodline power couldn't last long. In this state, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Xianxia was indeed in a passive position, but he was not injured at all. At a certain moment, Xianxia approached Xiaoyun, fully unleashing the power of the will of space. He reached out and grabbed fiercely. Buzz, around Xiaoyun, the space suddenly became thick and heavy, and an invisible force wrapped around him. In the next moment, a shapeless hand condensed into appearance and grabbed him. This is the power of space. You have mastered the power of space. Protector Xiaoyun was slightly shocked, feeling a little jealous. But he had no time to think about it. He had to break Xianxia's space-binding method as soon as possible. Swish! Swish, swish! He waved his claws, and a cold blood mark burst out. However, any power that entered the space hand would be greatly reduced. At this moment, a dazzling blood flame sword light shot out from between Xianxia's fingers. At the moment when Xiaoyun was trapped, he chose to use Yangming sword finger, which had both speed and lethality. Puff, the sword light pierced straight and arrived in front of Xiaoyun in an instant. He looked frightened. He didn't expect that Xianxia could not only master the means of space, but also use such a powerful finger technique. At this moment, he was in danger. Puff, Xiaoyun put two pairs of dark red metal claws in front of the finger to weaken its power. Part of the power of Yangming sword finger penetrated the dark red metal claws and pierced into Xiaoyun's body. Thud. Thud. Thud, he took dozens of steps back, leaving 7 or 8 small bloody holes on his chest. You actually injured me. Protector Xiaoyun was in disbelief as he shouted in a hoarse voice. He was now sure that Xianxia had pretended to be injured to lure him out. But even so, he didn't think he would be defeated by Xianxia. So what if I hurt you? Most of those who go against me are dead. Xianxia couldn't help mocking him. At this moment, he had a very clear understanding of Xiaoyun's strength. If it was during the God of Cookery feast, he might not be able to compete with him. But it had been nearly 2 years since the end of the God of Cookery feast. Xianxia's strength had changed dramatically. Mad blood secret method. Xiaoyun's gloomy face was distorted. He shouted in a low voice, and the blood qi around him surged, as if it had turned into a frightening blood qi skeleton, and merged into Xiaoyun's body. Red lines appeared on the surface of his body, and he looked like a ferocious skeleton. At this moment, Xiaoyun's aura suddenly increased, and a violent and terrible aura fluctuated in all directions. Not only that, but the wounds on his body were also healing quickly. You forced me to use the secret method to increase my combat strength. You can die in peace. Xiaoyun fiercely stabbed out with his claws. 5 thick and cold blood lights burst out, crossing the sky and earth. The power was fierce and domineering, as if it was going to flatten everything. You're not the only one who has the secret method to increase strength. Xianxia chuckled. The golden-winged phoenix bloodline in his body was further mobilized, and it became scorching, as if it was burning and boiling. The third level of the burning blood secret method, the bloodline power was increased by 6 levels. At the same time, it would quickly consume the bloodline power. Kill. In the face of Xiaoyun's attack, Xianxia was not afraid. He faced the attack head-on, and a simple sword swept out. Swish, an incomparably violent pitch-black sword light, surrounded by a layer of golden-patterned flame, slashed out. The power that erupted from this blow shook heaven and earth, instantly shattering Xiaoyun's attack. "No, you're a monster." Xiaoyun was anxious, and he cursed angrily and unwillingly. He felt extremely aggrieved. He was at the late stage of the Void Sea realm, but Qinyu repeatedly reversed the situation and put him at a disadvantage. Blood Wolf Break. Protector Xiaoyun roared, throwing caution to the wind as he executed his strongest killing move. The blood chi between heaven and earth condensed toward him. An extremely concentrated power of the blood Dao slowly blossomed between his claws, continuously expanding until it turned into a violent wolf head glowing with bloody light. This terrible power alone was enough to scare away ordinary middle-stage Void Sea realm cultivators. One strike to decide the outcome. Qinyu's face was fierce and cold. His heart suddenly entered the explosive method, and a surge of vitality poured into his body. Dong, dong. Dong. Dong, as his heart beat, Qinyu turned into a pitch-black violent golden light, rushed out, and stabbed out with the demon's sword. After returning to the Kunyan realm, he hadn't had such a good fight for a long time. Facing Xiaoyun, who was at the late-stage Void Sea realm, Qinyu also attacked with all his strength. This was his strongest sword move so far. Boom, a pitch-black aurora crossed the sky and pierced the blood wolf head, piercing through everything. Under Qinyu's sword, everything dissipated. Puff, on Xiaoyun's chest, there was a fist-sized wound, and blood gushed out. His face was pale, and he bent down slightly. I lost. Xiaoyun's face was ashen, and blood was still flowing from his wound. He had been defeated by a peak early-stage Void Sea realm cultivator. Moreover, he was seriously injured at the moment, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He couldn't escape from Qinyu. But the strange thing was that after 3 breaths, Qinyu still hadn't killed him. "I'll give you a chance to live," Qinyu suddenly said. "What do you want me to do?" Xiaoyun asked in a cold voice. No one wanted to die if they could live. "Submit to me," Qinyu said coldly. "What?" Xiaoyun suddenly looked up at the tall and straight figure in front of him. For some reason, he had an illusion of bowing down to the other party's spirit and demeanor. "Impossible, Xiaoyun, will never submit to a young boy like you." Xiaoyun instantly dispelled the idea and roared with a humiliated face. "Impossible. I, Protector Xiaoyun, will never yield to a kid like you." Protector Xiaoyun roared in humiliation. He realized that Qinyu was too good at insulting people. When they first met, Qinyu had called him ugly. Then, he had said that his strength was average. Now, he wanted him to yield. It could be said that Protector Xiaoyun had been thoroughly humiliated from head to toe, from his body to his soul. "If you don't yield, you'll die." Qinyu looked at Protector Xiaoyun coldly. It would be great if Protector Xiaoyun was willing to yield. He would have another helper. If Protector Xiaoyun wasn't willing, Qinyu wouldn't waste his breath. He would kill him to ensure that there wouldn't be any trouble in the future. Protector Xiaoyun lowered his head. There was a hint of struggle on his face. Originally, he had already prepared himself for death. However, Qinyu suddenly gave him a chance to live. Although the request was harsh, it gave him the desire to live once more. "By the way, I'll tell you something." Qinyu saw Protector Xiaoyun's hesitation and suddenly said, "Actually, I returned to Kunyan realm from the outer region." "The outer region?" Protector Xiaoyun raised his head and frowned. He knew that there were countless realms in the vast universe. Kunyan realm was at most a small realm. The sacred ground leader, Protector Lan Yu, and the Grand Elder had all come from the outer region. Those cultivators from the outer region were much stronger than the people of Kunyan realm at the same level. In addition, the sacred ground was now in control of the entire Kunyan realm. That was why he joined the Kunyan sacred ground and became a protector. He hoped that one day, he could follow a few alien races and travel to other realms. But Protector Xiaoyun didn't expect that Qinyu had left Kunyan realm and gone to another realm. No wonder. No wonder he's so strong. Which realm did he go to? In Protector Xiaoyun's eyes, the Blue-Beard race members of the sacred ground were very strong and invincible in Kunyan realm. But Qinyu had defeated him with the strength of an early-stage Void Sea state. Which realm did he go to? What did he experience in the outer region? Let me tell you one more thing. The great force that sent me back to the Kunyan realm from the outer realm will soon send another batch of experts here. At that time, I'm afraid there will be no place for the alien races to stay in the Kunyan realm. Qinyu sneered. The reason why he told Protector Xiayun all this was because there were only two outcomes for him. Either he submitted or he would die. The Xiayun protector had also deeply felt this. Otherwise, why would Qinyu tell him so much for no reason? This proved that Qinyu had the intention to. At the same time, the Xiayun protector was also incomparably shocked. He now believed most of Qinyu's words. As the protector of the Kunyan sacred ground, he naturally knew how difficult it was to enter the Kunyan realm from the outer realm. The fact that Qinyu could return so easily meant that he had the help of a powerful force. If what Qinyu said was true and there would be a powerful force interfering in Kunyan realm, wouldn't Protector Xiayun be in trouble? At this moment, Protector Xiayun's heart was shaken. Your choice is to live or die. Qinyu suddenly shouted out coldly, and then a ghastly and overbearing devil intent shot into the sky and shook the surroundings, causing him to seem like a peerless devil king. I choose to live. Protector Xiayun sighed and made his choice. Okay, make a soul blood oath and sign the contract scroll. Qinyu wouldn't easily trust someone like Protector Xiayun who helped the alien races and then betrayed them, so he had to put a lot of shackles on him. Yes, Master. Protector Xiayun had completely accepted his fate. Compared to death, wouldn't it be better to follow Qinyu to victory, after everything was settled? Qinyu said, go back to the sacred ground first. Protector Xiayun wasn't too surprised. Although he had submitted to Qinyu, no one knew about it. In order to maximize his value, he had to return to the sacred ground as a spy and give the sacred ground a fatal blow at the critical moment. Also, how much do you know about Protector Lanyu's disciple? Qinyu suddenly thought of something and asked. Haha, I know a little. Protector Xiayun smiled and told Qinyu everything. After hearing that, Qinyu's face was gloomy and his eyes flashed fiercely. He finally understood why the alien races in the sacred ground would spend so much effort to cultivate a human but not let her do anything dangerous. They didn't even allow her to leave the sacred ground. Go back. Remember what I told you. Qinyu said solemnly. Whoosh, after taking a few healing pills, Protector Xiayun dragged his injured body away. At this moment, behind Qinyu, a blue-clothed figure flew over. She was beautiful and quiet, it was Lu Xianxia. Seeing that the people of the Blood Moon organization had returned, but Qinyu was nowhere to be seen, she ran out to take a look. Protector Xiayun. Lu Xianxia happened to see Protector Xiayun's back, and her heart trembled. Protector Xiayun was a top-notch expert in the Kunyan sacred ground, and his cultivation was as high as the late stage of Konghai. To Lu Xianxia, he was a mountain of knives, towering and dangerous. Master, Protector Xiayun, Lu Xianxia looked at Qinyu in surprise. Why would Protector Xiayun appear here? Could it be that Qinyu and Protector Xiayun were having an affair? Qinyu was actually a spy planted in the Blood Moon organization by the sacred ground. If I find out that he met Protector Xiayun, will I be killed by Qinyu? At this moment, Lu Xianxia's mind was in a mess. I've already beaten him away. Qinyu said calmly. Qinyu kept the fact that Protector Xiayun had become his subordinate a secret for the time being. Once the news was leaked, it would be equivalent to a disaster for Protector Xiayun who was in the sacred ground. What? He was beaten away by your master? Lu Xianxia's pretty face was stunned, and her eyes were filled with horror. She observed the surroundings, and it was indeed a mess. The trees were all destroyed, and the ground was full of scars. This was obviously the result of an intense battle. Lu Xianxia was too shocked and afraid to see Protector Xiayun, so she ignored this. On the other hand, she didn't dare to imagine that Protector Xiayun was beaten away by Qinyu. Let's go. Qinyu's calm voice sounded in her ear. Lu Xianxia suddenly woke up and found that Qinyu had already passed her and returned to the stronghold. Yes. Lu Xianxia immediately followed. After returning to the stronghold, the people of the Blood Moon organization were reorganizing the territory. Elder Chen. Along the way, there were endless greetings. On a square, there were 3 pitch-black tombstones that were filled with a dense death qi, and it was especially cold and terrifying. Elder Chen, these 3 tombstones are also rare treasures, but it's a pity that we don't know the control method of the 3 tombstone death array. Yuan sighed at the side. He had witnessed the power of the 3 tombstone death array with his own eyes, and he had a deep impression of it. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Qinyu replied noncommittally. Others might not know, but Protector Xiayun had already become his subordinate, and as a protector of the sacred ground, he would naturally activate the 3 tombstone death array. After saying that, Qinyu walked to the 3 tombstones and waved his hand. A wave of spatial energy enveloped the 3 tombstones, and the 3 tombstones were put into his storage space. Yuan secretly clicked his tongue as he stared at the blood serpent ring on Qinyu's finger, thinking that it must be an extremely high-quality storage space. These 3 tombstones were more than 400 feet tall, and they couldn't be put into his storage space at all. But Qinyu put them away easily. After returning to his room, Qinyu sat down with his legs crossed to rest. He had used a lot of ultra-quality spiritual weapons in the battle with Protector Xiayun. At the same time, he activated the power of his bloodline and performed the blood-burning secret technique, which depleted the golden-winged phoenix bloodline. In the dark mysterious space, there was a drop of crystal red dragon blood, a dark shadow of a wolf, and a golden fiery phoenix. However, the golden fiery phoenix looked more like a small bird, and there weren't many times that Qinyu could activate it. Otherwise, he would have to find nourishment to strengthen it. Otherwise, he would have to find another powerful bloodline to replace it. That night, the 2 hall masters in the settlement held a celebration banquet and invited Qinyu. On the other side, Protector Xiayun returned to the Kunyan sacred ground. As soon as he returned to his residence, a blue-haired woman appeared outside his hall. It was Protector Lanyu. The residences of the 2 protectors weren't far from each other. When Protector Xiayun returned, Protector Lanyu noticed that something was wrong with him, so she came to have a look. Protector Xiayun, what did you do after leaving the Kunyan mountain today? Protector Lanyu asked calmly. But when she walked into the hall and saw Protector Xiayun's appearance, her mouth opened slightly and she gasped. What happened? How did you become like this? Protector Lanyu asked immediately with a serious face. Protector Xiayun wasn't as strong as her, but he was still a venerable at the late stage of the Void Sea state. At this moment, Protector Xiayun's aura was weak and he was covered in wounds. There was a shocking wound the size of a fist on his chest. Who injured Protector Xiayun like this? Could it be Yan Shuatian from the Blood Moon organization? It's Qinyu. Protector Xiayun said with a hateful expression. Qinyu? Protector Lan, you didn't believe it. Right, didn't the Great Elder and the others set off to test Qinyu a few days ago? She had instructed the Great Elder to do that. The 3 Great Elders you sent to test Qinyu, including the Great Elder, have all died in his hands, Protector Xiayun said again. His words were like a bomb that fell into Protector Lanyu's mind and set off huge waves. Her body trembled slightly and she had a look of disbelief. That's impossible. The Great Elder's cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Void Sea state, and he even took away the 3 monument death tomb formation. Protector Lanyu even wondered if Protector Xiayun had killed the Great Elder. If Protector Yuhai hadn't died, the sacred leader would never let a human become a protector. From the bottom of her heart, Protector Lanyu didn't believe Protector Xiayun. Haha, even I was injured by him. What else is impossible? Protector Xiayun sneered with a gloomy expression. Protector Lanyu's expression turned serious. Protector Xiayun's injuries were so serious that they threatened his foundation. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his life. How could someone put on such an act? We must report this to the sacred leader immediately. She took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. The sacred lord was surrounded by a dark blue whirlpool of death, and a strong aura radiated from him. That's what happened. Protector Xiayun half knelt on the ground and told the story he had prepared a long time ago. In fact, what he said wasn't much different from what happened in reality. It was just that he changed the story about surrendering to Qinyu to defeating Qinyu and escaping back to the sacred ground. The sacred lord opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his eyes that were as deep as an abyss. Buzz, with him as the center, a dark blue light pattern with a violent aura spread out in all directions. There were waves in the pool and there were sounds of crashing from the stone walls. The two protectors knelt on the ground under this power. They felt cold all over and fear invaded their bodies. Protector Xiaoyun, who was seriously injured, couldn't bear this power and fell to the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "I'll spare your life." The Sacred Lord's cold voice echoed in the deep valley and went into Protector Xiaoyun's mind. "Thank you, Sacred Lord, for not killing me." Protector Xiaoyun immediately knelt and thanked the Sacred Lord, but his heart was cold. Now he was sure that the force behind Qinyu would come to the Kunyan realm and eliminate the alien races. "Sacred Lord, what should we do now? Even if Qinyu isn't as strong as me, he shouldn't be much weaker." Protector Lan Yu asked for countermeasures. The addition of Qinyu made the Blood Moon organization have one more strong warrior, but their Grand Elder died and Protector Xiaoyun was also seriously injured. In addition, a total of 4 elders of the sacred ground died in Qinyu's hands. It could be said that the Kunyan sacred ground had suffered a lot of damage and the possibility of completely destroying the Blood Moon organization had decreased. If the sacred ground extended the plan, the Blood Moon organization would also have more time to develop. The situation began to develop in a bad direction. "Wait," the Sacred Lord said lightly, but it made the two feel extremely heavy and helpless. Protector Lan Yu knew the Sacred Lord's personality. At this time, the Sacred Lord only said wait, which meant that the Sacred Lord was in urgent need of time and this period of time was extremely important. "Are you waiting for Yu Buyu to break through to the empty sea state?" Protector Lan Yu probed. However, even if she nurtured him with all her might, it would take at least a year for Yu Buyu to break through to the empty sea realm. Protector Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes and listened carefully. "She doesn't matter. If there's a need, I can use her at any time," the Sacred Lord said coldly. Protector Lan Yu was shocked. If the Sacred Lord wasn't waiting for this, then what was he waiting for? Protector Xiaoyun was also very puzzled. He hoped that the Holy Lord would wait until Yu Buyu broke through to the Void Sea realm. By then, the forces from the outer realms that Qinyu had mentioned would definitely have arrived. Suddenly, buzz, a translucent crystal blue spear shaft appeared in the Sacred Leader's palm. The moment the spear shaft appeared, a bone-chilling cold spread in all directions like a tsunami. The water in the pond froze in an instant, and everything in the surroundings turned into an icy silence. The two protectors were frozen in place, unable to move. This chill seemed to freeze the space, causing everything to freeze in that instant. Protector Xiaoyun's body stiffened as he stared at the spear shaft in the Sacred Lord's hand. Not only had his body been frozen, but the coldness had also invaded his entire body, including his soul. He felt a chill. Just the spear shaft was so powerful that he felt a strong sense of danger. Just what kind of treasure was this? Isn't this a fragment that the Sacred Guard dug out when he was attacking the Outer Realms? Protector Lan Yu recognized the tip of the spear in the Sacred Lord's hand. "Once I completely refine it, everything will be over." The Sacred Lord put the spear shaft back into his body and said, "You may leave." Whoosh, the cold wind howled, and the power of frost in the surroundings slowly melted. 5 breaths later, Protector Xiaoyun was finally able to move freely and leave with Protector Lan Yu. That broken spear, could it be a profound artifact? Protector Lan Yu suddenly thought of something and was shocked. If that was the case, the Sacred Lord's strength combined with a damaged profound artifact was indeed enough to crush Xianxia. This isn't good. Why does the Sacred Lord still have such a trump card? Protector Xiaoyun was anxious. Inside the omphalos, the Sacred Lord closed his eyes again. "Once I completely refine this broken profound artifact, I will strike first." The Sacred Lord harumphed. He already had a plan in his mind. After completely refining the broken profound artifact, he would strike with lightning speed. He had 2 targets. The first was Xianxia, who was currently occupying the barbarian Rong nation. The second was Qinyu. As for who he would attack first, he hadn't decided yet. But it didn't seem to make any difference. After all, they would all die. It was only a matter of time. In a few days, the news of the battle at the Hongyi residence spread and shook the Yunjiao nation. 3 elders of the sacred ground were dead. One of them was the grand elder of the foreign races. At first, many people thought it was just a rumor and didn't believe it at all. But the news was too shocking, and it was verified by many members of the Blood Moon organization. Only then did more and more people accept it. When the sacred emperor received the news, he couldn't sit still. He immediately withdrew his orders against the Blood Moon organization. With the Blood Moon organization's current strength in the Yunjiao nation, if the Yun tribe's imperial family still went against them without the sacred ground's support, they would be courting death. At the same time, there was a storm in the Blood Moon organization. The news was the most shocking to them. It was like a shot of stimulant that hit everyone's heart. Send my order. Hold a secret meeting. In the Blood Moon Hall of the Great Sky Army Mansion, the Blood Lotus Holy Lady gave a secret order. Yes. The 2 maids answered in unison and then left. Qinyu, you're still so difficult to see through. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady murmured softly. The Blood Lotus Saintess murmured softly. She looked up slightly, as if she was recalling the past. In the base of the Blood Moon organization in the Hongyi residence. After the celebration banquet, they waited for a few days. There was no action from the Kunyan sacred ground, and there was no news from the Xiaoyun protector. Qinyu went into seclusion again. Now he had 2 directions. One was to refine the profound artifact, and the other was to break through to the mid-stage of the Konghai realm. After the sky halberd had been refined to 10%, the speed of refining had increased a lot. It was useless to be anxious. He could only take it slowly. As for breaking through to the mid-stage of the Konghai realm, with Qinyu's cultivation foundation, he was confident that he could survive even in a place like the Kunyan realm, where the essence qi was thin. After all, he had been qualified to break through to the middle stage of the Void Sea state almost a year ago. I won't see anyone. Don't disturb me for anything. Qinyu gave an order to Lu Xian'er. At the same time, he set up a restriction to seal off the entire residence. What is he going to do? Lu Xian'er looked at Qinyu's house from time to time. She was full of curiosity about this man. Inside the house, there were tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones around Qinyu. Such a large number of mid-grade primordial stones was enough to make Venerable Konghai of the Kunyan realm lose his mind. Qinyu used the record of Heavenly Demon's secret marks. He was like a hungry man who hadn't eaten for a few days, crazily devouring the essence qi in the primordial stones. An hour later, the whole house was filled with terrifying demonic will. If it wasn't for the protection of the bounded domain, the whole house would have been destroyed. It's going well, Qinyu thought. The primordial qi in his meridians flowed smoothly and endlessly into his primordial sea. The previously silent black true essence sea was now surging with great waves, as if there was some terrifying demon hidden within that was about to be born. 2 hours passed. Even through the bounded domain, the surrounding people could feel the terrifying fluctuation in Qinyu's house. It made them feel inexplicably uneasy and fearful. Whoosh, a figure flew over and was stopped by Lu Xian'er. Where's Elder Chen? I'll look for him, Chao Hui asked with a smile on his face. Elder Chen is in seclusion. He won't see anyone, Lu Xian'er said politely. But this is an order from the protector. Chao Hui was stunned. In the Blood Moon organization, the protector's position was second only to Yan Shuetian. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady was the leader of all the Blood Moon members in the Yunjiao nation. Moreover, the Blood Lotus Holy Lady's order was to summon Qinyu to a meeting. This was an extremely important secret meeting. Only the elders could attend. It couldn't be delayed. Elder Chen won't see anyone, Lu Xian'er emphasized again. Logically speaking, she should side with the protector. After all, he was the leader of the Blood Moon members in the Yunjiao nation. Although I'm a member of the Blood Moon organization, I'm also his servant. I serve him. Lu Xian'er used this reason to convince herself. Alright. I hope Elder Chen will end his seclusion soon. Chao Hui left. Helplessly. However, the next morning, Qinyu was still in seclusion. This made the senior officials in the stronghold anxious. On the other side, in the Blood Moon Hall of the Great Sky Mansion, several elders gathered and stared at each other. This kid is too arrogant. He didn't even attend the elders' meeting. An elder snorted coldly. The most important person in this meeting was none other than Xianxia. But how was the meeting going to proceed if Xianxia didn't attend? The senior officials and the Blood Lotus Holy Lady waited in the Blood Moon Hall for 2 hours. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady suddenly stood up. A domineering and majestic aura spread in all directions. Protector, although Xianxia killed the first elder, he is too arrogant. He didn't even come when you summoned him. We can't let this matter go. The dark-skinned middle-aged man said when he saw that the Blood Lotus Holy Lady seemed to be displeased. Let's go to the Xianxia mansion to see him. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady ignored the dark-skinned middle-aged man's words. Her calm and majestic voice resounded in the hall. The senior officials were instantly dumbfounded. Not only was the protector not angry at the person who refused to attend the meeting, but he even planned to go there personally. The dark-skinned middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. Let's go. The Blood Lotus Holy Lady flew up. The other elders shook their heads and followed her. I heard that Elder Chen and the protector have a close relationship. I didn't believe it at that time. Now, I won't believe it even if you tell me that they don't have a relationship. What ability does this Xianxia have to make us personally attend a meeting? The stronghold of the Blood Moon organization in the Xianxia mansion was shrouded in a huge demon chi whirlpool, crazily plundering the essence chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 feet. Everyone here felt an indescribable sense of fear and unease. Elder Chen is breaking through. Logically speaking, Elder Chen has only broken through a small realm, yet his power is actually so terrifying, and he can last for such a long time. By now, almost everyone in the settlement knew that Xianxia had made a breakthrough. Therefore, the entire stronghold was activated with a defensive formation. There was no one around Xianxia. Inside the room, Xianxia's journey to the next level was extremely smooth. In fact, he could have completed the advancement of his cultivation even faster. However, Xianxia slowed down and advanced step by step. In the process of breaking through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, his psychic awareness had merged with heaven and earth, allowing him to experience the mysteries of heaven and earth on a deeper level and deepen his understanding of the will. This level of comprehension was usually very difficult to achieve. In one day of breaking through to the next realm, the effect of comprehending the will of heaven and earth was equivalent to comprehending it for several months. Furthermore, it was said that when one tried to break through to the next realm, there was a chance to gain enlightenment and comprehend even more profound concepts. Or, it could allow one's comprehension of concepts to reach an extremely deep level. In short, epiphany was something that could only be encountered by chance. It's time to end this, Xianxia thought to himself. The expansion of his quintessential essence C had long since reached the standard of middle-stage Void Sea realm, and the quality of his quintessential essence far surpassed that of ordinary middle-stage Void Sea realm cultivators. He immediately entered the final stage of the process. The speed at which he devoured the heaven-earth yuan qi gradually slowed down, and the phenomena around him also gradually weakened. At this moment, outside the stronghold, a few figures quickly descended. The terrifying might of the heavens and earth caused the heavens and earth to dim, and everything crawled under their feet. Almost everyone was shaken to the core and turned around to look. Damn, Elder Su, Elder Lu, and the elders of the Blood Moon organization, why are they all here? Isn't that a protector? If the crowd hadn't seen it, they wouldn't have known, but when they saw it, they were shocked. The elders and the guardians of the Blood Moon organization from Yunjiao Nation had all arrived at the scene. Those who were not in the know would think that something big had happened. Otherwise, why would all the higher-ups, who were rarely seen, appear here? Is he trying to break through the bottleneck? The Blood Lotus Saintess looked at the place where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion with her beautiful and cold eyes. He's actually breaking through in seclusion. Maybe he gained some enlightenment after the battle with the Holy Land's great elder, so he went into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. After seeing this scene, many of the elders discussed with complicated emotions. Before Xianxia broke through, he was already able to kill the great elder of the Holy Land. Once he successfully broke through, what level would his strength reach? Thinking of this, the elder who was originally dissatisfied with Xianxia immediately swallowed his dissatisfaction. After reaching the empty sea realm, each advancement in cultivation required a long period of accumulation. Even breaking through a minor realm every 50 or 60 years was not too rare. But when it came to Qinyu, it seemed to be different. How old was he? He had already reached the Void Sea realm, and now, he was advancing his cultivation in front of so many Void Sea elders. This made them feel both envious and jealous. No matter what, with the current situation, they really couldn't defend Qinyu. Greetings, elders and protectors. Qiao Hui and Yuan, the two hall masters, immediately opened the barrier and greeted him. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat, and their hearts were in a mess. What should we do, Hall Master Yu? Elder Chen must have not attended the meeting, which caused the elders and protectors to be furious and personally come to punish him. Qiao Hui had just become a hall master and was inexperienced, so he was extremely flustered. Calm down. Elder Chen has made a great contribution. He should be fine. Yuan calmed down a little. After replying to Qiao Hui, he braced himself and said, Protector, because Elder Chen is breaking through in seclusion, he disobeyed your orders. The people standing in front of him were all Void Sea Realm leaders of the Blood Moon organization, including the Blood Lotus Saintess. Yuan found it difficult to breathe, and his body felt as heavy as a mountain. It's fine. We'll talk about it after he comes out of seclusion. The Blood Lotus Saintess said calmly and walked into the stronghold. Get up. Elder Chen is young and has unlimited potential. Breaking through is a big matter. It's fine even if it's delayed. Elder Chen is a young hero, and he has made a great contribution to the Blood Moon organization. How could the organization punish him for such a small matter? Then, a few elders said a few more words. Qiao Hui and Yuan were stunned. When they came to their senses, the protectors and elders had all entered the stronghold. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and joy in each other's eyes. At that moment, the vision completely dissipated. Qinyu sensed the arrival of several Void Sea Realm venerables. After he finished his breakthrough, he walked out. The moment they saw Qinyu, several Void Sea Realm venerables present held their breaths and felt an invisible pressure on their bodies. In addition, they could not determine what level Qinyu's cultivation had reached. Only the Blood Lotus Saintess, who had the highest cultivation among them, could clearly determine this. Congratulations, Elder Chen. Your cultivation has improved. With a genius like Elder Chen, the human clan will definitely be able to defeat the alien clans in the Holy Land. The elders immediately congratulated and praised him. It's just a cultivation breakthrough of a small level. I didn't expect all of you to come all the way here to congratulate me. You're too kind. Qinyu said with a smile. He did not know that the Blood Lotus Saintess had called for a secret meeting, so he thought these people had come to congratulate him. This caused strange expressions to appear on the faces of the various elders. They had originally come to denounce Qinyu for his crimes, but now, they had really come to congratulate Qinyu. In a quiet and spacious hall, all the higher-ups had gathered. This time, we have gathered you mainly to discuss the current situation and future arrangements. The Blood Lotus Saintess's dignified and cold voice rang out. For the Blood Moon organization, the current situation was not bad. Qinyu had killed many elders of the Holy Land, including the Grand Elder. To a certain extent, he had weakened the Holy Land and boosted the Blood Moon organization's morale. Some forces that had not been optimistic about the Blood Moon organization and had maintained a neutral position also made a choice. This was a good thing, but there was also a bad thing. Qinyu killed the Grand Elder of the Holy Land. It can be said that he pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. With the temper of the alien clans in the Holy Land, they will definitely not swallow this. The Snow Lotus Saintess's face was gloomy. The Holy Land's means should not be underestimated. In the last battle between the Holy Land, the Blood Moon organization had originally had a great advantage, but in the end they had been defeated by the Holy Land. Moreover, the Blood Moon organization did not have any advantage at the moment, so they could not be careless. Moreover, with Qinyu's rise, the Holy Land would definitely not let him go. In short, the Holy Land was likely to make a big move. All the higher-ups fell silent. They were still very worried about the unknown big move of the Holy Land. From now on, everyone, stay vigilant. If you encounter any situation, send me the information immediately. The Blood Lotus Saintess said solemnly. They could only try their best to guard against the unknown big move of the Holy Land and buy more time to shorten the gap between them and the Holy Land. After the meeting, all the higher-ups left one by one. Before leaving, the Blood Lotus Saintess handed an ancient messaging slip to Qinyu. You killed the Grand Elder, so the Holy Land is likely to take action against you. If anything happens, send me a message. When she was in front of Qinyu, the Blood Lotus Saintess shed her usual majesty and said to Qinyu. Qinyu took the messaging slip and watched the Blood Lotus Saintess leave. This ancient messaging slip could directly send a message to the Blood Lotus Saintess. She could also come in the shortest time possible. I didn't expect that all the higher-ups of the Blood Moon organization would come here for a meeting. Yuan had a look of disbelief on his face. Chao Hui stared at the Blood Lotus Saintess with a dull look in his eyes. He shook his head slightly, feeling very depressed. He had been very excited when he saw the Blood Lotus Saintess. But from the scene just now, he could tell that the relationship between the Blood Lotus Saintess and Qinyu was not simple. He had never seen the Blood Lotus Saintess treat another man like that. After sending off the higher-ups of the Blood Moon organization, Qinyu began to cultivate in seclusion to consolidate the cultivation that he had just broken through. In just a few days, he had completed this and completely mastered the power after the breakthrough. When he advanced to the middle stage, the only changes were the quality and quantity of the genuine ether, as well as the deepening of the conception power. There were no other changes. In the following days, Qinyu continued to refine the magical weapon. After advancing to the middle stage of the empty sea realm, the speed of refining seems to have increased a little. Qinyu relaxed his eyebrows and smiled. In just 10 days, the degree of refining of the sky halberd had reached more than 50%. Although he had not completely refined it, Qinyu had already felt that there was a faint connection between himself and the halberd. Qinyu speculated that he might already be able to properly display some of the power of this magical weapon. But he did not try it rashly. Instead, he continued to refine it. 1 month later, at the top of Kunyan Mountain, an ancient and magnificent dark blue light of extreme ice burst out, illuminating the sky, freezing the wind and clouds, and causing snow and ice to fall. In an instant, the Kunyan Holy Land turned into a world of ice and snow. What's going on? The weather suddenly changed? This is impossible. Since the establishment of the Kunyan Holy Land, it has never snowed. On Kunyan Mountain, many holy guards felt the chill in their bodies and minds. Looking at the suddenly changed world, they only had awe in their hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the area where the protectors lived, 2 figures leaped out. It's terrifying. It actually affected the weather of the entire Kunyan Holy Land. It seems that the Sacred Lord has successfully refined that broken magical weapon. Protector Lan Yu was shocked and happy. As for Protector Xiaoyun, his face was a little solemn. The means that the Sacred Lord showed at this moment made him extremely horrified, and he was panic-stricken. When the two had just arrived at the place where the Sacred Lord cultivated in seclusion. At the entrance of the valley, a majestic figure slowly walked out in a blue ice and snow. The other party's every move put great pressure on the 2 protectors, making them tense and solemn. Welcome back, Sacred Lord. The 2 protectors knelt down. The wait is over. The Sacred Lord spoke slowly, and the ice and snow storm between heaven and earth suddenly became more violent. Sacred Lord, what should we do next? Protector Lan Yu was looking forward to the Sacred Lord's strategy. The first step, I will personally kill an important person in the Blood Moon organization with the speed of quick thunder. As for the second step, it will be to crush and sweep. There's nothing much to say. The Sacred Lord revealed the plan in his heart. It was very simple, and it also proved his confidence and certainty. Protector Xiaoyun's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Sacred Lord to launch a lightning-fast attack. This was to catch the Blood Moon organization off guard. May I know who the important person in the Blood Moon organization that the Sacred Lord mentioned is? Protector Lan Yu asked. The Blood Moon organization had Yan Shuetian, 2 protectors, and many elite elders. Yan Shuetian or Qinyu? The Sacred Lord pondered for a moment and said. Protector Lan Yu was surprised, but she didn't ask further. I wonder who Lord Sacred Lord has decided to attack. Protector Xiaoyun's heart was in his throat as he asked in a low voice. The Lord of the Holy Land's strategy was to attack quickly. Under such circumstances, the Blood Moon organization would be caught off guard. If the Sacred Master's target was Qinyu, then Protector Xiayun wouldn't even have the chance to send a message. With the Holy Master's strength, it was impossible for Qinyu to escape. At that time, his identity would also be exposed. Thinking of this, Protector Xiayun's heart was in a mess. You don't need to know that. The Sacred Lord's cold eyes glanced at Protector Xiayun. All of a sudden, Protector Xiayun's hair stood on end. Even his soul shivered in fear. Protector Xiayun's pupils shrank. He was shocked and terrified. Why wasn't the Holy Master willing to tell him? Could it be that the other party had already discovered his identity as a spy? Protector Xiayun did not dare to believe it. If the Sacred Master really knew about this, what would await him? You stay and guard the sacred grounds. Protector Lan Yu, quickly gather the holy guards and attack with me. The Sacred Lord added. He did not discover Protector Xiayun's identity as a mole, but Protector Xiayun was a human after all, so he would not completely trust him. In addition, Protector Xiayun was injured and could stay in the Holy Land, so there was no need for him to know the specifics of their operation. Upon hearing this, Protector Xiayun heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that he had been seen through, but it turned out to be a false alarm. But the Holy Lord didn't tell him their target, so what should he do? At this moment, the Sacred Leader and Protector Lan Yu had already left. Since it was a lightning-fast attack, then he would use the fastest speed to kill his target in order to achieve the miraculous effect of catching his target off guard and obtaining victory in a single move. Protector Xiayun stood where he was, his mind in a mess. Could the Holy Lord's target be Qinyu? If that was really the case, he would be done for if he went to inform the Holy Master and was caught red-handed by the Holy Master. But if the Holy Master's target was Yan Shuetian, Qinyu would definitely blame him if Yan Shuetian was killed. At this moment, Protector Xiayun was caught in a dilemma. After a long while, Protector Xiayun finally made a decision and called over his trusted aide. Xiayun was enslaved by him and completely obeyed his orders. Go. Protector Xiayun waved his hand and sent his trusted subordinate to pass the message to Qinyu. At this moment, he was already standing on Qinyu's pirate ship. No matter what, he had to send a message to Qinyu. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Protector Lan Yu mobilized 100 holy guards. Follow me to attack the Blood Moon organization. The Sacred Lord's calm voice resounded throughout the world. Bzzz, in the Sacred Heart Sea, huge waves surged and a dark blue sacred beast suddenly flew out. Its body was flat and huge, and there was a huge spike in front of it that was 10 meters long. The tail behind it was 30 to 40 meters long, and it emitted a terrifying aura. When everyone boarded the holy beast's back, it turned into a blue streak of light and flew off into the distance. Saint Lord, what is our target? Protector Lan Yu could not help but ask. Yan Shuetian. The Holy Lord pondered for a moment before softly saying 3 words. Yan Shuetian was the leader of the Blood Moon organization, and his status and importance far exceeded that of Qinyu. Eliminating him would undoubtedly have the greatest impact on the Blood Moon organization. Secondly, the Sacred Lord was a little interested in Qinyu and wanted to capture Qinyu alive. Therefore, the target of this lightning-fast attack was Yan Shuetian, who was in the barbarian Rhone country. In the Blood Moon organization's stronghold in the Hongyi prefecture, Qinyu was immersed in the process of refining the profound artifact. As a profound artifact, this halberd contained boundless power that could instantly destroy the entire stronghold. Only star condensation monarchs could fully unleash the power of a profound artifact. Because of this, Qinyu also benefited from the refining process. His mental energy was fighting against the artifact spirit in the profound artifact, and his true energy was refined as the profound artifact circulated. During this period, he used the moon spirit ore to recover his mental energy and used the blood star Saint Pellet to increase his mental energy. It had only been a month since he broke through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, but his mental energy had already reached the peak of the middle stage. As my cultivation level increases, the benefits of the blood star Saint Pellet to me are getting greater and greater. Qinyu was slightly happy. In the past, every time he used the blood star Saint Pellet to comprehend mental energy, the duration was very short. But now, Qinyu could last for a long time. Moreover, Qinyu felt that with his current cultivation, if he used the power of the Blood Star Saint Pellet, the side effects would definitely be much lower than before. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly sensed something and took out a token from his storage space. Protector Xiayun? Qinyu murmured. Previously, he had given Protector Xiayun a token. If he wanted to contact him, he only needed to get within a certain range and activate the token. So, Qinyu turned into a shadow and flew out of the stronghold. Not long after, he saw a man hiding in a mountain stream. This is what Master asked me to give you. The other party handed over a jade slip. As his spiritual consciousness entered it, Qinyu received a piece of news. The Holy Lord has made a move. Qinyu's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned solemn. From Protector Xiayun, he learned that the Holy Lord had already made a move. Moreover, the Holy Lord said that the Holy Lord's target was either him or Xianxia Tian. Nothing happened here, and there's no news from the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and the other elders either. The Holy Lord's target is most likely Xianxia Tian. Xianxia Tian was the leader of the Blood Moon organization. Once he died, the entire organization would be severely affected. The reason why Qinyu joined the Blood Moon organization was because he wanted to rely on their strength to repel the foreign races in the sacred land. I can't let the Holy Lord succeed. Qinyu snorted coldly. He took out the ancient communication talisman that the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden had given him and placed it by his mouth. After whispering a few words, he activated it. Swoosh, the ancient communication talisman flashed with silver light and flew out, disappearing in an instant. It was as if it had traveled through time and space to the other side. After returning to the stronghold, Qinyu led a hall master and several elites to the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden's residence in the Great Sky Prefecture. With a flying tool, they directly went to the forbidden teleportation area of the Great Righteousness Prefecture and forcefully teleported away. Great Sky Prefecture, Blood Moon Organization's secret realm. When Qinyu and the others arrived, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden had already been waiting for a long time. There were also 2 elders present. Lord Protector, is the news true? Why would the Holy Lord suddenly attack the old sect master? A silver-haired elder asked. So far, he hadn't received any news. It's true. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden's tone was firm. Qinyu looked at the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden thoughtfully. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. When he told the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, he wasn't sure. If he was wrong, the impact would be too great. Unexpectedly, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden took the responsibility and said that she was the one who heard the news. Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden said the same thing, but the effect was different. After all, Qinyu had joined the Blood Moon organization, and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden was the organization's protector. His words were undoubtedly more convincing to the elders. After waiting for a while, the 3 elders arrived. They boarded a flying treasure from the palace and immediately set off. On the way, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden once again asked Qinyu about the source of the news. I've convinced Protector Xiayun. I got the news from him. Qinyu didn't hide anything from the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and told her the truth. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden was extremely surprised. It was hard to imagine that a protector of a holy land would be persuaded by Qinyu to pass the news to the Blood Moon organization. If someone else had said this, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden would definitely not have believed it. However, since it was Qinyu who said this, she wouldn't doubt it. After knowing the source of the news, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden was slightly relieved. If it was from a protector, the possibility of it being wrong should be very low. But then, her expression became serious again. If everything was true, then they would have to fight with the Holy Lord. The Blood Moon organization's forces had infiltrated the 3 ancient nations of the Kunyan realm. 2 of the protectors were in the Crimson Sky Nation and the Yunjiao Nation, while the old sect master, Xianxia Tian, was hiding in the barbarian Rong Nation. Compared to the Crimson Sky Nation and the Yunjiao Nation, the barbarian Rong Nation had the most resistance forces. They were almost on the opposite side of the royal family. Xianxia Tian didn't interfere in any of this. Last time, he was defeated by the Holy Lord and was seriously injured. He was even provoked by the Holy Lord. If he wanted to win, his cultivation had to catch up to the Holy Lord. Therefore, after he recovered from his injuries, he focused on cultivating and tried to break through to the half-step star condensation realm. By then, the Blood Moon organization would have the ability to start the Second War of the Holy Lands. Suddenly, buzz, a loud explosion came from all directions. What happened? Xianxia, who was in the secret chamber, immediately rushed out when he felt the huge movement. He saw that the barrier of the secret realm not far away was distorted and cracks were gradually spreading. Who was attacking the secret realm? Xianxia suddenly shouted, and a terrifying and majestic aura shook all directions. I don't know. Those who went out are all dead. They never came back. An elder answered. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Voila! Boom, a big hole was suddenly torn open in the barrier of the secret realm. A deafening explosion resounded in the entire space. In the next moment, more than 100 people rushed in. Xianxia, your death is here. The leader was an old man in a blue robe. His face was cold and indifferent. His appearance caused the space around him to become heavy, oppressive, and deathly silent. It's you. A powerful aura burst out from Xianxia's body. A violent wave of blood chi swept in all directions. The invisible aura of the two clashed, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions in the air. In the Kunyan realm, I'm not the only one who can decide your death date. The Holy Lord smiled disdainfully. His figure suddenly rushed out, and wherever he passed, a wave of blue light swept across everything. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xianxia and slashed out with his claw. Bang! Xianxia suddenly attacked. A violent blood mist erupted into the sky like a volcano. The collision between the two caused a terrifying storm that forced everyone back 1,000 zhang away. No one dared to approach. At the same time, the people of the sacred ground started fighting with the members of Blood Moon. A moment later, a hole was suddenly torn open in the air, revealing a different kind of blood-red world. In this instant, a wrinkled old man with the mark of a blood moon on his head jumped out. Pfff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately ran away. In the next moment, boom, the spatial barrier that had recovered a little was instantly shattered. A blue-robed figure flashed out. Behind him, the entire secret realm collapsed inch by inch. In the sky, a dark red palace was moving rapidly. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, Qinyu, and the others were moving at top speed. After gathering some people, they set off immediately. They barged into the forbidden teleportation area of the Sky Army Manor and teleported to the Duke's Manor at the border of the Yunjiao Nation. Then, they set off for the barbarian Rong Kingdom. However, if the Holy Lord really launched a thunderous attack on Xianxia, they had to arrive as soon as possible. This battle concerned the survival of the two great forces. Inside the palace, everyone was making preparations. They couldn't be careless when facing a powerful enemy like the Holy Lord. It's a pity that I didn't learn the formation control technique from Protector Xiayun. Otherwise, it would be useful. Qinyu sighed and took out the 3 tombstones. Elder Chen, these 3 tombstones are indeed with you. A silver-haired elder smiled as he stared at the tombstones. They knew that the great elder had used the 3 tombstones formation when he attacked Qinyu. The 3 elders were killed by Qinyu, so they were naturally Qinyu's spoils of war. They were too embarrassed to ask for them. Is there anyone who is proficient in formations? Qinyu asked. Haha, I know a thing or two. Moreover, the organization has tried to analyze the formation to find a way to break it. The silver-haired elder smiled proudly. Elder Han, I'll leave the 3 tombstones formation to you. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden said calmly. Yes. Then, the silver-haired elder carried the 3 tombstones to a side hall to study the formation. Soon, everyone arrived at the barbarian Rong Kingdom. The barbarian Rong Kingdom's layout was similar to the Yunjiao Nation. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden knew where the old sect leader was hiding, so she used the teleportation formation to rush over. A moment later, the blood-colored palace arrived at a mountain range. Even from afar, everyone could feel a chaotic and intense spatial fluctuation. Oh no, the secret realm has been breached. A blood-robed elder was shocked. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, everyone believed that the Holy Lord had launched an attack on the old sect leader. At this time, the secret realm had already been broken through, and the old sect master was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he was already dead. With the old sect master's strength, he won't be easily killed by the sacred lord. We must hurry and reinforce him. The Blood Lotus Saintess made her judgment and choice. The other elders also believed that Xianxia wouldn't die in the hands of the Holy Lord just like that. When the old sect master escaped, he deliberately left behind the aura of his cultivation technique in this direction. The Blood Lotus Saintess's eyes flashed and her blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. Blood chi surged out and a blood-red lotus appeared around her, allowing her to move forward rapidly. Compared to the flying palace, her own speed was slightly faster. There is indeed an aura of blood path. Xianxia carefully sensed it. In fact, apart from this aura of the blood path, there was another powerful aura ahead. This aura was somewhat similar to the astral energy that Xianxia had come into contact with before. Between the heavens and the earth, there were two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing. Everywhere they passed, there was a scene of desolation. In front of them was a wrinkled old man with a blood moon imprint on his forehead. At this moment, his face was pale and he seemed to be in a sorry state. There were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, in a layer of blue ripples, stood an old man in blue robes. He had his hands behind his back and a calm expression on his face. Xianxia, today isn't a bad day. It's the perfect day for you to die. What's the point of struggling like this? The sacred lord's lips curled up into a smile. Although his cultivation was higher than Xianxia by a small realm, Xianxia was still an expert that descended from the great cosmos realm. At this moment, Xianxia had even used a secret art of the blood path to increase his speed, making it hard for the sacred lord to catch up. However, this secret art couldn't last long. When the time limit of the secret art was up, Xianxia would become even weaker. At that time, it would be the day of his death. Thinking of this, the sacred lord sighed. He had fought with Xianxia for more than 200 years, and it was finally coming to an end. Although my old bones are old, they are very hard. I won't die just because you say so. Xianxia snorted angrily. Although he was in a disadvantageous position and was heavily injured, his aura didn't diminish in the slightest. The battle between the two wasn't just a clash of strength, it was also a clash of mentality. Is that so? Then let's bet whether you will die today or not. The sacred lord's expression gradually turned cold. He raised his hand, and the world around him started to glow with watery light. It was as if he had turned into a world of water. The dark blue watery light condensed and turned into a solid spear. The sacred lord waved his hand and threw the spear out. Immediately after, the second spear, the third spear, the 10th spear rapidly condensed and shot out. Swoosh! 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 Xianxia released his concept of blood and enveloped his surroundings. At the same time, he used his movement technique to dodge the attacks of the blue spears. Facing the sacred lord's continuous attacks, Xianxia raised his guard and dealt with them cautiously. However, the current him wasn't in his peak condition. At a certain moment, Xianxia was struck by the storm created by a blue spear. Several wounds were left on his body, and his speed slowed down slightly. Die! The sacred lord's eyes narrowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he spread his arms wide and unleashed his half-step origin energy. It was as if the water under the starry sky was flowing with silver light. Countless illusory spears appeared in the blue light and charged forward. The terrifying might caused the heavens and earth to change, as if it wanted to crush everything into pieces. With my half-step star condensation realm cultivation, I don't need to use a broken profound artifact to kill him. The sacred lord smiled disdainfully. In reality, part of the reason he had such a huge advantage was because his sudden attack had caught Xianxia off guard. Boom! Bang! The raging waves formed by the endless spears crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying everything within 100 feet radius. An extremely powerful and violent blue light storm did not dissipate for a long time. He's not dead yet? The sacred lord sensed that there was still an aura of life in the storm. He waved his hand and prepared for the next attack. However, right at this moment, In the distance, a vast pressure of blood chi spread over. Within the blood-red fog was a cold and elegant woman with peerless beauty. It was the Blood Lotus Holy Daughter. After she appeared, a blood-red hall appeared behind her. Reinforcements have arrived? Yan Shuatian crawled up from the ground. He was slightly surprised. The Blood Moon members of the barbarian Rong nation were being suppressed and chased by the Blue Moon protectors. It was impossible for them to send reinforcements. Therefore, it could only be the Blood Moon members of the Cloud Zhao nation or the Crimson Heaven nation. However, the speed of reinforcements had far exceeded his expectations. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden suddenly made her move. A blood lotus bloomed and turned into blood-colored petals filled with killing intent. They attacked the Sacred Lord from all directions. Why are they here? The Sacred Lord frowned. He waved his hand and a layer of cold blue ripple spread out, shattering all the blood-colored petals. Old sect leader. The elders all rushed out from the blood-colored palace. You bunch of trash, how dare you interfere with my plan? The Sacred Lord's face was cold. Terrifying half-step origin energy rippled from his body, causing everyone around him to feel a strong sense of danger. The Sacred Lord was very conceited. He thought that his plan was perfect. However, at the last moment, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and the others came to reinforce him. The Sacred Lord's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and the others must have sent a message to the Sacred Lord. Otherwise, they could only collect Yan Shuatian's corpse. It was because he had guessed this that he was so angry. Boom, he shouted loudly as the half-step origin energy within his body exploded out with a bang, transforming into an incomparably violent and shocking tsunami. The power caused all living beings in the vicinity to tremble. Is this the power of a half-step king? Jinyu stared at the Sacred Lord with a solemn expression. The Sacred Lord's cultivation had reached the half-step star condensation realm, and he was about to touch the level of a star condensation king. His half-step origin energy far surpassed the true yuan of a void sea realm, and his comprehension of the will of heaven and earth had reached an extremely deep level. Therefore, the moment the Sacred Lord attacked, he gave off a feeling of invincibility. However, Jinyu, who had faced an attack from a star condensation king before, did not panic. Rumble, the boundless blue tsunami crushed in all directions and swept everything in its path. It was like an unstoppable ferocious beast. What a powerful attack. Oh no, we can't hold on any longer. The Blood Moon Elders' expressions were extremely ugly. They were in danger under the Sacred Lord's attack. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and the tsunami crushed over. Several elites died tragically under the Sacred Lord's attack, and a few elders were severely injured. Only 3 people were affected slightly, the old sect master Yan Shuatian, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, and Jinyu. This is the power of a half-step king? It's so powerful. The silver-haired elder's face was pale, and his aura was weak. Since you've sent yourselves to me, I'll eliminate all of you in one go today. The Sacred Lord's expression was cold, and his voice echoed in the sky. Open the array. Jinyu suddenly shouted and threw out 3 huge stone tablets, which landed around the Sacred Lord. This is the 3-tablet Death Tomb array? Yan Shuatian's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Jinyu. He had been in seclusion in the barbarian Rong nation and was completely unaware of the situation in the Yunzhao nation. He only had a vague impression of Jinyu, but at this moment, he firmly remembered Jinyu. The fact that the Sacred Lord was able to obtain the 3-tablet Death Tomb array meant that the Sacred Lord had suffered a great loss at the hands of Jinyu. Moreover, Jinyu was even calmer than the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden when he faced the Sacred Lord's attack. The moment he took out the 3-tablet Death Tomb array, Jinyu passed the relevant formation control technique to Yan Shuatian. Swoosh! 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 Jinyu, Yan Shuatian, and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden flew out together and landed on the 3 stone tablets. The ancient words and diagrams on the stone tablets flickered, and a chilling aura of death was released. The light from the 3 stone tablets connected with each other and formed a sealed space, trapping the Sacred Lord inside. Old monster, you probably never thought that you'd be trapped by your own formation, right? Yan Shuatian couldn't help but laugh. You also know that this formation was created by me, and you want to use it against me? Are your brains filled with water? the Holy Lord said sarcastically, but his expression turned gloomy and cold. The three-monument death tomb formation was indeed created by the Sacred Lord, but the formation mainly relied on the power of the three ancient steels, so it didn't have any obvious weaknesses. The Sacred Lord's advantage was only his understanding of the three-monument death tomb formation, which allowed him to deal with the formation's attacks more easily and faster. Other than that, the Sacred Lord did feel humiliated after being trapped by his own formation. "Qinyu, your fate will be even worse than Xianxia's. I promise." The Sacred Lord looked at Qinyu seriously for the first time, as if he wanted to see through him. He was already extremely angry that the three-monument death tomb formation had fallen into Qinyu's hands. Moreover, Qinyu and the others had quickly come to support him and disrupted his plans. This made his anger burn even more fiercely. At this moment, Qinyu had taken out the three-monument death tomb formation to deal with him. If the Sacred Lord had known this would happen, he would definitely have chosen to deal with Qinyu first. Qinyu's mind was slightly affected by the threat of a half-step star condensation expert. Attack! With a loud shout, he activated the incantation and poured his true origin energy into the steel below. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and Xianxia also activated the formation. Bzzz, the inscriptions on the enormous pitch-black tombstones shone, and the aura of death was dense. A dark and cold aura of death rippled out. The three stone steels attacked at the same time, and three pitch-black shockwaves of death energy swept out. The Sacred Lord's expression didn't change. The blue light around him turned into a rotating film of light. When the shockwaves of death energy collided with the tombstones, they seemed to rush into the depths of the sea. Their speed suddenly slowed down, and they were slowly dispersed by the heavy pressure. Half-step origin energy is much stronger than true yuan, which greatly increases his defense. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden couldn't help but say when she saw this. When a sky-sea cultivator broke through to the star condensation realm, the vast true yuan sea would be condensed into one origin energy star. A surge of astral energy was more than enough to suppress an enormous amount of true essence. However, the three-monument death tombs formation combined the power of Qinyu, Xianxia, and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden. Even a half-step star condensation realm Sacred Lord would not be completely immune to the attacks of the three-monument death tomb array. Just now, some of the aura of death from the array had seeped through the Sacred Lord's defenses and hit him. He understands this formation extremely well. If it were any other formation, we might have a greater advantage. Xianxia sent a sound transmission to the Holy Daughter of the Blood Lotus and Qinyu. However, don't worry. First, use the power of the formation to trap him for a while. Once my injuries recover a little, I might be able to contend against a half-step star condensation cultivator. That's the only way. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden agreed with Xianxia's opinion. Once Xianxia recovered from his injuries, even if the three of them couldn't defeat the Holy Master, they wouldn't be killed by him. As long as they weren't killed by the Holy Master, they would win this battle. Just a half-step celestial condensation cultivator is already so difficult to deal with. Qinyu also felt a wave of pressure. A half-step star condensation cultivator was technically in the Void Sea realm, but the Holy Master had condensed a half-step origin energy. Just this point alone was enough to make him invincible in the Void Sea realm. At this moment, Qinyu and the other two could only temporarily stall the Holy Master by relying on the power of the formation. It looked like it wouldn't be easy to expel the foreign races. You want to use the power of the formation to temporarily stall me? The Holy Master laughed softly as if he had seen through Xianxia's plan. He then snorted coldly. Wishful thinking. He waved his hand, and origin energy surged, turning into three shining blue spears. Swish! The three spears shot out like three bolts of blue lightning, attacking the three stone steels. The Holy Master's understanding of the three stone steels far surpassed others, so he attacked the weak points of the formation. Boom boom boom, the stone steels beneath Qinyu and the other two's feet instantly trembled, and the entire formation shook. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Holy Master broke through the three-monument death tomb formation. Don't forget about us. The silver-haired elder in the distance snorted coldly and walked over. The other Blood Moon members nearby also gathered and joined the formation, pouring their primordial chi into the three stone steels continuously. This caused the three-monument death tomb formation to become even more stable, and under the control of Qinyu, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, and Yan Shuatian, the attacks it released also increased by a level. Boom, an explosion came from the three stone steels, and waves of death energy shot toward the Holy Master in the center of the formation. Sigh, this old man has only studied the basic method of activating the three-monument death tomb formation. I still can't fully activate the power of the formation. The silver-haired elder sighed. Qinyu had experienced the true power of the three-monument death tomb formation. Back then, he had felt a sense of danger because of this, and he had used his full strength to break through the formation. If the three of them could use the body fusion technique, even the Holy Master wouldn't be able to handle it. Damn it, bastard! The Holy Master roared in the center of the formation. He did not suffer any serious injuries, but being trapped by his own array was a form of humiliation to him. Haha, old monster, isn't this the formation you created? Why can't you break it? Yan Shuatian laughed and mocked. In reality, if it was just him, Qinyu, and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, the three-monument death tomb formation might have been broken by the Holy Master already. However, the addition of the other Blood Moon members made the formation even more stable. Do you really think that I can't break the formation? The Holy Master's expression was cold, and his deep blue eyes were like the abyss at the bottom of the ocean. Yan Shuatian's heart shook for some reason. He had a bad feeling and didn't reply. In the next instant, a translucent blue spear shaft appeared in the Holy Master's hand, and a bone-chilling coldness spread out like a tsunami. With the Holy Master's strength, he could break the formation even if he didn't use the damaged profound artifact. However, he didn't want to endure the humiliation of being trapped by the formation, so he used his trump card. This should be the end of everything. In an instant, a layer of ice appeared on the three stone steels, and the world outside the formation was frozen. What's going on? Yan Shuatian trembled, and a layer of frost appeared on his body. That's a damaged profound artifact. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden's eyes widened as she exclaimed. The power of this broken profound artifact not only affected the three-monument death tomb's formation, but also greatly hindered the operation of the formation. It could even penetrate the formation and affect the space outside. A damaged profound artifact? Qinyu's expression also changed. In the Kunyan realm, supreme-grade spiritual artifacts were extremely rare, but the Holy Master had taken out a damaged profound artifact. With the Holy Master's half-step star condensation cultivation and a damaged profound artifact, how strong would he be? Detonate the formation. Yan Shuatian's voice exploded in the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and Qinyu's minds. The three of them formed hand seals at the same time and retreated at the same time. Buzz, a sinister and dangerous energy rippled out from the three stone steels. Not good, the Holy Master's expression changed slightly. Right at this moment, the three stone steels flashed with a black light and turned into a violent storm of death that swept in all directions. Qinyu's space intent slowly seeped in and understood the situation. Right now, the Holy Master was in a shattered ice barrier. His clothes were slightly tattered, and there was a large hole on his back that was bleeding. His face was covered in black smoke. If it was Yan Shuatian, he would have been killed already, but the Holy Master was still alive and only slightly injured. I'll take the initiative. Qinyu felt troubled and didn't want to let go of any chance. Pung, he stabbed the 9-bone demon spirit sword into the ground. In the next instant, the ground around the Holy Master cracked, and black bone spikes shot into the sky like the fangs of a giant demon. The Holy Master didn't expect the next wave of attacks to arrive so quickly. He flew into the air. Bone prison. Qinyu sensed the bone sword and controlled the black bone spikes, making them grow and change. Instantly, the Sacred Lord was stopped, and pitch-black bone spikes formed a large cage that trapped the Sacred Lord within. Yan Shuatian and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden were both ruthless and decisive people. They immediately used their killing moves. Blood chi surged in all directions and gathered toward the black cage. Inside the bone cage, a blood lotus formed and swallowed the Holy Master. Then, ferocious blood-red claws pierced through the blood lotus and into its interior. The Holy Master, who had just suffered from the self-destruction of the formation, was attacked by Qinyu and the other two first. He suffered another round of attacks. After the exchange, Yan Shuatian glanced at Qingyu with admiration in his eyes. When the Holy Master took out the broken profound artifact, he and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden were stunned, and all kinds of bad thoughts appeared in their minds. But all of this was unnecessary. Since they had chosen to become enemies with the Holy Master, there was no way out. No matter how strong the other party was, they had to brace themselves and fight. Boom! An incomparably violent frost energy suddenly erupted and froze everything into ice. Then, the ice peeled off layer by layer and turned into ice shards. At the same time, the bone-chilling frost energy swept out in all directions like an avalanche. Retreat! Yan Shuatian shouted and ordered the Blood Moon members to retreat. What a powerful frost energy! Qingyu activated the third devil pattern, and a layer of demonic scale armor slowly appeared on his body to block the violent frost energy. After the frost energy swept out, the surroundings turned into a world of ice and snow. A broken profound artifact possesses such power? Qingyu was slightly surprised. Profound artifacts contained the profound energy of heaven and earth and could affect nature itself. Right now, the broken profound artifact in the Holy Master's hand had turned this place into a land of ice and snow. Although Qingyu had a profound artifact, he had never used its true power. All of you deserve to die. The Holy Master's cold voice sounded. Previously, when he was directly injured by the explosion of the array formation, even he did not feel good and needed some time to recover. Immediately afterward, however, Qingyu and the other two attacked him, causing his injuries, which weren't too severe, to worsen. However, everything was over. Even if he was injured, his cultivation and broken profound artifact were enough to sweep through everything. A cold smile appeared on the Holy Master's sinister face. He suddenly waved the broken spear in his hand. Boom! A gigantic, dazzling figure of light charged toward Yan Shuatian with the power of absolute frost that could freeze the heavens and the earth. Yan Shuatian's expression changed. He ignited his true energy and turned it into a wave of blood to block the attack. However, the wave of blood was shattered by the power of the broken profound artifact. Boom! Yan Shuatian was instantly sent flying. His blood froze as he was thrown dozens of meters away. What a terrifying attack! The old sect master couldn't block it at all. The silver-haired old man's face was deathly pale. His body trembled as he retreated continuously. Qingyu sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. Although the Holy Master was heavily injured, he, who possessed a broken profound weapon, was invincible and unstoppable. Do I have to use the halberd Master gave me? Qingyu shook his head. He hadn't completely refined the halberd yet. Yan Shuatian crawled up. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. A half-step star condensation Sacred Lord could only unleash about 70% of its power because he had just refined a broken profound artifact. Even so, his cultivation and broken profound artifact were enough to crush everything. The profound energy contained in the profound artifact almost crushed his intent. Adding on the suppression of true energy from half-step origin energy, even Yan Shuatian would find it hard to block a single attack from his opponent. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful weapon. Yan Shuatian coughed and blood spurted out. In the Kunyan realm, a broken profound artifact was definitely a top-notch weapon. Other than the one in the Sacred Lord's hand, it was unknown if there was a second one. I believe you understand now. All your struggles are in vain. Today is the day you die. The Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with malice. If not for Qingyu, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, and the others, he wouldn't even need to use the broken profound artifact to kill Yan Shuatian. Not only did the other party disrupt his plans, they even injured him. If not for the broken profound artifact, he might have died in their hands. But since he had taken out his trump card, everything was over. The outcome was as he had expected. Seeing the Holy Master behaving so proudly, Qingyu felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. But the Sacred Lord was indeed powerful. If he hadn't stayed in the Kunyan realm, he would have become a star condensation king already. I can't lose this battle. If Yan Shuatian and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden die, how am I going to deal with the Sacred Lord? Qingyu pondered. With his current strength, it was difficult to injure the Sacred Lord. He had to use his strongest trump card. The first trump card, the Blood Star Saint Pill. This pill could increase Qianyu's combat power, but he wasn't sure how much. It would also leave some side effects. The second trump card, a drop of blood from the scarlet-winged Saint Dragon. After the mysterious heart condensed a drop of bloodline power during the God of Feast, Qianyu used it as a life-saving trump card. And this trump card could only be used once. If his life wasn't in danger, he wouldn't be willing to use it. As for the third trump card, it was the profound artifact that his master, the solitary Blood King, had given him. At this moment, the voice of the Blood Lotus Saintess resounded in Qianyu's mind. Retreat first. Run far away from the Kunyan realm. From her voice, it could be discerned that the Blood Lotus Saintess was also filled with fear. After all, this was a threat of death. However, she seemed to intend to make Qianyu withdraw at all costs. When you break through to the Celestial Condensation King realm in the future, remember to avenge this king and kill this thief, said the Blood Lotus Saintess. On the other side, the Holy Master, who was slowly walking towards Xianxia, suddenly sensed the true yuan fluctuations in the Blood Lotus Holy Girl's body. He couldn't help but laugh in disdain. You still intend to resist? Boom, the Blood Lotus Saintess's body suddenly erupted with a huge blood mist, instantly transforming into a huge blood lotus. The lotus bloomed, and all of its power gathered at the center, forming a scarlet and resplendent blood-colored flower bud, illuminating a blood-colored glass pillar of light. Swoosh, the blood-red glass pillar of light exuded a terrifying aura of the blood Tao. It was as if it could absorb the vitality of the world to strengthen itself. Unbearably ignorant. The Sacred Lord snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of the Blood Lotus Saintess's move even if he didn't have a broken profound artifact. Run! The Blood Lotus Saintess suddenly shouted after she performed this move. Oh? So it's to protect that kid. The Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with a biting cold killing intent. He waved the half-broken spear in his hand. The person he hated the most was Xianxia, who had fought with him for over 200 years. After him was Qianyu. Protector Yuhai had died because of Qianyu. This time, Qianyu had returned and killed several high-ranking members of the Holy Ground. He even showed signs of turning the situation around, forcing the Sacred Lord to act against Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Qianyu had come to cause trouble again. Destroy! The Sacred Lord roared, and a huge ice-cold dazzling spear shadow swept out. Everywhere it passed, everything froze and turned into dust. When the blood-red light pillar arrived in front of the Sacred Lord, it was enveloped by an ice-cold power. Its speed decreased sharply, and a layer of ice covered it. In an instant, the ice covered the entire light pillar. Crack, in the end, before the Blood Lotus Saintess attack could hurt the Sacred Lord, the light pillar shattered and turned into ice shards. At the same time, a huge icy spear shadow swept out. The chill of death caused people's souls to stiffen, and their thoughts to slow down a little. The Blood Lotus Saintess couldn't dodge this attack. It's over. Xianxia sighed. He was heavily injured and couldn't help her in time. Moreover, he didn't dare to take the Sacred Lord's attack head-on. He was afraid that this attack could take the Blood Lotus Saintess' life. But suddenly, a black shadow flew out and stopped in front of the Blood Lotus Saintess. It turned into a tall and straight figure. The demonic runes on Qianyu's back surged and turned into a pitch-black wall made of scales, blocking in front of the Blood Lotus Saintess. However, the moment the Sacred Lord's spear descended, a layer of ice formed on the surface of the demonic scale wall. The cold power seeped into the wall as if it was going to crush everything. Qianyu could even clearly hear the sound of the Demon Dragon Wall being frozen. The Demon Dragon Wall could be said to be Qianyu's strongest defensive combat skill, but it couldn't withstand the Sacred Lord's attack. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too great. If it was an ordinary cultivator in the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, he would have been killed dozens of times. Boom, a scorching flame power burst out from Qianyu's body. A golden flame spread out and weakened the cold power. A layer of golden feather patterns appeared on his skin, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, constantly flapping and releasing a huge amount of scorching flames. The Demon Dragon Wall, which was about to shatter, was supported by Qianyu's true origin and flame power. 2 breaths later. Bang, the demon dragon wall suddenly exploded. The power of the Sacred Lord's attack was completely exhausted. At the same time, an extremely cold and chaotic storm erupted, sending Qinyu and Yi Luofeng flying. Qinyu picked up the Blood Lotus Sanctus, and a pair of golden wings spread out from his back. The huge pair of wings acted like a shield, withstanding the attack of the extreme cold storm. The wings protected the two of them inside, and they retreated a distance. That kid blocked it? Yan Shuatian was stunned. He had thought that Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden would be severely injured or killed by the Sacred Lord's attack. To his surprise, Qinyu successfully blocked the Sacred Lord's attack. Although the Sacred Lord didn't use his full strength, and he was injured, it was unbelievable that a middle-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator could block the attack of a half-step king. After falling to the ground, Qinyu discovered that his golden phoenix wings were covered in a layer of ice, greatly reducing their flexibility. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden looked at Qinyu in a daze, as if she wanted to ask why Qinyu didn't escape and why he came back to save her. On the other side, the Sacred Lord's eyes were wide open, and they were bloodshot. There was a frightening hatred and killing intent in his eyes. "You're courting death." He let out a roar. A mere middle-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator had blocked his attack. This in itself was a humiliation to him. Moreover, his hatred for Qinyu ran deep to begin with. Boom, the spear in the Sacred Lord's hand stabbed out, and hundreds of icy blue spear shadows brought with them a snowstorm as they crushed forward like an unstoppable avalanche. The aura alone scared the Blood Moon members out of their wits. The Sacred Lord didn't hold back in this attack. He wanted to kill Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden on the spot. "I can't block this attack." Qinyu made a judgment. If he tried to block it, his life would be in danger. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden looked at the howling snowstorm and seemed to have given up on resisting. She looked at Qinyu and calmed down, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, however, she noticed that Qinyu had raised his arm, and a ball of black flame had suddenly appeared on it, causing her heart to tremble violently in that instant. In the next moment, an item appeared in Qinyu's hand. It was a 10 m long halberd that was completely pitch black and densely covered in scales. Moreover, it faintly emanated the might of a dragon that reigned supreme in the world, and it caused the living beings in the surroundings to tremble with indescribable terror. "What's that?" Yan Shuatian and the other Blood Moon members looked at the halberd in Qinyu's hand and shuddered. A terrifying black flame surged out from the halberd and swept across the world. "This is?" The Sacred Lord was stunned. He stared at the halberd in Qinyu's hand. The remaining half of the spear in his hand began to tremble, as if it were filled with fear. "I've only refined 50% of it. I wonder how powerful it is." Qinyu gripped the halberd. Fighting spirit burst out of him, and the true origin in his body madly poured into the halberd. The halberd was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring the true origin in Qinyu's body. Bzzz, a huge wave of black flame energy surged from the halberd, as if a demon had awakened. The domineering aura was actually able to resist the aura of the Holy Lord's attack. At the same time, the fire concept that Qinyu had comprehended faintly activated the profound meaning of fire within the halberd, causing violent flames to flow out and collide with the cold energy of heaven and earth. Bang! 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 The earth rumbled continuously, the ground cracked, and a storm rose. Slash! Qinyu gripped the halberd with both hands. The true origin had finally filled it up, and he swung the halberd down. A chaotic black metal shadow soared into the sky like a black metal dragon, breaking through the horizon. Boom! The black metal shadow that was 100 zhang long slashed down, colliding with the endless storm of ice and snow. In this instant, the world seemed to be cut apart by the black shadow. Everything in its way was split into two by the power of the halberd. A huge ravine appeared on the ground, like an abyss. What? The Sacred Lord was shocked as he looked at the descending black shadow. He retreated, but he was still hit by the black golden flame. Bang! He was sent flying and smashed into the ground far away, forming a huge pit. After the storm, the world fell silent. In the surroundings, Yan Shuatian and a few Blood Moon members were frozen in place, their bodies still trembling. "What happened just now?" the silver-haired elder asked in shock. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The terrifying and unstoppable Sacred Lord was pushed back in an instant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Everyone couldn't help but look into the distance, anxiously looking at the huge pit where the Sacred Lord was buried. In the huge pit, the Holy Lord climbed up with a shocked expression. His robe was torn and a huge wound extended from his shoulder to his abdomen. Blood dripped down and flowed all over the ground. Pfft! Just as he got up, he spat out another mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The Holy Lord endured the pain and said, "That kid's weapon is a profound weapon. A complete profound weapon. Only a complete profound weapon would be able to unleash such a terrifying power and shatter his attack." But even he, the Holy Lord of a sacred ground, he had accidentally obtained a broken profound weapon some time ago. But Xianxia had a complete profound weapon. At this moment, the Holy Lord's heart was in a mess. He felt uneasy and helpless. Previously, with a broken profound weapon, no one could stop him. But now, as long as Xianxia could stop him, the others could seize the opportunity to attack. The situation was even more disadvantageous to him. But with this kid's ability, he will not be able to use a profound weapon again. Does he have the ability to use it a second time? The Holy Lord's heart gradually calmed down. As the dust settled, his gaze followed the ravine on the ground and looked forward. At the end of the path stood a black-cloaked man. He held a pitch-black halberd in his hand, and he was like a divine general that exuded a domineering aura. This is too scary. One attack actually used up 50% of my primordial essence. Xianxia could not help but be astonished. Luckily, he had just broken through in his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have used up all his primordial essence. But the result of using so much primordial essence was worth it. At least he survived and managed to defeat the Holy Lord. He's still alive. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In reality, he did not think that he could kill the Holy Lord with that attack. After all, the other party was a half-step star condensation realm and had a broken profound weapon. But the Holy Lord was already injured. Now that he was injured by the halberd, his injuries should be severe. The surrounding Blood Moon members all looked at Xianxia. The Holy Lord was not dead, but he was still not someone they could match. The only one who could threaten the Holy Lord was Xianxia. A complete profound level weapon. This kid actually has a complete profound level weapon. What other secrets does he have? Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia. If it weren't for Xianxia's intervention, the outcome would have been set. However, the current situation didn't seem to be any better. I wonder if he can use it a second time. Xianxia pondered over this question. Right at this moment, the Sacred Lord within the crater flew up. Xianxia, you have surprised me greatly. But even if you have a profound level weapon, the outcome of the battle is still not decided. The Sacred Lord's expression was solemn, and his tone was firm. He hadn't lost yet. There was still a chance for him to win. Once he won, he would get a complete Xian artifact and be invincible in the Kunyan realm. Xianxia and the others felt a trace of pressure. They didn't expect that the Holy Lord would still be unwilling to give up even after being heavily injured. One of the reasons was probably because they wanted to obtain the Xian artifact in Xianxu's hands. Then let's give it a try. Xianxia looked at the Holy Lord fearlessly. In fact, his aura even surpassed the Holy Lord's. The Holy Lord's eyes suddenly narrowed. With a wave of his hand, a layer of icy blue light turned into an icy blue spear and he threw it out. In this attack, the Holy Lord only used the damaged profound level weapon to increase the power of his attack. Xianxia executed the space intent and accurately grasped the attack's trajectory. At the same time, he slashed with his halberd. He didn't use the true power of the halberd either. He only used the profound level weapon as a shield. Ding, with the hardness and sharpness of the halberd, the icy blue spear was sliced into powder. Neither of them used the true power of the profound level weapon. The silver-haired elder looked at the clash between Xianxia and the Holy Lord and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Holy Lord's injuries are too severe. If he uses the damaged profound level weapon with all his strength, he might suffer a backlash. Xianxia said. Once the Holy Lord used the true power of the damaged profound level weapon, his injuries might worsen. At that time, if he couldn't control the battle, he would be in a disadvantageous position. As for Qinyu, he probably doesn't have enough true origin energy. With Qinyu's true origin C, he could use it a second time if he forced himself to. However, if he failed to kill the Holy Lord with the second attack, his true origin energy would be depleted, and his combat strength would decrease. Unless he seized the opportunity, Qinyu wouldn't use the halberd again. At that moment, a huge ancient beast flew over from the distance. On it was Protector Lan Yu, many holy guards, and the captives of the Blood Moon organization. Lord, Holy Lord! Protector Lan Yu paled when she saw the Holy Lord's appearance. She couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't imagine that the Holy Lord, who was at the half-step star condensation realm and possessed a damaged profound level weapon, would be injured to such an extent. Upon closer inspection, the person fighting the Holy Lord was actually Qinyu. How was this possible? Their operation this time had been extremely quick. How could Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden arrive so quickly? How could Qinyu possibly fight the Holy Lord to a standstill? Damn it, those bastards actually rushed over. Xianxia cursed. They were just about to join the battle and assist Qinyu in repelling the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord's reinforcements had also arrived. Stop them. Xianxia immediately gave the order when he saw that Protector Lan Yu was about to interfere. The Blood Lotus Holy Maiden and several elders immediately rushed over and blocked Protector Lan Yu, the ancient beast, and the holy guards. Xianxia flew toward the battlefield where Qinyu and the Holy Lord were fighting. He thrust out his palm, and a violent stream of blood turned into a withered palm that shot toward the Holy Lord. His participation greatly reduced the pressure on Qinyu. 3-9 Illusory Body Art. The Holy Lord formed a hand seal, and a layer of blue ripples appeared around him. Swoosh swoosh. In the next instant, 39 figures that looked exactly the same as the Holy Lord appeared on both sides of him. So, 30 of the 39 doppelgangers charged toward Xianxia and temporarily trapped him. As for the other 9, they surrounded Qinyu. The Holy Lord's doppelgangers weren't weak since they could cause damage at the initial stage of the Void Sea Realm. However, against peak Void Sea Realm experts like Qinyu and Xianxia, they were nothing. It was only a matter of time before they killed the doppelgangers. Pooh! Qinyu swung the halberd in his hand and cut 3 doppelgangers in half at the waist, turning them into a pile of water. Illusory Body Substitution Art. The Holy Lord revealed his foreign face and formed a hand seal. His body gradually became transparent. Suddenly, Qinyu felt a strong sense of danger, and his heart beat faster. Shua, one of the doppelgangers behind Qinyu, suddenly became slightly different, and it brought him unprecedented pressure. Qinyu, die. The Holy Lord's expression was slightly savage as he stabbed out with the remaining half of his spear. When the illusory water doppelganger secret technique was cultivated to the highest level, one could form 39 doppelgangers. At the same time, one could use another secret technique, the illusory body substitution art. One could instantly appear in the location of one of the doppelgangers. Of course, this technique consumed a lot of energy, and it was limited by distance. Whoosh, a bone-chilling aurora phantom burst out. The Holy Lord's sneak attack was very sudden. Qinyu only had time to circulate the power of the halberd and slash out a black metallic figure. Pooh, the black flames and blue ice clashed fiercely, and the two powers kept on corroding each other. In the end, the black metallic figure slashed Qinyu in half. However, the blue icy aurora didn't completely dissipate. It turned into threads that stabbed toward Qinyu. Ding! Bam! It was as if numerous icicles were violently bombarding Qinyu's body, producing a series of crisp, muffled metallic sounds. Almost 10 wounds appeared on Qinyu's body, and blood flowed out. Brat, you're really lucky to still be alive. The Holy Lord gritted his teeth and said. His move just now was a sneak attack that caught Qinyu off guard. The attack hit Qinyu, but it didn't kill him. The Holy Lord felt that it was a pity. Haha, right now, your injuries are even worse than mine, right? The Holy Lord evilly laughed as if victory was in sight. You're right, but, dong. Dong. Dong, Qinyu's heart entered the berserk technique, and his speed and strength increased. At the same time, the recovery speed of his basic immortal body also increased. In the next instant, all the wounds on his body started to recover. this, the Holy Lord took in a cold breath and found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, since his cultivation was much higher than Qianyu's, the injuries he caused should be extremely difficult to heal. However, Qianyu's recovery speed was simply inconceivable. Could this be the legendary immortal body? The Holy Lord suddenly thought of something. Right at this moment, a demonic intent soared into the sky and shook heaven and earth. In the sky, an enormous demonic foot shadow slowly condensed like a giant mountain that floated above the Holy Lord's head, giving him a strong sense of pressure. First level. Heaven trampling. Qianyu's foot slammed down, causing a loud sound in the void. At the same time, the demonic foot shadow in the sky suddenly slammed down, making it impossible for the Holy Lord to dodge. The demon descends to the 6th level of heaven was an ultimate technique of the Black Demon Valley, and it was extremely powerful. This move was related to the factor of physique, and with the power of Qianyu's organs, the power of this attack was even more terrifying. Bang! A giant demonic foot slammed down, forming a terrifying demonic wind and clouds that howled in all directions. The earth trembled, and a giant foot crater suddenly appeared. Bastard! In the giant crater, the Holy Lord was embedded in the ground, and he cursed with a miserable expression. Right at this moment, Qianyu raised his heavenly halberd. Just this action alone made the Holy Lord's hair stand on end. He jumped up like a spring, turned around, and fled. At the same time, Yan Shuatian had finished off the other 30 doppelgangers, but he discovered that the Holy Lord had escaped. Previously, he was still worried that Qianyu would be killed by the Holy Master while he was being pinned down. In the end, he hadn't been able to help at all, and the Holy Lord had been beaten away by Qianyu. Little friend Chen, should we chase after him? Yan Shuatian asked in a low voice. This was the first time he had spoken to Qianyu, but he was very friendly. Moreover, as the leader of the Blood Moon organization, he was actually asking for Qianyu's opinion. There's no need. Qianyu shook his head. In truth, after the battle and using the demon descends to the 6th level of heaven, he could no longer use the power of the heavenly halberd. Moreover, the Holy Lord was at the half-step star condensation realm. In terms of speed, Qianyu and Yan Shuatian were no match for him. That's true. Little friend Chen's injuries aren't light either. We shouldn't chase after a cornered enemy. Yan Shuatian agreed with Qianyu's opinion. However, Qianyu's next words caused his body to tremble, and shock appeared on his face. I only said not to chase after him, not to let him go. The Holy Lord will definitely return to the Kunyan sacred ground, and we will directly attack the sacred ground. The Holy Lord had retreated because of his heavy injuries. Once he fully recovered, he would definitely attack again. If the Holy Lord was at his peak, even if Qianyu used his halberd, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Kill him while he's down. The Holy Lord was at his weakest right now. How could he let him go so easily? We might need some time to attack the Holy Land directly. Gather our forces. Yan Shuatian said after some thought. Although the Holy Lord had brought the majority of his forces with him, the Holy Land was still the enemy's main camp. Attacking it was easier said than done. One mistake and they might fail miserably. Under normal circumstances, Yan Shuatian wouldn't recklessly attack the Holy Land. However, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Attack as fast as possible. We can't give the Holy Lord any time to catch his breath. Qianyu rejected Yan Shuatian's idea. By the time Yan Shuatian gathered his forces, the Holy Lord would already be on guard and his injuries would have healed. It would be another fierce battle. Yan Shuatian didn't expect Qianyu to be so impatient. He thought that it would be difficult to attack the Holy Land without gathering his forces. However, when he thought of the profound artifact in Qianyu's hand, it wouldn't be a problem if he could attack again. Since little friend Chen is so confident, let's attack the Holy Land together. Yan Shuatian agreed. On the other side, the battle between the Blood Moon members and the Holy Guards had also ended. The Holy Lord's defeat had affected their morale to a certain extent, causing them to be at a disadvantage. However, Protector Lan Yu used a secret technique to escape. The remaining Holy Guards and Elders of the Sacred Land were either dead or had surrendered. The Blood Moon members that they had captured were all released. Ha ha ha, the Holy Lord's plan failed. We won. After this battle, the Blood Moon organization can be said to have made a huge comeback. The Blood Moon's upper echelons were extremely excited. Previously, they were in a situation of certain death, but in the end, they managed to turn the tables and defeat the Holy Land. It had been many years since they had a victory like this. All of this was thanks to the efforts of Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden. If the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden hadn't received the news, they wouldn't have arrived in time. If it weren't for Qinyu, the sacred leader wouldn't have fled. In fact, it was Qinyu who had told the Blood Lotus Saintess about this. Elder Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. That slash just now was truly earth-shattering. It's all thanks to Elder Chen that we were able to survive this time. He fought the Sacred Lord and severely injured him. A group of higher-ups came over, smiling and fawning. Among them, the dark-skinned middle-aged man who didn't like Qinyu before had no choice but to humble himself and praise Qinyu to ease the tension between them. Everyone, now that the Holy Lord is heavily injured, we can't give him a chance to breathe. We must deal him a fatal blow now. Yan Shuatian stepped forward and spoke. Although Qinyu's strength had awed everyone present, he was still just an elder of the organization. His prestige was far from Yan Shuatian's, so he had to be the one to explain the situation. That's right, we have to follow up our victory. The higher-ups were in high spirits, and they all expressed their approval for this move, hoping to use this opportunity to turn things around. Follow me, let's attack the Holy Lord. Yan Shuatian's sonorous voice reverberated in the sky. This time, the elders were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses. The sect leader was going to attack the Blood Moon Holy Lord directly. Sect leader, aren't we going to mobilize our men? The dark-skinned middle-aged man asked. They had only sent a small number of higher-ups as reinforcements this time. The members of the Blood Moon Nation had suffered heavy casualties in the battle just now, and there weren't many of them left. No matter how they looked at it, it was unrealistic to attack the Holy Lord with such a small force. Even if they sent a message to the members of the Crimson Sky Nation and the Cloud Jiao Nation, they would need some time to gather before they could attack. No need, I have my own plans. Yan Shuatian seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The higher-ups instinctively trusted him, so they didn't ask any questions. They also believed that Yan Shuatian wouldn't do anything stupid. A moment later, all the members of the Blood Moon Nation started moving and attacked the Holy Lord. How are your injuries? The Blood Lotus Saintess walked up to Qinyu and asked with concern. A profound artifact wasn't something that a Void Sea Realm expert could casually use. It would definitely consume a lot of energy, and there might even be side effects. Not only had Qinyu used a profound artifact, but he had also fought with the sacred leader. It was impossible for him to be unscathed. I'm fine. Qinyu's expression was calm. He had indeed suffered some injuries, but with the power of the elementary indestructible body, he would be able to fully recover in no time. Right now, his main concern was the consumption of his true origin energy. He had to recover his true origin energy as soon as possible before reaching the Holy Lord. In the clouds, a metallic blue ship was traveling at a fast speed, breaking through the wind and waves. Those damned scoundrels. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll definitely kill them all. The sacred leader's roar came from the blue ship. At this moment, the sacred leader was sitting cross-legged and recovering from his injuries. As long as he recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state, he would have a way to defeat the Blood Moon Nation. After all, his failure this time was mainly due to his carelessness. Besides, there was another reason. Where did they get the information from? The sacred leader pondered. Not many people knew about this operation. How did the Blood Lotus Saintess, Qinyu, and the others arrive so quickly? Could it be that the Blood Moon Nation's informants saw me when I was moving? At this moment, a wave of water elemental ethereal origin approached from behind. Sacred leader. Following that, a shout was heard. A moment later, Protector Lan Yu boarded the sacred leader's ship. Lord Sacred Leader, how are your injuries? Protector Lan Yu asked. Once I've recovered, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. The sacred leader harumphed coldly. In truth, his injuries were not good. He was first injured by the explosion of the Three Tombs formation, then he was attacked by Qinyu, the Blood Lotus Saintess, and Yan Shuatian. Then, he was injured by the heavenly halberd and the first heaven trampling technique. If it wasn't for his high cultivation base and his broken profound artifact, he would have died long ago. Protector Lan Yu was shocked. She sat at the side and began to recover. Until now, she still could not believe that this would be the result of the thunderous attack. She did not dare to ask further. It was obvious that the sacred leader was furious. Not long after, the blue ship returned to the Kunyan sacred ground. When they left, the sacred grounds group was very imposing. But when they returned, they only saw the protector and the sacred leader. This scene shocked everyone in the sacred ground and made many guesses. Sacred leader, protector, why are there only the two of you? Protector Xiaoyun asked in shock. This was not an act. It was his true feelings. In his opinion, even if he passed the news to Qinyu, the Blood Moon Nation would at most turn the situation around. Why would the sacred leader be in such a miserable state? Looks like I made the right choice. Protector Xiaoyun thought to himself. No matter what method the Blood Moon Nation used to defeat the sacred leader's group, as long as the Blood Moon Nation won, his betrayal was worth it. Right at this moment, an elder flew over. Not good, the Blood Moon Organization's troops are approaching the sacred ground. The elder was guarding the forbidden area. Through the sensing formation, he could sense that the Blood Moon Nation was rapidly approaching the sacred ground. Activate the sacred ground's defensive formation. The sacred leader's eyes flashed with panic and he immediately ordered. He had expected Yan Shuatian to take this chance to counterattack, but he didn't expect the other party to move so quickly. Yan Shuatian and the others attacked so quickly. They won't be able to gather their men in a short period of time. Protector Lan Yu guessed. Even so, once Qinyu used the power of the profound artifact again, things might change. Protector Lan Yu, call your disciple over. The sacred leader said with a sinister expression. Yes. Protector Lan Yu replied. She knew that the sacred leader was going to use this chess piece. However, when Protector Lan Yu tried to sense Buyu, she couldn't find him. What's wrong? The sacred leader sensed that something was wrong with Protector Lan Yu's expression and asked coldly. Buyu doesn't seem to be in the sacred ground. Protector Lan Yu frowned and answered truthfully. Buyu had her spiritual imprint on him. As long as he was within a certain range, Protector Lan Yu would be able to sense his presence. At this moment, she couldn't sense Buyu. But she had given an order that no matter what happened, she was not allowed to leave the sacred ground. Logically speaking, enslaved people would obey their master's orders no matter what. How could Buyu leave the sacred ground? No, there seems to be another possibility. Either Buyu is dead, or she's isolated so that I can't sense her. Protector Lan Yu frowned, feeling frustrated. I order you to bring her to me within an hour, said Meng Qi coldly. The sacred leader snorted angrily, flicked his sleeves and left. Along the way, he paused for a moment and frowned. Did she betray me? For the enemy to receive the news so quickly, there was obviously a traitor. But at this moment, when the sacred leader wanted to use Buyu, Protector Lan Yu said that Buyu had disappeared. How could an enslaved person act recklessly? Shua, the sacred leader came to the top of the mountain and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. He looked down, his spiritual sense sweeping back and forth, mainly focusing on Protector Lan Yu. If this woman had really betrayed him, he had to keep a close eye on her to prevent her from ruining things at a critical moment. At this moment. Old monster, get your ass out here. A loud voice penetrated the sacred grounds formation and echoed throughout the Kuan-Yun mountain. Then, the entire sacred grounds defensive formation trembled, and a series of explosions sounded. It was obvious that the Blood Moon Organization had arrived and were attacking the sacred grounds formation. Sacred leader, I'll give you 10 breaths to surrender, or we'll break through this formation and teach you a lesson. A clear and loud voice with a hint of provocation sounded. The sacred leader could pretend that he didn't hear Yan Shuatian's curses. But he couldn't tolerate Qinyu's provocation. Brat, if you have the ability, break through this formation in 10 breaths. The sacred leader snorted. There was only one way for Qinyu to break through the sacred ground's defensive formation, and that was to use a profound artifact. Once Qinyu used the power of the profound artifact on the sacred ground's defensive formation, the sacred leader was confident that he could kill Qinyu. Outside the sacred grounds array, the Blood Moon members all looked at Qinyu. Elder Chen, even if we want to provoke the sacred leader, there's no need to boast like that. The elders all had strange expressions. They felt that Qinyu's words were not up to standard, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud to Qinyu. Yan Shuetian was the first to say something to provoke the sacred leader. The other elders also said something, but Qinyu's voice was the loudest, covering all the other voices. It wasn't a problem to be loud, but it wasn't the right thing to say. Destroy the sacred grounds array in 10 breaths, even if all the Blood Moon members gathered here, they wouldn't have the confidence to destroy the sacred grounds defensive array in 10 breaths. Is Qinyu going to use a profound artifact? Yan Shuetian thought. He only knew that the power of a profound artifact wasn't something an ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivator could casually use. Even Qinyu couldn't use it multiple times. However, 5 breaths had passed, and he didn't see Qinyu take out a profound artifact. As if he had thrown this matter to the back of his mind, Qinyu stood motionlessly in place. Inside the Kuan Cloud Mountain. Swish. Swish, Protector Xiayun jumped up, sweat dripping down his forehead. This kid wants me to destroy the array in 10 breaths? Protector Xiayun cursed in his heart. He had been waiting for Qinyu's signal to act. But as soon as Qinyu's signal came out, he panicked. Protector Xiayun didn't dare to delay. If he couldn't destroy the array in 10 breaths, he would definitely suffer. In the forbidden area of the array, the guards on both sides immediately became alert when they saw a person flying over. But when they realized it was Protector Xiayun, they immediately put away their weapons and said respectfully, "Welcome, Protector." Protectors had a high status in the Kuan Cloud sacred ground and could enter and exit the forbidden area freely. "Protector, why are you here?" Inside the forbidden area, an old array master was slightly surprised to see Protector Xiayun and asked. "This is the core of the Kuan Cloud Mountain's defensive array, right?" Protector Xiayun came to the side of a barrier. Inside the barrier was a huge and complicated base of a formation. "That's right." The array master was stunned for a moment before nodding subconsciously. In the next moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. Protector Xiayun's palm emitted a gloomy and cold blood-colored light as he fiercely struck out. Crack, 5 cracks appeared on the enchantment barrier. Immediately afterward, Protector Xiayun launched a second attack, attacking the formation base inside. "Protector, don't!" The formation master shouted in shock. "Get lost." Protector Xiayun snorted angrily. If he could not destroy the Holy Land's defensive array within 10 breaths of time, he would be the one in trouble. At the top of Kunyan Mountain, the Divine Lord sat cross-legged and recuperated, but he split a part of his consciousness to observe the enemies outside. He also paid attention to Protector Lanyu. At this moment, Protector Lanyu was scurrying around, searching for Yubuyu's whereabouts. She felt that the possibility of Yubuyu leaving the Holy Land was very low. He was either dead or hidden somewhere. Suddenly, when Protector Lanyu passed by a certain place, there was a faint feeling in her heart. Around here, Protector Lanyu's mind moved, and her eyes involuntarily fell on the Protector's residence. She knew exactly where she was staying. Could it be Protector Xiayun? Protector Lanyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. On the peak of the mountain, the Divine Lord couldn't help but smile. 10 breaths had passed, but Qinyu stood outside motionlessly, without any movement. The Divine Lord was a little disappointed that Qinyu did not use the power of the Xian artifact to break the array. He sneered and said, "Qinyu, didn't you say that 10 breaths?" Halfway through his words. Boom! Boom! The formations around the sacred ground began to tremble violently. The deafening rumbles caused everyone inside and outside the sacred ground to be startled, their hearts filled with astonishment. The next moment, the array dissipated. The members of the Blood Moon around Qinyu were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Qinyu clearly didn't do anything, but the Holy Land's defensive array actually dissipated on its own. "Divine Lord, I will break the array in 10 breaths of time. I will do what I say." The corner of Qinyu's mouth curled up, and he praised Protector Xiayun for being reliable. "You! What did you do?" The Divine Lord suddenly stood up and roared angrily. Within 10 breaths of time, the defensive array was really broken. Just now, Protector Lan Yu was also under his surveillance, and there was no suspicious action. Divine Lord, this is bad. Protector Xia Yun betrayed you. At this moment, Protector Lan Yu flew out and shouted loudly. She had just found Yu Buyu in Protector Xia Yun's residence, who was isolated by the array. Protector Lan Yu did not immediately rescue Yu Buyu, but informed the Divine Lord immediately. However, when she saw that the Holy Land's defensive array had dissipated, she knew that it was too late. Kill! Bellowing, Qinyu took the lead and charged into the cave. Then, all the members of the Blood Moon followed. The sudden dissipation of the Holy Land's defensive array caused a serious psychological blow to the enemy to a certain extent, and raised their morale. Bastard, you actually made Protector Xia Yun change sides. The Divine Lord suddenly understood. The last time Protector Xia Yun escaped with serious injuries, he was actually already one of Qinyu's men. The previous information must have been leaked by Protector Xia Yun. After knowing all of this, the Divine Lord's heart was filled with anger, and he was trembling with anger. Swoosh, half an ice crystal spear shaft appeared in the Divine Lord's hand, and an extremely cold force spread in all directions, causing the entire Kuan-Yin mountain to be covered in ice and snow. Slash! The Divine Lord was furious, and he circulated his half-step essence force to activate the broken mystic weapon. An ice crystal spear shadow that was 100 feet long suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and the cold air on it surged, forming a terrifying snowstorm that stirred in the void. What kind of power is this? What a powerful attack. The Divine Lord is actually so powerful. On the Kuan-Yin mountain, many holy guards and elders were amazed as it was the first time that they saw the Divine Lord use the broken mystic weapon. They completely submitted to the power of this attack, and their respect for the Divine Lord increased. How dare a loser like you be so presumptuous? Qinyu grinned and laughed. When the people from the Holy Lands heard this, all of them were shocked, speechless, and stunned on the spot. What kind of nonsense was Qinyu spouting? He actually called the Holy Master a defeated opponent. He truly had no filter on his mouth and was spouting nonsense. The Divine Lord's attack could kill Qinyu over 10 times. Right at this moment, a pitch-black halberd appeared in front of Qinyu, and he held it in his hand. Slash! He shouted, and his true essence crazily poured into the halberd. When he was rushing over, he used mid-grade essence stones to recover 70 to 80% of his true essence, so he could use an attack now. As his true essence was poured in, the halberd released a domineering aura that caused the weapons and armors in the hands of the surrounding people to tremble. Boom, the heavenly halberd slashed out a giant crescent of black flames. Everywhere it passed, everything within 100 feet was engulfed by the black flames and turned into ashes. The power of this attack made everyone from the sacred ground completely dumbfounded, and their legs trembled. Pung, the crescent of black flames and the ice-blue spear shadow clashed together, and a forbidden storm instantly spread across the sky. When the terrifying power spread to Kuan-Yin Mountain, causing the buildings on it to collapse and the mountain to collapse. Many people were smashed to death or buried. Pung, in the chaotic storm, a crescent of black flame sliced through everything and landed on the peak of Kuan-Yin Mountain. A layer of extreme cold power swept toward Qinyu and forced him back more than 10 steps. Ice formed on the surface of his body, and his skin and flesh were frozen and shattered. The peak of Kuan-Yin Mountain was flattened. The Divine Lord flew out from the dust cloud. He was in a sorry state. Qinyu had cut off his right arm, and blood kept dripping down. The people from the sacred grounds on Kuan-Yin Mountain all took in cold breaths when they saw the Divine Lord in such a sorry state. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Bastard! The Divine Lord was still scolding Qinyu. In the next instant, he saw the flesh and blood on Qinyu's body grow back out of thin air and recover bit by bit. It really is an immortal body. Seeing this scene, the Divine Lord couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. When fighting someone with an immortal body, unless one was severely injured in an instant, the other party's injuries would recover in no time. How was one supposed to fight? Furthermore, the Divine Lord was heavily injured and couldn't use the full power of the damaged profound artifact. The situation was hopeless, so, the Divine Lord flew up and took out a strange-looking metal object from his interspatial dimension. There were 4 metal tentacles on both sides that moved quickly. The strange metal object carried the Divine Lord into the sky and disappeared. Qinyu found that the Divine Lord's path was straight up. Looks like that's a flying tool, Qinyu guessed. The strange flying tool would carry the Divine Lord out of Kuan-Yin realm. Although Qinyu also had a spaceship, it was too dangerous to chase after him alone. Once he left Kuan-Yin realm and entered the chaotic outer space, it would be even more dangerous. He escaped. Yan Shuetian sighed and then revealed a joyful expression. In his heart, this was the best situation they could hope for. It was already a miracle that they could force a half-step star condensation Divine Lord away when they didn't have any half-step star condensation cultivators. Lord Divine Lord, on Kuan-Yin Mountain, Protector Lan Yu shouted in panic, but she could only watch the Divine Lord escape alone. Haha, Protector Lan Yu, surrender obediently. Protector Xiaoyun suddenly appeared behind Protector Lan Yu and struck out with his claw. Boom, Protector Lan Yu's body flew backward and rolled down the mountain. 5 deep wounds appeared on her abdomen, and blood flowed out. You traitor! Protector Lan Yu's face was cold and furious. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Protector Xiaoyun. A moment later, she closed her eyes and murmured, "It's over." The Divine Lord escaped with heavy injuries, Protector Xiaoyun betrayed, and Protector Lan Yu lost her ability to fight. The entire Kuan-Yin mountain was sealed by the Blood Moon organization to prevent the people from the sacred ground from escaping. We must punish these people who helped the alien races. A Blood Moon elder shouted angrily. Then, the members of the Blood Moon surrounded the Kuan-Yin mountain, not letting anyone from the sacred ground go. Little friend Chen, leave the rest to the members of the organization to handle. Yan Shuetian squinted his eyes and smiled. He had never been so happy in the past few hundred years. Okay, I'm going to rest for a while. Qinyu kept the halberd and flew toward Kuan-Yin mountain. Every time he used the halberd, he felt as if his body was being emptied. It wasn't just the consumption of his true essence, but also his mental and physical strength. A few hours later, the members of the Yunzhao Nation and the Crimson Heaven Nation hurried over. But when they arrived at the foot of Kuan-Yin mountain, the battle was already over. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They felt that it was a little unimaginable. They hadn't even done anything, yet they had won just like that. The top of Kuan-Yin mountain had been razed to the ground by Qinyu's previous slash. Qinyu sat cross-legged and took some healing pills to recuperate. The entire Kuan-Yin mountain was in turmoil. Only this place was quiet and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Suddenly, a cold fragrant breeze blew over. Why did you do something so dangerous again? A slightly resentful voice came from behind. Qinyu knew that it was Yi Luofeng. A few days ago, she had returned to the Heavenly Sword Academy to visit her master and fellow students. However, Yi Luofeng didn't expect such a big thing to happen in such a short period of time. Qinyu had taken the risk to fight against the strongest person in the Kuan-Yin realm, the sacred leader. I was forced by circumstances, Qinyu couldn't help but smile. If the sacred leader hadn't attacked Yan Shuetian, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. Moreover, Qinyu couldn't just sit back and watch. Once Yan Shuetian was killed, the Blood Moon organization would be destroyed. How could he fight against the entire sacred ground alone, however, before Qinyu could finish his sentence? A pair of white arms hugged his abdomen. Then, a slender body pressed against his back, and he felt a soft and warm sensation. Qinyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the woman to take the initiative this time. At this moment, the two seemed to have pierced through the thin membrane and naturally walked closer to each other. Qinyu felt as if he could feel the face that was pressed against his back burning red. He didn't say anything else and quietly enjoyed the moment. In the clouds not far away, there was a cold, arrogant, and beautiful figure. It was the Blood Lotus Saintess. She looked at the scene on the top of the mountain and was slightly dazed. She felt an inexplicable pain in her heart and a look of struggle and sorrow appeared on her face. At this moment, she recalled the time when she was at the Yunhui Gate. If she was still Qinyu's senior sister Tong, the woman standing there right now might be her. At this moment, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden suddenly felt a sense of regret. Suddenly, her expression was cold and resolute. She suddenly turned around and flew away. Qinyu, who was at the top of the mountain, naturally sensed the presence of the Blood Lotus Saintess. However, there was nothing he could do. Not long after. "Master, Master." A strange voice mixed with joy was heard. When Protector Xianxia reached the top of the mountain and saw the scene before him, he immediately froze on the spot. His body trembled, and he shut his mouth, preparing to leave quietly. At this moment, he was filled with helplessness and fear. Why did he bump into a young couple when they were whispering sweet nothings to each other? Why couldn't anything good happen to him? When Yi Luofeng sensed that someone was coming over, she quickly shrank back. Qinyu coughed and stared sharply at Protector Xianxia. He asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Protector Xianxia's body trembled. He could already sense Qinyu's anger from those 3 words. If he didn't satisfy Qinyu, he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive. Previously, although Protector Xianxia was afraid of Qinyu, it wasn't to this extent. All of this was because Qinyu's attack that had defeated the sacred leader had left a deep impression in his heart. That was a terrifying existence that could even defeat the sacred leader. The sacred ground is about to have a change of master. However, when the sacred leader was still here, he conquered many small realms and plundered many good things. Protector Xianxia became extremely respectful. He had taken the initiative to mention this matter because he wanted to take credit. After all, if Qinyu was happy, he would definitely benefit from it. However, it seemed that taking credit had become making up for one's mistake. "Alright, let's go and take a look." Qinyu stood up and took Yi Luofeng's hand. Then, he pulled her along and followed Protector Xianxia to a forbidden area in the Kuanyun mountain. Qinyu didn't have much hope for the good things that the sacred leader had plundered. After all, the sacred leader would definitely carry the real treasures with him. However, when Qinyu arrived, he found that this place was simply a huge treasure vault. There was everything here, including some ancient scrolls, puppets, weapons, elixirs, and many ancient antiques. The sacred leader would indeed carry the precious things with him, but it was impossible for him to carry everything here. Moreover, there were many things here that were huge and would take up too much space in the storage space. For example, there was a huge stone pillar in front of Qinyu. It was engraved with ancient and mysterious totems, and he didn't know what they were used for. In terms of experience, the sacred leader, who had lived for hundreds of years, definitely surpassed Qinyu. He couldn't distinguish most of the things here. However, Qinyu found that after entering this place, the mysterious heart's heartbeat accelerated. It seemed that there were many things here that attracted it. Therefore, he relied on the heart's reaction and walked to the side of a broken puppet. The moment Qinyu's palm touched the puppet, the mysterious heart's heartbeat changed again, and there was a strange and deep suction force. Then, wisps of mysterious silver starlight floated out of the puppet and were sucked into the mysterious heart. When the spatial energy was completely absorbed, Qinyu found that the space inside the mysterious heart had become slightly larger. Next, he continued to search for items that caused the mysterious heart to react and absorb the spatial energy within them to expand the space inside the heart. Although he has comprehended the intent of space, he can't just casually absorb spatial energy. Protector Xianxia saw this scene and was surprised and puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. As long as Qinyu was happy, he could do whatever he wanted. A moment later, Qinyu finished absorbing all the items in the room that contained spatial energy before coming to a stop. At this moment, his consciousness came to the space inside the mysterious heart and found that the faint silver crystalline space inside had expanded to a length of 5 feet, which was the size of a storage tool. Next, Qinyu carefully looked through the elixirs and elixirs stored here and took many. Most of them were elixirs that were beneficial to cultivation, so it would be a waste not to take them. There was no harm in taking a few when he had nothing to do. Apart from these, there were also many high-quality spirit weapons. However, Qinyu had the 9-bone demon spirit sword and a profound artifact, which was enough. As for defense, his body's defense had reached a terrifying level, and he also had the top-grade soul fixation pearl to defend his soul. Protector Xianxia picked many treasures and smiled proudly along the way. Yi Luofeng picked a few related to sword principle from many ancient books. I'll leave the rest to the Blood Moon organization. Chuckling, Qinyu left the scene. A few days later, the sacred ground was rebuilt. The owner of this place was completely changed. The former Kunyan sacred ground was renamed the Blood Moon Sacred Ground. The rebuilding of the sacred ground was a little troublesome. It wasn't until a month later that Chen Yu was invited to attend the first meeting of the Blood Moon Sacred Ground. Elder Chen's contribution to the establishment of the Blood Moon Sacred Ground cannot go unnoticed. I hereby appoint him as the third protector of the Blood Moon Sacred Ground. Yan Shuatian announced in front of all the senior members of the Blood Moon Sacred Ground. Chen Yu had no objections to this, and no one else objected. According to the agreement between Chen Yu and the Evil Moon Sect, the Evil Moon Sect would still inform the Kunyan realm after the alien races were expelled. Now that he had taken on the role of a protector here, he had a lot of power to speak. After the meeting, Yan Shuatian asked Chen Yu to stay. Yan Shuatian's expression was very different before and after the meeting. He looked worried now. "What's bothering you, sect master?" Chen Yu guessed that Yan Shuatian must have something to ask him, so he took the initiative to ask. "Protector Lan Yu is currently imprisoned in the Sacred Grounds prison. I heard from her that the Holy Lord sent a request for help to the Blue Nether Realm behind him a long time ago." Yan Shuatian sighed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the force behind the Holy Lord would send strong reinforcements. Although Yan Shuatian had also contacted the Evil Moon Sect, he was a few months late. In other words, there was a high possibility that the alien races would arrive first. Yan Shuatian's purpose in looking for Chen Yu to discuss this matter was obvious. He hoped that Chen Yu would be prepared. When the time came, he might need to borrow his strength. Since there's a high possibility, we can only take precautions. Chen Yu's face darkened. The arrival of an unknown enemy would always make one feel uneasy. However, the reinforcements from the Evil Moon Sect would arrive soon. The situation wasn't as bad as imagined. Moreover, the Blood Moon Sect occupied the sacred ground and had the geographical advantage. They might be able to resist the enemy. That's the only way. I've already gathered all the strong cultivators in the Yunjiao nation. When the time comes, we'll wait for them. Yan Shuatian revealed a fierce and determined look. When the reinforcements from the Blue Nether Realm arrived, their target would definitely be the sacred ground. Thus, the Blood Moon Sacred Ground only needed to prepare everything and wait for them to attack. Chen Yu was the same. He could only wait here. After returning to his residence, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The cultivation environment in the sacred ground was the best in the entire Kunyan realm. Coupled with the large amount of elixirs he had, his cultivation speed could barely keep up with the time in the great cosmos realm. Secondly, the refinement of the profound artifact never stopped. It seemed that after using the profound artifact a few times, there was a connection between the two, and the speed of refinement increased. Until 1 month later. Buzzu, the violent aura on the heavenly halberd suddenly retracted, and it didn't affect Chen Yu at all. "I've finally refined it. Is your name, Heavenly Burning Demon Halberd?" Chen Yu held the heavenly halberd. Different from before, the halberd gave him a sense of familiarity. After refining the profound artifact, Chen Yu focused all his energy on cultivation. On this day, in the forbidden area of the Array Formation, a silver-haired elder who was overseeing the operation of the Array Formation suddenly changed his expression. He looked at a black dot on the pale blue light screen on the right. "Oh no, there's an intruder." The silver-haired elder's face was full of panic and he quickly left the place. Yan Shuatian had reminded him that if there was an intruder, he had to inform him immediately. Not long after the silver-haired elder left, a small black dot appeared on the pale blue light screen again. It expanded rapidly and then gradually disappeared. In an instant, the higher-ups of the Blood Moon Holy Ground all knew about the invasion of outsiders. The sacred masters of the Kunyan Sacred Ground, including Protector Lan Yu, Protector Yu Hai, and the Grand Elder, were all foreign races from the outer realms. Although the Blood Moon Holy Ground had already replaced him, the Blood Moon Holy Ground sent another powerful figure today. Everyone had a certain amount of fear towards the unknown. The reinforcements sent by the other side would definitely not be weak. The Blood Moon Holy Ground might face another fierce battle. Where is the exact location? Yan Shuatian's eyes narrowed as he asked solemnly. He was already prepared, but he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. South of Crimson Sky Nation. the silver-haired old man said solemnly. In the south of the Crimson Sky Nation, there was still some distance from the Blood Moon Holy Land. Order the Blood Moon Holy Ground to enter a state of alert. Xianxia placed great importance on this matter. In the past, they had established a ruling force in the Kunyan realm, but they were plotted against by the alien races. This time, he would not make the same mistake. Immediately, the order was passed down, and all the defensive formations and preparations in the Blood Moon Holy Ground were activated. In order to prepare for this day, Xianxia had made many preparations. Many experts from the 3 ancient countries had been invited over. Jinyu also came to the conference hall and sat beside Xianxia, waiting for the enemy to arrive. With the current lineup of the Blood Moon Holy Ground, as long as it's not a star condensation monarch, there won't be any problems. He thought to himself. How could the Bluebeard clan's backer, the Blue Underworld boundary, send a star condensation monarch? Moreover, Jinyu had heard that the higher one's cultivation was, the greater the resistance one would face when traveling from a major world to a minor world. In fact, one would even have to pay a certain price. South of Crimson Sky Nation. A huge spatial crack tore in the sky, and a spatial storm swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Whoosh! It was a large metallic flying tool that was similar to the one that the Sacred Lord had used in the past. The flying tool sped away and only stopped when it was far away from the collapsed space. Suddenly, 6 figures leaped out, 3 men and 3 women. Of the 6, 3 were from the Bluebeard race, while the other 3 were from other races. Uncle Lin, have we arrived? This is the Kunyan realm? Why is the essence chi so thin? A young man from the Bluebeard race revealed a look of disdain. This time, he was only following Uncle Lin of the clan out to gain some experience. But after coming to the Kunyan realm, he regretted it. What kind of place was this? The middle-aged man called Uncle Lin was also from the Bluebeard race. His body was covered with dark blue stripes, and his beard was half a meter long that floated in the air. Zhang Yuan is a peak-level late sea realm warrior. Right now, his cultivation base is very likely to be at half-step star condensation realm. If even he feels troubled, then the enemy's strength is definitely not weak. We have to send out a half-step king warrior. Uncle Lin said coldly. The Zhang Yuan that Uncle Lin mentioned was the sacred leader of the Kunyan sacred ground. According to the speculations of the experts in the clan, a place like the Kunyan realm could not produce a star condensation king. Moreover, there was a certain amount of risk for a star condensation monarch to force his way into the Kunyan realm, so he was sent here. With Uncle Lin's cultivation and Zhang Yuan's strength, they could easily defeat anyone. Moreover, apart from him, who was at the half-step star condensation realm, there were also 5 peak void sea venerables. This kind of remote and desolate place can also cultivate to the half-step celestial condensation realm? The blue-bearded man was suspicious. If I have some luck, I might be able to cultivate to the half-step star condensation realm. A lady with a transparent blue horn on her head said calmly. I see. Lady Ling is right. The blue-bearded man's expression changed immediately, and a smile appeared on his face. Uncle Lin also glanced at the blue-horned lady. She was not a member of the blue-bearded tribe, and her identity was not ordinary either. Let's go. Let's go to the ruling force of this realm and meet up with Zhang Yuan. Then, the 6 demonic humans slowly moved forward, looking around along the way. They did not seem to be in a hurry at all. Not long after the 6 of them left. Whoosh, a sword-shaped ancient boat came from afar. If Jinyu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the symbol on the ancient boat. It was Xiaoyao Palace. 4 figures walked out of the sword boat. The leader was an old man with blue hair. He had a long beard and looked very extraordinary. We're finally in. The other man in a green robe let out a long breath. In fact, Xiaoyao Palace had already been in the Kunyan realm for more than a month. However, they had been lingering outside the realm because they did not have the means to break through the realm's defense. But just now, the sword boat suddenly detected a loophole in one of the positions. Therefore, they used that loophole and successfully entered the Kunyan realm. I didn't expect Jinyu to come from such a low-level realm. A handsome man with an extraordinary appearance sighed. This man was Li Wenyi, who had fought with Jinyu in the Heaven's Pride ranking tournament. He was a genius of Xiaoyao Palace, and he even sat in the middle rank of the feast of the god of cookery. After he obtained the opportunity, his cultivation kept rising, and he was now in the late stage of the Void Sea realm. He was ranked 10th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Let's go. It's too difficult to find Qinyu's relatives and friends in this realm. We can just go to the ruling force of this realm and ask for help from the strongest force in this realm. It will be very easy. The old man with blue hair said calmly. In fact, the strongest ruling force in this area might even have information on Qinyu. He believed that they would not offend Xiaoyao Palace in the Great Cosmos realm just for one person. Then, the old man with blue hair and the others quickly moved forward on the sword boat. After asking about the strongest force in this realm, they started their journey. However, the sword boat didn't fly for long before it encountered 6 alien races. Alien races. The 4 people of Xiaoyao Palace on the sword boat were slightly surprised. It wasn't strange to find alien races, but the strange thing was that these alien races all had high cultivation levels. Among them, the middle-aged alien race leader had a cultivation level of half step into the star condensation realm. In a low-level realm, such an expert must be from the strongest ruling force in this realm. Could it be that the Kunyan realm was ruled by the alien races? This thought appeared in the mind of the old man with blue hair. If that was the case, they didn't even need to negotiate with them. The other party would definitely not agree. In his opinion, these alien races must have found out that they had intruded into this realm, so they came to eliminate them. For a moment, the 4 people of Xiaoyao Palace looked extremely serious. The 6 alien races in front of them immediately stopped in their tracks. Human half-step into the star condensation realm. Uncle Lin's eyes darkened, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Miss Ling is right. In this realm, one can really cultivate to the half-step into the star condensation realm. The man from the Bluebeard tribe murmured. Don't be careless. These humans must be Uncle Zhongyuan's enemies. Even Uncle Zhongyuan was forced to ask for help. I'm afraid they aren't simple. The other man from the Bluebeard tribe looked vigilant. Humph. How can a half-step into the star condensation realm from a low-level realm compare to Uncle Lin? The man from the Bluebeard tribe said disapprovingly. At this moment, in the eyes of the alien races, the 4 people of Xiaoyao Palace had become the human race's enemies in the Kunyan realm. Since we've encountered them, let's get rid of them. Uncle Lin's expression didn't change as he secretly sent a message to them. They had come to the Kunyan realm to help Zhongyuan solve the crisis. Now that they had encountered the human race's experts, they might as well bring their heads to Zhongyuan. Boom, Uncle Lin's expression suddenly changed, and a murderous aura spread out in all directions. Blue waves surged around him, as if they had turned into an endless ocean. Uncle Lin waved his hand, and a black trident appeared. As he waved it, the waves between heaven and earth surged and turned into a ferocious blue water beast that pounced towards the sword boat. Damn it! I didn't expect the Kunyan realm to be the alien race's territory. The blue-haired elder from Xiaoyao Palace immediately flew out. An azure light flashed in his hand, and he slashed out a shocking azure sword rainbow. The blue-haired elder's cultivation was also at the half-step into the star condensation realm. Under this slash, heaven and earth changed color, and the blue water beast was split into 2. Eh? This aborigine's strength is not ordinary. Lin Bo let out a soft cry of surprise. The half-step origin force in his body surged as he thrust his trident forward. A dark blue violent torrent soared into the sky and shattered the green sword rainbow. Boom! Bang, bang! The members of both sides attacked, and a fierce battle ensued. After a while, the winner and loser were decided. Retreat! The blue-haired elder shouted, and he escaped with injuries. Li Wenyi and the other 2 people from Xiaoyao Palace followed closely behind the blue-haired elder. How can these alien races be so powerful? Li Wenyi looked embarrassed, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had never thought that he would be chased by the alien races that occupied this realm on this trip to the low-level realm. It was really a humiliation. Chase! Uncle Lin shouted coldly. His strength was stronger than the blue-haired elder, and they also had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they defeated the team from Xiaoyao Palace. However, they could only show their strength by bringing their heads to Zhang Yuan. On the other side, in the Blood Moon Holy Ground, everyone waited for several hours, but there was still no news of the enemy's attack. What was going on? If the alien races had descended, they should have arrived at the Blood Moon Holy Ground. Could it be that they are not reinforcements from the alien races, but from the Evil Moon sect? Xianxia guessed. Of course, this possibility was very small. Everyone continued to wait. They were worried that the alien races had already arrived, but they hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity. 8 hours passed. The alien races still did not attack. This time, the higher-ups of the Blood Moon Holy Ground were somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the alien races did not descend to this realm? Qinyu couldn't help but think so. Just like that, everyone waited and waited, but there was still no attack from the alien races. On the other side, while the 4 people from Xiaoyao Palace were fleeing, they heard some news. It turns out that there was a great war in this realm. The 2 sides were humans and the alien races. In the end, the humans won and established a new dominating force called the Blood Moon Holy Ground. Let's go to the Blood Moon Holy Ground to seek reinforcements from the humans. The blue-haired elder made a decision. We must kill all of those alien races and avenge junior brother Liu. A female disciple's face was filled with hatred. When they first arrived, there were 4 of them. When they were being chased, 1 of them died. They must avenge this death. Then, the 3 people from Xiaoyao Palace stepped on the path to seek reinforcements from the Blood Moon Holy Ground. A day passed, but the Blood Moon Holy Ground did not detect any movement. The Holy Ground lowered its guard and sent out some people to gather information. In just an hour, news came back. Many people witnessed the foreign races chasing after the humans. The humans and the foreign races are all approaching the Blood Moon Holy Ground. The 2 pieces of news caused a commotion in the Holy Ground. The foreign races have indeed arrived. But who are they chasing after? Yan Shuatian was puzzled. Qinyu was also puzzled. Logically speaking, the reinforcements sent by the outsiders would not be too weak. But now, almost all the cultivators from the 3 ancient countries had been sent to the Blood Moon Holy Ground. Who were the humans being chased by the foreign races? How did they manage to escape to the Holy Ground? Prepare to meet the enemy. Yan Shuatian ordered. The entire Blood Moon Holy Ground was mobilized. The upper echelons left the main hall and hovered in the air. They looked out of the Holy Ground and waited for the arrival of the enemy. Not long after, a few figures appeared in their sight. At first, the crowd could only see their faces clearly. But soon, they realized that the 3 of them were extremely fast. Especially the green-haired old man who led the group. Every move he made was filled with the power of a powerful intent realm. His speed was astonishing as he carried 2 juniors with him. This is half-step star condensation realm. Yan Shuatian exclaimed. There were humans at the half-step star condensation realm in the Kunyan realm? Why hadn't he heard of them before? Not only that, but the 2 juniors were also extremely powerful. They were definitely geniuses that only appeared once in 1,000 years in the Kunyan realm. Everyone was speechless. They didn't expect that there were such geniuses in the Kunyan realm. Only Qinyu, who originally had a curious expression on his face, suddenly looked surprised. Frowning, he asked, Huh? Isn't this Xiaoyao Palace? Qinyu had met the people of Xiaoyao Palace many times, so he could recognize them at first glance. There was also a familiar face among them, Li Wenyi. In the second round, Qinyu had met him and defeated him. Why are the people of Xiaoyao Palace in the Kunyan realm? As Qinyu asked this question, the answer instantly appeared in his mind. The other party definitely did not come to Kunyan realm for no reason or by coincidence. He must have some other purpose. When the green-haired old man and his 2 companions saw the humans in the Blood Moon Holy Ground, they were overjoyed. These people were able to defeat the outsiders, so they're definitely not weak. They won't just watch us get killed by the outsiders. The green-haired old man was overjoyed. Li Wenyi and the other female disciple also heaved a sigh of relief. Their days of fleeing were finally over. Suddenly, Li Wenyi realized that among the many people in the Blood Moon Holy Ground, there was one person who looked very familiar. Chen Yu. Li Wenyi's expression changed abruptly, and he was greatly shocked. The blue-haired old man and the other woman naturally recognized Qinyu. Following Li Wenyi's shout, they also discovered a man who looked exactly like Qinyu. No, that was Qinyu. This time, the three people of Xiaoyao Palace were dumbfounded, and they hesitated. They came to Kunyan Realm this time to find Qinyu's weakness and threaten Qinyu. However, they did not expect that Qinyu had returned to Kunyan Realm. They believed that when Qinyu saw them, he would have guessed the purpose of Xiaoyao Palace's trip. If that was the case, would Qinyu save them? Moreover, it was very difficult for them to shamelessly ask Qinyu for help. If the sovereign of Xiaoyao Palace knew about their misfortune and cowardly behavior, he would be so angry that he would stomp his feet. However, at this moment, a terrifying cold murderous intent came from behind. Don't think too much. Staying alive is more important. The green-haired old man made up his mind and flew toward the holy ground. Behind him, the 6 outsiders were approaching rapidly. Humph, a bunch of fools. How dare they escape to the holy ground? The man from the Bluebeard tribe sneered. The others all wore calm smiles on their faces. They all knew that Kunyan holy ground was Zhang Yuan's territory. Weren't these people courting death by approaching the holy ground? In fact, Zhang Yuan had already escaped 2 months ago, and the holy ground had changed hands. However, they did not know that Zhang Yuan would be defeated so quickly. As they approached, the 6 outsiders realized that the holy ground was filled with humans. Where is Uncle Zhang Yuan? The man from the Bluebeard tribe asked. However, he did not think that there was anything wrong. There were only a few outsiders who came to Kunyan Realm. They disguised themselves as humans and controlled the entire Kunyan Realm. Their subordinates were also humans. At this moment, the 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace came to the Blood Moon Holy Ground's defensive array. Everyone, please lend us a hand. Let's kill these outsiders together. I, Kong, will be eternally grateful. The green-haired old man asked for help. With the help of the 3 of you, I'm sure we'll be able to defeat these outsiders. Yan Shuatian said with a smile. He hated the outsiders to the core. Yan Shuatian let down his guard after seeing these people being chased by the outsiders. He even had a good impression of them. However, Qinyu suddenly said, "We don't know where they came from, and their identities are unknown. I think they must have some unspeakable secrets." The other higher-ups felt that Qinyu was right, but they also felt that Qinyu's words were a little too serious. The 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace complained bitterly. They knew that Qinyu was against them, but they did come to Kunyan Realm with unspeakable secrets. Protector Chen, I think that the human race should unite against the foreign races. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult for us to deal with the foreign races alone. An emaciated, skinny old man who looked like a skeleton said. He was the other protector besides Qinyu and the Blood Lotus Saintess. The 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace were grateful that someone was speaking up for them. I'm sure you all know the methods of the outsiders. Maybe these people are outsiders in disguise? Qinyu said indifferently. The higher-ups fell silent and felt that Qinyu's words made sense. Yan Shuatian felt that there was something wrong with Qinyu today, so he didn't say anything. The 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace outside the array could no longer remain calm. One of the female disciples said angrily, "Qinyu, don't talk nonsense. How can we be outsiders?" With this angry retort, the higher-ups of the Blood Moon Holy Ground immediately understood that Qinyu knew these 3 people, and there seemed to be some conflict between them. After understanding this, the higher-ups stopped talking. There was no need for them to offend Qinyu because of a few outsiders. The green-haired old man shook his head helplessly. If they pretended not to know Qinyu, they might be able to get support from others and enter the holy ground. However, this female disciple had exposed the conflict between Xiaoyao Palace and Qinyu. Moreover, Qinyu had a high status among those people, so things were not going to be easy. Little friend Chen, your sect and our Xiaoyao Palace are both sects of the southern region. Please help us. The green-haired old man put down his pride and begged Qinyu. Xiaoyao Palace? I don't know them. Qinyu rejected coldly as if he didn't know anything. The green-haired old man's heart sank. It seemed that Qinyu didn't intend to help them. At this moment, the 6 powerful figures of the outsiders approached. Ha ha ha, you actually came to the holy ground of your own accord. You are seeking death. I think you don't know that the ruler of the Kunyan holy ground is also a outsiders. A man from the Bluebeard tribe laughed loudly. The three people of Xiaoyao Palace were blocked outside by the holy ground. Didn't this prove that the holy ground was helping them? Call your Saint Lord out. The middle-aged foreign being who was referred to as Uncle Lin said with a calm expression. In the Blood Moon holy ground, everyone knew that the 6 outsiders were here to help the previous lord of the holy ground. However, they were too late. The lord had already escaped. Just when Yan Shuatian was about to say something to mock the outsiders, Qinyu said, "The lord is in seclusion." Before he went into seclusion, he told us that reinforcements would be coming. He also said that he would leave everything else to those reinforcements to handle. Hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons changed. They could tell that Qinyu was using the name of the lord to toy with the outsiders. What? Uncle Lin's face turned sinister. That asshole Zhang Yuan had thrown all the trouble to them. Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhang Yuan seems to be targeting you. The man from the Bluebeard tribe said softly. He suspected that Zhang Yuan had a conflict with Uncle Lin back in the tribe. Humph, kill these people. Uncle Lin snorted coldly. He decided to show off his true abilities in front of these ants. At that time, these people would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly. They would open the array and welcome them in. Swoosh, the 6 outsiders moved and surrounded the 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace. A heavy and oppressive aura spread in all directions. Elder, what should we do now? Li Wenyi's face was filled with bitterness. He had never thought that this trip to the Kunyan realm would be so miserable. They were chased by the outsiders and they even ran into Qinyu. In the end, they were going to die in front of Qinyu. Qinyu, you traitor of the human race. How dare you work for the outsiders? The female disciple scolded angrily. Her voice was filled with fear of death. Suddenly, Li Wenyi thought of something. Previously, Qinyu had slandered him as a member of the outsiders. But now, why did Qinyu work for the outsiders? This contradicted each other. He had been overwhelmed by anger and fear just now. That was why he didn't think of this. At this moment, the overlords of the outsiders attacked at the same time. Uncle Lin lifted the black trident in his hand and 1,000 blue tentacles flew out from the void. The other 5 pagans also attacked at the same time. Countless dangers surrounded the 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace. Seeing this, Qinyu's eyes glittered and he shouted, "Attack!" In a blink, the array of the sacred place was activated and 100 zhong tall blue giant appeared. It was holding a long spear and a shield in it. Emitted an endless pressure. The moment the giant was formed, it waved the long spear and created a terrifying torrential storm that stabbed at the 6 outsiders. They had been fooling around just now for this opportunity. Once the 6 outsiders let down their guard and attacked the 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace, they would immediately activate the array of the sacred place to attack the outsiders. What are you doing? The expression of Uncle Lin, who was waving the trident, instantly changed. He was shocked. Boom! The huge spear that was like a pillar that supported the heavens swept over. A torrent of blue torrents swallowed everything. The sudden attack from the Blood Moon holy ground shocked the 6 of them. Some of them were even dumbfounded and did not know what was going on. Retreat! Uncle Lin yelled and pointed his trident forward. The countless blue tentacles that were charging towards the 3 people from Xiaoyao Palace changed their direction and blocked their path. Boom! In the next moment, the attack from the Holy Grounds array arrived. The 2 powerful forces collided, and a terrifying destructive storm spread out in all directions, engulfing everything. We're saved. The female disciple of Xiaoyao Palace rejoiced. She did not expect that Qinyu would still attack the Holy Ground at the last moment. Puff, on the other side, the 6 people from the Holy Ground retreated for a distance. 2 of them spat out blood, and the others looked pale. The attack from the Holy Grounds array had gathered the power of many Konghai supremacies. The power of this attack was slightly stronger than a normal peak MTC supremacy. If it wasn't for Uncle Lin's timely intervention to reduce the power of the attack, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 6 of them would have died. Bastards, what are you doing? The man from the Bluebeard tribe cursed. Why did the holy ground suddenly attack them? I'm afraid that the holy ground is no longer the same holy ground as before. The eyes of the blue-horned alien woman referred to as Linger flickered as she sized up Qinyu. It was this human man who had lied to them just now. Humans, you are seeking death. Uncle Lin's face turned cold. The power of a half-step star condensation realm cultivator surged out from his body, causing the sky to change color. Blue light surged within a radius of 1,000 feet. Now, he knew that he had been fooled by the other party. Zhang Yuan was probably defeated, and the holy ground was controlled by the humans. In fact, there were many suspicious points from the start. It was just that the holy ground did not expect the humans to defeat Zhang Yuan and the rest, occupy the holy ground, and replace them. If they were not so arrogant, they would not have been fooled by Qinyu. The holy ground came to the humans' territory. You are the ones who are seeking death. Qinyu snorted coldly. At this moment, the giant formed by the holy ground's array attacked again. The giant blue spear stabbed out. Uncle Lin's face was full of resentment. He waved his trident and a layer of dark blue torrent turned into a giant water beast and charged forward. Boom! Under the tearing of the water light beast, the blue light spear was actually torn into 2 pieces. As a half-step star condensation king, Uncle Lin's strength might be above a holy lord's. Even the holy ground's array could not do anything to him. Xiaoyao Palace, I promise to help you. Why don't we attack the holy ground together? Qinyu looked at the 3 members of Xiaoyao Palace and shouted coldly. He didn't save the 3 of them out of mercy. Instead, he planned to use them to deal with the outsiders. The green-haired old man glanced at Qinyu. Qinyu was staying in the great formation of the Holy Land and didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, he let Xiaoyao Palace and the others take the lead. In reality, Qinyu didn't trust Xiaoyao Palace. If he left the sacred ground's great array rashly and the 3 people of Xiaoyao Palace suddenly attacked him, it would be bad. Kill. The green-haired old man let out a low roar and slashed out an azure sword light. The sword light pierced through everything and headed straight for Uncle Lin. The 2 disciples of Xiaoyao Palace had helpless expressions on their faces, but they had no choice but to kill their way out. In the beginning, Xiaoyao Palace was still at a disadvantage. After all, they only had 3 people left. Even if they had the help of the blue light giant formed by the formation, they would not be able to defeat the foreign races. But immediately after, the Holy Land's array formation was fully activated, and 2 more blue giants formed on the blue light barrier. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The 6 outsiders were forced to retreat again and again. Damn it, where's that bastard Zhang Yuan? He was actually defeated by this group of humans. Uncle Lin shouted angrily. If Zhang Yuan had not failed and allowed the sacred land to be occupied by the human tribe, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Uncle Lin, little Jia is injured. The blue-bearded man hurriedly shouted. Retreat. Uncle Lin gritted his teeth and shouted. They were actually forced to flee by this group of humans. It was truly a disgrace. However, as long as he met up with Zhang Yuan, he would definitely sweep through the Holy Land in one fell swoop. When they saw that the foreign races were about to retreat, the Holy Land's array formation suddenly opened, and the Blood Moon Holy Land's upper echelons rushed out. Swoosh, in an instant, Qinyu arrived beside the 3 people from Xiaoyao Palace. He formed 2 quintessential essence giant hands and grabbed towards Li Wenyi and another female disciple respectively. Sensing Qinyu's approach and attack, the female disciple panicked and retreated. She knew that she was not Qinyu's match, so she did not want to clash with Qinyu directly. However, spatial energy suddenly fluctuated in the surrounding void, forming an invisible wall that blocked her back and pushed her forward. No, the female disciple screamed and slashed out several faint green sword shadows that swept across the surroundings. However, when her attack landed on the quintessential essence giant hands formed by Qinyu, it was as if it was cutting steel. A series of clanging sounds could be heard, and only a few cuts were left. In the next moment, the black quintessential essence giant hands grabbed the female disciple and pressed her onto the ground. Of course, Qinyu's attention was not on the female disciple at all, and he only attacked casually. Comparatively speaking, Li Wenyi was many times more difficult to deal with than her. In the second round, Qinyu and Li Wenyi had fought once. Li Wenyi's strength was very strong, and the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. Li Wenyi waved the green splendor sword, a supreme-grade spirit weapon, and slashed out a shockingly sharp sword light, which instantly cut off 2 fingers of the quintessential essence giant hands. Immediately, Li Wenyi looked straight at Qinyu and slashed out with his sword. Qinyu had defeated him in the ranking battle of the Heaven's Chosen One list. After obtaining the opportunity at the God of Food banquet, Li Wenyi's strength had soared, and he had always regarded Qinyu as his target. In addition, Qinyu had just insulted them by calling them aliens. In addition, Qinyu was attacking them at this moment, so Li Wenyi immediately launched a counterattack. This green splendor sword light pierced through the sky and slashed down. In the fierce and sharp power, there was a trace of nimbleness and change, giving people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. However, Qinyu did not think of dodging. He stood on the spot and did not move at all. He activated the mysterious pattern demon body. Clang, that shocking sword fell on Qinyu. After the brilliance of the sword chi dissipated, there was only a shallow sword mark on Qinyu's shoulder. In an instant, the wound healed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Li Wenyi to suck in a cold breath of air. As a sword cultivator, he was very confident in his sword Dao attacks. But now, his sword with all his strength could not hurt Qinyu. At this moment, above Li Wenyi's head, a huge hand instantly condensed and suddenly grabbed at him. He immediately dodged, his movement technique elegant, and even many phantoms appeared. However, the next moment, he encountered many obstacles, as if he was at the bottom of the deep sea, suffering endless pressure, and the phantoms of his movement technique also dissipated. His use of the space concept has reached such a level? Li Wenyi was extremely shocked. At this moment, Qinyu's use of the space concept was like a completely different person from when he was in the ranking battle of the Heaven's Chosen One list. Swoosh, at this moment, Qinyu flew out and punched at Li Wenyi. Under the restraint of the power of the space, he was forced to take a blow from Qinyu. In an instant, buzz, a terrible power was transmitted to his whole body through the Qinghua sword. Li Wenyi's hands were torn, his arms were numb, and his bones were trembling as if they were about to fall apart. He felt weak all over. Bang, he rolled backward, but before he stopped, he was caught by a huge hand of space and brought back to Qinyu's side. Qinyu, what are you doing? The alien races are our enemies now. How dare you attack the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace? The elder with blue hair questioned coldly. I wonder why the people of the Xiaoyao Palace have come to the Kunyan realm. Are you here for sightseeing? Qinyu asked with a look of disdain. Suddenly, the elder with blue hair was speechless. Qinyu, let them go. We will leave now and promise that we will never come to the Kunyan realm again. The elder with blue hair's tone softened. From now on, you will stay in the Kunyan realm and be responsible for hunting down the alien races. If you are unwilling, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qinyu didn't care about the elder's words at all and stated his conditions with a threatening tone. Currently, the alien races had come to the Kunyan realm, and it would be difficult for the Blood Moon Holy Ground to deal with them. If the elder with blue hair, who was a half-step to the star condensation realm, helped, everything would be simple. In order to restrain this half-step to the king, he could only capture the 2 geniuses of the Xiaoyao Palace as bargaining chips. The elder with blue hair was silent for a long time and finally agreed. Okay, I will help you hunt down the alien races, but you can't hurt them. Li Wenyi and the female disciple were both outstanding geniuses of the Xiaoyao Palace. He had failed his mission. If he lost all his subordinates, he would be too ashamed to return to the Xiaoyao Palace. As long as you keep your promise and don't play any tricks, I won't hurt them for no reason. Qinyu joked. Yan Shuetian, who was watching from the side, almost clapped his hands and cheered. Qinyu actually had the guts to coerce a half-step to the star condensation realm to fight against the alien races. Without the interference of the Xiaoyao Palace, the Blood Moon Holy Ground could only rely on the Holy Grounds array to fight against the alien races. Even if they could defeat the alien races, they wouldn't dare to chase after them. However, with the help of a half-step to the star condensation realm, this was not a problem. Moreover, the elder with blue hair had been chased by the alien races. Moreover, Qinyu had captured the 2 geniuses of the Xiaoyao Palace, so the other party wouldn't play any tricks. Thank you, sir. Qinyu smiled and sealed the acupuncture points of the two disciples of the Xiaoyao palace so that they couldn't use their true yuan. Then, he brought them back to the Blood Moon holy ground. The elder with blue hair, Yan Shuetian, and the other Konghai warriors followed the traces left by the half-step to the star condensation realm. These alien races must be chased away. Yan Shuetian's eyes were filled with determination. If they were left alone, who knew when they would suddenly rise, just like the Holy Lord's Holy Lord from a few hundred years ago. On the other side, Uncle Lin and the others stopped after running for a distance. "Uncle Lin, what should we do now?" the blue-bearded man asked with a bitter expression. The Kunyan realm had already returned to the hands of the human race. Were they going to give up and return to the Blue Nether realm? He couldn't take this lying down. "Let's find Zhang Yuan first and meet up with him. Then, we'll kill our way back to the Blood Moon holy ground." Uncle Lin's deep eyes flashed with coldness. In his opinion, even if Zhang Yuan had failed, he must still be somewhere in the Kunyan realm, waiting for their reinforcements to take revenge. However, in reality, Zhang Yuan had already escaped from the Kunyan realm, and the other alien races had all died. With the help of the half-step star condensation realm cultivators from the Xiaoyao palace, the Blood Moon holy ground took the initiative to chase after the powerful figures of the alien races. However, if the powerful figures of the alien races wanted to escape, it would be difficult for the others to catch up with them except for the elder. Therefore, Qinyu did not expect the higher-ups of the Blood Moon holy ground and the elder to be able to kill the 6 powerful figures of the alien races. As long as they kept an eye on the alien races and did not lose track of them, it would be fine. After confirming this, there was no need for Qinyu to participate in the chase at all. He spent most of his time cultivating in the Blood Moon holy ground. The 6 powerful figures of the alien races managed to escape from the pursuit several times, but they did not leave. Instead, they went around asking about Zhang Yuan and the other alien races. Only the people of the Blood Moon holy ground knew that the Holy Lord of the alien races had escaped from the Kunyan realm. This news was strictly sealed, and outsiders had no way of knowing. Therefore, the 6 powerful figures of the alien races could not find out anything. Until 2 months later. In the forbidden array formation of the Blood Moon holy ground, a mysterious silver halo and strange words appeared on a huge ancient array formation platform. A wave of spatial energy burst out from the array formation and shot into the sky. It seemed to penetrate through everything and reached outside the realm. After a long time, almost 10 blurry figures appeared on the array formation platform. When the light slowly faded, a group of men and women appeared in front of everyone. From their attire, it could be seen that they were from the Evil Moon sect. Among them, Qinyu only recognized 2 of them. They were the Yin-Yang twin moons. "Welcome, Elder Wen." The skeleton-like protector immediately bowed. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Blood Moon sect came from the Evil Moon sect. This protector was once a member of the Evil Moon sect. In front of him was a kind elder with a smile on his face. He wore a loose black robe, and no aura could be felt from him. He looked very ordinary. If one did not look closely, it was very likely that they would ignore him. This person was the elder of the Evil Moon sect, a powerful half-step star condensation realm cultivator. "Attendant Wang, please rise," the kind elder said with a smile. "It seems that you have defeated the alien races." From the Evil Moon cult's group, a man with a cold and stern expression strode out. This time, the Evil Moon cult had sent out 2 half-step star condensation realm experts. It could be seen that they were a little angry and wanted to get rid of any future troubles. This dignified man was the 2nd half-step star condensation cultivator. The dignified man was able to determine that they had defeated the alien races because they had arrived at Kunyan realm through the interrealm teleportation formation. In the entire Kunyan realm, only the sacred grounds could do that. The Yin-Yang twin moons looked at Qinyu and Yi Luofeng with complicated expressions. In the beginning, the Evil Moon sect didn't expect Qinyu and Yi Luofeng to be able to expel the outsiders. Therefore, the Evil Moon sect had sent 2 half-step star condensation realm cultivators. But in the end, with the help of Qinyu, the Blood Moon organization expelled the alien clans and reoccupied the Holy Land. A few days ago, the realm where the outsiders resided also sent over powerful reinforcements. Right now, they are being pursued by the Holy Land. However, if we want to completely eliminate them, we'll have to trouble everyone here. The skeletal old man explained the current situation. Since that's the case, let's set off immediately. The dignified middle-aged man said calmly as if he was in a hurry to settle this matter. On that day, the upper echelons of the Blood Moon sect and the Evil Moon sect were all mobilized. While escaping from the Blood Moon Holy Land's pursuit, the 6 overlords of the alien races tried to gather information about Zhang Yuan and the rest of the alien races. They wanted to meet up with them and kill their way back to the Holy Land. One day, they were hiding in an ordinary small family in the Elixir He prefecture of Yunjiao Nation. Uncle Lin was a half-step star condensation realm cultivator, so he could easily enslave the entire family and hide in the family. We didn't get any news about Uncle Zhang Yuan. The man from the Bluebeard tribe and the rest shook their heads and said dejectedly. Your people have either been killed by the humans or have already escaped from Kunyan realm. The blue-horned alien woman frowned slightly. She didn't expect to encounter such an encounter when she followed the Bluebeard tribe and the rest to a lower realm. She was extremely displeased. The rest of the people fell silent after hearing this. If it was in the past, they would definitely refute. However, a few months had passed and they didn't get any news at all. Logically speaking, if Zhang Yuan was really in Kunyan realm, he should have taken the initiative to look for them after causing such a huge commotion. All kinds of speculations proved that what the blue-horned woman said might be true. Zhang Yuan was either dead or had escaped from Kunyan realm. This way. They had no choice but to run away with their tails between their legs. Thinking of this, all the alien races felt humiliated and unwilling. Suddenly, Uncle Lin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "They're here." Without saying a word, the 6 of them immediately left under the protection of Uncle Lin. As soon as they left the small family, the 6 of them saw the blue-haired old man and Yan Shuatian chasing after them. Explode. Uncle Lin's face was cold and fierce as he shouted in a low voice. When the blue-haired old man and Yan Shuatian passed by the small family, all the cultivators in the family flew out and self-destructed. There was only one early-stage returning origin realm cultivator in this small family. Even if all of them self-destructed, they wouldn't be able to harm so many Void Sea realm venerables. However, this way of playing with the lives of humans was also a way for Uncle Lin to vent his anger and take revenge on the Blood Moon Holy Ground. Suddenly, a man in black clothes appeared in front of Uncle Lin and the rest. "It's that kid who played with us." The blue-haired man shouted angrily. It was Qingyu who played with them and then took the opportunity to sneak attack them, injuring them and putting them in a dangerous situation. "He dares to come and stop us alone?" The blue-haired lady looked at Qingyu. She didn't know why, but this man in front of her gave her a strange sense of intimacy. It was as if there was something about him that attracted her. "Bastard, die." The rest of the foreign races were enraged and attacked Qingyu. "Something's wrong. Come back." Uncle Lin's expression suddenly darkened as he shouted. However, it was too late. Suddenly, 2 gray shadows descended from the sky. A terrifying aura pressed down like a mountain, causing the bodies of the foreign races to sink. Their minds buzzed, and blood flowed out of their mouths. The 2 people who suddenly appeared were the 2 half-step star condensation experts of the Evil Moon sect. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Evil Moon sect and the Blood Moon Holy Ground also appeared. In an instant, the 6 foreign races were surrounded. Blue-haired foreign race, die. The dignified man of the Evil Moon sect waved the black ancient sword in his hand, and a quiet and evil pitch-black sword curtain poured down from the sky like a huge black waterfall. Uncle Lin burned his true yuan, and his trident stirred up a layer of blue water tsunami that swept out in all directions. Then, his figure turned into a dark blue light and disappeared in a flash, escaping into the distance. Facing such a situation, Uncle Lin couldn't care less and escaped alone. "Uncle Lin!" the blue-haired man shouted. Seeing that Uncle Lin didn't even turn around, he could only grit his teeth and escape. In an instant, the 6 foreign races scattered and escaped. Among them, 3 half-step kings and Yan Shuatian chased after Uncle Lin. Qingyu didn't participate in the battle of half-step Void Sea realm. He didn't believe that 3 half-step kings couldn't kill Uncle Lin. "Die." Qingyu locked onto a target and threw out a simple punch. A layer of heavy black fist light shot out. The blue-haired man's cultivation had reached the peak of mid-stage Void Sea realm. He didn't take Xianxia seriously. After throwing out 2 palm strikes, he turned around and escaped. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blue-bearded man's attack was shattered by Xianxia's punch, and Xianxia continued onward. What? The blue-haired man's face was full of fear. He couldn't believe that his attack was so easily crushed by Xianxia. Boom! The blue-haired man threw out another palm strike, clashing with Xianxia's punch. In an instant, his figure flew backward. His arms had lost all feeling and were trembling non-stop. Such powerful strength. The blue-haired man looked at Xianxia with fear in his eyes. Immediately after, the rest of the Sacred Land's upper echelon also attacked. In the end, this foreign race member was instantly killed by Xianxia with a single punch. Xianxia scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered a blue-horned woman had actually escaped the encirclement and was escaping into the distance. Die. Xianxia circulated his space mentality and threw out a mysterious sky palm. The silver-gray transparent palm light rapidly pierced through and hit the blue-horned woman's delicate body. Puff, she spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Haha, these damned alien races, go to hell. A disciple of the evil moon cult laughed after killing a foreign race member. At this point, all the foreign races apart from Uncle Lin were dead. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from Xianxia's mysterious heart, as if something was attracting it. His gaze instantly fell on the blue-horned woman's corpse, and he immediately threw out a punch. Boom! When the punch landed, the ground trembled and formed a huge crater. The blue-horned woman's corpse was blasted into dust. However, a blood-colored figure flew out from the dust. She had a terrified expression and immediately fled downwards. Blood Tribe. Seeing this scene, the people of the evil moon cult exclaimed in unison. It turned out that the blue-horned woman had only pretended to be killed by Xianxia, and the Blood Tribe's main body in her body had seized the opportunity to escape. However, all of this was still detected by Xianxia's mysterious heart. As the nemesis of the Blood Tribe, he didn't find it strange. Air Capture Hand, Xianxia suddenly activated the third form of the mystic sky palm, and a silver-gray transparent hand quickly formed in the air and grabbed the Blood Tribe member. Unexpectedly, the blood-colored figure split into streams of blood and flowed out from the gaps of the silver-gray hand in an attempt to escape. The survival ability of the Blood Tribe was top-notch. In the past, they were known as the Immortal Blood Tribe, and their resistance against the power of space far exceeded that of ordinary people. However, in the face of absolute power, survival ability was useless no matter how strong it was. Xianxia took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword and swung it. The ground trembled, and countless hideous black bone spikes emerged from the ground. The black bone spikes pierced through the body of the Blood Tribe member, and the blood was infected by the demonic intent, gradually turning black. In the end, the Blood Tribe member's vitality dissipated, and he died under Xianxia's demonic sword. Blood Tribe, foreign races? What's going on? Xianxia was puzzled. Why were the foreign races and the Blood Tribe together? It seems that the Blood Tribe and the Blue Nether Realm have really joined forces. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia felt that while he wasn't in the Great Cosmos Realm, something incredible had happened there. Not long after, the green-haired elder and the evil moon cult's half-step king returned. Since then, the foreign races had been completely annihilated. Ever since the establishment of the Blood Moon Holy Ground, they had been gathering their forces to guard against the foreign races. Then, they had fought with Uncle Lin and the other foreign races for 2 months. Now that the foreign races had been wiped out, the Blood Moon Holy Ground could finally start to rebuild. Xianxia, the foreign races have been eliminated. Let the people of Xiaoyao Palace go. We will leave now and promise not to go near Kunyan Realm in the future. The green-haired elder's tone was somewhat helpless. He had never thought that the people of the Evil Moon Sect would come to Kunyan Realm and seemed to be on good terms with Xianxia. The Evil Moon Sect was a 4-star power in the southern region of the Great Cosmos Realm. There was almost no sect in the southern region that dared to challenge its authority. From now on, Kunyan Realm would be under the protection of the Evil Moon Sect. Even if he did not make a promise now, Xiaoyao Palace would not dare to come to Kunyan Realm in the future. I want to know why Xiaoyao Palace is willing to pay such a high price to get the Blood Star Saint pill. Xianxia bluntly admitted that the Blood Star Saint elixir was in his hands. The behavior of Xiaoyao Palace proved that the other party believed in this. In the great cosmos realm, there were many rare elixirs that could increase the probability of breaking through to the star condensation state. For Xiaoyao Palace to go through so much trouble and offend Xinyu, the disciple of the star condensation king of Black Demon Valley, it seemed that they valued the blood star Saint Pill too much. Unless the blood star Saint Pill had other special effects besides increasing the probability of breaking through to the star condensation state. I'm not sure about that. The green-haired elder shook his head. When the sect sent him to carry out this mission, he also objected, but the palace master was firm and did not tell him the reason. Next, the green-haired elder went to the dungeon and found Li Wenyi and another female disciple. They left Kunyan Realm through the interrealm teleportation formation of the Blood Moon Holy Ground. As for Xinyu's doubts about the Blood Star Saint Pill, he could only put them aside for the time being. His current cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Void Sea state. There was still a long way to go before he reached the Star Condensation King. When the Blood Moon Holy Ground was being rebuilt, Xinyu stayed there because he was worried about the Evil Moon sect. Of course, he spent most of his time cultivating and only occasionally checked on the situation. Time passed quietly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Blood Moon Holy Ground had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was perfected in all aspects, and its control over the entire Kunyan world far exceeded that of the Kunyan Holy Ground at its peak. Apart from that, the overall strength of the Blood Moon Holy Ground had also increased greatly. Furthermore, the Evil Moon sect had left many traps here. Even if a star condensation monarch came, they would not be able to escape unscathed. On this day, Xinyu said his goodbyes and prepared to return to the great cosmos realm. Although he had enjoyed the best cultivation environment over the years in the Holy Land and had many supplementary medicinal herbs and spirit pills, the effects of his cultivation were still incomparable to the great cosmos domain's Black Demon Valley. Now that the Kunyan realm had stabilized and there were no more threats, he could leave with peace of mind. Before this, the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden, Yan Shuetian, and the others had already left with the higher-ups of the Evil Moon sect. Of course, as the new Holy Master of the Blood Moon Holy Land, Yan Shuetian would only return temporarily to handle some matters. He would return to the Kunyan realm in the future. Junior brother, remember to come back and visit us when you have time. Senior brother Yuan Chen and Xinyu bade farewell reluctantly. Senior brother, I will definitely cultivate well. I will also leave the Kunyan realm in the future and explore the outside world to find you. Little junior sister Yubuyu said with determination. Currently, the Blood Moon Holy Ground had set up a new rule. Geniuses with exceptional talent and outstanding performance would have the opportunity to leave the Kunyan realm and head to the Great Cosmos realm. They would even have the qualifications to participate in the Evil Moon sect's recruitment test. Start the teleportation. The silver-haired elder suddenly opened the array, and an ancient silver light enveloped Xinyu and Yi Luofeng. When the light reached its peak, a spatial force suddenly exploded and sent Xinyu and Yi Luofeng out of the Kunyan realm. When they left the Kunyan realm, Xinyu immediately took out the sky cruiser. The sky cruiser had the coordinates of the Great Cosmos realm in it, so there was no need to control it. There was also a way to contact the Evil Moon sect. When they left the realm, they could directly return to the Evil Moon sect through the teleportation array. The trip to the outer realm had begun. I heard from the Yin-Yang twin moons that the Blue Nether realm and the Great Cosmos realm have already started a war. Yi Luofeng's eyes were filled with worry. The Blue Nether realm was a super-large realm of the foreign races, and it had always been in conflict with the Great Cosmos realm that was occupied by the human race and the demon race. It could be said that as long as there was a chance, one side would attack and swallow the other to expand their territory. In fact, when Xinyu and Yi Luofeng were still in the Great Cosmos realm, the two large realms were in constant conflict and there were often battles and killings. However, they didn't come into contact with these things at that time. Just this point alone wasn't something to worry about. The Great Cosmos realm was able to stand tall and was controlled by the human race and the demon race, so it wasn't a place to be trifled with. The blood race seems to have their eyes on the Great Cosmos realm. They might have even joined forces with the Blue Nether realm or reached some kind of agreement. Qinyu's face darkened. He had stayed in the Great Cosmos realm for so many years, so he had some feelings for it. And now, the Kunyan realm was also under the control of the evil moon sect. Once the great cosmos realm fell, the Kunyan realm would also fall into the hands of others. This was a war between realms. The loser would lose everything, therefore, Xianxia didn't want the great cosmos realm to lose. There were many reasons why he made such a guess. In the past, it was rare to see the blood race in the great cosmos realm. It wasn't just the great cosmos realm, but the other realms as well. The special characteristics of the blood race caused them to be hated by many other races. Once they were discovered, they would be quickly surrounded and annihilated. But unknowingly, too many blood race figures had appeared in the great cosmos realm, and they frequently clashed with the various large sect forces. It's useless for us to worry about the war between realms. We just need to do what we need to do. Yi Luofeng looked at Xianxia and revealed a smile. You're right. We need to do what we need to do. Xianxia revealed a mischievous smile, grabbed Yi Luofeng's hand, and pulled her closer. What are you doing? Yi Luofeng's body tensed up, and she asked shyly. Doing what we need to do. Xianxia had a mischievous smile on his face as he emphasized this sentence once again. Yi Luofeng didn't resist much, and she was pulled into Xianxia's embrace. Having walked together, the two of them had long since understood each other. They just hadn't said it out loud. Feeling the soft and graceful body in his embrace, he gazed at the beauty's perfect face, the blush on her cheeks, the trembling eyelashes, and the watery eyes that were no longer cold. He lowered his head and kissed her. Looking at Xianxia's approaching lips, Yi Luofeng's heartbeat sped up, and she panicked. She struggled a little uncomfortably, and then she closed her eyes. Their lips suddenly came into contact, and a soul-stirring sensation spread out. Xianxia felt that Yi Luofeng's lips were like a delicacy, and he couldn't help but suck on them, wanting more. Yi Luofeng let out a moan that made one's blood restless. At this moment, she suddenly broke free, and her face was red. She didn't dare to look at Xianxia directly. Xianxia still wished to continue. You'll slowly get used to it in the future. Who wants to slowly get used to it? Yi Luofeng glared at Xianxia, and her lips curled up as she snorted. 3 days later, the spaceship flickered with a faint light, and a reminder rang out. We're almost at the great cosmos realm. Xianxia ended his cultivation state and walked out of his room, arriving outside the spaceship. Standing there, his surroundings were still pitch black, empty, and cold. He couldn't see anything. 2 days later, Xianxia saw an irregular patch of primal chaos appear in the pitch-black universe. The great cosmos realm is in front, Yi Luofeng said. Suddenly, bang, a deafening explosion rang out in the void not far away, and a huge hole was torn in the pitch-black space. The moment the spatial tier formed, a turbulent spatial flow blew out where the two spaces intersected. Dark gray storms danced like giant snakes. The two of them looked through the spatial tear and saw 3 figures being swept by a dark gray storm snake. Their figures were instantly devoured, leaving nothing behind. Coincidentally, Xianxia and Yi Luofeng, who were nearby, were affected by one of the turbulent spatial flows. Crack, the right side of the spaceship was swallowed by the turbulent spatial flows, and the hull shook. The interior of the spaceship flickered. What's going on? Yi Luofeng was shocked. Not good, the spaceship is damaged. Xianxia's expression sank as he looked at the place where the spatial tear had exploded. Through the spatial crack, one could see a huge cylindrical space inside. Many figures were fighting and killing each other. Human race, demon race, foreign race, blood race. Xianxia instantly discovered these races. That seems to be a spatial passage. Yi Luofeng concluded after observing for a moment. In order to travel from one realm to another, other than outer space travel, interrealm teleportation, and space passage, all 3 had their advantages and disadvantages. Among them, a spatial passage was suitable for 2 realms that were close to each other, so it was more convenient to travel between them. I didn't expect the foreign race to attack so close to the great cosmos realm. If they occupy the spatial passage, won't they be able to enter and leave the great cosmos realm at will? Yi Luofeng said worriedly. The spaceship is damaged. Let's go and take a look. We can also use the spatial passage to return to the Kunyan realm. Xianxia suggested. Then, the spaceship flew toward the huge spatial tear. Before it got close, there were waves of chaotic energy fluctuations. Huh? A spaceship? Go to hell. Inside the spatial passage, a blue-haired foreign race member saw the approaching spaceship and the humans on it. He waved the broadsword in his hand with a ferocious expression. At the same time, one black, berserk blade after another slashed at the ship Xianxia was on. You're courting death. With an indifferent expression, Xianxia jumped onto the ship's bow and abruptly waved his arm. Boom, a pitch-black fist shadow that was as heavy as a mountain rushed out with a crazy and domineering demonic intent, instantly crushing the layers of black saber shadows into powder. Seeing this, the blue-haired foreign race member's heart trembled. He knew that he had provoked a powerful enemy, so he turned around and fled. Suddenly, Xianxia jumped up and left the spaceship. He approached the spatial tear. The spatial tear hadn't completely stabilized yet, so there were traces of turbulence blowing around. The spatial tear hasn't completely stabilized yet. Isn't this kid afraid of being torn apart by the turbulence? The blue-haired foreign race member laughed when he saw this. He stopped as if he was waiting to see Xianxu's miserable appearance. But what happened next made him completely dumbfounded. He saw that Xianxu had smoothly passed through the spatial tear and entered the spatial passage. He wasn't hurt by the turbulence at all. In fact, when he passed through the passage, the turbulence disappeared and the space stabilized. What the hell? The blue-haired foreign race member's heart raced when he saw this. He used his full speed and ran away. The first time Xianxu had gone to the great cosmos realm, he had encountered many dangers when the spatial passage had shattered. However, all the spatial turbulence that had approached him had been smoothed out. When the spatial crack had approached Xianxu, it had also taken a detour. At that time, he had suspected that this was due to the mysterious heart. After all, this scene was too strange. Only the mysterious heart in his body could explain this. Thus, just now, Xianxu had passed through the spatial crack that hadn't completely stabilized. Even if the mysterious heart hadn't worked at the critical moment, with his spatial intent and elementary undying body, it wouldn't have affected him much. But reality had proven Xianxu's guess. His mysterious heart had special spatial abilities. Die. Xianxu looked at the blue-haired alien and unleashed the power of the will of space. It seemed that the will of space had been amplified by the dimensional passage. His concept of space spread out to a radius of 7,000 to 8,000 feet. Everything within this range was under his control. Buzz, two dark silver spatial hands appeared on the blue-haired man's left and right. The two spatial hands shot up and then abruptly closed. The blue-haired alien was crushed into a meat patty by the two spatial hands, blood splattering everywhere. Only then did Ji Luofeng pass through the spatial crack and enter the passage. The two swept their gazes over, indescribably shocked. The battle over the spatial passage was far more intense than they had imagined. The entire passage was in a state of chaos. Of course, this was mainly because Xianxu hadn't known the spatial passage's importance. Once they controlled it, the alien races would have the initiative and could easily approach the great cosmos realm, launching an attack at any time. Bang! At the very top of the sky, a deafening explosion rang out. The terrifying ripples of energy caused everyone below to be alarmed, and they could not help but retreat a certain distance. That's a battle between half-step kings. Xianxu was inwardly startled. He hadn't expected that the battle over the spatial passage would involve half-step kings. The spatial crack just now should have been caused by the intense battle between half-step kings. I've been in seclusion for the past few years. This is the perfect time to practice. Battle intent surged in Xianxu's heart. Perhaps it was because he was a human and had a sense of responsibility to protect his home, or perhaps it was because he hated the vampires and other races. Buzz, an oppressive demonic intent spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxu's body turned pitch black. The strange runes on his body flickered with a dark light. After activating the secret rune demonic body, Xianxu charged toward the foreign races and vampires. Yi Luofeng also joined in the battle. Boom, like a cannonball, Xianxu charged forward. Before an alien who was fighting with a human could even react, Xianxu had already sent his head flying with a kick. After that, he started to look for his next target. Just activating the mystic rune demon body and using the concept of space as support was enough to kill the enemy. In just a dozen breaths' time, 6 outsiders had died at Qinyu's hands. There were also blood race beings here. Blood race beings had strong survival abilities and were relatively difficult to kill. Although Qinyu felt that his mysterious heart was the bane of the blood race, there were too many people here, and there were even half-step king-level warriors. It was better not to show off the mysterious heart's ability to suppress the blood race. Qinyu didn't kill the blood race, but the blood race beings had their eyes on him. Who is this person? His strength is extraordinary. He has killed so many outsiders. The 8 eyes on the top of one of the blood spiders simultaneously stared at Qinyu and sneered, "Let me kill you." Right then, it was fighting with its enemies, but its eyes were always on Qinyu, as if it was waiting for an opportunity. At a certain moment, when Qinyu gave a fatal blow to an outsider, the 8-eyed blood spider suddenly spat out 4 blood-red threads from its mouth. The 8-eyed blood spider's cultivation had reached the mid-void sea realm, so the piercing power and toughness of its blood threads were shocking. Pooh, there were other people in the path of the blood-red threads that attacked Qinyu, but they easily pierced through their bodies as if they were paper. In an instant, the blood of the 2 people who had been pierced through gathered in the spider threads, and their faces turned pale. At the same time, the blood poison on the spider threads spread to their bodies. The 2 people immediately screamed in fear. Swoosh, the 4 spider threads reached Qinyu's back in an instant. Qinyu didn't stop moving. The moment he killed the enemy in front of him, the 4 spider threads hit him. Done. The 8-eyed blood spider revealed a victorious smile. The 4 blood-red spider threads hit Qinyu, but they didn't pierce through him as easily as they had pierced through the others. It was as if there was a strong resistance, and they slowly pierced through. In fact, Qinyu, who had the space-intent power, had already noticed the attack of the 8-eyed blood spider. It was just that he didn't care. After killing the enemy, Qinyu formed the blood-glazed flame in his palm and waved it, easily cutting through the 4 spider threads. At the same time, the round hole-like wound on his body rapidly healed, leaving not a single scar behind. What? How is this possible? The 8-eyed blood spider's eyes widened. The fact that Qinyu had easily cut through the spider thread showed that his strength was beyond its imagination, but it wasn't enough to surprise it. The main reason it was shocked was because of Qinyu's incredible self-healing ability. The wounds caused by the spider threads and the poison had healed in an instant, which was simply incredible. The elementary immortal body has a stronger resistance to poison. Qinyu also came to this conclusion through this scene. In the past, his body had a strong resistance to poison, and after transforming into the elementary immortal body, his resistance to poison had greatly increased. The moment the 8-eyed blood spider met Qinyu's eyes, an inexplicable fear emerged in its heart, and its 8 legs began to tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the 8-eyed blood spider's 8 legs trembled for a moment, it immediately jumped up, distancing itself from Qinyu. Want to leave? With a cold smile on his face, Qinyu approached it at a faster speed. Sensing Qinyu's killing intent, the 8-eyed blood spider was even more frightened. Even though it had 8 legs, it couldn't outrun Qinyu. Suddenly, a great spatial power descended, and the 8-eyed blood spider felt as if it had fallen into a swamp. Swish! Qinyu pointed his finger forward, and a dark purple flaming sword finger carrying a chilling aura rapidly approached it and abruptly pierced through its body. The Blood Clan had a strong survival ability, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. However, Qinyu's lunar sword finger had absorbed the remaining power in the soul-stabilizing pearl, so it was extremely powerful. After the lunar sword finger entered the 8-eyed blood spider's body, it quickly divided into countless strands and spread throughout its body, crazily devouring its chi, blood, and vitality. After a moment, the 8-eyed blood spider's body withered and turned into a pool of cold blood. The death of the Blood Clan's Void Sea Venerable instantly attracted Qinyu's attention. Both sides were very surprised by Qinyu's means and combat strength. I don't know anyone. Does this space passage not lead to the southern region? Qinyu was not only observing the enemy, but also his own side. But so far, he hadn't met anyone he knew. Human, you killed an expert of the Blood Clan. Die. A low, hoarse roar rang out from among the blood race beings. It was accompanied by a wave of rolling blood as it reverberated through the air. Whoosh! A huge blood-red shadow soared into the sky and turned into an extremely large blood-winged bat. Its blood-red wings were nearly 30 meters long. "Lord Bloodbat, run! Your Excellency, retreat! Don't fight with the Lord Bloodbat!" Many people exclaimed, and some even told Xianxia to retreat. The battle in this space passage didn't last long, but the Lord Bloodbat's fierce name had already spread far and wide. The Lord Bloodbat was extremely bloodthirsty. Every time it fought, it would suck the blood of its enemies dry and then eat them. Swish, the Lord Bloodbat flapped its wings and turned into a blood-red whirlwind, fiercely attacking Xianxia. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Void Sea realm, and his speed was the fastest among the other late-stage Void Sea realm existences that Xianxia had seen. In the void, blood-red light emerged, and 3 violent bloody scars tore at Xianxia. "Get lost!" Xianxia roared, and the demonic patterns on his arm revolved, and instantly displayed the demon destruction claw. Boom, the 2 claws collided, and a terrifying power exploded. A blood-red whirlwind hit Xianxia, but only left a few shallow marks. The Lord Bloodbat immediately used its wings to protect its body, blocking the damage. Seeing this, Xianxia's true essence erupted under his feet, and he shot out like a cannonball. Another demonic pattern surged, and the blood-glazed flame in his body surged. Cloud-devouring demonic fist, in the sky, a dark and huge demonic fist surged with blood-red flames, crashing down. Blood-glazed flame? The Lord Bloodbat revealed a look of shock. Xianxia's punch had brought some pressure to him. It was hard to imagine that the mid-stage Void Sea realm human in front of him was actually so strong. But he had never heard of such a person in the Eastern region's Heaven's Chosen list. The Lord Bloodbat's eyes flickered coldly, and its pair of blood-red wings flapped violently, creating a wave of blood-red blades that turned into a huge blood-red tornado. The 2 forces collided, creating a blood-red explosion that caused the people fighting nearby to quickly move out of the way. So strong. This person can actually fight with the Lord Bloodbat, and they're actually evenly matched. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they looked at Xianxia. This lad's strength and talent can at least be ranked in the Eastern region's Heaven's Chosen list. This old man must have a good taste of his blood. The Lord Bloodbat licked his lips. At this moment, a gap was torn open in the chaotic storm in front of him. Swoosh, a pitch-black ferocious bone spear flew over with a sharp and heavy explosive sound. Its speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Clink, the Lord Bloodbat immediately dodged, but its huge wings were pierced by the bone spear, and the wound gradually turned black. "It seems that my strength has grown a lot in the past few years." Xianxia couldn't help but grin. He still remembered that when he returned to the Black Demon Valley on the Demonic Horn battleship, he had also fought with a late-stage Void Sea realm blood race expert, but he had been in a passive position at the beginning and was in a slightly dangerous situation. But now that he had returned to the Great Cosmos realm, he could face a late-stage Void Sea realm blood race expert head-on and injure him. Suddenly. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Xianxia's mysterious heart inexplicably beat faster, transmitting an extremely strong sense of desire. What's going on? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. This time, the mysterious heart's heartbeat transmitted a sense of desire that was far greater than before, causing Xianxia to immediately take it seriously. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart's urgent beating conveyed a sense of desire that far surpassed what it had been before. Xianxia started to pay attention to it. Just what was it that was attracting the mysterious heart? Right at that moment, a terrifying aura surged from deep within the army of the blood race and the foreign races, causing the entire spatial tunnel to ripple. A blood-red screen spread out in the sky, and a powerful pressure enveloped the world, causing all living beings to tremble. There was a blurry figure in the blood-red sky, standing in a sea of blood-colored starlight. King. King of the blood race. The human race was in a state of panic. Even the half-step kings of the human race became cautious and prepared to retreat at any moment. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Xianxia's mysterious heart continued to beat. The desire and attraction seemed to be directed at the king of the blood race. This scared him quite a bit. The thing that the mysterious heart desired was on the king of the blood race. The fact that the mysterious heart desired it so much meant that the unknown item was extremely important, but how could he take it from the king? With the hatred between the humans and the blood race, the king of the blood race might attack once Xianxia got within a certain distance. Even if Qinyu had an elementary immortal body, he would still be dead. After the king of the blood race appeared, he waved his hand, and an enormous blood-colored whirlpool appeared in the air, absorbing the blood and life force of all humans within a few thousand meters. Those with weaker cultivation instantly turned pale, and their faces turned into bones as blood spurted out of their bodies. Even Qinyu could feel the blood in his body flowing out uncontrollably. The king of the blood race was indeed terrifying. Evil blood race, piss off. A majestic voice suddenly resounded in the spatial tunnel. Tens of thousands of flaming sword auras appeared in the air, carrying with them a violent sword intent that could incinerate everything in its path. It's the burning sword monarch. A voice was heard. In the next moment, an old man wearing a Taoist robe with fiery patterns flew over like an unsheathed peerless sword, emitting a scorching sword radiance. Burning sword monarch. Yi Luofeng couldn't help but stare at the elder. This person was the leader of the Fire Sword sect of the Eight Sword Sacred Gates. He, a malevolent and withered blood-colored head suddenly flew out from the blood-colored starlight and let out an evil laugh. In a split second, the two king-level experts clashed. The terrifying storm created by the battle tore open a crack in the space tunnel, and the surrounding people quickly moved out of the way. Although Qinyu was also prepared to avoid it, he remembered that the Blood Skull King seemed to have something that the mysterious heart desired. Even if he couldn't obtain it, he was still very curious about what it was. Therefore, Qinyu maintained a certain distance from the battlefield of the two king-level combatants. He did not stay too far away from them, nor did he get too close to them. Bastard, you're courting death. Venerate Blood Bat, who was not far away, roared with intense rage in his eyes. Not only did that human hurt him, but he also seemed to be absent-minded, as if he didn't care about him at all. Ever since the beginning of the war against the humans, he had never suffered such humiliation. Venerable Blood Bat's huge wings flickered with a dazzling blood-colored luster. They seemed to have turned into two huge blades as they swung about. Chi! In the air, two blood-colored blades that were dozens of feet long slashed toward Venerate Blood Chi. Qinyu suddenly realized that he still had another enemy. He waved the Nine-Bone Demon Spirit Sword, and activated the Blood Glass Flame. With a sweep of the sword, an incomparably long and narrow black and red flame shot forward. Qinyu's golden-winged phoenix bloodline had been used up in the battle against the Sacred Lord. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Venerate Blood Bat by using this bloodline along with the blood-glazed flame and a supreme-grade spirit weapon. On the other hand, Qinyu was slightly distracted. He split a part of his attention to watch the battle between the two kings. Therefore, he only did his best to defend against Venerate Blood Bat's attacks. Even so, Qinyu and Venerate Blood Bat exchanged dozens of blows, which shocked the surrounding people. Who is this person? How can he fight against Venerate Blood Bat? He's so young, so he must be a prodigy of the eastern region, but I've never heard of him. Venerate Blood Bat was even more enraged, and his eyes were bloodshot. How dare you be distracted while fighting against me? Venerate Blood Bat roared. Blood chi filled the air, and his body split into two, then into four. In an instant, 12 blood-winged bats appeared. Every blood-winged bat was extremely fast. They surrounded Qinyu like phantoms and released a poison that could paralyze one's mind. Even human experts of the same level would find it hard to resist the paralyzing poison. In the past, Venerate Blood Bat had used this move to weaken the enemy's combat power and then take the opportunity to bind them and suck their blood. At a certain moment, one of the blood-winged bats charged toward Qinyu. Pung! Qinyu swung his sword and destroyed it, but a blood-colored mist instantly exploded, and the poison within spread in all directions. Kiki, wait for me to suck your blood dry. Venerate Blood Bat laughed evilly. Then, another bat pounced toward Qinyu. If he didn't counterattack, he would be injured, and if he counterattacked and killed the bat, he would be attacked by the poison. Not good, that kid is going to be killed by Venerate Blood Bat. But Venerate Blood Bat is too strong. I'm afraid we'll die in vain even if we help him. Many humans and demons nearby sighed. In the next moment, Qinyu, who was wrapped in the blood-winged bat, swayed unsteadily. He looked dispirited and drowsy. Kiki, although this kid is strong, his cultivation level is low, and his mind power is so weak. My main body has only used 2 avatars, and he can't hold on anymore, Venerate Blood Bat laughed sinisterly and suddenly approached. A pair of huge blood-colored wings emitted bursts of poisonous mist that enveloped Xianxia. Then, he descended and a pair of blood-colored wings surrounded him. The blood bats' bodies were filled with poison, and once one was surrounded by the blood-colored wings, the poison would instantly invade one's body. Experts of the same level would have no way to resist. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. With the soul fixation pearl, he had a certain degree of immunity to all kinds of mind attacks. Moreover, his mind power was far beyond the level of an ordinary middle-stage empty sea state. The scene just now was just a disguise, and the purpose was to lure Venerate Blood Bat closer. "Kid, you," Venerate Blood Bat panicked for a moment, but he didn't stop moving. The pair of blood-colored wings seemed to want to bind Xianxia. He believed that once he bound this kid, he would definitely become a fish on his chopping board under the effect of the mental poison. However, Xianxia wouldn't give him this chance. Thump. Thump, with such a good opportunity, Xianxia's organs entered a state of eruption, and a vigorous and mighty force instantly surged through his body, including the poison in his mind. The moment Xianxia's organs erupted, Venerate Blood Bat's body trembled inexplicably, and an instinctive fear struck his body. What's going on? Venerate Blood Bat's face was full of panic and confusion. Why would he suddenly be so afraid? Haha. Xianxia grinned. After fighting with the Blood Clan so many times, he had already labeled himself as the nemesis of the Blood Clan. At this moment, Venerate Blood Bat's transformation was also within his expectations. Demon Destruction Claw, Xianxia raised his arm, and a simple and ferocious black demon claw instantly struck out, tearing a hole in the giant blood-colored wings, and Venerate Blood Bat screamed in pain. Slash! He waved the demon sword, and a violent black and red sword light instantly bloomed and slashed out. At close range, the possibility of Venerate Blood Bat dodging was greatly reduced, and there was also the restriction of the space intent power. Poof, one of Venerate Blood Bat's wings was directly cut off, and the sword chi slashed across his body, leaving a wound, and blood spurted out. Ah! Venerate Blood Bat screamed and turned into a disabled bat, quickly fleeing. Where are you going? Xianxia coldly snorted and chased after him with the demon sword. At this moment, one of Venerate Blood Bat's wings was cut off, and he was injured. Coupled with the intense fear in his heart, he didn't dare to fight with Xianxia, and he desperately ran away. Seeing that Xianxia was about to catch up to him, Venerate Blood Bat turned around and roared. Creak! A distorted sound wave swept out in all directions, and many people nearby were affected by it. They immediately fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Demonic sound howl. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. The seventh demonic pattern surged and turned into the shadow of a giant head. Boom, the shadow opened its pitch-black mouth, which was like a bottomless black hole, and swept up a shocking wave of wind. Roar, a demonic roar that seemed to come from the distant primordial times, and it suddenly spread out, forming a distorted dark light wave that shrouded the front. The two sound wave attacks collided, and a burst of extremely sharp whistling sound burst out. In a breath's time, the distorted red sound wave was penetrated by the black sound wave, and it shattered. No. Venerate Blood Bat didn't expect Xianxia to also know a sound wave attack, and it was even more domineering and powerful. Buzz, buzz. He was instantly penetrated by the demonic sound wave, and his body trembled as he was sent flying. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his head buzzed. Venerate Blood Bat. The two blood race beings were shocked when they saw Venerate Blood Bat fall from the sky. Even someone as powerful as Venerate Blood Bat was reduced to such a miserable state by a nameless brat. Just as Xianxia was about to give Venerate Blood Bat a fatal blow, a roar came from the sky. Fengjian, we were evenly matched last time, but you'll definitely die this time. The king of the Blood Skull race laughed, and a silver cup suddenly floated above his head. It was rusty and had traces of blood on it. The moment the silver cup appeared, a terrifying aura that could suppress all living beings spread out, and the blood in everyone's body trembled as if it was about to fly out. When the blood race beings looked at the silver cup, their hearts were filled with fear and respect. At the same time, dong, 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 Xianxia's mysterious heart started to beat even faster, as if it was about to run away. Is this that treasure? Xianxia stared at the rusty silver cup, feeling the terrifying pressure it emitted, and he was extremely shocked. In order to kill you, I brought a sacred item of the blood race. You can die in peace now, the king of the blood skull race evilly laughed. Boom, a blood-colored light flashed in the sky as a powerful aura swept out in every direction. Not good. The Burning Sword King's expression changed as he felt a great pressure. The beings closest to the king of the blood skull race were swept by the shockwaves and exploded on the spot. Blood spurted out and gathered in the silver cup. Qinyu also felt a strong sense of danger, and he quickly retreated. A battle between kings was already terrifying, and the king of the blood skull race was even more terrifying. Dong, dong. Dong. Dong, Qinyu's heart entered a berserk state, causing his speed to instantly increase, and he quickly retreated. However, the heart that had entered a berserk state suddenly created a powerful suction force. The silver cup above the king of the blood skull race's head suddenly trembled, and the ancient bloodstain on it fell off, turning into a wisp of blood that floated out. This wisp of blood seemed to pierce through space and time, and it instantly arrived before Qinyu and was absorbed into the mysterious heart. What's going on? Qinyu's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, the expression of the king of the blood skull race changed dramatically as he felt the power of the sacred item above his head slowly weaken. The expression of the blood skull king changed as he felt the power of the blood race's holy artifact slowly weaken. At this moment, he was both shocked and terrified. He had paid a huge price to borrow the blood race's holy artifact to deal with the expert guarding the spatial passage in the great cosmos realm. But now, a portion of the blood race's holy artifact's power had been greatly reduced. This was the blood race's holy artifact. Even he would be punished if something happened to it. Who is it? The blood skull king's scarlet eyes released a blood-red light, and they were filled with madness. The next moment, his gaze landed on Qinyu. In that instant, the blood skull king felt the same aura as the holy artifact from Qinyu. The moment the blood skull king looked at him, Qinyu felt as if a sea of blood was crashing toward him, and a great sense of danger pressed down on his entire body. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Under the influence of his heart's outburst, he retreated at an astonishing speed. Stay here. The blood skull king roared. But at this moment, the holy artifact above his head trembled slightly as if it was about to float out. This scene greatly shocked the blood skull king. That brat made the holy artifact approach him on its own. Could he be a descendant of the devouring blood race? However, a descendant of the devouring blood race wouldn't ruin the blood race's plan at such a crucial moment. In order to stabilize the holy artifact, the blood skull king could only give up on attacking Qinyu. Moreover, he still had a powerful enemy in front of him, the Burning Sword Monarch. The Burning Sword Monarch didn't know what was going on, but he could sense that something was wrong with the holy artifact. This was his chance. Sky-burning sun sword. The Burning Sword Monarch pointed a finger, and a sword of fire that was as hot as the sun rushed out, blooming with a straight and glaring flame radiance, illuminating a radius of 1,000 zhang. Boom, as the Burning Sword Monarch waved his finger, the several hundred-meter-long sky-burning raging flame sword suddenly slashed down. Scram! The Blood Skull King roared in anger. He didn't want to fight the Burning Sword Monarch anymore. He wanted to capture the brat who had stolen the Holy Grail's power and take it back. However, it was impossible for the Burning Sword Monarch to let him go. The silver cup above the Blood Skull King's head released a mirror-like blood-colored light that clashed with the blazing sword. Rumble, the two kings clashed intensely, and the shockwaves from their battle caused both sides to temporarily retreat. Qinyu had long since retreated to the rear and heaved a sigh of relief. That scene just now was truly thrilling. The mysterious heart actually sucked away something from the Blood Skull King's holy artifact right in front of him, enraging the Blood Skull King. If the Burning Sword King wasn't here, the Blood Skull King wouldn't have let Qinyu off so easily. Qinyu's consciousness sank into the mysterious space. Other than the light silver crystal space, there was also a ball of silent night-winged wolf's bloodline power, a drop of scarlet blood. Other than that, there was nothing else. Just like the last time I swallowed a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan, it was sucked into the mysterious heart and disappeared. Qinyu muttered to himself. Last time, he had swallowed a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan that had entered his body, but the result was different. The descendant's bloodline power had merged with the entire gray and silent space and disappeared. And this time it was the same situation. This made Qin Yu a little depressed. He had taken such a big risk and offended the Blood Skull King, but in the end, he had gained nothing. But at this moment, a layer of faint red light appeared in the dark and silent space. It flickered slightly as if it was breathing, or like a beating pulse. Earlier, this space had always been desolate, deathly silent, and pitch black. But at this moment, something changed. There was no need to guess. The reason was definitely something from the blood race's holy artifact. And the silent night-winged wolf bloodline that existed here suddenly trembled as if it had sensed something terrifying. Even the drop of bloodline power from the scarlet-winged saint dragon was the same. What does this change mean? Qin Yu was puzzled. He was now sure that the mysterious heart had absorbed something from the Holy Grail, and it had indeed changed. But he couldn't understand this change. As for what benefit it would bring him, he had no idea. He could only slowly figure it out. At this moment, Yi Luofeng flew over. "Are you okay?" she asked with concern. She was also puzzled as to why Qin Yu had been so close to where the two kings were fighting. "I'm fine." Qin Yu didn't explain the reason. He already knew that this spatial passage had been built in the eastern region. When Qin Yu was in the southern region, he had been targeted by the blood race. Now that he had come to the eastern region, he would probably be targeted again. After the two kings exchanged a few blows, the Blood Skull King retreated. The humans had the upper hand in this battle. They took advantage of the situation and pushed the foreign races and the blood race out of the spatial passage. The Blood Skull King that took out some holy artifact is only SOSO. He's being chased by the Burning Sword King of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate. Haha, let them be impudent. The humans and the Yao race have occupied the great cosmos realm for countless years. They're not easy to deal with. After leaving the spatial passage, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng arrived at the border of the eastern region. Not far away, there was a continuous line of buildings. This was the eastern region's army stationed at the spatial passage to defend against the enemies. With Yi Luofeng's identity as a true disciple of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, she smoothly entered. Since she had come to the eastern region, she definitely had to return to the sect to take a look. Moreover, the Burning Sword King of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate was here, as well as a few of her fellow disciples. After entering the army camp, someone brought Yi Luofeng and the others to the Eight Swords Sacred Gates area. "Junior Sister Yi? You're finally back." Many people came to greet Yi Luofeng as soon as she arrived. In particular, some of the male disciples who had come to fight on the battlefield were extremely passionate towards her. They never thought that the Ice Lotus Fairy, who was rarely seen in the sect, would come here. As long as they had a chance to interact with her, they would have a chance to win the goddess's favor. Furthermore, this was a battlefield, the best place for them to display their strength. "Junior Sister Yi, who is this?" A man in a green robe with a square face asked. The others also looked over with a hint of rejection in their eyes. In the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, even if Yi Luofeng lived in seclusion, she was still the goddess in the hearts of many male disciples in the sect. At this moment, there were actually other men with their goddess. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Yi Luofeng looked at Qin Yu and was about to give a brief introduction. However, Qin Yu suddenly walked up quickly and put his arm around Yi Luofeng's waist. He grinned and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Qin Yu, Luofeng's cultivation partner." In an instant, the men in front of him looked as if they were struck by lightning, their faces dull and stiff. "Yi Luofeng's cultivation partner? You? What did you just say?" One of the disciples couldn't believe it and wondered if he had misheard. Yi Luofeng, on the other hand, glared at Qin Yu angrily. Afterward, she blushed and lowered her head. Seeing this scene, all the male disciples gave up completely, and their gazes towards Qin Yu were filled with jealousy and rage. In response, Qin Yu acted as if he didn't notice it at all. Then, the green-robed man arranged a residence for Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. Everyone here was from Yi Luofeng's sect. She hadn't returned for a few years, so she asked her fellow disciples about the overall situation in the eastern region. "I want to return to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate." Yi Luofeng stared at Qin Yu. "Let's go together." Yu smiled. He was a little curious about this top sword Dao sect in the eastern region. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Luofeng had been following him since the god of cookery feast and hadn't returned to her sect for many years. The Eight Swords Sacred Gate was the first place Yi Luofeng had settled down after coming to the Great Cosmos Realm. The Orange Light Realm was originally the Demon Realm and was close to the east of the Great Cosmos Realm. But now, the Orange Light Realm had been occupied by the foreign races and the Blood Race. On the west side of the Orange Light Realm, there was a majestic mountain. There were countless buildings and dozens of patrol teams that alternated day and night. On the peak of the mountain, there was a cold dark blue palace. Boom, a terrifying storm of bloody light erupted from within, causing the entire peak to be covered in a dark bloody mist. Bastard, that human brat actually, the Blood Skull King gnashed his teeth and roared. The other foreign races and Blood Race members present were silent. No one dared to speak. They all knew that the Blood Wave King of the Blood Skull race had come in person to defeat the humans and the demon race in one fell swoop and occupy the spatial tunnel. The Blood Wave Monarch's trump card was the Blood Race's holy relic. It could be said that the Blood Wave Monarch had been confident of victory. But in the end, he failed. Some of the Blood Race's holy relic's power was taken away by a human. This was unbelievable. If the Blood Wave Monarch hadn't said it himself, no one would have believed it. Legend has it that this Blood Race's holy relic is stained with the blood of the Blood Race's progenitor. That's the blood of the Blood Race's progenitor. If I can taste a little, my body will definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. The upper echelons discussed in secret. Pass down my order. At this moment, the Blood Wave Monarch spoke. The upper echelons immediately listened to the king's order. Use the people we've planted in the East Domain to capture this kid. The Blood Race was proficient in parasitism. In the entire Great Cosmos Realm, there were many Blood Race beings living as humans and Demon Race. In addition, there were also some secret Blood Race organizations. Half-Step King, use the Half-Step King level people. The Blood Wave Monarch said again. After this defeat, he had investigated all the information about Yu and learned that Yu had defeated the Blood Race's venerable Blood Bat on the battlefield. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, they had to use the Half-Step King level people. The upper echelons present all sucked in a breath. They actually wanted to expose a half-step star condensation expert to capture and kill Yu. However, this was a serious matter, and it was the king's order, so they didn't say much. King, don't we need to report this to the upper echelons of the Blood Race? A Blood Race's member asked. This is a serious matter. After the investigation, this king will personally go and explain. The Blood Wave Monarch's aura was dignified as his eyes scanned the whole place. This time, something had happened to the Blood Race's holy relic. If he didn't find out the reason, he would definitely be punished. Therefore, the Blood Wave Monarch decided to hide this matter for the time being. Once he captured Yu, he might be able to solve this matter satisfactorily. Even if he couldn't make up for it, holding Yu's head would lessen his punishment. The Great Cosmos Realm had temporarily won the battle for the spatial channel in the eastern region, repelling the allied Blood Race and foreign races. After meeting the Burning Sword Monarch, Yi Luofeng planned to return to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate. The journey was long, and it was a time of war, so the Burning Sword Monarch sent 5 disciples to follow Yi Luofeng back to the sect. On one hand, they could take care of each other, and on the other hand, they could bring back some information. The group boarded a flying boat and sailed through the Sea of Clouds. On the flying boat, the other 5 male disciples of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate looked at Yu with resentment and jealousy. They never thought that the Ice Lotus Fairy, who lived in seclusion in the sect and kept everyone at arm's length, would actually have a Dao companion. If this news were to spread back to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, 60 to 70% of the male disciples in the sect would be shocked. Senior Brother Lin, where did this kid come from? How could he and junior sister Yi become? A disciple transmitted his voice. Every time he thought of the word Dao companion, his heart ached. The leader of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate's disciples, a square-faced man in a green robe, sighed and said, I'm not sure. This person is unknown. How could he be worthy of the Ice Lotus Fairy? No, I heard that this person fought with a Void Sea Realm powerhouse on the battlefield, Several disciples of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate secretly discussed and decided to test Qinyu. They couldn't tolerate a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. If Qinyu was really capable, they would accept it. I'm afraid that's not good. The green-robed man frowned. As Yi Luofeng's Dao companion, he was about to go to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate as a guest. How could he treat a guest like this? Senior brother Lin, he hasn't arrived at the Eight Swords Sacred Gate yet, right? When he arrives, we'll treat him well. A man with a pointy mouth curled up the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, a figure appeared at the back of the flying boat and rapidly approached. Captain Huang, why are you here? The green-robed man stood up, and the speed of the flying boat also slowed down. The Burning Sword Monarch forgot one thing and ordered me to come here personally to tell you. Captain Huang, who looked ordinary but had an extraordinary aura, quickly approached them. I wonder what's so important about him that Captain Huang has to personally come here to tell me. The green-robed man was slightly startled. Captain Huang's cultivation level was higher than his and his military achievements were outstanding. His position in the military camp was much higher than his. Burning Sword Monarch wants me to tell you, Leader Huang's smile widened. His expression suddenly changed, his ordinary face twisted into a hideous smile. Today, all of you will die here. As soon as he said that, Captain Huang's body started to expand and his skin tore open. Whoosh, a blood-red shadow flew out and turned into a translucent red blood man. There seemed to be a bloody light flowing within it. At the same time, a boundless ocean of blood appeared, covering an area of 1,000 zhang. The flying boat fell into the sea of blood and came to a stop. Everyone on the boat felt a strong pressure, causing their blood and qi to boil as if they were about to burst out. You're a blood breed. The disciples of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate stood rooted to the ground as they stared at the bloody figure in the sky in horror. Captain Huang is actually a vampire infiltrator. The green-robed man was equally shocked. He hadn't expected this. Captain Huang was also someone with a certain amount of prestige in the military camp. Moreover, they were shocked to find that Captain Huang's cultivation level was actually half-step star condensation. Captain Huang didn't hesitate to reveal his identity just to kill them, no matter what. The other party definitely wouldn't let them go. It's over. The green-robed man's face was full of despair. Although there were 7 people on the flying boat, in front of a half-step king, even a peak late-stage void sea realm was nothing. Opponents with lower cultivations could be easily crushed without the slightest effort. Half-step star condensation of the blood breed, Qinyu's brows furrowed. He guessed that the blood breed's expert might be coming for him. However, he didn't expect the blood breed to move so quickly and even send out a half-step king. Buzz. Buzz, on the palm of the blood breed half-step king, blood flowed and condensed into a blood bead. A horrifying aura rippled from it, making everyone's heart tremble. The blood in their body was about to burst out. Facing a half-step king, they stood rooted to the ground, trembling. They couldn't even muster the will to resist. Shoo, the blood bead in Captain Huang's hand suddenly shot out, drawing a dazzling blood light as it descended. Right at this moment, Qinyu suddenly charged out. The demonic patterns on his back surged, turning into a 50 zhang wide pitch-black wall. The instant the blood bead landed, it exploded, turning into a horrifying blood light storm that spread out in all directions, shattering everything in its path. The demonic dragon wall gradually shattered under this attack. Retreat. Qinyu could feel the power of this blood breed half-step king. They were both half-step star condensation realm, but as a powerful blood breed, his strength was above that of a sacred lord. Dong, Qinyu stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the flying boat descended, avoiding the shockwave of the half-step star condensation realm's attack. Thank you, junior apprentice brother. The green-robed man looked to the side and instantly cried out. The person who had been fine a moment ago had now turned into a withered corpse, all the blood and vitality in his body sucked out. Although Qinyu had charged out to block it, the shockwave of the half-step king's attack had still easily taken the life of a void sea realm. The others were pale, and a lot of their blood and vitality had also been sucked out. If not for Qinyu blocking it, they would have probably all died under the attack of the blood breed half-step king. Eh? Only one died? The blood man floated in the air, looking down and sizing up Qinyu. When he had received the secret order from the blood breed, he had been extremely shocked. In order to capture a human alive, he had not hesitated to expose his identity. That move just now had been his test. Although the blood breed's secret order had told him to capture Qinyu alive, if the latter had died under his attack, he could not be blamed. Reality had proven that the person the blood breed wanted him to capture was indeed not simple. This person's target is me. Qinyu's heart thumped slightly. He had already confirmed it. On the battlefield, the mysterious heart had absorbed the power of the blood breed's holy artifact, causing the blood breed king to be enraged. Then, a half-step star condensation realm blood breed had charged over. It was obvious that the other party was here to investigate him. If I take out my trump card, I might be able to contend against him, but the others here, Qinyu glanced at Yi Luofeng. With the terrifying means of a half-step star condensation realm blood breed, the shockwave of an attack could kill an ordinary void sea realm. Moreover, this half-step star condensation realm blood breed would definitely not leave anyone alive after his identity had been exposed. Thinking of this, Qinyu made a decision in his heart. He soared into the sky and cursed, "Disgraceful blood race, how dare you hide among the humans? Now that your identity has been exposed, why don't you scram? Once the experts of the human race arrive, you'll definitely die without a burial ground." Everyone was stunned by this shout. The Eight-Sword Sacred Gate's disciples couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their faces full of shock and admiration. A mid-stage void sea realm actually dared to insult a half-step star condensation realm blood breed. The half-step king of the blood breed was also stunned. Then, a cold bloody light flickered in his eyes, and killing intent spread out, causing the sky and earth to darken. "Brat, are you purposely provoking me in hopes that I will give you a quick death?" The half-step king of the blood breed's deep and cold voice resounded. Half-step origin energy fluctuated, and a layer of dark red bloody light floated between heaven and earth, causing all living beings in the vicinity to shiver. Seeing that he had successfully angered the other party, Qinyu turned around and fled. He used Demon Dragon Imperial Shadow, raising a black dragon-tailed demonic wind. At the same time, a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, increasing his speed by a few notches. Coupled with the amplification of spatial power, Qinyu's current speed was slightly inferior to a late-stage void sea realm blood breed. But this was still not enough. His heart entered into a charging state, increasing his speed. Swish, Qinyu flew into the air and instantly disappeared into the distance. Originally, when he saw Qinyu escape, the half-step king of the blood breed had already guessed Qinyu's plan. "You want to lure me away and save the lives of these ants?" He snorted disdainfully. For a half-step king, killing a few ants was a small matter. But when Qinyu's speed completely erupted, the half-step king of the blood breed furrowed his brows. The other party's speed was simply too fast. If he delayed any longer, Qinyu might be able to escape. This mission could not be failed. Swish, the half-step king of the blood breed's body fluctuated with bloody light as he flew out. "Let's go." The green-robed man instantly heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Retreat." However, Yi Luofeng let out a shout and retreated at top speed. She unleashed the power of her true origin to push everyone back. In the distant sky, a bloody light shot over. When it neared everyone, the bloody light blossomed, turning into a violent bloody storm that swept in all directions, devouring everything in its path. I slowed a sword art. Facing the half-step king's terrifying attack, Yi Luofeng's gaze was firm as she waved the ice sword in her hand. During the feast of the god of cookery, her cultivation had reached the peak of mid-void sea realm, and she had easily defeated Inu of the evil moon cult. After consuming the holy dragon's flesh, although the benefits she had obtained were not as much as Qinyu's, it was not much less. In a few years, her cultivation had already reached late void sea realm. Ice and snow floated in the air as sword intent shuttled back and forth, instantly forming an ice sword lotus in front of Yi Luofeng. This was one of her killing moves, but she was currently using it for defense, blocking the half-step king's attack. Rumble, on the ground, a huge blood-colored ball of light expanded crazily, devouring everything. After a while, the light slowly dissipated, leaving behind a huge crater. The ground inside was dark, and the plants withered and turned into ashes. At the edge of the crater, there was a tattered flying boat. "Junior Sister Yi, are you all right?" The green-robed man, who was in a sorry state, shouted in shock. I'm fine. Yi Luofeng spurted out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her white robe red. Her face was pale, but her gaze was firm as she looked into the distance. Junior sister Yi, don't be impulsive. The opponent is a half-step king. Let's immediately return to the camp and report this matter. They will definitely send experts to kill that half-step king. The green-robed man could tell that Yi Luofeng wanted to go to Qinyu, so he immediately advised. I really didn't expect that Brother Chen would take the initiative to be bait for us and lead the enemy away. The sharp-mouthed man who had survived lowered his head in shame. Previously, he had wanted to test Qinyu's skills. But in the face of the half-step king's attack, Qinyu stood out and even used himself as bait to lead the half-step king away. Just this boldness alone was enough to make him feel ashamed of himself, and he was full of admiration for him. That's right, Junior Sister Yi, let's quickly return to the camp and ask the Burning Sword King to take action. The sharp-mouthed man said emotionally. They were already lucky to be able to survive, and chasing after them would be equivalent to suicide. Of course, they might not even be able to catch up. Only by returning to the camp and asking the human race's supreme experts to take action would they have a chance to save Qinyu. Qinyu, who had unleashed his full speed, could clearly sense the half-step king of the blood race chasing after him. As a life form of the blood race, this person was an extremely powerful existence even among half-step kings. The pressure he exerted on Qinyu far surpassed that of the Sacred Lord. Human, are you trying to sacrifice one person to save the lives of the others? This is really touching. The half-step king's mocking voice suddenly rang out. But you've underestimated me. They've already turned into corpses, ha ha ha. In his opinion, the attack he released before leaving was enough to take the lives of those ants. But in reality, the half-step king was in a hurry, so his attack wasn't accurate. As a result, the Eight-Sword Sacred Gates group only suffered from the attacks from the outer perimeter. Furthermore, the half-step king had underestimated Yi Luofeng's strength. Yi Luofeng had sat in one of the top seats during the Feast of Cookery. After eating the sacred dragon's flesh, she had changed her fate and become an outstanding genius of the great cosmos realm. What? Qinyu's expression sank. However, the half-step king's words were likely to provoke him on purpose. For now, Qinyu planned to stall for as long as possible. The half-step king's unbridled appearance would definitely attract a lot of attention. Not to mention that Yi Luofeng and the Eight-Sword Sacred Gates disciples were still alive. As long as there were reinforcements from other experts, this crisis could be resolved. The half-step king also knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he increased his speed and closed in on Qinyu. I don't know what you did to make the higher-ups of the blood race issue a secret order for me to personally take action. But it's better for you to accept your fate. The more you struggle, the more painful it will be. The half-step king snorted. Qinyu didn't pay attention to what the enemy was saying and remained vigilant of the distance between them. At a certain moment, when the half-step king was within 3,000 meters of Qinyu, a heavy blood-colored wave spread out. The enemy had comprehended the blood and water intents to an extremely profound level. Just the binding power alone was comparable to Qinyu's space intent. Right at this moment, Buzz, a cold, dead bloodline power was released from the mysterious heart and spread to Qinyu's entire body. His pitch-black patterned demonic body flashed with cold water runes. His aura gradually faded. At this moment, Qinyu activated the power of the night-winged wolf's bloodline. This power made his life force and physique even stronger. Adding on the speed boost from his bloodline, Qinyu was able to burst out with a terrifying speed, instantly increasing the distance between him and the half-step kings of the blood race. What was that strange feeling just now? Qinyu muttered in his heart. When he activated the silent night-winged wolf bloodline, he felt a strange blood flow throughout his body. His usage of the night-winged wolf bloodline was also much easier. In the past, every time he used a high-tier bloodline ability, there would always be a certain burden on his body, but this time, there didn't seem to be any. What bloodline power is this? The half-step king of the blood race was slightly shocked. When Qinyu released the bloodline power, he felt an inexplicable fear, which made him very confused. The bloodline power that Qinyu released was indeed very precious, but how could it make him feel fear? Why was that? Human, you can't escape from me. He immediately increased his speed, and the instant he got close to Qinyu, he waved his hand, and a chaotic blood-colored light burst out like a vast meteor shower falling from the sky. Right then, the half-step king of the blood race's goal was to capture Qinyu alive, so he didn't kill him. He just wanted to injure him and take him away. Boom! 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 Streaks of blood-red light descended from the sky, smashing toward Qinyu. Qinyu could tell that the half-step king of the blood race didn't use his full power in this attack. He probably wanted to capture him alive, which would help him buy time. Shoo! 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 Qinyu leaped into the air and leaped back and forth in the void, dodging one attack after another in an extremely thrilling manner. The silent Nightwing Wolf's bloodline calmed Qinyu's mind and increased his senses. Adding on the increase of his speed and agility, he also had the space mentality power. All of this, it allowed Qinyu to travel through the blood-red meteor shower without being injured at all. Is this his bloodline power? The half-step king of the blood race had basically figured out Qinyu's bloodline power. It was indeed a very powerful bloodline. However, in front of absolute power, what could this bloodline do? Gurgle on his palm, a blood wave surged and condensed into a dark red blood bead. With a light flick of his finger, the blood bead shot out at an extremely fast speed, shattering the space mentality's restraint. Boom! When the blood bead arrived near Qinyu, it suddenly exploded. A wave of blood light spread out in all directions, heading straight for Qinyu. The half-step king's goal was to capture Qinyu alive, so he controlled the attack's range. He estimated that Qinyu would only take 50% of the attack's damage, so he wouldn't die immediately. Demon Dragon Wall. Qinyu once again activated the 7th demon pattern on his back, forming a pitch-black demon scale wall. Boom, boom, the blood light spread out and devoured him in an instant. The instant Qinyu performed the demon dragon wall, he backed out and was only slightly affected by this attack. A couple of beams of blood light landed on his chest, causing it to cave in. He used this impact to increase his speed again, continuing to escape. Eh? This brat is so tough. He doesn't seem to be injured that badly. The half-step king frowned slightly. He seemed to have underestimated Qinyu. This attack had failed, and he didn't achieve his goal. Then, he performed the second attack. He also controlled the attack's power to a certain range, making Qinyu take more damage than before. But this time, after being injured, Qinyu was still alive and kicking, and his speed didn't decrease at all. Humph. The half-step king was a bit angry, and he attacked for the third time. The result was still the same. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Qinyu's previous 2 injuries had recovered by 80 to 90%. This shocked him greatly. As a half-step star condensation realm expert, the injuries he had caused to Qinyu were almost completely healed in such a short time. No wonder I failed 3 times. You have such a powerful recovery ability. The half-step king of the blood race found an excuse for his failure. He had made up his mind that he couldn't fail the 4th time. The half-step king waved his hand, and a wave of blood surged. 2 bloody figures that looked similar to him formed on both sides of his body, and they were surrounded by a bloody mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment these 2 bloody figures formed, they charged toward Qinyu. The speed of these 2 bloody figures was faster than Qinyu, and they were intelligent, so it was difficult to dodge. Boom! One of the bloody figures suddenly swelled up and exploded, turning into a viscous stream of blood that wrapped around Qinyu. At the same time, the other bloody figure also gradually expanded. Not good. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. If he was hit by this move, he would be completely restrained and at the mercy of others. At this critical moment, the sky-burning demon halberd appeared in his hand, and a domineering black flame spread in all directions, causing the blood that surrounded Qinyu to slow down. The true Yuan in his body surged into the sky-burning demon halberd, and a demonic flame roared and shook the sky. His fire intent became extremely powerful with the help of the sky-burning demon halberd, and it spread in all directions, fighting against the enemy's blood intent and water intent. Slash! The halberd waved, and a huge crescent moon made of black flame slashed out. The sticky blood around Qinyu's body was instantly shattered. That domineering, unstoppable black flame moon shot out toward the half-step king of the blood race. This is a profound artifact. The half-step king of the blood race was shocked. A mere mid-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator had a profound artifact? How could he not be shocked? Even he himself hadn't found a suitable profound artifact of the Blood Dao. The expression of the Blood Race's half-step king turned serious. Half-step Yuanli condensed in his palm and threw out a palm attack. Boom, the black flame moon slash exploded and devoured everything. A forbidden storm slowly spread out and dissipated everything. Whoosh, a crystal-red figure rushed out of the layers of black flames. One of his hands had been cut off, and there was a deep wound on his abdomen. He ran away? The half-step king of the Blood Race sneered. As a member of the Blood Race, his life force was extremely strong, and his self-healing ability was outstanding. This kind of injury was nothing to him. If it weren't for the fact that the profound artifact was too powerful, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. Qin Yu, who knew the Blood Race very well, also knew this, so he immediately ran away after attacking. Human, I'm more and more interested in you. You won't be able to escape today. The cold voice of the half-step king of the Blood Race was heard. He had failed a few times, and now he was injured by Qin Yu. At this moment, his expression was hideous, and his entire face was blood red, which made one's hair stand on end. Boom, he thrust out his palm, and 100-meter-tall bloody hand grabbed at Qin Yu. When the state of blood and the state of water spread out, the pressure on Qin Yu multiplied, and he felt many layers of obstruction. I can't use the power of the sky-burning demon halberd anymore. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and said. As a member of the Blood Race, the enemy in front of him had a strong life force and self-healing ability. Even the profound artifact couldn't scare him away. If he used the profound artifact twice, Qin Yu's true yuan would be used up, which would put him in danger. Blood Race, you've forced me to do this. A demonic intent burst out from Qin Yu's eyes. In the space inside the mysterious heart, a drop of crimson blood suddenly trembled and darted out. Boom, Qin Yu felt a loud noise coming from his body. It was as if a volcano had erupted, and endless magma flooded his entire body. He felt a burning pain in his body, and he felt like he was bloating. His eyes were bloodshot, and flames were spurting out of them. What's going on? This kid. The half-step king of the Blood Race paused, and the power of his bloodline trembled slightly. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from Qin Yu's body. His body was covered in crimson flame scales, and a pair of crimson flame dragon wings that were dozens of meters long appeared on his back. Facing a strong enemy, Qin Yu used a drop of the power of the crimson-winged Saint Dragon's bloodline. The crimson-winged Saint Dragon was a king-level sacred beast, and its bloodline had reached a high level. Although it was only a drop of the power of the bloodline, it contained the power of a king level, which made Qin Yu emit the aura of a star condensation monarch. Huh? Something's wrong. Qin Yu suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his current state. There seemed to be a ripple under the crimson flame scales on his body, and there were two streams of blood in his body, one hot and one cold, which didn't interfere with each other. The bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf hasn't dissipated. Qin Yu was shocked. He suddenly realized that he had used the power of two bloodlines at the same time, and they didn't interfere with each other. In the past, when Qin Yu maintained the power of one bloodline and activated another bloodline, the original bloodline would return to his heart. But this time, after activating a drop of the crimson-winged Saint Dragon's bloodline, the power of the eerie night-winged wolf's bloodline still existed. The heart's mysterious space, which was originally gray and silent, was now covered with a layer of faint red light that flickered like a slow-beating pulse. Qin Yu felt that his mysterious heart had a strange connection with his body. Is it because the mysterious heart absorbed the blood power of the Blood Race's holy object? Qin Yu guessed. Previously, the mysterious heart had suddenly absorbed the blood power of the Blood Race's holy object, and it had undergone some unknown changes. He didn't know what the consequences were. But now, he could suddenly activate the power of two bloodlines at the same time. This might be the change after the mysterious heart absorbed the power of the Blood Race's holy object. At this moment, Qin Yu's body was burning and swollen, and his skin was scorched. Thanks to the indestructible body, these scars quickly recovered, but the next moment, the bloodline power charred his body again. The bloodline power of the crimson-winged Saint Dragon was extremely powerful. It was the power of a king-level sacred beast. Even a drop of refined bloodline power was not something an ordinary Void Sea realm could withstand. Qinyu felt his body was filled with endless power, and he had an urge to wreak havoc and destroy. On the other side, the half-step king of the blood race stood in place in shock. The bloodline power that suddenly surged in Qinyu's body shocked even him, and his bloodline trembled. But soon after, he sensed another mysterious bloodline aura from Qinyu. That aura made him instinctively fear and revere Qinyu, making him want to submit and worship him. He had felt this before, when he saw a descendant of the devouring blood race, but the devouring blood race was the king of the entire blood race, and it was the strongest blood race. Its bloodline was so noble that it could be traced back to the ancient legends of the gods and demons. Why does this kid give me this feeling? The half-step king of the blood race was shocked. In his eyes, Qinyu was just an ant that he could kill whenever he wanted. But at this moment, when he faced Qinyu, he'd already taken Qinyu to be an opponent, and a trace of terror and bewilderment appeared in his heart. Kill! Qinyu roared furiously, and a dragon roar that seemed capable of shaking the world spread out, causing the half-step king's eardrums to tremble. He didn't spend too much time researching the dual bloodline. Using the trump card was to deal with the enemy. He didn't have the time to think too much at this moment. He had to unleash his greatest strength in this limited time to repel the enemy. The arm covered in flaming dragon scales punched out, causing the void to explode and flames to surge. Whoosh, a huge black and red dragon image with roaring flaming dragon tattoos flew out with a majestic aura, looking unstoppable. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a black and red fire dragon that was hundreds of meters long, charging out with a domineering aura that looked down on everything. Before the punch even landed, a violent and scorching energy pressed down, causing the half-step king of the blood race to sink slightly. Bastard, even if you have a powerful trump card, you're still only at the mid-stage Void Sea realm. Lose. The half-step king of the blood race bared his teeth and roared. Blood rippled in his palm and turned into a crimson blood bead. He thrust out his palm, and the blood bead shot out, spinning and exploding midway. A majestic blood-colored light burst out, turning into a ferocious beast that tore at the enemy. Whoosh! Rumble, the ferocious beast continued to expand, pouncing toward the black dragon and flaming dragon. A destructive storm swept out. The two forces intertwined, and the terrifying aura was daunting. Suddenly, a black and red flame dragon charged out, breaking through everything. It carried a proud dragon's might as it roared and charged out. How is this possible? The half-step king of the blood race widened his eyes in disbelief. He had already used all of his strength. Even if Qinyu used his trump card and increased his strength, there was no way he could shatter his attack in a head-on clash. That was not the case. Qinyu was currently in the state of dual bloodlines, and his physique was unimaginably powerful. The power of a single punch was enough to shatter a mountain. Moreover, the bloodline power of the scarlet-winged saint dragon contained the aura of a king, which suppressed the half-step king's half-origin energy and profound intent power to a certain extent. Rumble, the crimson fire dragon pounced over, turning into a storm of black and red demonic flames that engulfed the half-step king of the blood race. The power of a single punch is so powerful. Qinyu's heart surged. He was very satisfied with his current strength. However, there was only one drop of the scarlet-winged saint dragon's blood. Qinyu couldn't last for too long. Moreover, he could feel that the scorching energy in his body had decreased a little after throwing out that punch. I have to scare it away before the sacred dragon's blood runs out. Qinyu's eyes were filled with determination. Arg! A roar came from within the black and red demonic flames, and a layer of crimson wave swept out, breaking through everything. The half-step king of the blood race was charred and cracked, and there was a pitch-black pit on his chest. He looked extremely terrifying. He was furious at the current situation. As a half-step king, he had not only failed to capture a mid-stage Void Sea king, but he had also been injured by his opponent. Die! The half-step king of the blood race waved his arms, and a wave of crimson rippled out, turning into a vast sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, crimson figures stood out one after another, and there were 500 to 600 of them in an instant. This move looks familiar. Qinyu smiled. When he was assassinated by a late-stage Void Sea king of the blood race, his opponent had also used this move. Go to hell. The half-step king of the blood race waved his arm, and 500 to 600 crimson humanoid monsters charged out. In the next moment, Xianxia was surrounded by countless crimson people, and they pounced at him. He's not fighting back? The half-step king of the blood race was slightly surprised. He formed a hand seal and controlled all the crimson people to approach Xianxia. Suddenly, one of the crimson people's body swelled as if it was about to self-destruct. Hee, once all the crimson people self-destruct, you'll die without a grave. The half-step king of the blood race sneered. As for the secret order to capture Xianxia alive, he had already forgotten about it. However, at this moment, dong dong. Dong dong dong, Xianxia's mysterious heart entered an explosive state, and at the same time, it released a strange and powerful suction force. What's going on? At the same time, the half-step king of the blood race trembled uncontrollably. The reverence and respect for the descendant of the devouring blood race appeared in his heart again. Suddenly, his expression changed. The crimson people surrounding Xianxia from all directions, including the one who was about to self-destruct, started to tremble, and their auras quickly weakened. Whoosh, a crystalline red blood thread condensed in all the crimson people's bodies, and it entered Xianxia's body. In the next instant, the bodies of 500 to 600 crimson people melted, turning into trickles of blood that rolled down. This time, Xianxia could clearly feel that the blood thread entered the mysterious space in his heart and merged into the faint red flickering space, disappearing without a trace. It seemed like the bloodline related to the blood race couldn't be used by Xianxia like other bloodlines. Instead, it merged into the mysterious space in his heart, causing it to undergo unknown changes. What? The half-step king of the blood race was shocked, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. The secret art of the blood race that he had used his bloodline power to cast suddenly collapsed for some reason. If I'm not wrong, after using this secret art, you should be quite weak right now. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. How? What are you talking about? The half-step king of the blood race was shocked. How did Xianxia know this? However, at this moment, he felt uneasy and immediately denied it. Hee. Xianxia laughed, and the power in his body suddenly exploded. Boom, a loud sound came from under his feet, and a terrifying power instantly exploded, causing the space to twist slightly. The bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf could increase one's speed and explosive power, and the bloodline of the scarlet-winged saint dragon could also increase one's speed. The scarlet flame dragon wings on Xianxia's back flapped, increasing his speed drastically, on top of that, the explosion of his heart. At this moment, Xianxia's speed shocked the half-step king of the blood race. Kill. Xianxia threw out a simple punch, but it contained all the power in his body. That punch caused the world to lose its color and all living things to be frightened. The double bloodline, the explosion of the heart, and the power of the blood-glazed flame had also merged into it. When Xianxia punched out, the powerful recoil caused him to retreat dozens of steps. No, the half-step king of the blood race suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He couldn't imagine that an ant could explode with such power. Buzz, with a wave of his arms, a layer of blood sea surged up and transformed into a blood-red barrier. Then, he quickly retreated. Boom. Rumble, the instant the scarlet dragon flame fist arrived, the blood-light barrier shattered, and a vast power instantly spread out in all directions, engulfing the half-step king of the blood race. One breath later. Boom, a figure flew out, his body scorched black. Other than Xianxia, no one would be able to tell that he was a member of the blood race. Pfft, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His left arm was gone, and his right leg was missing. There was even a hole in his chest, and the inside was tattered and charred. If it were a normal human, they would have died from such injuries. However, the life force of the blood race was extremely strong, and they were still stubbornly holding on. Damn it. In the future, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The half-step king of the blood race revealed a horrified expression, and he turned around to run after saying that. He, who was in a weakened state just now, was heavily injured by Xianxia. He had never been injured so badly in his life. However, Xianxia had forced back the half-step king of the blood race with his mid-stage void sea cultivation. If this battle was spread out, it would shock the entire great cosmos world. The bloodline power has already been used. In that case, I can't waste it. A crazed expression appeared on Qianyu's face as flames shot out of his scarlet eyes. Boom! He suddenly jumped up like a fire dragon, and his speed was as fast as a shooting star as he charged toward the half-step king of the blood race. Damn it! His increased strength hasn't been used up yet. The half-step king of the blood race felt a powerful pressure approaching him. He panicked and could only run with all his might. Ding! The sky-burning demon halberd in Qianyu's hand was covered in flames, and a black-red flame pillar shot up into the sky. Cut! He roared, and a dragon roar shook the sky. The halberd slashed down, and the terrifying black-red flame light seemed to engulf everything in front of it. No! The half-step king of the blood race screamed. Qianyu's attack was even more terrifying than before, and it made him feel an unprecedented danger of death. Boom! He couldn't dodge, and he could only watch as the black-red flame light instantly descended and pierced through his body. After the loud explosion, there was still a draconic aura that could intimidate all things remaining in the world. A charred figure could be seen slowly disintegrating and turning into ashes. He's dead. Qianyu couldn't help but laugh. The half-step king ambushed Qianyu and the others, forcing Qianyu to use his trump card. In the end, the half-step king paid the price with his life. What's that? Qianyu saw a blue bead fall from the body that had turned to dust. Whoosh! In a flash, he moved over and caught the bead. It's his interspatial dimension. Qianyu wore a pleasantly surprised expression. As a kindred, he stored his interspatial dimension in the safest place in his body. That was why the half-step king of the kindred was killed in one attack, but his interspatial dimension was still intact. I wonder what kind of treasures this half-step king of the kindred has in his interspatial dimension. Qianyu's eyes flickered with excitement. However, this interspatial dimension had been refined by someone else, so he needed to remove the mental imprint on it to open it. Qianyu wasn't in a hurry at all. Even if the opponent was a half-step star condensation realm warrior, he only needed a bit of time to erase the imprint and open the interspatial dimension. Suddenly, the scarlet flame dragon wings on Qianyu's back were blown away by the wind, and the scarlet dragon scales on his body also slowly disappeared. The bloodline power has been used up. Qianyu had already expected this. On the third attack, he poured out almost all of his power, including the bloodline power and true yuan. When the bloodline power of the scarlet-winged saint dragon disappeared, Qianyu felt a tearing pain all over his body, as if there were countless ants gnawing on his body. Hiss! Qianyu screamed and clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. The bloodline of the scarlet-winged saint dragon contained the power of a king. Although it was very rare, it wasn't something a normal sky-sea realm could withstand. Not to mention that the bloodline of the scarlet-winged saint dragon was one of the highest-ranked sacred beasts. Qianyu's organs, meridians, and bones had been destroyed countless times when he used the bloodline power. If it were not for his low-grade indestructible body, he might have died together with the half-step king warrior. Even so, the damage caused by the powerful bloodline power was something that even the elementary indestructible body needed some time to recover. Therefore, at this moment, Qianyu could be said to be seriously injured. But the enemy was dead, and he was alive. He was alive. He was victorious. That was enough. What he defeated was a half-step star condensation realm. We have to leave this place. If Yi Luofeng and the others are still alive, they will definitely return to the camp to seek reinforcements. Qianyu prepared to return along the original route. However, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Leader Huang's true identity was that of a blood clan powerhouse. Could there be other blood clan members hidden among them? At this moment, Qianyu was in a rather helpless situation. The two attacks from the Xian weapon had depleted all of his true essence. Apart from that, his mental energy was also depleted, causing him to feel a wave of exhaustion. At that moment, Qianyu's mysterious heart sensed an energy fluctuation approaching rapidly. Someone's coming. Qianyu's expression changed slightly. In his current state, he would be in trouble if the newcomer had any evil intentions. It might even be other powerhouses of the blood clan. He swallowed a few healing pills, then endured the pain all over his body and sprinted into the forest. Although his true essence was depleted, his body was strong, and his running speed was not slow. At the end of the forest, there was a surging river that snaked forward with no end in sight. After thinking for a moment, Jinyu dove into the river. His true essence was depleted, his body was injured, and his mind was exhausted. He needed to rest and heal, so it was not suitable for him to rush. After jumping into the river, he did not need to do anything. He could use the power of the river to leave this place. Jinyu tried his best to sink to the bottom of the river, concealing his aura, and floated down with the current. The river was rapid, and he had completely concealed his aura, drifting along like a piece of wood. Suddenly, a black-scaled crocodile swam up from the bottom of the river. When it looked at Jinyu, its eyes shone brightly. It ran over excitedly and opened its mouth to bite. Clang! Clang, a metallic sound could be heard. A few of its teeth fell out, but it did not bite Jinyu. The black-scaled crocodile was instantly enraged. It could not do anything to this human with its bite strength. After a round of biting, it finally left with a mouth full of broken teeth and tears. Hee hee. Jinyu laughed in his heart and did not care much. But then, a strange black fish swam over. Its body was 3 feet long, and its eyes were the size of lanterns. It was different from the black-scaled crocodile in front of it. It opened its mouth, as if it was going to swallow Jinyu. My luck is so bad? Jinyu was depressed. However, entering the stomach of a demonic beast seemed to be able to further isolate his aura. Thinking of this, he did not resist and allowed the other party to swallow him. Not long after Jinyu jumped into the river, 2 figures arrived. One of them was an old man in cotton clothes, holding a jade pendant in his hand. The flickering light on it was slowly dissipating. The feeling has disappeared. The old man sighed, and his face turned cold. The great cosmos realm still has traces of those thieves. Elder, look here, the other blue-robed young man exclaimed in astonishment as he stared at the scene before him with his mouth agape. Fire clouds surged in the sky, and the ground was full of scars. The plants were withered, and there were even several craters. There was a faint dragon roar reverberating in the air, shaking one's soul. This must be the battlefield of a half-step king or even a star condensation king. The old man felt the remnant Yuan-Chi aura here, and his eyes flickered. The blue-robed man carefully sensed and said, not only that, there is also the aura of a fallen soul. The old man in cotton clothes nodded and smiled. It seems that your frost and tend ice soul technique has improved a lot. You can actually tell that someone died here so quickly. You underestimate me. With my talent, I can at least be compared to the top 5 geniuses of the Heaven's Pride list. The blue-robed man's handsome face revealed a confident smile. Elder, could it be that the traitor sensed by the clan's jade pendant is one of the people in this battle? He suddenly thought of something and said his guess. Just now, the elder had sensed the aura of the traitor, so he came over and saw such a scene. The possibility is very high. The old man's face sank. However, just now, the jade pendant's reaction had disappeared. He didn't know if the traitor had died in the battle or escaped. No matter what, we can't let those traitors of the great cosmos realm go. Let's search again. We might be able to find something. The old man coldly ordered. Yes. The blue-robed man responded. He looked at the battlefield. From the destruction, the difference in strength between the two sides wouldn't be too big. In other words, the winner was likely to be heavily injured. Hee, if I can find the winner, he must be a spent force. If I can refine his soul, I will have a half-step king puppet. TSK. The blue-robed man's eyes flashed as he carefully searched. An hour later, the linen-clothed old man walked to a long river bank and raised his head slightly to look into the distance. In the rapid river, the black toadfish had just eaten a human and was looking for a place to digest it. 2 hours passed, but the human in its stomach hadn't melted at all. This made the black toadfish feel strange. It was extremely hungry. It had eaten a human, but it didn't get any nutrients. This made it speechless. Jinyu, who was in the black toadfish's stomach, was resting with his eyes closed. He held the moon spirit mineral in his hand and quietly recovered his mental energy. At the same time, the injuries on his body were slowly recovering. The mysterious heart seems to have some connection with the blood kindred. Jinyu fell into deep thought. In the past, he had thought that his mysterious heart could counter the blood kindred and labeled him as the bane of the blood kindred. However, after the mysterious heart absorbed the power of the blood kindred's holy item, it had changed and allowed Xianxia to use two bloodline powers at the same time. The increase in strength was extraordinary. If he could use two bloodline powers at the same time, he could turn the tide at a critical moment. Why can the power of the blood kindred strengthen the mysterious heart's ability? Xianxia couldn't understand. He didn't know much about the blood kindred, and he didn't know anything about the mysterious heart. Maybe understanding the blood kindred could solve some of his questions, including the secret of the mysterious heart. But the blood kindred was an evil and greedy race, and they were enemies with the human race. When they met, they would almost fight to the death. This gave Xianxia a headache. Sigh, let's not think about that for now. Xianxia cleared his mind and focused on recuperating. As a void sea state, the true essence sea in his body could absorb energy from heaven and earth to recover true essence. But Xianxia was in the black toadfish's stomach and he was absorbing its energy. Roar, the black toadfish roared to express its frustration. It was already very hungry, but after eating a human, not only was it unable to digest it, it felt even hungrier. After a while, the black toadfish weakly swam in search of food. It was already so hungry that its eyes were blurry. If it didn't eat, it might not even have the energy to swim. The black toadfish swam with all its might and ate some beasts. But Xianxia's true essence sea was vast. The black striped fish was only at the middle stage of the origin realm. How could it satisfy his true essence sea? Roar, the black striped fish roared again. It was extremely frustrated. What was wrong with it today? No matter how much food it ate, it was still hungry. Suddenly, the black toadfish sensed danger and immediately swung its tail to dodge. But it was too hungry and couldn't dodge in time. Its body was pierced by a steel harpoon. On the surface of the river, a fair-skinned and pure girl cheered excitedly. I hit it. I hit a demonic fish. Xiaoyun, quickly take back the spoils of war. Let's see what demonic beast you caught. The two youths at the side immediately called out. They were also very curious. Today was the first time they brought Xiaoyun to this river to hunt demonic beasts. Xiaoyun had no techniques and actually succeeded on her first try. This made them puzzled. Logically, it should be the two of them teaching Xiaoyun how to hunt demonic beasts. Roar, the black toadfish was dragged ashore and roared weakly. It's actually a black toadfish. One of the youths took a deep cold breath. This black toadfish was a ferocious ancient beast. Even they had never hunted it before. And the aura emitted from this fish was actually at the origin realm. An origin realm beast was actually pierced by Xiaoyun, who was at the Qi transformation realm. For a moment, the two old fishermen were dumbfounded. It's not dead yet, quickly kill it. The three of them immediately made their move. The two youths' cultivation levels weren't weak, they were at the initial stage of the origin realm. In the end, the ferocious black toadfish died just like that. Kiki, let's go back. Let Grandpa see my spoils of war. Finishing, Xiaoyun dragged the huge body of the black toadfish and prepared to return. Xiaoyun and the other two carried the giant black toadfish. After walking for a while, they arrived at an ancient forest. It was shrouded in smoke and one couldn't even see their fingers. But the five of them were familiar with the path and quickly passed through the smoke and arrived at a peaceful village. There was a small bridge and a stream with smoke rising from the chimneys. Xianxia, who was in the stomach of the black toadfish, concealed his presence and closed his eyes, ignoring everything else. He didn't even know that the black toadfish had been killed. Until a certain moment. The jade pendant Xianxia was wearing suddenly flickered with a faint light, and a pure white radiance flowed into Xianxia's body, calming his mind and cleansing his soul, making him feel ethereal. Eh? Startled by this phenomenon, Xianxia quickly took a closer look. The mysterious jade pendant had a reaction again. This scene caused Xianxia to be slightly shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. This mysterious half of the jade pendant was related to clues about his past. Until now, the mysterious jade pendant had reacted twice. The first time was when he was about to leave the great cosmos realm. At that time, he had missed this clue. He didn't expect the mysterious jade pendant to react again. This caused Xianxia to pay attention to it. Where am I now? Xianxia's spiritual consciousness probed out. He was slightly stunned. The black toadfish was actually dead and he was being carried into a village by 3 youngsters. The jade pendant suddenly reacted. Could my identity be related to this village? Xianxia was puzzled. He didn't know much about his identity. But according to the clues, his birth parents weren't ordinary people. Xianxia's true identity was definitely not simple. But the reaction of the jade pendant actually pointed to this small village. This made him feel strange. This village isn't simple. Xianxia thought in his heart after observing for a while. Just from the 3 youngsters carrying the black toadfish, they had extraordinary talents and high cultivation levels. The 2 youngsters were in their 20s and were already at the origin realm. People from ordinary villages wouldn't have such talents and strength. Even the young people in the Yang family of Northern Water, where he had stayed, were slightly inferior to these 3. Moreover, Xianxia could vaguely sense a lot of bloodline power from these people. While Xianxia was thinking, Xiaoyun and the other 2 walked into the village. Their return attracted many villagers to greet them. Many people saw their spoils of war and ran over in surprise. Little Yong, Little Guang, the 2 of you actually killed a black toadfish this time. Although the meat quality of this ancient beast isn't that great, its effects are extremely good. It can strengthen the body, heal injuries, and expel hidden injuries within the body. A burly man walked over and nodded with a smile. Perhaps it was because the other party was not vigilant, or perhaps Xianxia was good at hiding. No one noticed that there was a person in the black toadfish's stomach. If I run out now, I'm afraid I'll scare these people. Xianxia shook his head. This would not be beneficial for him to stay in the village to investigate the clues. Uncle Miao, I caught this. Xiaoyun pouted and shouted. Ha ha ha, the crowd burst into laughter. Obviously, no one thought that it was Xiaoyun who caught it. Xiaoyun angrily rushed to her grandfather's house. In a simple wooden house, a hunchbacked old man with gray hair was brewing tea. When the white-haired old man saw the black toadfish, his kind gaze suddenly turned serious. You 2 brought Little Cloud to Skyflow River? The 2 young men shrunk their heads and were secretly speechless. As expected of the village chief. With just a black toadfish, he was able to determine that the 3 of them went to the Skyflow River. The village chief had warned them many times not to go too far. At this moment, the 2 of them were like mice that had seen a cat and did not say a word. Grandpa, I asked them to bring me there. If I didn't go to the Skyflow River, I wouldn't have been able to catch an ancient beast like the black toadfish. Xiaoyun immediately begged for mercy for the 2 young men and changed the topic, showing off proudly. Sigh, the old man looked at his granddaughter and helplessly sighed. His gaze then fell on the black toadfish. He found it hard to believe that with his granddaughter's ability, she was able to catch such a ferocious ancient beast. This should be Xiao Guang and Xiaoyang's spoils. However, suddenly, the old man's eyes flickered and a suppressive aura was emitted. Just a trace of the aura caused the expressions of the 3 to change greatly. Whoosh, the old man waved his hand, and a white blade as smooth as jade shot out. Puff, the black toadfish's stomach was sliced open and a man rolled out from the blood. It was Xianxia. Ah, there's a person! Xiaoyun instantly screamed. The other 2 young men were also shocked. There was a person in the black toadfish's stomach and they had no idea about it. Cough cough, when I was passing by a river, I was swallowed by a black toadfish. Thank you for saving me. Xianxia coughed and weakly expressed his gratitude. He looked at the old man in front of him and was slightly shocked. Xianxia did not sense anything before, but the aura emitted from the old man made him feel that the old man's cultivation was extremely high. It was at least the peak late-stage empty sea realm, or even the half-star condensation realm. Xianxia knew that he would be discovered sooner or later, so he had already thought of an excuse. Otherwise, it would be too strange for him to jump out from the black toadfish's stomach. So that's how it is. Grandpa, not only did I kill the black toadfish, I even saved his life. Xiaoyun said excitedly. She did not expect her first time fishing would not only bring her spoils of war, but she had also saved someone. Is that so? The 2 young men were doubtful. However, the white-haired old man's expression froze, and he did not ease up in the slightest as he stared at Xianxia. Although Xianxia was covered in injuries, it was obvious that they were not caused by the black toadfish. In other words, the person was injured due to some other reason and was swallowed by the black toadfish. Qinyu's words were obviously hiding the first part, but he was not lying. It's okay. Young hero, you look very handsome. You must be a disciple of a big family or even a sect. Our village is simple and crude, I'm afraid we can't treat you well. The old man's expression softened as he slowly said, ordering the guest to leave. Whether the person in front of him was accidentally swallowed by the black toadfish or coincidentally came here, or if it was all planned by the other party, as long as he was chased away, everything would be fine. If it was before, Qianyu would not say anything and leave immediately. But now, he still had to investigate the secret of his birth. How could he leave? Grandpa, look at how heavily injured he is. Let him recover first before leaving. Looking at Qianyu, who was covered in wounds, Cloud said with a hint of pity. Qianyu sent a grateful look at the little girl. Moreover, he cooperated with her, revealing a pained expression as if he was on the verge of death. Xiaoyun was a simple-minded person, so she couldn't bear to see Qianyu die. Moreover, she was the one who saved Qianyu. What if the heavily injured Qianyu died after leaving? Senior, my injuries are serious. Can I stay here for a while? Once I recover, I will not disturb you. Qianyu took the initiative to speak. No matter what, he should stay here first. Finally, the old man nodded helplessly under the cooperation of Qianyu and Xiaoyun. Come, arrange a room for this guest. The old man bellowed. Very quickly, two robust men walked in from outside. When they saw Qianyu, they were also stunned. There did not seem to be such a person in the village. Moreover, this person looked injured and dirty like a beggar. How did he come in? The whole village was protected by a formation. The village chief ordered. They did not ask much and supported Qianyu to leave. Xiaoyun also followed. It seemed that because she was the one who saved Qianyu, she was more concerned about this matter. You too, wait. The old man suddenly stopped Xiao Guang and Xiao Yong who were about to leave. Village chief, is there anything else? Their eyes were filled with fear. Was the village chief going to punish them because they brought Xiaoyun to the Skyflow River? You too, from today onwards, follow Xiaoyun and keep an eye on that outsider. The old man narrowed his eyes and ordered. Just an ordinary person, and his injuries are so serious. There should be no need to be so vigilant. Xiao Guang asked in a low voice. Ordinary person, the old man said with a deeper meaning. These two youths were at the early stage of the origin realm. In addition, Qianyu had concealed his aura. It was normal that they could not see through him. But the old man's cultivation was not simple. He could naturally see through Qianyu's true cultivation, which was the middle stage of the empty sea realm. With such a cultivation at such a young age, how could he be an ordinary person? After Qianyu was arranged to stay, Xiaoyun invited the doctor of the village to treat Qianyu. In fact, Qianyu's injuries had already recovered by 60 to 70% under the self-healing power of the elementary immortal body. This village is not simple. The doctor can definitely see that my injuries are not serious. Qianyu sighed. Although his self-healing ability was strong, it seemed that there were times when it was inconvenient. He had no choice but to suppress the power of his heart and physique. He found some poison pills from a pile of miscellaneous items in his storage bag and swallowed them in one go. When he was on the battlefield, he killed many enemies and had a lot of spoils of war. There were many poison pills and poisons in the storage space of those foreign races and blood clan members. When Xiaoyun rushed over with an apothecary, he found that Qianyu's body was green and looked even more miserable and terrifying. He was instantly frightened. He has all kinds of poisons in his body. The toxins have penetrated his body and organs. It is already fortunate that he is not dead. The doctor exclaimed. Qianyu nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with this result. He should be able to stay in this village for a long time. Fortunately, I asked Grandpa for mercy. Otherwise, you would have definitely died if you left the village. Xiaoyun felt lucky. She felt that she had done a good thing again and raised her chin. But when she looked at Qianyu, she revealed a look of pity. Thank you for saving my life, miss. In response, Qianyu smiled unnaturally. Being praised by Qianyu, Xiaoyun was a little embarrassed and her cheeks blushed. Qinyu asked about the girl and learned that her name was Meng Yun. Her parents were long gone and her grandpa was the village head of the Meng family village. This village is tranquil and serene, and the scenery is beautiful. It's like a paradise. Qinyu praised the Meng family village and expressed his love and yearning for the village, which made Xiaoyun have a good impression of him. Is that so? Hee, I heard Grandpa say that they also happened to pass by this place 40 years ago and settle down. Xiaoyun said with a smile. 40 years ago? Qinyu seemed to have suddenly realized something and his eyes flashed. He was 41 or 42 years old this year, and this village was established 40 years ago. It seemed too coincidental that the time was so close. Just as Qinyu was thinking, the doctor next to him frowned and sighed, there is too much poison in Brother Chen's body and it has seeped into his organs. The person who poisoned him is simply insane. Qinyu inwardly chuckled. He was the one who ate the poison and forced it into his flesh and organs. He had a beginner immortal body and was extremely immune to poison. As long as he did not deliberately suppress it, the poison would automatically be expelled in no time. Dr. Meng, can you cure him? Xiaoyun asked. She had never seen Dr. Meng show such an expression. I need some time to continuously remove the poison and slowly recuperate. The doctor said slowly. Brother Chen, stay here for the time being. Dr. Meng's medical skills are superb and he will definitely cure you. Also, you don't have to worry about your enemies finding trouble with you. Xiaoyun seemed to pity Qinyu and insisted on curing his injuries. Then I will have to trouble you. Qinyu smiled. He was indeed grateful to Xiaoyun. If not for her, he would not have been able to successfully stay here. After the others left, Qinyu spread out his spiritual sense and carefully probed. This village is not simple. I'm afraid there are some secrets. Qinyu thought in his heart. Just the village chief's cultivation level might have reached half-step star condensation realm. The overall cultivation level of the people in the village was also extremely high. In the outside world, it would definitely be a top 2-star clan. In a few days, Qinyu's identity as an outsider was gradually known by the people of the Meng family village. And Qinyu could also get off the bed and walk around. In fact, he had wanted to walk around before, but Xiaoyun's attitude was unyielding and told him to rest and recuperate. In the next few days, Qinyu often strolled around and looked very friendly. But many people in the village kept their distance from him. As for the two youths that followed Xiaoyun, they were actually there to watch him. Sometimes, Qinyu could even feel the village chief's gaze. No clues at all. Qinyu sat on the bed and sighed. After a few days, he only knew that the entire village was not simple, but he didn't discover anything else. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Another possibility was that the other party was highly vigilant and did not leave any traces behind. In this place, there was no need to fight. He could recuperate in peace, and there were people to take care of him. It was rather relaxing. However, aside from the fact that Qinyu had to secretly eat some poisonous pills every few days to maintain his injuries, Qinyu had no choice but to do so. Next, Qinyu didn't pay too much attention to the search for clues about his past and let nature take its course. In his free time, he would cultivate a bit. Then, he would erase the mental imprint on the storage space of the half-step king warriors. Perhaps it was because Qinyu deliberately suppressed his body's self-healing ability, causing his body to be injured and in a state of recovery for a long period of time. 5 days later, Qinyu's rune demonic body was the first to reach the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. His physique, strength, and defense rose again. Of course, there was another important factor, and that was the benefits of the holy dragon's flesh. Qinyu felt that even though his rune demonic body had improved by a small level, the potential power of the holy dragon's flesh had not been completely absorbed. This was the fortune of the god of cookery feast. It made the rest of Qinyu's journey much easier. On this day, outside the ancient forest. Swoosh! Swoosh, 2 silhouettes leaped over. The fog here is a bit strange. One of the blue-robed men raised his eyebrows and was about to go in to take a look. At this moment, the old man in linen clothes suddenly took out a jade pendant. It emitted a dark light that shot into the fog. Stop! The old man in linen clothes immediately shouted. The blue-robed man was puzzled. When he turned around, he saw the strange phenomenon of the jade pendant in the old man's hand. He immediately said, "Those traitors are hiding in there?" "It's very likely." The old man in linen clothes revealed a smile. "Elder, are you worried that if the two of us rush in and the enemy is too strong, it will be difficult to capture and kill them?" The blue-robed man asked. "That's only one aspect. This fog is an illusory formation. A better illusory formation has the ability to sense things. We might be discovered when we rush in," the old man in linen clothes said slowly. The cloth-clothed elder said slowly and then revealed his strategy, "So, you should return to the family as soon as possible and seek support. Also, bring the life-extinguishing soul lock formation here." Since there was an illusory formation, it meant that there would be a lot of traitors inside. Not only did they need more people, but they also needed a powerful formation to capture all the traitors. "Elder, you really don't show any mercy to traitors." The blue-robed man joked and quickly left. It had been 20 days since Qinyu arrived at the Meng family village. By now, Qinyu's injuries had mostly healed. Even if he suppressed the mysterious heart and the power of his life force, he could not completely suppress them. His body was still healing. Moreover, he could not eat poison too obviously. "Brother Chen, Medicine Master Meng said that your injuries are mostly healed. Why don't you look happy at all?" Xiaoyan asked curiously. "Ah. Nothing. I'm just thinking about how I'll be leaving soon after my injuries are healed. I'm a bit reluctant." Qinyu thought his answer was perfect. On this day, Qinyu circulated his soul energy and erased the mark on the blue bead. Half an hour later, one of the blood-colored marks on it suddenly dissipated. At the same time, Qinyu's soul energy easily passed through a layer of light and entered a space that was 30 to 40 feet wide. "I wonder what's in the storage space of a half-step king of the blood race." Excited, Qinyu started carefully inspecting the item. Some random items were ignored. The first thing Qinyu saw was a pile of shiny essence stones. Mid-grade essence stones, more than 300,000. Qinyu smiled. Such a large amount of essence stones was enough to buy 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons. Apart from that, there were also many treasures. Then, Qinyu found many bottles and jars, which were filled with the blood of the half-step king of the blood race, including human blood and beast blood. Only some of them contained bloodline power. Qinyu was silent for a moment. The blood race was greedy and bloodthirsty. Any creature with blood was their prey. Some blood race members drank blood to cultivate, while others did it to satisfy their hobbies. Right now, the storage space of this half-step king of the blood race contained so many different types of blood. Of course, there were also many innocent people's blood. Now, only the night-winged wolf's bloodline is left in the mysterious heart. I can add a few more just in case. Qinyu took out the blood that contained bloodline power from the various bottles. He then picked out several types of blood with powerful bloodline auras for the mysterious heart to absorb. However, after absorbing 5 bloodlines, the mysterious heart couldn't absorb any more. This made Qinyu understand the limit of the number of bloodlines that the mysterious heart could absorb. Together with the night-winged wolf's bloodline, the mysterious heart stored a total of 6 bloodline powers. The amount of these 5 bloodline powers is a bit small. Qinyu observed for a while. This might be related to the activity of the bloodline. He didn't know when the half-step king of the blood race had collected this blood, but the activity of the bloodline had decreased. Qinyu's mysterious heart could only absorb the enemy's bloodline when they were still alive or at the moment of their death. However, it was a good harvest to get 5 good bloodline powers at once. After selecting the bloodlines, Qinyu also found some high-quality spiritual weapons and many elixirs. Qinyu completely ignored the spiritual weapons. He carefully selected the elixirs. Void Yuan Pill. It contains a huge amount of pure Yuan Qi, which can increase one's cultivation level. These 10 Void Yuan pills are of high quality and can even be useful for the late-stage Void Sea realm. Qinyu looked at the medicinal pill inside the jade bottle with satisfaction. He then took it out and stored it in his storage space. With this bottle of Void Yuan pills, he could shorten the time it would take for him to reach the mid-stage Void Sea realm. Other than the Void Yuan pills, there were some other elixirs, but they were useless to Qinyu. This box is, Qinyu opened a blood-red box, and there was a token lying inside. As his consciousness entered it, a message flowed into his mind. It was a secret order from the higher-ups of the blood race. There were a dozen of them, and they were all assassination targets. Qinyu was only one of them. These blood race lurking in the human race have assassinated many people. Qinyu revealed a look of disgust. He cleared out all the items of the half-step king of the blood race. Finally, Qinyu flipped to another piece of paper. There were some routes scribbled on it, and there were a few words written on it. The Azure Sky Imperial Lord. Inheritance ground. Qinyu's eyes widened. He didn't know much about the great cosmos realm, but he had lived here for a few years and knew some things. Among them, he had heard a little about the Azure Sky Imperial Lord. The Azure Sky Imperial Lord came from more than 2,000 years ago. In the great cosmos realm, he was invincible among those of the same realm and had the ability to challenge those of a higher realm. In the Great World War, the Azure Sky Imperial Lord fought dozens of big and small worlds and never lost a single one. At that time, people even said that the Azure Sky Imperial Lord had the talent to become a god. But in the end, it was said that the Azure Sky Imperial Lord betrayed the human race and disappeared. At the same time, there were some rumors, such as the inheritance of the Azure Sky Imperial Lord, which were later proven to be lies. This drawing, Qinyu glanced at it and felt that it was casually drawn. Whether it was the paper or the ink, they were all new. No matter how he looked at it, it was fake. He didn't care much about it and put it aside. After turning the interspatial ring upside down, Qinyu stopped and entered his daily cultivation. Under the hazy moonlight, outside the mist. More than a dozen figures were moving back and forth in the forest. There really are traitors hiding here. A red-robed woman took out a jade pendant and instantly put it away. Do you think this old man will make a mistake? An old man in plain clothes slowly walked out from the forest. Set up the array. Tonight, we will turn these traitors of the main clan into ghosts under the life-extinguishing soul lock array. The woman in red sneered and ordered. End of chapter 827. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.